So, the world of Telvaria had been embroiled in the fires of war for countless millennia. It was the result of the feuds of the many gods of the world, but mainly because of the endless squabbles between the nine, the preeminent gods of the universe. They were the greatest beings in existence, the creators and the destroyers of everything. Billions of years ago, they had formed out of the cosmic ether and bent their will towards the creation of a world for themselves, a world that rapidly turned into nothing more than a playground. Even gods grow bored, perhaps at an even quicker rate than mortals. Over the years, civilization had developed on the planet of Telvaria, the seat of the gods' power. A myriad of races, from humans to far more exotic creatures, lived and died under the watchful eyes of their MSDRS, never knowing why they existed. Of course, the only reason was quite clear. They were there to please their makers, and nothing more. 8 of the gods, known as the gods of light, were in an alliance against the 9th of their siblings, the sovereign of the apocalypse, Sarnathros. It was because of this that war had never ended in the universe. However, if there was any time for it to finish, it was coming near. The forces of Sarnathros were on the back foot, pushed back to their capital. If nothing changed, the god would be banished from existence, as the last of his followers died. However, unbeknownst to his siblings, he had a plan. Sarnathros sat brooding in the midst of his citadel, in his personal cosmic realm. The god was bitter from long years of conflict, but also from the knowledge that his tenure as a god would soon be coming to a close. His only hope was to summon a champion to this world, a task that was far more arduous than it seemed. You see, to do such a thing, a god had to sacrifice a portion of their own soul into the ritual, and if this did not pay off, Sarnathros would be weakened to the point of nothingness. However, if it did work, he would be richly rewarded. Rising from his throne, ignoring the majestic views of outer space from the mile-long windows in front of him, the god walked towards a ritual circle inscribed on the floor. It did not look like much, more like a child scrawled than anything else, but within its tangled lines and oblique angles, there lay inordinate power. He was the only person left in his entire divine faction, with as many children long since having died to the forces of the light. He was the last of his kind, and it weighed heavily on his soul. His only balm now was the promise of revenge or oblivion. At this point, either would be welcome. He had lived for far longer than he should have, and the weight of the eons was only now starting to take hold. He pushed gently off the ground, levitating the rest of the way until he hovered over the center of the circle. Holding his hands out to each side, he began, "O forces of the universe, infinity, eternity, and creation, I call upon you. Lend me your power and reach across the cosmic divide to bring me a champion." His voice was not at all what a god should be, sounding more like a school teacher than anything else. However, only his siblings possessed the supreme ego that afflicted immortals. He was of a more mellow disposition. Although he was renowned as the ultimate evil by the people of Telvaria, his true followers knew that as the lie it was. His siblings had committed far worse atrocities than him, driven by their self-centered demand for purity at all costs. Of course, morality, when seen by a god, is purely in the eye of the beholder. Sarnathros started to shudder as his soul tore within him, sending tendrils of golden light into the circle beneath him. The tangled lines began to glow with baleful power, and a pillar of light shot up into the heavens, piercing through the edge of the universe and into another. Sarnathros collapsed backwards, his power spent. As he looked up at the scintillating beacon of rainbow energy, he could only hope that it would save him. Jonathan Harlow whistled aimlessly as he drummed his hands on his steering wheel. He had been a truck driver for the last 5 years, and had had to deal with an endless amount of monotony, ornery suppliers, and incompetent drivers who always seemed to think that they knew more than him. It was a hard life, but one that he had gotten used to over the years. As his truck trundled down the moonlit lane, his concentration started to slip, and he began to daydream of what he would do with his time off. Some sleep would be nice for starters. After that, he would treat himself to something, maybe a nice meal. A creaking noise jolted him out of his daydream, and he looked up, only to see a monolithic shape bearing down on his truck. The last thing he thought before the tree hit his truck was how mad his boss would be about the late DLVRY. Then everything faded to darkness, and he knew no more. Some time later, Jonathan came to a dark void, surrounded by nothing. Not blackness, but true nothingness. It was impossible to explain, and his mind almost broke just looking at it. However, he was made out of sterner stuff, and he marshaled his rampaging psyche before he could lose himself. Taking deep breaths, he studied the world around him. There wasn't really that much to see. The only break in the monotony of nothingness was a small button hovering in the middle of the air, glowing with a faint golden light. Jonathan floated over to it, not exactly sure of how he achieved that feat, and pressed it. It was a hasty decision, but it was the only possible way out of here as far as he could tell. Immediately, the world shifted and changed. He was standing in the middle of an onyx citadel, completely alone. Lonely towers of black rock rose out of medieval buildings, piercing the heavens with their gnarled ends. Around him was an empty square, perhaps somewhere that was used as a marketplace by the inhabitants. Nothing stirred around him, save for a bell tolling in the distance. As he looked around, he saw that everything was made out of onyx, even the trees around himself. A moment later, the ground started to shake, and 3 statues rose out of the ground in front of him. Each one was patterned after a different thing, one of them a burly brute wielding a large axe, another a robed being with a staff, and the final one was a slim figure with a bow. Jonathan frowned as he saw these. They looked oddly similar to the basic classes in some of the video games that he had played. A warrior, a mage, and a ranger. Had he been transported into some fantasy world? Or was this all some dream caused by that tree falling on him? Perhaps he was dying, and this was the last gasp of his failing brain, trying to keep him conscious. In any case, he had nothing to lose by inspecting them. As he neared the first one, the burly brute, a strange blue sheet appeared in front of him, with words on it. The words were in an alien, almost runic alphabet, but as he watched, they swirled in front of him until they were legible. Warrior, Tier 1 class. You are a brute, but one that is effective at his job. A warrior is made to take damage and deal damage in equal measure, relying on pure brute strength over all else. Of course, some durability never hurts as well. Be prepared for a life of sideways glances from snooty mages, convinced of their intellectual superiority. +2 to strength, +2 to resilience per level. Jonathan frowned at this. If he didn't know better, he would have said that the message was mocking him. How could mere letters floating in the air have any sort of animus, though? In any case, his suspicions about this being a fantasy world were proven right. Before picking anything, he moved on to the next option. Mage, Tier 1 class. You are an effete academic, always buried in his studies. However, those who scorn you will soon learn the errors of their ways. You can obliterate armies with bolts of fire and ice, tear apart cities with your might. But not at this level. Starting out, you will barely be able to light a fire or chill a drink. You really didn't think that earlier part was serious, did you? +2 to intelligence, +2 to wisdom per level. Jonathan snorted at the message, noting that whatever was creating the words had a sense of humor. Before he could move on to the next one and check it out, the world around him started to tremble. But I didn't select anything. He cried out, afraid that he had accidentally picked something preemptively. However, the shaking stabilized, and another statue arose out of the ground. This one was of a weaponless, armorless man, holding his bare hands out in supplication. However, something about the statue told Jonathan that this option was vastly superior to the others. Almost in a trance, he walked over to it and read the resulting message. Outsider, Tier 1 class. As the first being from another universe to visit Telvaria in eons, you are marked for greater things. Passing through the astral divide has imbued you with power beyond your ken, potential that will slowly be revealed as time goes on. For now, enjoy the benefits of your baptism by the void. +2 to all stats per level, +3 additional free points. Jonathan's eyes bulged as he read this. It was by far the most powerful class out of the ones that he had already seen. If he didn't pick this one, he would be doing himself a great disservice, even if this was all just the hallucinations of his oxygen-starved brain. Jonathan took a deep breath and mentally accepted the class. Unsure of whether this would work, he waited apprehensively. A moment later, the statue crumbled into dust, and a wave of power entered him. Around him, the onyx citadel shattered, and there was a flare of white light before nothingness claimed him once more. A second, or an eternity later, Jonathan was standing on the top of a green hill. All around him was a rolling, pastoral landscape, dotted with small villages and homesteads. If this was a fantasy world, it was quite clearly a peaceful one. A scrolling message appeared in his vision. "Greetings, my chosen. You have been selected for a great destiny, one that is rivaled by none. I am Sarnathros, one of the gods of this world, and I desperately need your help. My brethren have waged war against me for countless years, whittling away my power as they went. Soon, I will be no more, just like my children. My power brought you here, and by my power you shall rise. I have arranged a few bonuses for you as well, in order to facilitate your rise. To begin, simply think the word status." The message disappeared, leaving Jonathan standing there on the hilltop as the wind whistled around his head. Before he could lose himself to indecision, he followed the message's instructions. As soon as he thought the word status, however, the ground around him rumbled. "There you are, filth. I knew that my brother had summoned one of your kind, although I could not find you until now. Enjoy your stay in the infinite hells." A sonorous voice boomed down from the sky, rattling Jonathan's brain in his skull. Such was its volume that his nose bled. A moment later, there was a crack, and then a bolt of lightning struck Jonathan, frying his body to ash in an instant. He had died. All Jonathan knew for the next eon was nothingness and pain. He was suffused with a hellish, orange light that seemed to burn away his very soul. All of that time, he had the vague sense that he was floating downward. He knew that something was trying to break his mind and will, and he tried desperately to combat that. Eventually, he felt something small and spiny detach itself from his neck, wailing in fury as its hold on him was broken. Then all he knew was true blackness. Reality came back to him in waves. First there was the smell, a tarry, sulfurous odor that entered his nose and seemed to stay there, trying to work its way into his brain. Jonathan coughed as the smell redoubled, and he nearly vomited. He was stronger than that, however, and he shred his senses as the next of them returned. A sound unlike anything he had ever heard before battered his ears, the sound of a million wailing children mixed with screams of utter agony. Jonathan flinched, but remained strong. After all, he was here for a greater purpose. Perhaps this was the meaning that he had long craved. After hearing came his sense of touch. A fiery heat burned at his skin as it returned, sending spikes of pain into his body. Jonathan grimaced and bore it as well as he could, realizing that although it was uncomfortable, it could not hurt him. After that, his tongue began to register the taste of burnt meat, and he gagged, realizing that he was tasting burning flesh in the air. Finally, and worst of all, was his sight. He was standing in the middle of an endless line that extended into the horizon in either direction. All around him was a desolate wasteland of ash, and nothing but ash. Drifts of the gray substance lined the ground, and massive mountains of ash were visible in the distance. Strange shapes moved in the corners of his eyes, and Jonathan cringed. In the distance, one of the mountains shifted, revealing a titanic head, shaped like a saw. Grimacing, he turned his head back towards his place in the line. Every now and again, a winged creature would swoop down and carry off one of the people waiting in the line, and as the one in front of him was taken, Jonathan realized that it had not been human. The creature had been too slender for that, with long, pointed fingers and a vaguely triangular head. Most convincingly, however, it had sported 4 arms. As a hideous screech carried to Jonathan's ears, he realized that one of the monsters was coming for him too. As it passed overhead, he ducked and lashed out with his hand. He felt stronger and faster somehow, as if he had been infused with energy. As his hand moved, he clasped it onto the creature's leg. It was hot to the touch, burning his skin, but compared to the pain from his descent, it was nothing. He pulled it down out of the air, using the element of surprise to overpower its wings. It scrabbled at his arms with its long claws, drawing blood, but he ignored it to the best of his abilities, instead taking a good look at it. It looked like a massive, humanoid bat, with a face made out of twisted sinew and bone. It screeched directly at him, sending a spike of pain into his head. Before he could do anything, it flapped off, escaping his grip. As it left, he saw something strange over its head. Ash Imp Basic. Level 3. That was all he saw, but it was enough. He knew the name of the monster, and how powerful it was. Assuming that he was level 1, Jonathan was quite a bit stronger than his level indicated. Then he remembered what he had been doing before he had been killed, checking his status. Before he could think of it, however, a sudden wave of dread washed over his body as he remembered his own death. Although the lightning bolt had struck in the blink of an eye, every aspect of his hideous demise was still etched into his soul. He remembered his screams, the feeling of his limbs turning to dust, the pain that had quickly turned into something even worse. Oblivion. The feeling quickly turned into a stark and vivid hatred for whatever had done that to him. He knew that it had been one of the siblings of his patron, Sarnathros. That meant that it had been another god. As he stood there, his feet buried in ash, and with the screeches of demons flying overhead, he vowed that he would have his revenge. Blood dripped down from his hands as he stood there, but he didn't notice the fact that his fingernails had pierced his own flesh. Instead, he smiled grimly. He was in the infinite hells, wherever they were. He would escape this place and get his revenge, or die trying. With a quick thought, a screen appeared in front of him. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human Basic, Outsider, Tier 1, Level 1, 3 free points. Strength, 15. Dexterity, 15. Constitution, 18. Resilience, 18. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 13. Divinity, 1. Health, 180 of 180. Stamina, 150 out of 150. Mana, 150 out of 150. Titles: Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique. Nascent Divinity, Celestial. Wretch, Common. Skills: Identify, Common. Nothing else was written there, but that did not concern Jonathan at the moment. What he wanted to find out more about were his titles. Opening the first one, he was met with yet another blue screen. Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique. You have been chosen by a god and wrenched from your universe to serve his will. Such things come with benefits. Bonuses: immunity to divine possession, loyalty of all true followers of Sarnathros, and better class options. Jonathan closed the notice and took a deep breath. So that was what the message from earlier had been talking about. Not that it did him much good anyway, stuck in this universe version of hell as he was. He doubted that he would find any followers of Sarnathros among the listless, brain-dead shells that surrounded him. As he stood there, had begun to notice that not a single one of the people around him seemed self-aware or even conscious. Instead, they simply stood there, waiting to be snatched up by the imps. It was as if their minds had broken. Then Jonathan remembered the pain he had felt during his descent into this place. Perhaps that was why none of these people were conscious. They had already been broken on the way here. Another one of the imps came screeching down towards him, and Jonathan remained still until the last moment, tricking the creature into thinking him no better off than the others. Instead, it took his fist directly into its face, sending it hurtling backwards. It crashed into a nearby ash drift, and Jonathan stared at his fist in amazement. He was definitely stronger than before. The monster got to its feet unsteadily and stared at him through its burning eyes before launching itself back at him. It certainly did not seem especially intelligent. In any case, Jonathan was better off finding his way out of this endless line, as it seemed as if the imps were attracted to the masses of people waiting there. He began running, his feet sinking deep into the ash. Luckily, it was exceedingly light, or his progress would have been impeded. As the imp came in for another pass, its leathery wings beating audibly, Jonathan whirled around and snatched it out of the air by its neck. Before it could do anything, he snapped its neck, killing the creature. A wave of energy entered him a moment later, and he took a deep breath, trying to get as much of it into him as he could. He had no idea what it was, but it felt good. The energy crashed into a dam within his body and shattered it a moment later. His skin briefly glowed with light, and his wounds healed over. You have killed an ash imp. You have leveled up. A surge of power rushed through his body, and he felt his muscles elongating and becoming larger. That was only the most noticeable change, and he was sure that many more were occurring within him. He had a few spare points to allocate as well, and Jonathan briefly considered which of his stats to put them into. It was surprising how easily all of this came to him, but his apprehension of the new world had already been broken by his death. Now he was fully invested in it. What he needed now, most of all, was survivability. For that, he had two options: durability or offensive capability. He could always branch out later, especially with his universal stat bonuses per level, but for now he needed to maximize his potential. He also found the divinity stat to be interesting, seeing as it only had a single point in it. However, when he tried to add to it, it did not work. Perhaps it was a stat that could only be raised through extraordinary means. With a quick thought, he split the points between strength and dexterity. His stats related to durability, or at least what he believed resilience and constitution to be for, were already higher than the others. What happened next was surprising. Rather than gaining a flat 3 points in each stat, he actually gained 4. There was no apparent reason for this, but as he ran, he opened up his next title description. Perhaps there was an explanation there. Nascent divinity, celestial, a god walks among us, or rather, the barest shadow of what a god could be. In your momentous journey between universes, in your subsequent descent into the infinite hells, something awakened within you, something that should not have been. Your outsider nature prevented the gods' restrictions of the emergence of new gods, allowing you to step on their path. Bonuses, plus 25% to all stats, access to divinity stat. If what this said was true, Jonathan was now a god, if only in the most basic of senses. Still, it seemed that gods were able to die, and if he did not want this to happen to him, it was time to get somewhere a bit safer. As he dashed across the ash, he could feel the effects of his stats propelling him faster than he could ever have dreamed of before coming to this universe. He had always been quite a fit man, and he had not been a weakling by any sense of the word, but he was still not any sort of athlete. Now it seemed he was. The line of people vanished behind an ash drift, and Jonathan slowed down somewhat, noting that his stamina was rapidly dropping. It functioned exactly as could be expected, gauging his endurance. Now that he was going more slowly, the numbers stopped ticking down, instead hovering at a steady amount. Jonathan ran for over an hour, only seeing more of the monotonous ash. The mountains in the distance weren't getting any closer, and if he wasn't so sure of himself, he would have said that he was running in circles. Curious to his last title, Jonathan opened his status sheet. Wretch, common. You are one of the dregs of the universe, fit only for endless torture. During your life, you were a sinner, or even worse, an enemy of the gods. As a result, you were sent to the infinite hells when you died. You may not escape your punishment in any way. That explained why he felt like he was running in circles. There was no escape from this place. Then another message appeared, unbidden. You're under the influence of a negative title. Do you wish to remove it? Y/N. Jonathan instantly hit yes, and the title vanished from his status. Suddenly, the mountains began to grow larger in his vision. If he was not mistaken, the reason why he had been able to remove the title was because it had not been intended to be read. None of the others that he had left behind were even conscious, and there was no way that they would be able to read their own titles. As a result, they would never be able to escape. Not that they would have been able to in the first place, in any case, he was now free. However, even with his new, unfettered status, there wasn't all that much to see. Then he crossed over an unseen barrier, and an entire world revealed itself to him. The ground was still the same, an endless expanse of ash, but it was suddenly filled with monsters and an infinite array of ruins, seemingly from all manner of styles and civilizations. And some of those monsters had noticed Jonathan, one of the nearest ones to him, a two-headed dog-like monster with a ruff of flayed skin around its neck, howled as it saw him, before running full tilt towards him. Its speed told him that it was no normal beast, and he quickly scanned it with his skill. Ash Prowler, basic. Level 9. He had been able to kill the imp, but he knew that this monster was beyond him, stat bonuses or no stat bonuses. The only thing he could do now was run, and with 19 points in dexterity, he could run quite quickly. However, the Ash Prowler was built for speed, and it was rapidly gaining on him. Even worse, his passing stirred up other monsters, and soon he had a long train of pursuers. His breaths came in short gasps as his stamina began to bottom out, and he made it to a ruin just as it hit 0. Jonathan stumbled through the door, his strength suddenly gone. He lay there, paralyzed, as his stamina slowly came back to him, wondering why the monsters weren't ripping into him. He slowly got to his feet and noticed that the creatures were running off into the distance. "Yeah, you better run." Mangy mutts, Jonathan crowed as he saw them retreating. The fetid, warm breath on his back was the only indication of why they had run. A moment later, he was flying through the air, his left arm broken. Behind him, a twisted pile of flesh slid across the ground, one massive, warped arm dragging behind it. It was that arm that had struck Jonathan so brutally. The only other identifying feature on the monster was a gaping maw that was half as wide as he was tall. Jonathan didn't bother analyzing it. He already knew just how strong the thing was. Jonathan scrambled backwards, feeling the agony of his multiple broken bones as he did so. The bones in his hand had been crushed to powder, and it was completely unusable. Adrenaline was the only thing keeping him going at this point, that and the longing not to die. He had no wish to be devoured by the hideous creature in front of him. The one good thing about his predicament was that the emergence of the monster had scared off all of the other creatures on the ash, leaving it to deal with Jonathan in peace. He spotted a warped bar of iron on the ground nearby, which seemed to have fallen off a crenellation on a nearby building. The end was pointed, and it was the closest thing to a weapon that he could see. Jonathan scrambled over to it and picked it up with his good hand, clenching his fist tightly around it. Unsteadily rising to his feet, he stared his assailant down, his entire body burning with pain. He managed to stand tall through it, however, and he advanced slowly. A burning rage was rising up within him, eclipsing his common sense. He could probably outrun this creature, slow as it was, but he wanted to make it pay for what it had done to him. In addition, he craved the power that he had felt after killing the imp. If that meager creature had given him such pleasure, then what would this far stronger beast do? No, his best option was to kill it here and now. Jonathan leaped forwards and stabbed out with his weapon, lancing into the rubbery hide of the hideous monster. It rumbled in displeasure and whipped its gargantuan arm around, allowing him to see its putrescent flesh. Odious boils and pustules lined its arm, and its flesh was welted and infected. All in all, it was a uniquely disgusting creature. Jonathan ducked under the strike, glad that his enhanced stats were allowing him to keep up somewhat. The monster in front of him might have been slow, but it was far stronger than him. If he took one more hit from that thing, then it would be all over. He lashed out with his weapon once more, scoring a line across the air. Some of the blisters popped, showering the ground with pus. The ground sizzled where it landed, and Jonathan gulped, his apprehension briefly working past his battle frenzy. Not only could the thing tear him apart with its brute strength, but it could also kill him with its blood. He would have to be even more careful than he had thought. Still, the thought of retreat did not enter his mind even once. Something had changed within him, whether upon entering the world or from dealing with the agony of his hellish descent. He was not the same mild-mannered truck driver as before. He was something different. Something dangerous. Jonathan shot his hand forwards once more, spearing into the monster's copious gut. It chortled a long, burbling sound, and then Sikidi in its flesh, wrenching the weapon out of Jonathan's grip. He stumbled backwards, narrowly avoiding another strike from the massive arm. Some of the blood landed on his bare flesh as its arm swung, and he hissed as it burnt through his flesh. The iron rod was buried deep in its stomach, and fluid dripped out of the open wound. If he could tear that out of its flesh, he could severely injure the creature. The only problem was getting there. At this point, he was in too deep to retreat. Even if he survived, the next monster would kill him in his current state. He needed desperately to level up and heal. Hopefully the healing effect would be enough. Somewhere within him, a fraction of the old Jonathan Harlow was screaming in abject terror, but he buried that pitiful creature down as far as he could. That would not serve him now. He ran forwards, ducking under a ponderous blow, and seized the end of the iron rod with his hand. Planting his feet, Jonathan yanked on it as hard as he could. There was a wet, tearing noise, and the bar came free, sending a torrent of fluid over the ground in Jonathan's hand. He screamed in agony as his flesh sizzled away, but the noise that the monster made distracted him from it. It was already dead, and it just didn't know it yet. That did not mean it wasn't dangerous, though. Before Jonathan could even blink, a red light erupted from the beast, and it swung its singular arm at far higher speeds than before, sending it hurtling towards his head. There was no dodging that strike, no matter what he did. Jonathan got his hands up in a futile gesture, and he screamed in defiance. A golden light erupted out of him, and his hands pulsed with power. Suddenly, he knew what to do. Seizing the monster with a strength beyond anything he had felt before, he wrenched off its arm, sending a welter of foul fluid everywhere. The creature wailed and slumped to the ground. Something within him cracked, and he spat out blood before collapsing backwards, completely spent. Jonathan woke to the sound of snuffling coming from next to his ear. He cracked open one eyelid, seeing another of the ash prowlers nosing at his hair. It obviously thought that he was dead, with the lack of caution that it was exhibiting. Jonathan rolled over and punched it full force, eliciting a yelp from the creature. It bared its fangs, but something in Jonathan's eyes caused it to back down. With a whimper, it backed off and fled. Jonathan had a host of notifications waiting for him, and he quickly opened them after seeing that he was in no further danger. You have killed a fetid ooze. You have leveled up. X3. The trio of levels had healed his body almost to perfect condition, but his left arm still felt tender. Still, it was better than nothing. There was another notification, too, one that seemed more urgent somehow. He opened it without any hesitation, curious about what it had to offer. You have gained a new skill. Smite. Legendary. Use your inner divinity to imbue your body with your godly power, increasing your power by a significant amount. However, this has an immense toll on your body. That must have been what he had used against the fetid ooze, whatever had created the golden light. It was an incredibly powerful skill, but not one without drawbacks, it seemed. Also, it told him how he was supposed to gain skills here. Clearly, there were no handouts. It had to be something that he had created himself. Jonathan got to his feet and dusted himself off, reveling in his newfound power. Those levels had created a cumulative effect with his stat multiplier, meaning that he had gained a larger number of stat points than he would have otherwise. Rather than gaining 6 points to each stat, he had gained 8. It was only 2 more points, but he knew that he was beyond the realm of human capability at this point. If he had to guess, 10 was the average and 20 was the upper limit. He was like a real-life superhero now, albeit quite a pathetic one. There was one more message as well waiting after that one. You have gained a new title, Underdog, Rare. You took out a monster over 10 levels higher than you. That is quite an impressive achievement, albeit not one that is especially so. This title can be upgraded. Bonuses, plus 5 points to strength. It was a decent boost, with his stat boost making it even more so. In addition, it revealed a bit more about how titles worked. They seemed to follow the classic rarity scheme from games back on Earth, with a few outliers like his celestial rarity title. In any case, it was likely that only titles above a certain rarity would give multiplicative bonuses, rather than a one-time boost. Still, Any boost to power was always welcome. He closed his notifications and took stock of his more physical changes. His muscles were all toned now and clearly defined. In addition, his mind felt clearer than it had ever felt before. Who knew that going to hell would feel so good? Clearly, this version of hell was different from the one back on Earth. There certainly were dead souls being punished for their sins, but there seemed to be an actual world down here, populated with monsters. Were there any sapient beings here as well, or was it just an endless land of beasts? Well, the few levels that he had eked out were the start of his journey back to wherever he had come from. He had no idea how to get out of this place, but he would certainly try. As he thought that, a chime interrupted him. It seems that you have run into a spot of trouble. If you're receiving this message, either you've been imprisoned, possessed, or sent to the infinite hells. I sincerely hope that it was not the last one. If so, hopefully this can help. Sarnathros. It was another message from his mysterious patron, promising aid. Jonathan wasn't sure what to think about the man, or god he supposed, that had brought him here. On one hand, he had been wrenched away from his life, while on the other, he felt better than he had ever felt before. Another prompt opened up on his interface, and he read it. You have gained a quest. Hellbreaker. Impossible. You have been imprisoned in the infinite hells, a world that certainly lives up to its name. However, there is a way out, if not one that anyone has ever reached before. You must descend through the circles of hell, and kill each one's guardian to progress. Finally, you must reach the very center and kill the devil himself. This, however, is a long road, one that will take an eon. That is, of course, if you do not die along the way. Current objective: defeat Granath, overseer of the ash heaps. Rewards: Tier 2 weapon, armor or miscellaneous item. Ultimate objective: defeat Angranor, the Lord of Hell. Rewards: freedom. Jonathan read and reread the quest. As shown by its name, it indeed seemed impossible. Still, it was his only source of hope, and as he read it, a fierce conviction arose within him. He had a purpose now, and he would fulfill it if it was the last thing he would do. He closed the quest and took a deep breath before taking stock of his surroundings. He was in the middle of what looked to be some sort of temple, with a large altar at the end of the halfway. Most of it was in ruins, with rubble littering the floor, but a large portion of it was still intact, mainly the wall area. Jonathan idly wondered whether it had always been like this, or whether there had once been a civilization there. Judging by the nature of the hells, the former was more likely. He knew almost nothing about the world that he had been summoned into, a problem that he wanted to rectify. Unfortunately, there was no apparent way to do so. Instead, he would have to blindly follow his quest. There were no other monsters nearby, and Jonathan decided to take the opportunity to study the ways in which his body had been changed. He picked up a rock from the ground nearby and marveled at how light it felt. Throwing it with his full power, it slammed into the wall, chipping it. The rock itself shattered into a dozen pieces. More importantly, however, was the thing that he had no opportunity to test as of yet. Mana. It was there on his stat sheet, and he knew what it was probably for, the casting of magic, but he did not have any spells nor the knowledge of how to use them. However, there was something within him that was new. A tiny ball of glowing blue energy hovered in the center of his body, and he found that if he split his focus between it and the outside world, he could keep track of both at the same time. Moving his mind's eye closer to the core, he saw that it was built like a miniature sun, with whirls and loops of power dancing across its surface. However, the actual orb itself was perfectly smooth. Within it was a portion of a viscous gas that he assumed was his mana. Jonathan idly reached out and touched the sphere. A tiny bit of the mana concentrated around where his fingers had made contact, and he felt a brief moment of connection to it. Using that moment of connection, he seized the mana in his hand and tried to force it into the outside world. Jonathan let out a yelp as his hand reddened. However, a tiny flame appeared above it, colored a bright blue. The only problem was that it was hurting him at the same time. Jonathan banished the flame and was met with a notification. You have gained a pathway skill, Mana Manipulation, Novice 1. Mana manipulation is one of the most basic skills in the universe, and you have shown a strange aptitude for it. This skill influences your ease of manipulating the mana within your body, and gives bonuses as you progress, like all pathway skills. Jonathan frowned as he read the message. Pathway skill? The hell is that? He said out loud. In response, another message appeared in front of him. Pathway skills are skills that are too broad in scope to be contained within one singular aspect. Instead, you MSTR aspects of it, gaining greater power and experience as you progress through the ranks. The ranks are as follows: novice, student, apprentice, journeyman, expert, MSTR, grandmaster, sage, saint, avatar, incarnate, pre-march, and divinity. These ranks are based on the amount of knowledge that you hold. Based on the skill, with novice having a tiny fraction and divinity having everything. Each rank will give an increasingly larger stat bonus. It was structured like an apprenticeship system back on Earth. During the medieval times, Jonathan knew that the ranks were similar to that, and he wondered why it was so closely related. Of course, based on his experiences with the runic language's translation, everything was simply being translated into something that he would understand. In any case, power was power, and knowledge was knowledge. Jonathan peeked out of the building, and noting that there were no monsters in sight, went back to mana manipulation. It seemed like a vital skill for his survival, and he wanted to gain those stat bonuses that had been mentioned. About an hour later, Jonathan only had a blistered hand to show for his efforts. Well, that wasn't entirely true. He had increased the size of the flame, but seeing as his tests of it had shown that its heat was not enough to actually burn anything except for him, it was useless. He sighed and banished the flame for the last time, nursing his burnt hand. He had discovered that he had a slightly increased healing rate, and he knew that he was powerful enough for the damage to not be an issue, except in terms of pain. Pain he could deal with. A bit annoyed, Jonathan returned to his core and repeated the process one more time, trying to see what he was doing wrong. As he saw the mana move, he had an epiphany. All he was doing was summoning the mana to the outside world. He wasn't actually controlling it. This time, he held a clear image of a contained ball of power in his mind as he summoned the energy to the real world. This time, there was no burning sensation, only a ball of energy hovering over his palm. His interface chimed, and he saw that he had ranked up. Mana manipulation has reached Novice 2. He immediately felt a tiny increase in his ability to use his mana, and he seized control of the orb with his mind, struck by a sudden insight. Compressing it with his willpower, he watched as the ball shrunk down to about a quarter of its size. Jonathan held it to the floor and watched in satisfaction as a small amount of stone melted. It was a long way from a weapon, but it was a start. He rose to his feet and left the ruin, entering the ash heaps once more. There was nothing left for him there, and he needed to find a way towards Granath, wherever he or she was. Sometime later, another one of the ash prowlers appeared on the horizon, and this time Jonathan started making a beeline towards it. He was hungry to test out his new stats, especially with his bonus from his title. In addition, he had an idea about what to do with the extra stat points that he gained from leveling. The way that his stat multiplier worked was based on quantity, and the more points that he put into a stat at once, the greater the impact. Of course, he could not afford to do such a thing for too long, especially in a place like this, but he could hold out another level at least. As he loped towards the wolf, he opened his stat sheet again. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human Basic, Outsider, Tier 1, Level 5, 9 free points. Strength, 36. Dexterity, 30. Constitution, 29. Resilience, 29. Intelligence, 26. Wisdom, 24. Divinity, 1. Health, 290 of 290. Stamina, 360 of 360. Mana, 260 of 260. Titles: Chosen of Sarnac-Thros, Unique. Nascent Divinity, Celestial. Underdog, Rare. Skills: Smite, Legendary. Identify, Common. Pathway Skills: Mana Manipulation, Novice 2. Quests: Hellbreaker, impossible. Jonathan had seen some huge increases, with his stats having almost doubled from before, and in the case of strength and dexterity, actually doubling. No wonder he felt like he was on top of the world. He had a sneaking suspicion that most people in the universe did not have such a rapid growth rate as himself, although most of them were not in hell either. Those two things kind of balanced each other out. The Prowler was almost upon him, and Jonathan balled his fists, ready to fight. The battle began with a snap of the monster's jaws, directed at his left foot. The creature was trying to hamstring him, but Jonathan was too fast for it. He snapped out his right foot and caught the monster under the chin, stunning it. With his other foot, he punted the monster off its feet, staggering it. Rushing forwards, he began to lay into it with his hands and feet, battering the creature into SBM Sen. He might have felt some sympathy for the creature before, but his new world view, as well as the appearance of the monster, had removed all empathy for it. It was merely something to be killed. He was too powerful for it to deal with now, and as it lay there, dying, he decided to finish it off with his new skill. Perhaps that would further his understanding a bit. Summoning the ball of concentrated energy to his hand, Jonathan moved it into the monster's head. Flesh bubbled and melted around it, and it boiled the creature's brain, killing it utterly. It was a gruesome way to die, and not a very efficient one either, seeing as he had to maintain contact for upwards of a half-minute to kill it completely. However, he felt as if his ranking had gone up a little bit, so it had been worth it in the end. He withdrew from the creature's steaming corpse and resumed his trek towards an unknown destination. If he just kept walking, eventually he would have to find something. As it turned out, something found him first. A pack of ash prowlers emerged from behind one of the many ruins some time later, snarling at him. He still had the blood of their kin on his hands, so he supposed they were justified. However, all he saw was a free level and a means to test himself. A single prowler had been trivial, but what about 5? Could he keep up with them then? Despite their higher level, he was more than a match for them individually, and his stats were likely higher than theirs. Come on then, you mangy pieces of sheet. Come and taste my fist. It was a bit cliché, but he had been sent to hell. Some melodramatic one-liners were certainly in order. The insult incensed the monsters, and they charged in unison, barking and baying like hounds on the hunt. Only, Jonathan was the hunter here. He ducked around the strike of one of the monsters, only to be caught by another one. Its teeth sunk into his shin and struck bone. Jonathan shouted in anger and pummeled the beast with his fist until it let go, bloodied and dazed. However, by that time, the others had surrounded him. This would be a harder fight than he had expected. Jonathan leaped a meter up into the air, his muscles propelling him at a greater speed than he had expected. As far as he could tell, the progression of his stats were quite linear, and he estimated his strength at a bit over 3 times his previous state. As he leaped, the monsters aborted their attacks, waiting until he landed. That would prove to be a mistake. Jonathan crashed down with twin ball of mana in his hands, sending them plunging deep into the skulls of 2 monsters. His momentum enabled the ball of power to sink deeper than they would normally, and they killed the monsters instantly. Perhaps his mana was useful after all. Energy entered him, but it was not enough to bring another level. He had a suspicion that it would only get harder to level from here. Blood splattered the ground, thick, black ichor that looked almost like molasses, causing the remaining 3 prowlers to growl warily. The one that he had injured earlier yelped and turned tail, fleeing from Jonathan. As one of the prowlers looked back, Jonathan pounced, bringing his fist down on its spine. Something cracked within it, and the beast fell to the ground. Behind him, the remaining one sunk its teeth into his back, but Jonathan ignored it, instead killing the beast in front of him with another blow. Whirling around, he punched the prowler as hard as he could, sending it back a few paces. With a devastating front kick, it collapsed dead. Enough energy entered him to send him up another level, and his wounds healed over. With a smile, he contemplated his options for upgrades. With his newfound talent for mana manipulation, he wanted to invest a bit into intelligence and wisdom, which both impacted the resource. He had discovered through trial and error, that wisdom impacted the regeneration rate of mana. Adding stats to both would increase the amount that he had to play with. His strength was far enough ahead that he didn't need to add any more. With that in mind, he placed 6 points into wisdom and intelligence, bringing them up to 32 and 34 respectively. Jonathan closed his status screen and looked around him, noting that there was a strange light in the distance. Could that be what he was looking for? Civilization? In any case, it was better than wandering around the ash heaps until he died of hunger and thirst. On that topic, he had not eaten or drunk in the better part of a day, not counting the time he had spent during his descent, and his mouth was parched. Now that he noticed it, however, it became far worse. Jonathan began walking, ignoring the gritty ash beneath his feet and the desolate landscape around him. If he focused on his predicament, he would only be discouraged. Instead, he concentrated on his mana core, trying to eke out as much knowledge from it as he could. He was slowly becoming addicted to his mana manipulation skill, and it was the closest thing to real magic that he had access to. In fact, it was so addicting that he lost himself in it fully, leaving himself open to an attack. A dull and muted thump on his left leg barely startled him out of his fugue, and it was only because of the warm liquid that he felt running down it that he snapped out of his meditation. There was a filthy, rat-like monster gnawing at his leg, tearing off great strips of flesh with each flash of its curved incisions. The thing was about 2 or 3 times larger than a rat from Earth, and it had 2 curved horns that extended up past its head. Jonathan howled in pain and shook his foot desperately, trying to dislodge the creature. This was to no avail, however, and it held on fast. Jonathan gritted his teeth and pushed his mana through his leg, sending a burst of blue fire out of the skin. It burnt his leg severely, but it also cauterized his wound and injured the rat at the same time. Overall, a win. The rat fell backwards, smoking lightly, and Jonathan reached down, snapping its neck. The amount of energy that he got from it was beyond pitiful, but any bit helped. He didn't even bother reading the notification that formed on its death. He did not care what the creature's name was. In the grip of an intense hunger, he briefly eyed up the corpse, wondering if it was edible. The oozing yellow liquid that he saw spurting out of the rat as it died caused him to abandon that course of action. He might have relinquished most of his old world morals, but just because he had gone almost entirely wild, it didn't mean that he had to eat like a wild man either. No, he was better than that. Whatever was at that beacon in the distance, it would be salvation. That was the mantra that he kept playing in his head as he wandered, and before long, he was drifting along, lost in a stupor of energy deprivation. He wandered across the ash for some time, unaware of his surroundings. Many of the rat creatures tried to attack him, but he fended them off unconsciously, his skin blazing with bright light as they came close. As he wandered, his mastery of his mana slowly increased, and he eventually ranked it up to the next tier of novice rank. He was barely aware of that, only recognizing it briefly. Instead, he just kept on walking and walking and walking. Over the next day, he slowly became weaker and weaker until he could barely put one foot in front of another. Each time that he came close to failing, however, he was reminded of his purpose by the blinking quest in his interface, the one telling him that he would break hell. That, and nothing else, was what kept him going in the face of disaster. Finally, he collapsed, unable to continue any longer. His tongue was like a length of sandpaper, and his skin was dried up from the heat of the air around him. Even though his mind and what could keep going, his body couldn't keep up. With that, he drifted into an uneasy slumber, nestled up against one of the ash drifts. Jonathan awoke to the sound of bells ringing, and he gagged as something forced liquid down his throat. When he realized that liquid was water, albeit water that was quite unclean, he SCKED at it desperately, drawing the liquid into his system. He drank too quickly, however, and he sputtered as the water went down the wrong way. Someone near him laughed, and he slowly opened his eyes, blinking in the light. He was lying on a table in a large room that looked suspiciously like a tavern. A few lanterns cast the place, and its patrons in a dim light, creating large, moving shadows on the wall as the people drank from large tankards. Hovering over him was a human, or at least it looked like a human at first glance. However, when the creature moved into the light, it clearly was not. It had reptilian skin and a massive scar tissue over its left eye. However, the way that it moved told Jonathan that it was feminine in nature. He tried to raise his head, but he was too weak for that, instead groaning as pain ripped through his spine. "Easy there, wanderer. You don't want to undo all my hard work now, do you?" The woman's voice was soft and raspy, and there was a faint note of humor in it. "What? Where am I?" Jonathan asked, his mouth wet enough to talk, although with some pain. "You're in Dreg, one of the many towns of the ash heaps. But you already knew that, didn't you? Unless you aren't from here." The woman leaned in, bearing long fangs. "We aren't like the demons and monsters here, but we aren't saints either. Tell me, do you have anything valuable on you?" "What? No, I don't," Jonathan replied truthfully. All he had was his tattered clothes and his life. The woman sniffed at him, but evidently sensed that he was telling the truth as she withdrew her head. "Very well, I believe you. However, you cannot stay here. We barely have enough food and drink to support our population, let alone feed another wayward soul. Dreg was never meant to be anything more than a homestead." "A homestead? Why would someone build one in the middle of hell?" Jonathan wondered. The woman's face darkened in response. "Do you think it was our choice, my choice, to live in a place like this? No, we were the souls of the dead that resisted the pain of the descent and managed to come out the other side with our minds intact. We were all marked by that passage, however. I assume you know what I am talking about." "I do. I remember that falling sensation, the hideous pain." Jonathan trailed off, his mind lost in the horrors of what he had gone through. The woman sighed and patted his arm gingerly, as if unsure of the impact it would have. "Don't be afraid. You avoided a far worse fate. Those ash imps would have carried you off to Granath. You have done far worse things to you than a bit of pain. You see all those monsters on the way here? Well, those all used to be dead souls." Jonathan stiffened at the mention of Granath, his current target. "Granath?" he asked, hoping to get more out of the woman. "Who's that? You don't know, oh, right? You new here. Each circle of hell has a guardian, and the one for the ash heaps is Granath. He is a massive worm the length of a city block that feasts on the twisted souls of those who come here. He is monstrously powerful. At the top of tier, nobody can hope to stand against him. The soul of some hero came here a few decades back and tried to kill Granath. We could hear his screams from here as he was tortured into oblivion. Yet again, Jonathan was hearing about the power system in this world. How powerful is the top of tier 2? He asked, trying as hard as he could not to sound suspicious. The woman frowned. Were you some sort of fool in your past life? Did you never reach any sort of power level beyond level 1? Is that why you are so ignorant? Something like that. Well, I'll give you a brief overview. Each tier has 100 levels, and they all give more power than the last. Compared to us, a being like Granath is like a god. And there are more tiers after tier 2, but I have only heard about them in myths. In any case, Granath could destroy a city in a matter of minutes, and not a small one either. To think that he is the weakest of the guardians. Well, that sounds like trouble. Other than the hero, has anyone else tried to kill him? Did anyone ever get close to succeeding? What are all these questions about? Don't tell me you want to kill him. Are you chasing the myth of the Hellbreaker?" The woman asked, snorting in disdain. Jonathan looked at her, having heard the name of his quest. "Hellbreaker? What do you know about the Hellbreaker? So you are. What a fool you are. You should try to eke out as best an existence as you can here, rather than chasing ghosts. As to what it is, I assume that we all heard the same myths. The hero, destined to conquer the infinite hells and free the dead? Yeah, we all daydream about being the Hellbreaker, but we already knew that it is an impossible task. If Granath is impossible to defeat, then the Lord of Hell himself is beyond the reach of all." The woman paused, and then gasped as a burly man shoved her aside. He was of a different race, with green skin and long tusks. If anything, Jonathan would have said that he was an orc. Curious, he analyzed the man. Jork, half-orc, level 12. The man was of a higher level than him. and the look of brutish cunning in his eyes was not encouraging to Jonathan. Well, well, well. Another foundling, brought in by Kyra. All I see in front of me is a sack of essence. The tone that the man was taking told Jonathan that he was probably about to be murdered in full sight of everyone in the tavern. He looked around for help, but everyone studiously ignored him. Jorg reached down with one massive hand and grabbed at Jonathan's throat. Jonathan snapped his head to the side and rose up as quickly as he could, summoning mana to his hands. Jorg narrowed his eyes at this. So you have a bit of a bite to you after all. Good. The system will reward me more for this then. Jonathan ignored the man's words and got ready to fight for his life. Jorg's hands glowed with red light, and the man sped forwards, moving far faster than he had any right to do. Only Jonathan's instincts, honed from his previous battles, allowed him to duck in time. The blow clipped his shoulder instead of his head, and he was sent stumbling back with a crack in his collarbone. Jorg laughed bitterly and attacked again. This time, Jonathan counterattacked. Moving the ball of mana to the front of his fist, he punched as Jorg's fist came in. To win this thing, he would need to take a bit of damage in return. Jonathan suddenly realized that he had no apprehension about killing the man in front of him. He had been attacked first, and it was within his right to kill the brutish half-orc that was so willing to murder innocents for a simple level up. As Jonathan's fist connected, Jorg drove his own fist into Jonathan's stomach, rupturing something there. Jonathan spat up blood, but maintained his course, driving the coruscating ball of power into Jorg's shin. The ball of mana ate through the flesh and bone, turning it to molten slag. Jorg howled in pain, a noise that quickly turned into a whimper as his tongue melted. Jorg staggered backwards, and Jonathan followed up with another strike straight into his face. With a rattling cry, Jorg died, his skull cracking beneath the power of the raw mana. Everyone in the tavern went silent, staring at Jonathan in amazement. He wiped off his fist, trying not to let the pain on his face show. Jorg had ruptured some organ in his abdomen, and his only hope was a level up. Power left Jorg's body and drifted over to Jonathan, filling him with enough power to give him 2 levels. As the stat points settled into his body, he took a deep breath of pleasure, watching as his wounds healed over. Without a further word, he walked out of the tavern. Even if he had been in the right, he doubted that these people would want someone like him staying around. As he took in the tiny town, barely 10 huts in the tavern, the reptilian woman, Kyra, rushed out of the tavern behind him. Wait, how are you so strong for your level? She asked. Because, Jonathan began, preparing to say something rash. I am the Hellbreaker. Without hesitation, he began turning, leaving the woman behind him. He had a demonic worm to kill, and a tear to climb. 2 hours later, Jonathan was regretting not picking up any food or water from Drake. Then again, it had been unlikely that any of the people would have given him any after what he had done to Jorg. Besides, the water that Kyra had given him filled the hole within him enough. His higher stats were starting to have a noticeable impact on his hunger and thirst, and he had not had to use the bathroom since arriving here. A blinking notification that he had chosen to ignore waited for him, and by the way that it appeared, he knew that it was a title. He also knew what the title was for. Finally, he resigned himself to opening it. You have gained a new title, Righteous Killer, rare. You have slain another sapient being, although with just cause. Continue to convince yourself that you are not just another murderer, and you will keep the demons at bay. Rewards, +2 to resilience, +2 to wisdom. It was a strange distribution of stats, but it was still stats nonetheless, and Jonathan wasn't going to disparage them, no matter how unsavory his means of acquisition were. To survive in this place, he would need every edge that he could get. If that meant slaying marauding orcs, so be it. He closed the notification and studied the land ahead of him. The ash drifts were starting to become larger, and the landscape was no longer so monotonous. He could see 2 lights in the distance, likely the site of other towns. The fact that one of them looked larger than the one piqued his interest, if nothing else. He needed to find out more about the world that he was in, and now that he knew about the existence of sapient beings within this place, he needed to seek them out. However, judging by the brightness of the light, it was quite a ways away. That was just as well, as Jonathan had no wish to be assaulted by another person again without the means with which to defend himself. He was already nearly the same level as the Ash Prowlers, and many times more powerful too, and he wanted to at least reach level 10 by the time that he got to the city. However, the knowledge of how many levels were left until he could even match Granath, the monster he was supposed to kill, was staggering. At this rate, assuming that leveling got harder and harder as time went on, he could be in this one circle of hell for years, if not decades. That was assuming that he could even find Granath in the first place. Still, the same fire burned within him that had been kindled by thoughts of revenge, and he knew that he would never willingly give up on his quest. He would climb the mountain in front of him, and all the mountains past that as well. The only thing left to do was continue to study his pathway skill as much as he could. Only this time, he would try not to get lost in it. Splitting his focus between his whirling core and the ashy waste around him, Jonathan began his trek towards civilization, or at least a small town where he could get some food and information. As he walked, he sunk into a trance-like state, but not one that was too deep for him to keep track of the outside world. Instead, his core was superimposed over his vision, allowing him to manipulate it as he walked. Jonathan wasn't sure whether this was the effect of his advanced intelligence, but he was able to concentrate and split his focus far more easily than ever before, allowing him to make headway in a manner that would have been impossible to him before he had come to this world. After a few hours, the chime of another notification alerted him to the fact that he had reached Novice Rank 4 in his mana manipulation skill. Now that he had made some headway, it was time to see if he could do anything more than just creating ball of energy with which to fight. It was probably a long shot, but he had a craving for some sort of range skill to allow him to avoid at least a part of the pain of melee fighting. However, he was interrupted by a baying howl from the distance, calling across the ash. Jonathan removed his mind's eye from his core and got ready for a fight. What came padding around the corner of a ruined cathedral, however, was not any mere Ash Prowler. This one was clearly of the same pattern, but it was double the size, and liquid flame dripped from his jaws. He scanned the beast, finding out that it was a new type of monster, and with a new designation as well. Alpha Ash Prowler Elite, level 17. It was an elite tier monster, meaning that it was more powerful than its brethren, probably in every way. In addition, it was the highest level thing that Jonathan had ever faced. Perhaps it was now time for him to run. He might have been hungry for more power, but he had no wish to die in a futile fight. With a sudden grunt, he was off. The baying howl returned, and he looked around just in time to see the Alpha Prowler leaping for him, moving far faster than he was. He ducked under its strike and watched as it landed gracefully in front of him. The creature was far too fast for him to escape. Instead, he would have to make a stand here and now, despite the fact that he was drastically underleveled. He would have been confident had this been a normal Ash Prowler, but the elite designation was giving him pause. If this was anything like a video game, and all things pointed to it being so, then this monster likely had more power than a normal one of its kind at that level. It was similar to him in many ways, having greater power than its level indicated. However, it had 10 levels on him as well. He growled at the creature, trying to intimidate it. Of course, his efforts were met without response, and the monster began to charge once more. Fire built in the back of its throat, and it disgorged a large blob of liquid heat towards Jonathan. His eyes widened, and he leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then the beast took him full in the face with its claws, and he went down. A memory from Earth suddenly surfaced of the year-long stint he had spent studying martial arts. It had been recommended to him by his boss, in case of any would-be truck robbers. With a grunt, he gripped the creature's paws with both hands and flipped it over his shoulder, using its momentum against it. The monster landed heavily on the ash, and he quickly hyperextended its paw. Of course, the range of motion for this monster was different to the humans on which Jonathan had trained, but enough force applied to a body part would get the job done regardless. And with 4 times the strength of a normal human, Jonathan could bring some serious force to the table. The bones snapped audibly and the monster roared in pain, readying another fireball in its mouth. If Jonathan stayed in this position, it would be impossible to avoid. Instead, he withdrew quickly, narrowly missing the glob of fire that seared past his head. He didn't know what would happen if that attack hit him, and he didn't want to find out either. He came in for another pass and grappled with the monster, trying to overpower it. He had underestimated its strength, however, and it quickly had him on the back foot, tearing at his skin with its claws and jaws. As blood ran down his front, Jonathan winced. He really needed to get some armor before long. He quickly summoned his energy ball to his hands and pumped more energy into them than he had ever done before. The ball started to unravel and come apart, and he had the distinct feeling that they would detonate soon if he did not use them. That was actually quite useful in this situation. He waited for an opening and then moved his hands into the prowler's mouth. Before it could bite down, he sent more mana into the ball, causing them to destabilize. The flesh was flayed off his bones, and the prowler's head exploded. Jonathan screamed as the flesh melted from his hands, exposing the open bones to the air. However, as the energy from the monster entered him, the wounds started to heal over. There was still some residual scarring, as a level up could only achieve so much, but it had been enough. Even better, he had leveled up multiple times. He knew that he would not have gained as much energy or essence, as the orc had called it, had the monster not been an elite. Opening his notifications, he saw that there was more than one waiting for him. Firstly, however, was his level ups. You have killed an alpha ash prowler. You have leveled up X3. Those levels had allowed him to reach level 10, which had been his goal. Far from just having achieved that, though, he realized that he had gained more than he had bargained for when he read the next notification. For reaching level 10, you have unlocked boons. Available Tier 1 boons. Tough skin, elastic muscles, speedy nerves, inner conscience. There was no further explanation than this, but Jonathan could tell what the boons did by their descriptions. The first one obviously increased his defense. The second allowed him to move more quickly. The third increased his reaction time, whereas the fourth was a bit more mysterious. He immediately ruled it out, however, knowing that he could not waste such a valuable opportunity on something that he was utterly ignorant of. Also, he didn't really care for the middle two options either. Neither would help him in this situation amply. That only left him with the tough skin option, which fitted his current fighting style. He was certainly taking enough damage as it was. He quickly selected the first option and doubled over as pain ripped through his skin. It cracked and reformed over and over again, becoming dense and leathery. Soon he was left with a bulwark of flesh that guarded his inner organs against the outer world. He looked a lot more weather-beaten than before, with cracks spreading across his flesh, but he was satisfied with the power that he felt. Idly, he punched a nearby wall, feeling a muted pain rather than the sharp one he would have felt before. If nothing else, this would make his punches more effective. More importantly, he had a new pathway skill waiting for him, and this one was already somewhat upgraded. You have gained a pathway skill. Martial Arts, Student 3. You have dabbled in the ways of material prowess in a past life, and some of that wisdom still remains within you. Your expertise is crude and basic at best, but it is a sturdy foundation for greater heights in the future. +3 to strength, +2 to dexterity. You have access to a martial skill. Redirect, uncommon. Use your opponent's momentum against them by unbalancing them. Accept, Y/N. Jonathan quickly accepted the skill and felt a wealth of information enter his brain. Suddenly, he was far more adept at the technique that he had used against the Alpha Prowler earlier. It was as if it had been downloaded into his brain. Also, the stat bonus from the pathway skill was quite useful as well. Opening up his stat sheet, Jonathan saw that he had quite a few points to allocate as well. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1. Human, Basic. Outsider, Tier 1. Level 11. 18 free points. Strength, 53. Dexterity, 46. Constitution, 42. Resilience, 42. Intelligence, 39. Wisdom, 37. Divinity, 1. Health, 420 of 420. Stamina, 530 of 530. Mana, 390 of 390. Titles: Chosen of Sarnac Throws, Unique, Nascent Divinity, Celestial, Righteous Killer, Rare, Underdog, Rare. Skills: Smite, Legendary, Redirect, Uncommon, Identify, Common. Pathway Skills: Martial Arts, Student 3, Mana Manipulation, Novice 4. Quests: Hellbreaker, Impossible. Jonathan's stat sheet was starting to get a bit long, which was a good thing. It meant that he was growing more powerful. In addition, his titles were starting to expand, and if he got a few more, he would definitely be a step ahead of the curve. He looked over his stats with a strange sense of pride for a few minutes before closing the sheet and continuing on his way. Jonathan had misjudged the distance earlier, for it took him days to reach the next village. During that time, he had been assaulted by all manner of monsters, and had even had to battle another one of the fetid oozes. This time around, he was far better equipped to defeat it, however, and he had gained another 2 levels in that time. As he went, he made sure to judge his relative strength, wanting to save his free stat points as long as he could. He had initially thought that it would be impossible to progress without them, but as time went on, he learned just how much stronger than normal he was. He was gaining 12 stat points per level, not counting the free ones, and that was 3 times more than the bonuses that he had seen for the other class options in the Onyx Citadel. He was on the road to true power, and he salivated at the thought of dumping 50 or even 100 points into a stat in the near future. This hunger should have disturbed him, but even the realization that he was addicted to the thrill of leveling did not dissuade him. Gaining power could only ever be a good thing, right? By the time that he reached the village he had been aiming for, he had also increased his mana manipulation to novice rank progression within the initial rank of the pathway skill was ridiculously easy, although it was more a matter of experimentation than actual mastery. He knew that it would only get harder from there on, if not for the fact that the system, as Jorg had called it, extended into the infinite hells. Whether by accident or design, he would have died 100 times over by now. Even if the monsters had been unleveled, they were still monsters. It was the only spark of hope in the dark world that Jonathan lived in, that and the hope of revenge. As he crested a hillock of ash, tainted with the bones of monsters, he finally caught sight of his destination. A modestly sized town stretched out beneath him, surrounded by a wall of dark stone. It was a drab place, with nondescript buildings made out of the same dark rock as the walls. The few people that Jonathan could see were all somber in appearance, and were dressed in battered leathers from some unknown source. He made his way down the side of the hill, making sure not to slip on the inhuman bones, and eventually reached the base of the hillock, on level ground with the town. It was large enough to house perhaps a few hundred people, and 2 depressed-looking guards stood watch at a gate. Jonathan quickly scanned them, finding out that they were both level 15, 3 levels above him. If it came to a fight, however, he was confident that he could take them. Jonathan cautiously walked up to the 2 guards, approaching slowly. As he crossed the ash, they looked up and stood to attention. "Halt! Who are you? Why are you here?" One of the guards, a woman, asked, her voice tense. "I'm just a traveler, looking for succor. Surely your city does not turn away those in need." Jonathan said, trying to sound as pathetic as possible. "Just a traveler, my butt." The other guard said, his voice deep. "Your level people don't get there unless they seek out fights. I will ask you now, what is your business here?" "Like I said, I'm looking for food, water, and lodging. Perhaps some equipment as well. Do you even have money?" The female guard interjected. "We're not going to let in some wastrel who cannot contribute to our town." "Money? What kind of money?" This was the first time Jonathan had heard of there being money in this place. "Leviathan marks, what else?" The woman replied, pulling out a dark coin from her pocket. On it was a strange, tentacled creature. "Oh, well, I am afraid that I am lacking in that department." But Jonathan quickly said, as the guards seemed to lose interest, "I am quite handy in a fight. If there are any monsters that you need me to kill, I will do it." "Handy in a fight," he says. The male guard snorted. "All right, I'll give you a chance. There is a nest of waste goblins nearby. Bring me the broodmother's head, and I will let you in." Might as well let the system make it an actual quest as well. If you manage that, then you deserve whatever you get. At those words, a dull chime rang out, and the air shimmered. A notification popped up in front of Jonathan. You have gained a quest. Baby Killer C. You have been tasked with killing a nest of waste goblins and their brood mother. Shame on you for accepting. Think of the little green monsters, their tiny claws, their sharp, blood-spattered teeth. Oh, that wasn't as endearing as I imagined it would be. Rewards. Entry to Turan, 10 Leviathan marks. Jonathan sighed as he read the quest description. It seemed that the system liked to make fun of those under its jurisdiction. It was clearly a sapient being, but one that was alien to him. Anything that could function on so many wavelengths at once was something that was not human, or elf, or orc, or whatever strange, fantastical races inhabited this world. Also, if Jonathan wasn't mistaken, the system had purposefully made a sad face with the quest difficulty level. Sighing, he closed the interface and nodded at the others. Very well. Do you need some sort of proof? No. The system will handle all. That, the male guard said. Jonathan turned around and walked away before turning back, a wry smile on his face. I don't suppose you could point me to this nest. An hour later, Jonathan was standing outside of a hole in the ground. Every now and again, wafts of rancid air would come out of the hole, as if some gargantuan creature was breathing down there. Little green monsters might, but Jonathan thought. With a sigh, he approached the hole, holding his nose closed. The hole was more than wide enough for him to enter, not that he especially wanted to. Still, there was no other way to get what he needed. The dryness in his throat and hole in his gut were all the evidence that he needed for going in. Unless he wanted to eat monsters, he needed entry to Turan. As he descended into the hole, his feet landed in some wet, squishy substance. He was glad for the fact that there was barely any light in here. He wouldn't have liked what he saw there. Either it was excrement or was something worse. This was yet another reason why he needed proper equipment. The smell got worse, and worse the lower he went, until he could taste in his mouth, like a physical thing made out of malodorous vapors. A deep, rumbling snore could be heard coming from the base of the tunnel, and an unholy, skittering noise. A minute later, Jonathan broke into a large cavern, filled with small green creatures. He summoned a mana flame to see better, immediately wishing that he hadn't. Other than the cursory resemblance to their description, they were certainly not, as the system had claimed, endearing. The little monsters were colored a disgusting shade of moss green, and their skin was mottled with sores and open wounds. Their claws extended a few inches out from their tiny, gnarled hands, and their teeth were clearly visible from here. They were most certainly blood-spattered. In the very center was a monstrously obese goblin twice the size of Jonathan, with its head tilted in slumber. When he entered, the bevy of goblins went still and looked in his direction, their eyes glinting in the light of his mana flame. A moment later, they were skittering across the ground towards him. Jonathan snarled as the living tide of green surged towards him, and he consoled himself with the fact that at least his martial arts abilities would work on these things. He got a quick head count as they approached, noting that there were about 15 of the creatures. They were all about half his height, but still tall enough for him to use his skills on effectively. As the first two reached him, Jonathan reached down with both hands and stepped through the gap between them, flipping the monsters with ease. His newfound strength made the motion trivially easy. Small, delicate bones cracked as he slammed the creatures into their brethren, eliciting reedy squeaks from the creatures. Then the main bulk of the group was upon him, and he was beset from all sides by scratching claws and rending teeth. Jonathan raised his hands in front of his face to protect himself and got to work. Each punch, propelled with a strength beyond his frame, took a goblin out of the fight, either stunning them or sending them a dozen feet into the distance. All the while, the brood mother remained slumbering, unaware that her children were being murdered as she slept. Then again, murder implied the idea that these things were not just mere monsters. They certainly did not seem sapient to Jonathan. In any case, it did not matter. He had killed a person once before, and he would do so again without hesitation if it was needed. Each application of his martial skill broke bones and tore sinews, rendering the creatures unable to fight effectively. It was a brutal means of combat, but one that Jonathan was quite adept at. He was nowhere near his limit, and the few scratches that had made it through his defense were worthless, unable to inhibit his motion. As he slowly worked through the weak monsters, one of them was sent flying towards the broodmother by an errant punch. As it landed on her ample stomach, the snoring cut off, and the creature opened one rheumy eye. Looking up, it wailed in rage as it saw what had happened during its slumber. The creature rose to its feet, grunting with effort, and howled at Jonathan. The goblins around him chortled and ran off, hiding in the far corners of the room. Jonathan quickly analyzed the beast in front of him, and his heart fell. This would not be a pushover. Goblin Broodmother, Elite. Level 19. It was only 2 levels higher than the Alpha Prowler had been, but it was of a different build to that creature, and it seemed to have a rudimentary intelligence. He cursed the unnamed guard from the city gates for sending him on this suicide mission. They had known full well that no normal level 12 could stand against a monster of this caliber. Hell, even Jonathan would be hard-pressed with this fight. The monster laughed and trundled across the ground towards him, her massive arms stretched out wide. The creature's frame might have been covered in lard, but Jonathan knew that it likely had its fair share of strength as well. He did not want to be caught by any attack this creature could dish out. As it approached, he widened his stance and summoned his mana ball, getting ready for a long and hard fight. The size and shape of the creature would render his mana-imbued attacks almost useless except against its head, which was 4 feet higher up than his own and almost out of reach. He would have to whittle it down instead, fighting a war of attrition. Jonathan took a deep breath and leaned into the knowledge imparted to him by his martial arts pathway skill, preparing himself physically and mentally for the fight. The broodmother closed the last few feet with stunning speed, shaking the ground with every step. Jonathan got his hands up just in time to tank a punch to the face, an attack that sent him flying backwards straight into the cavern wall. He let out a grunt as the air was driven from his lungs. As he had suspected, the broodmother was monstrously strong, despite its comedic form. The monster dashed in again, seeking to end the fight with another blow. Jonathan dodged and used the cavern wall to push off, catching the monster in the lower jaw with a vicious left hook, imbued with mana. The broodmother staggered backwards, her rolls of fat lightly seared. Then she smiled at Jonathan, exposing rows of serrated fangs. Each one of those fangs was stained black with ancient blood and detritus. The monster started gagging, as if it was choking on something, and then it vomited a spray of acidic liquid at Jonathan. A few drops landed on his bare flesh and burnt down to the bone. He hissed in agony and distanced himself from the smoking and bubbling pile of acid on the ground next to him. Closing the distance rapidly, he ducked under 2 punches and began to pummel the monster rapidly in the stomach. It bent backwards at the force contained within Jonathan's attacks and spat up greenish blood. He backed off as it slammed its meaty arms together, trying to catch him off guard. The monster growled in rage and barreled forwards, clipping Jonathan's shoulder with an outstretched fist. He spun with the attack, mitigating the force, and slammed his palm into the monster's back as hard as he could, dislodging vertebrae. The thing staggered and whirled around, suddenly unable to move its limbs as quickly. It almost fell over, but kept its balance long enough to begin building up some sort of skill. Waves of green light cascaded over its form, and then sunk into its flesh. With a muffled thump, all of the fat on its form suddenly vanished, replaced with lean muscle. The creature stood at its full height for the first time, and, at over 12 feet, it was an intimidating sight. Bearing those same blood-stained fangs, it blurred forwards, almost faster than Jonathan could see. Without pausing once, it slashed at him with long, matted claws, tracing a line of fire across his chest. His tattered clothes gave up the ghost, and his shirt fell off him, exposing his bare chest. The monster slashed again, but Jonathan held up one hand to block. The blow fractured his forearm, but allowed him to slam his palm into the monster's stomach, imbuing it with mana. Without the thick cushion of fat protecting the monster from him, the skill burnt straight through, a testament to his growing control over his mana. Howling in pain, the broodmother jumped backward with a charred hole in its abdomen. Jonathan pressed his advantage, sending his other fist hurtling into the weakened area. His fist sunk into an organ, and blood spurted out around it. The stench was nauseating, and Jonathan realized that he had broken into the creature's stomach. Fighting in hand-to-hand combat was certainly a gruesome way to go, especially with his enhanced stats. Ripping his hand out, he danced backwards as a storm of claws descended upon the area he had just been in, the monster incensed by the pain he had put through. He could tell that the battle was almost finished, and it had been quite a bit easier than he had expected. His talent for mana manipulation was really paying dividends now. Jonathan watched as the monster faltered, trying desperately to get to him. Somewhere within its mind, it realized that its only hope was to level up, which was unlikely, even if it did kill him, based on its current level. All he had to do was wait it out. However, Jonathan was impatient and was hungry to test himself. Instead, he charged the beast, weaving through its weakened strikes, and planted both fists into the sides of its head. A wave of mana passed between them as the mana orbs made contact with each other, and Jonathan was blasted backwards, falling into unconsciousness. All he could hear was a long, drawn-out scream, which he belatedly realized was coming from himself. Jonathan awoke to a burning pain in his left leg. One of the goblins was gnawing on it, trying to break through his skin. However, his recent acquisition of a boon was stymieing its efforts, and all it had achieved was to bloody the skin a little bit. Jonathan reached down and picked the creature up, tearing it off his leg with ease. As it writhed and clawed at the air, he felt a sudden sense of emptiness. For the first time, he doubted himself. Did he really have what it took to slaughter his way through the infinite hells, growing stronger off the pain and terror of his prey? Could he stomach a kill streak that would eventually become innumerable? As he contemplated his meaning within this world, he realized that, yes, he could. He needed to break free of this terrible place, if he was to ever realize his full potential. The brief glance of the real world that he had gotten of the rolling hills and the pastoral landscape reminded him that none of this was real. Besides, even if this was a real place, everyone here were sinners. They were all going to die anyway, and Jonathan might as well be the one to kill them. In any case, he had some notifications to look over, to distract himself from the moralistic ramblings of his brain. You have killed a waste goblin broodmother. You have killed a waste goblin, X15. You have leveled up, X2. The rate of depreciation was slow, but his leveling speed was slowing down now. The thing that had put it over the edge likely had been him reaching level before that. Killing such a powerful monster and its children would have given him far more power than he had gotten now. Still, it was a good boost, bringing his overall level up to level 14, and bringing his pot of stored stat points to, after the level up notification, was one telling him that he had advanced in his mana manipulation skills, and he was now at novice rank. He was almost at the student rank, and the stat boost that would bring. Also, it was likely that he would gain a skill out of the matter, perhaps finally turning his mana ball attack into a system-registered technique like the redirection ability. The final notification was as followed. You have completed a quest. Baby Killer C, you have been rewarded with 10 Leviathan marks. Talk with the Taran city guards for entry. 10 of the dark metal coins that the guard had shown him dropped out of the air and into his palm. They were strangely warm and had the disturbing texture of flesh, despite being made entirely out of metal. He pocketed them, and then realized that his pockets were all ruined beyond repair as the coins clinked to the ground beneath him. Sighing, he resolved himself to keep a hold of them, despite their foul texture. Taking one last good look at the cavern, Jonathan spotted a glint of metal from the far corner, coming out of a pile of filth. Walking over to it, he recognized it as a chain. It was connected to something buried in the waste, and Jonathan plucked it out gingerly. It was an amulet, emblazoned with a strange sigil. 13 black stars orbited a void, inexorably heading straight into its center. Jonathan quickly scanned it. Basic amulet of Sarnathros. Tier 1 magical item. An amulet imbued with the faith of its wearer over many decades. A small portion of energy has entered it, granting it supernatural power. All true believers in Sarnathros gain a minor bonus to all stats while wearing this object. Jonathan raised an eyebrow and put the amulet on, wiping off the filth from the end. As he slipped the chain over his head, a tiny rush of power entered him. There was no change on his stat sheet, but he could feel that he had gained a minimal amount of power, perhaps equal to a single extra stat point per stat. With his new treasure, Jonathan was ready to leave the cave. As he trudged up the narrow tunnel towards the surface, he studiously ignored the detritus squelching beneath him. Some time later, he approached the Turan city gates, happy to see that the same two guards were there. He drew near and opened his arms wide in challenge. "Well, so I couldn't do it then?" "Those goblins were weak," he said, noting the expressions of shock and concealed anger on the guards' faces. Sighing, they opened the gates behind them, letting him into the city. As the rusted iron gates creaked outwards, the city was slowly revealed, not that it could be really called a city. The ground was covered in trash, and the air was pervaded with the scent of rot. This was a town that had seen better days, although those days had probably still been dismal. The few denizens of the town looked up at him suspiciously before returning to their own paths, ignoring him. He walked into the city and kept his eyes out for what he was looking for: food, water, and equipment. Now that he had some money, those things were within his reach. It was about 10 blocks by 5, and the houses were squat and low to the ground, with none of them taller than the wall. In the center of the town was a 2-story building, but even that was not any taller than the dark stone fortifications around the city. There was probably a reason for that. A nearby building seemed to have many more patrons than the rest, and Jonathan walked cautiously up to it, hearing the noises of muffled carousing coming from within. Even those noises seemed deadened and dreary, however, and the pervasive atmosphere of gloom that suffused this town was present even here. Jonathan walked into the tavern and drew the eyes of everyone in there. The reasons were twofold. One, he was a newcomer to this town, presumably a rarity in these parts. Nobody in their right minds would leave the safety of a town, not even to come to another. Secondly, he was covered in blood and viscera, and his shirt was missing. However, compared to some of the people here, he seemed comparatively well off. Quite a few men and women, of all sorts of exotic races, sported large masses of scar tissue, and their clothes were hardly in any better shape than his own. Ignoring the stares, he walked up the bar, making sure to skirt the patches of sticky liquid on the ground. Those were most likely from beer, but they could be worse. When he reached the bar, a greasy-looking man with a thin mustachio sidled up, raising one eyebrow at Jonathan. "A newcomer, I see. I'm surprised that the guards let you by. Those two hardises barely let anything fun happen around here." The man shot his eyes over to the side, and Jonathan followed, laying eyes on a pair of scantily clad reptile women, both of whom were eyeing him up with hunger on their faces. He shook his head and looked back at the bartender, who seemed a little bit disappointed. "I'm not here for cheap thrills," Jonathan said, letting an edge into his voice. "I want supplies for my journey. Food, water, and some sort of proper clothing." I can supply the first two, but for the latter, you'll need to talk with Tom. Just a friendly warning, he can be a bit grumpy at this time of the day." The man pointed at a swarthy fellow down in his cups at the end of the bar. As Jonathan studied him, he realized that Tom was a dwarf, or at least something similar to that. Jonathan walked slowly down by the bar, avoiding the careening drunks that lined it. One of them tried to reach for his pockets, but Jonathan slapped her hand out of the way, not sparing her a second glance. The woman blinked once, and then went back to her drink. Jonathan shook his head and made it to his target without any further incident. Clearing his throat when Tom remained recalcitrantly buried in his drink, he prompted the man to look at him with an evil expression. "What the hell do you want, boy? I'm a busy man here. Leave me alone." "Yeah, busy drinking your life away." Jonathan had dealt with people like this in the past, and the best way to break through to them was by flaring their emotions. Tom snarled and rose unsteadily to his feet, almost falling over. Jonathan calmly put out his hand, steadying the man. All he got for his efforts was an angry punch that came nowhere near hitting him. Are you quite done? I was told that you're the man to talk to for general supplies, Jonathan continued. The dwarf looked up at him with a crafty expression in his face, one that was not marred by his inebriated state. What's that to you? You got money to spend? Tom asked, smiling creepily. Jonathan nodded at the dwarf, who lit up suddenly with a radiant smile. Well, why didn't you say that before? Come with me, he said a moment later, his voice cheerful. The dwarf stumbled towards the door, and Jonathan haplessly followed him, noting that everyone else in the tavern seemed to be laughing at him. He had no idea of the various social dichotomies here, and hoped that he had not gotten himself into a bad situation. As soon as they left the tavern, he was suddenly beset by a band of dwarves, each wielding a small axe. The day was rapidly turning to night, and their features were hidden from Jonathan. What's the meaning of this? He spluttered, watching as Tom turned to face him. The only supplies that you'll be getting out of here is your life, and that's if you're lucky. Hand over all your money, or these streets will run red with your blood, Toym said, the cheerful note in his voice gone, with the drunkenness having disappeared. Jonathan sighed. This was all a ruse, wasn't it? The bartender points me to you, and then as soon as we get out of the bar, then you rob me and give him a cut? At least you weren't like the last would-be criminal I had to deal with. He didn't wait until we were out of the bar. Before the dwarves could respond to that statement, Jonathan was already upon the nearest one, darting past a hasty swipe of the man's axe and burying his fist into his face. The small man went tumbling backwards, blood spurting up from his ruined nose. Jonathan danced backwards as two axes whistled through the space he had just occupied, and he began to send mana to his hands. The two ball of concentrated energy popped into existence on the ends of his fists, and he began swinging at the dwarves, driving them back in fear of his power. As he did this, he quickly analyzed all of them, finding that out of them, only Tom was even over level, the rest of them were lower level than him. And with his bonuses, that meant that they were far weaker than him, far weaker than their levels indicated. Fighting with them was like swimming through a placid lake, as opposed to the shark-infested waters of the monster elites that he had dealt with before. It was almost enjoyable. He made sure not to kill any of them, not wanting to stir up any animus in the town. He was confident against this small band, but if the entire town got together, he was dead. Sidestepping a punch, Jonathan grabbed onto the offending arm and wrenched it past its effective range of motion, pulling it out of its socket. The dwarf in front of him grunted in pain, and Jonathan quickly sent him packing with a devastating haymaker that took him out of the fight. At this point, only Tom was left, and the dwarf seemed a lot less cocky than he had before. Jonathan raised one eyebrow at him and began to advance. Hey, wait, there's no need to be so hasty. How about I give you some things free of charge, and you let me walk away from here? Tom said, his voice quivering. Jonathan paused and pretended that he was mulling over it, although his decision had already been made. He would go along with the dwarf, but first it was time for a little payback. As he nodded his assent, he stepped forwards and punched the man as hard as he could in the stomach, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into a wall. The dwarf grunted as the air was forced out of his body, and Jonathan withdrew his hands to let him fall, gasping, to the filthy ground. I'll take you up on that offer, but I would advise more caution in the future from you, Tom, he replied, spitting out the dwarf's name. The next traveler might not be as lenient as me. Tom got to his feet, spitting out blood, and nodded in fear, meekly skirting around Jonathan. All right then, come with me, he said, once his voice was back. The dwarf led Jonathan along the streets of the town and towards a strangely shaped building propped up against one of the walls. It looked like a cross between a general store and a smithy, with a forge clearly visible from outside, peeking out between rows of shelves. At least the dwarf actually owned a store, and hadn't been lying about that too. When Jonathan stepped inside, After the other man had opened it with a bronze key hanging off his neck, he saw that all of the items were seemingly random in provenance, with rucksacks next to swords and cans of food. Then he remembered the circumstances of his attempted mugging and realized that most of these goods had probably come from people passing through the town. Jonathan ignored that for the moment, though, and walked along the shelves, trying to determine what he wanted. First up was a rucksack, as he needed to have some way of carrying his equipment if he ever got any, and also some proper shoes. His hardened skin from his wound was good for keeping his feet undamaged, but he didn't especially enjoy stepping in the nameless filth that lined the ground of the infinite hells. Spotting a pair of sturdy-looking leather boots, plated with iron, he walked over to them and took them off the shelf. Placing them on the ground, Jonathan tried them on, stunned when they adjusted their size to fit him. They had been a few sizes too large previously, but now they fit perfectly. In addition, his grip on the ground felt far surer than it had before. "Are these enchanted?" Jonathan asked Tom. "Most of the goods in here have at least a minor enchantment. I acquired them from others like you by, relieving them of their belongings. If you want those, they're yours." Jonathan had half a mind to clear out the entire shop in order to punish the dwarf for his wrongdoings, but he realized that would be petty and an utterly futile endeavor. There was no way for him to carry the items with him, and he would end up wasting them. He would rather only pick up things that he needed. With his new shoes, it was time to pick up some armor as well. Because of his fighting style, plate armor would be useless. Not that he saw any here, so leather armor would have to do for now. Spotting a likely set hanging next to the forge, Jonathan padded over, his new shoes even reducing the sound of his footsteps, and pulled down the set of armor. Turning it over and finding the buckles on it for loosening and tightening the fit, he tried it on. It was divided into a few different pieces, with a chest plate made out of boiled leather run through with strips of metal, leggings, and arm protectors. It looked a bit strange, but such was the cost of protection in this world. Jonathan quickly donned it, finding that it fit perfectly, and nodded in satisfaction. He was almost finished with his shopping spree, and the only thing he needed now was some sort of weapon. He actually liked his pugilist fighting style, as it meshed with his martial arts pathway skill effectively, but he still wanted something to make his blows stronger. Searching around the shop while Tom watched in barely concealed dread, he eventually found the perfect item. Nestled between a greatsword and a pair of daggers was a pair of dark iron gauntlets, which had giant spikes affixed onto the ends, tipped with serrated barbs. Picking up the item, Jonathan almost dropped it because of its weight that belied its size. He put the gauntlets on and immediately felt more powerful than before. If that amulet that he had found in the goblin nest had provided a few stat points, this one provided more than a dozen. He heard a muffled wail of despair from behind him, and he smiled. This was likely one of the most valuable items in the entire shop. At least he could get at the dishonest dwarf like this. He quickly analyzed the gauntlets, smiling as he read the description. Marauder's Batterers. Tier 1 weapon, blunt. Twin dark iron gauntlets that are imbued with the spirit of a pugilist. These weapons are the perfect accompaniment to any martial path that eschews normal weaponry in favor of fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Using these weapons will even the gap, allowing you to fight against wielders of any other weapon. +6 to strength, +6 to dexterity while wearing. Jonathan slammed the weapons together, smiling as he did so. These were perfect. The last thing he needed was some food, as he doubted that the bartender back at the inn actually had any for him. Eyeing up cans of food on the shelves, he cleared out a good section, dumping them into his rucksack. Although it likely weighed over 50 pounds by the time he was done, it felt like almost nothing because of his strength. With a cheeky grin at the shopkeeper, he left the building, leaving Tom fuming in a corner, enraged at his loss. Perhaps he could have come out on top if he had tried to deal with Jonathan normally, rather than attempting to rob him. Before he left this place, he had a grudge to settle. Walking down the streets, enjoying the new confidence that his gear instilled in him, Jonathan stopped outside of the tavern, and then kicked the door in. It flew off its hinges, and he stepped through the portal, his eyes on the bartender. The man quivered in fear as Jonathan approached, and as he sent mana to his fists, Finding that the gauntlets were able to conduct the energy, the man whimpered. "You set me up, you BSDRD." Jonathan roared at the man, spittle flying out of his mouth. "How about we settle this, here and now?" The man shook his head in terror, and Jonathan grinned wickedly, leaning over the counter. He snapped his hand out and gripped the man by his collar, pulling him over the counter and onto the ground. "Get up," he snapped at the man, readying a punch. The bartender quivered on the ground and seemed to be crying. "Don't kill me, please," he whimpered. "I'll give you anything. Money, women, anything." Jonathan pet his head at the sound of the word money. He needed more money than he had. That much was sure, although he had no idea what the actual value of the Leviathan marks that he had were. "Money, you say? I might be tempted to let you off if you pay me," Jonathan responded. The bartender nodded in fear and got to his feet, edging behind the counter, as if Jonathan was about to hit him. Jonathan had half a mind to do that, but he restrained himself. It wouldn't be in good form to do something like that. As the horrified patrons watched the exchange, Jonathan turned to them. "Next time you see something like this happening, don't stand by. I don't know if a single one of you has a good bone in your body, but if you do, some changes need to happen in this town. This may be hell, but that doesn't mean that we have to be the demons." Jonathan's off-the-cuff speech had the desired effect on the people. Most of them cowered further, but he saw that a few of them seemed to have taken the words to heart. If he could convert even one person, he would have done a good job here. Turning back to the counter, he found himself facing a crossbow, locked and loaded. The bartender had his finger on the trigger, but before he could pull it, Jonathan grabbed the bow with his gauntlet hand and snapped it in two with an expression of brute force. A moment later, his fist was planted in the bartender's skull, splattering gore over the back wall. Withdrawing his hand, Jonathan smiled as he saw that the blood slipped off the gauntlets like water. These weapons had been the best thing he had found in this forsaken world. Reaching over the counter and scooping up a pile of money that was lying there, Jonathan left the tavern and walked out into the night. Standing on the hilltop overlooking the city, Jonathan took a deep breath. It seemed that the cities were just as bad as the wasteland around him. At least the monsters were honest about their longing to kill you. Looking back one more time at the town behind him, Jonathan could swear that he heard the sound of steel clashing with steel coming from the tavern. With a smile on his face, he left, walking off into the dark expanse of ash. 3 days for cans of food, 2 levels, and 1 mana manipulation tier later, he was on the cusp of ranking up his pathway skill. Sitting in a cross-legged position beneath the remains of some gigantic bell, he poked and prodded at his core until he was able to draw out a massive tendril of mana. He experimented with it, weaving it in and out of his core, trying to see the limits of his power. Still, there was no rank up. He was doing the same thing that he had been doing before, and there was no greater understanding there. Just as he was about to give it up for the day, his frustration manifested by condensing a small tendril of the mana within his body. Jonathan froze and looked at it closely. He had only tried to condense mana outside of his body before, but if he could do it within himself, then this could be the missing link between himself and the next rank. Taking a hold of his core with his mind, Jonathan crushed it together, straining as the orb started to shrink. Pain tore through his body from the core, but he knew that he was on the right path, so he continued. A few moments later, the core stabilized, about half of his previous size. His mana reserves had not been affected, but he could feel that his mana was much more powerful now than before. Also, he had a few notifications waiting for him. You have reached student rank 1 with mana manipulation. Taking hold of your core and manipulating it in the same way as external mana is a dangerous task, but one that brings great benefit. In doing so, you have begun to scratch the surface of your understanding. +3 to intelligence, +2 to wisdom. You have access to a skill. Mana Drill, rare. Condense your mana into a ball of energy that can burn through most substances. Accept? Y/N. Jonathan quickly hit yes, and found himself more attuned with his abilities with mana condensation. As with his martial arts skill, the rank up gave him an additional 5 stat points. It seemed that all student rank pathway skills would give the same amount. In any case, he had some major changes on his stat sheet, and he quickly opened it. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human Basic, Outsider, Tier 1, Level 16, 33 free points. Strength, 70. Dexterity, 53. Constitution, 59. Resilience, 59. Intelligence, 60. Wisdom, 57. Divinity, 1. Health, 590/590. Stamina, 700 of 700. Mana, 600 out of 600. Titles, Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique, Nascent Divinity, Celestial, Righteous Killer, Rare, Underdog, Rare. Skills, Smite, Legendary, Mana Drill, Rare, Redirect, Uncommon, Identify, Common, Pathway Skills, Martial Arts, Student 3, Mana Manipulation, Student 1, Quests, Hellbreaker, Impossible. His stats were increasing slowly but surely, and he was nearing 100 in his strength stat. All of his instincts told him that there would be something special waiting for him at that amount, but he did not know what. Closing his stat sheet, Jonathan leaned back and began to test his new skill. The mana that he used for his skill came to him far more easily than before, and he wondered just how the system was able to increase his understanding of the skill by so much. Was it implanting information into his head? Or was it doing something else, something that he could not understand? Lowering his mana ball, which had grown even smaller than before, to the ground, he was met with a hissing noise as it ate through the rock like it was made out of butter. He could only imagine what it would do to human flesh. As he did so, he caught a glimpse of something strange out of the corner of his eye. In a slightly reflective part of the bell's surface, unmarred despite its many years out in the ash, he caught sight of strange sigils glowing in his eyes. Jonathan paused and moved closer, but the sigils were gone. He summoned his mana ball again, and the sigils returned. They were a shifting mess of three-dimensional tangles that were far beyond his ability to decipher. However, he could sense that there was great power in those sigils, far beyond anything any mortal was meant to understand. In the background, he could feel a sense of energy dropping, although none of his resources were budging, except for his mana, which was to be expected. When he saw a faint golden sheen on his skin, he realized that he was using up his divinity. He seized control of it, remembering using it against the fetid ooze, and the rate at which it was decreasing skyrocketed. For a few seconds, however, he understood a brief fraction of the meaning of the sigils. Then his mind gave out, and he collapsed backwards into the ash. Jonathan woke up with a burning pain in his head and a profound sense of wrongness that he could not put his finger to. Something had changed within him, and as he studied his reflection in the mirror of the bell's surface, he saw that his eyes were now golden. A new notification was waiting for him, but this one was different than all the others he had seen before. Rather than a simple message, it was edged in red, and when he moved to open it, something tried to stop him from doing so. He forced through the resistance and read the message. You have gained a forbidden pathway skill. True Sight, Novice 1. You can see between the cracks in reality, utilizing your divinity to access the same interface as the system itself. As of now, you can comprehend tiny fractions of the universal sigil code, but who knows where this skill might lead. Warning, this is classified as a forbidden skill by the system. Relinquish it now or face extreme sanctions. Jonathan read the message and shook his head. He had gone through too much to get this skill, and it seemed like it was something groundbreaking, something that could render his quest possible. Another chime sounded. You will be rewarded for giving this skill up. You are its sole possessor, and there will be no help in string it. Jonathan shook his head again, preparing to close the interface. One final chime sounded. I will give you a one-time, unique reward in order to persuade you. You will gain power beyond your wildest dreams. He paused. That did sound tempting. Was it worth giving up something that was so clearly powerful that even the system did not want him to have it? He didn't think so. Closing the notification, he sighed. A moment later, extreme agony, the likes of which he had only ever felt once before, seized his body and soul. Blood dripped down his face, and his health bar began to drop. The system was punishing him for his transgressions, it seemed. Jonathan screamed, unable to keep a coherent thought in his head. The pain was too all-consuming for that. However, he caught sight of a hovering rune over his head in the reflection on the bell. It was pointed and tangled, and it radiated a sense of great evil. Without a doubt, that was what was killing him. With a surge of primal emotion, Jonathan screamed in rage, slamming his newfound ability into the rune with as much force as he could. His divinity evaporated like smoke, but a crack formed in the rune just as his will gave out. With a sound like shattering glass, the rune vanished, and he was left sitting there with a mere 10 points of health left in his bar. True Sight has reached Novice Level 4. Unbinding that sigil had given him 3 ranks in the skill, and he tensed, sure that he was about to be beset by another rune, this time without the means to resist it. However, no such attack came, and he was left there pondering what exactly this skill meant. It was clearly to do with his divinity, but it seemed that not even the gods had it, based on the way that the system had described it. Was it to do with his special status as an outsider? Could that have broken through some universal limiter, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the true meaning of everything? In any case, it seemed that the skill was not entirely passive, as he had been able to break that sigil. However, that had been a single rune, and when he studied the ones in his eyes again, he saw that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of intricately layered sigils there. Even just looking at it for a prolonged amount of time made his brain hurt, and he quickly deactivated the skill. That had been an entirely unexpected occurrence, but now that he had the skill, he wasn't sure what exactly he was supposed to do with it. Could he use it to empower himself in some way? Or was it only useful if the system attacked him? He knew that the myriad runes that were contained within his eyes were far beyond his ability to change, so he tried something else. Focusing on the ground in front of himself, Jonathan envisioned the twisted shape of the rune that the system had used on him. His enhanced intelligence meant that the memory was firmly entrenched in his mind, and he was able to draw it out with his finger and some ash. Even in its inert state, the rune still looked dangerous, and it was like staring at a fragment of death itself. With a deep breath, Jonathan sent some divinity into the sigil. The one good thing about having low divinity was that it recharged extremely quickly. His energy poured into the sigil without stopping, almost bottoming him out. At the last moment, however, it clicked into place, and the rune blazed with light. A wave of red energy surged out of the rune, washing over him. It did not harm him, but he heard a squeal from outside. Rushing out, he saw that one of the ash prowlers was leaning up against the wall dead. His rune seemed to have worked. A notification chimed a moment later. You have learned the rune of hatred. This rune, powered by divinity, will kill any enemies within a certain radius. The radius and the power of the rune depends on the amount of divinity placed into it. It seemed that each rune had a different meaning, forming some sort of runic alphabet that could be used to do things. Looking at his runic pathways as he used his mana drill skill, Jonathan was just about able to recognize a few runes before his divinity gave out on him. He swayed, but managed to stop himself from collapsing, a first. He had understood a few of the basic concepts imbued in a few of these runes, such as one that seemed to embody an aspect of connection, another that seemed made to stabilize the entire thing, and another that would channel power. He had made a small but significant step in understanding the runes. Another notification appeared, and he quickly opened it. You have gained a new pathway skill. Runecrafting, Novice 4. Build off your forbidden True Sight skill to not only understand the runes that make up the world around you, but edit them as well to your own desires. There are runes for every concept in existence, and finding them will be a monumental task. Jonathan grinned at this. Not only could he read the sigils that the system was so afraid of, he could also make them. All this time, he was so excited with his new abilities that he did not notice the small rune hovering just out of sight behind his head. If he had studied himself in the mirror, he would have noticed it, but he was too distracted to do so. Instead, he packed up and left the safety of the bell. Nothing happened for a few hours, but eventually a faint rumbling noise started to be heard from the north. Jonathan frowned and paused, looking in that direction. A small cloud of dust was visible in the distance, but it seemed like it was getting closer. It almost appeared like some sort of sandstorm. But for the duration of Jonathan's stay here, he had been unaware of any sort of wind in the ash heaps. No, this was something else, something that he did not want to be anywhere near. He began running for a nearby structure, looking for shelter from the coming storm. Hopefully the ruined castle that was in front of him was sturdy enough to stand up to whatever was coming. It was quite small, as castles went, but most of it was in serviceable condition, especially the walls, which were the most important part. He dashed through the splintered gate and raced up the stairs towards the top of the wall, trying to get a better vantage point. By this point, the cloud of dust was visibly larger than before, and he was able to pick out small flashes of motion within it. The motion of what looked disturbingly like titanic claws. For it to be visible from this distance, whatever those claws belonged to had to be incredibly large. Jonathan took a deep breath and crouched behind the wall, trying to make his profile as small as possible. Whatever was coming was certainly some sort of monster, and one far beyond anything Jonathan had dealt with before. As the earth began to tremble around him, he started to desperately search for a way out. There was no point in trying to outrun whatever was coming towards him, as it was far faster than him. All that would do was get him trampled or eviscerated by the claws that he had seen. None of his abilities were potent enough to stand a chance against that monster either, except for his new rune crafting skill, which was a loose cannon. It might do something to the monster, but might also prove to be nothing more than an annoyance. The area of effect that the rune of hatred had covered had been about 20 feet, and it had been powerful enough to kill an ash prowler with ease. The only question was whether it was strong enough to hold against this monster. The main problem was that Jonathan only had a small amount of divinity available with which to empower the rune, but as far as he could tell, it was his only option. Sighing, he got to work drawing as many of the runes as he could. By the time that he had begun to imbue the first of the runes, the monster had come into sight. It was utterly terrifying. A 50-foot tall reptilian creature. It was covered in lines of dark scales, and its many legs were topped with curved claws that looked sharp enough to cut a tree in half. 2 heads poked out of the top of its monstrous torso, each of which was crowned with a ridge of spikes. Jonathan quickly analyzed the monster, but only got question marks in response. Whatever this thing was, it was not Tier 1. An almost infinitesimal sense of wrongness had been niggling at Jonathan for the last few hours, and as he struggled to fill the runes in time, pushing himself beyond his limits in terms of divinity expenditure, he finally found what had been bothering him. A tiny rune was floating on the back of his head, in a place where his mundane sight could not detect it. However, with enough divinity usage, he was able to see all the runes in his area, and not just those in front of him. It took up a good chunk of his stock, but he eventually figured out what it was. The rune was, at a glance, just as inscrutable as the rest of them, but as he peered into its depths, he felt a strange urge to draw closer to it, almost as if it was beckoning to him. The more he focused, the deeper into the rune he could see, until he eventually found a thin strand of power that led from its center off into the distance, heading straight for the monster. Cursing, Jonathan slammed the remainder of his divinity into the rune, cracking it in half. Unlike the rune of hatred, this one was far less durable, as its purpose had been to remain unseen, rather than stand up to assault. However, even with the rune gone, the monster was still coming. He tried to imbue another of the runes in front of him, but the pain that ensued forced him to stop. For runes of hatred would have to be enough. Now that the tracking rune was gone, perhaps he had a chance of escape. He jumped up and down on the top of the wall, screaming at the top of his lungs. The monster snorted, blowing up a cloud of ash from the plain, and changed trajectory, heading for him and the runes. Jonathan ducked out of the fight and leaped off the side of the wall, hiding in the shadow of the castle. The 30-foot drop caused his legs to twinge painfully, but nothing more. His durability was more than up to the challenge. As he began running for another ruin, He heard the monster slam into the castle wall behind him. There was the sound of shattering stone, and then a deep, sonorous chime as the runes went off. A blast of red energy tore across the monster's flesh, burning it severely. The blast petered out after reaching to the creature's heads, but it had served its purpose. Jonathan had reached safety, or rather, a place to hide. The monster bellowed in rage and pain, shaking the earth with a thunderous stomp of anger. It charged off into the distance, unable to find Jonathan now that the rune was gone. With a sigh of relief, he sank backwards, letting the embrace of sleep take him. He had overextended his divinity one too many times. When he awoke, he was greeted by the welcome sight of notifications on his system interface. TrueSight has reached Novice 6. Runecrafting has reached Novice 9. Unfortunately, he had been too busy with the hatred runes to be able to memorize the new rune that the system had used on him, but it was all right. He was almost at the next rank of his runecrafting skill, and he was looking forward to seeing what sort of bonuses he would get from it. It had already proven its power many times over, and even though he had been unable to inflict any serious damage on the monster, just the fact that his runes had been able to hurt it had been enough. He had felt a heavy weight on his soul when the monster came near, almost as if its presence was resonating with some part of him. He was sure that it would have killed him in an instant, as sure as he was of his own existence. In any case, he had survived. Another notification waited under the first two, and this one was even more welcome than the first two. You have gained 1 point in divinity. If he had to guess, his overextension of his abilities had led to this. Now he had enough to make more runes. Jonathan slowly rose to his feet, feeling as good as new, and made his way out of the ruin he was hiding in. The monster was long gone now, and the only trace of it was a set of gargantuan footprints leading off towards the horizon. If not for those, it could have been nothing more than a dream. The only thing that Jonathan had learned from that encounter was that he needed to get stronger, and quickly at that. His leveling speed was diminishing, and he needed to find a way to rectify that. The only way he could think of was through extreme danger. All of his greatest gains had come from fighting monsters beyond his level, sometimes by more than double. Jonathan clenched his fists in his gauntlets and prepared himself for the task ahead. A few hours later, he was standing in front of the telltale hole of another nest of waste goblins. This hole was a bit larger than the last, and hopefully that meant that there were more monsters inside. Jonathan stepped forwards and descended through the tunnel, using his mana as a light. He was inordinately grateful for his boots, which protected him from the filth on the ground. As with the last burrow, all of the monsters were waiting in a cavern at the base of the tunnel. This time, he did not give them a chance to attack first. He was both stronger and faster compared to the last time he had taken out a nest of these foul creatures, and these ones were only marginally stranger. However, there was one main difference, which was that next to the brood mother, there was a much larger version of the regular goblins. It was dressed in tattered leather armor and held a long spear. Scars crossed its face, and it was covered in rippling green muscles. When it saw Jonathan ripping into the smaller goblins, it roared and charged, flying across the ground. In between smashing one goblin's head into dust and breaking another one's arms, he analyzed the new creature. Waste Goblin Stud Elite, level 25. Well, that solved the mystery of how exactly the brood mothers were impregnated. It seemed that one of these creatures came around every now and again to add to the litter. However, it was not just some breeding partner, and the creature actually seemed to have a degree of sapience to it. When it reached Jonathan, it made sure to avoid the goblins on the ground, which were presumably its children, and barged into him. The creature was far stronger than he had expected, and Jonathan was sent flying backwards into the wall of the cavern. He raced forwards and ducked under the spear as it came whistling towards his head. Jonathan reached up and latched onto the weapon, tried to wrest it out of the stud's hands. The monster grinned and kicked Jonathan in the stomach, driving the wind out of him. He did not let go, however, and he used the momentum to pull the spear out of the goblin's hands. Reversing it in his own hands, Jonathan stabbed forwards, but he missed. He had no experience with a spear and the unwieldy weapon was like a deadweight in his arms. Instead of discarding it, where the goblin could reclaim it, Jonathan instead broke it over his knee as the monster charged him. Throwing the pieces into its face, he rushed forwards, punching towards its gut. His spiked gauntlet landed with the force of a gunshot, tearing through the skin and organs of the monster. It howled in agony and lashed out wildly, catching Jonathan in the face with a blow. Some of his teeth cracked, but he ignored the pain, simply spitting out the fragments before they could become a choking hazard. Jonathan tore his gauntlet free and channeled mana into his other hand, creating a mana ball. His new mana drill skill made sure that it was far more powerful than it had been the last time he used the ability in combat. Punching forwards with the skill in full swing, he drove a devastating uppercut into the monster's jaw. Superheated mana ate through the flesh and bone, boiling blood and sinew away. The stud gurgled and grabbed Jonathan's hands with its own, forcing them down. Now Jonathan was in trouble, as the monster tried to force the mana into his own skin. Jonathan banished the skill before he injured himself and bent his knees, throwing the monster over his shoulder. Using his redirection skill, he imbued even more power into the movement than was there previously, and when the goblin landed, bones broke. Jonathan followed through with the attack, driving his fists into the monster's face and head. Bones shattered, and brain matter spilled out onto the floor as he killed the beast, sending a wave of essence into him. Breathing in deeply, he regarded the other monsters. There was no level up yet, and it seemed as if one could not level up in combat, but that was all right. Jonathan flashed forwards, destroying the rest of the goblins in front of him, who had stopped to watch the fight. They let out squeals of anger as he approached, but he did not listen, instead focusing on his own breathing. Finally, the broodmother got to its feet, having banked on the stud's ability to win against Jonathan. However, it was too late for the monster, and Jonathan was already upon it, punching with all of his might. The monster tried to shift into its fighting form, but his piledriver of a fist slammed into its cheek first, driving straight through the flesh and into the skull. The bones beneath his hand cracked, and his own bones creaked in protest. He banished all thoughts of the pain, and instead punched with his other fist, driving the monster's head into the spikes. It punched him in the gut, squashing one of his organs, but he was undeterred, pushing his hands together with all of his might. The monster's head cracked open like an egg between his gauntlets, and a tidal wave of energy entered him. As soon as it did so, his wounds started to heal over, and the pain in his stomach faded to nothing. You have killed a waste goblin broodmother. You have killed a waste goblin stud. You have killed a waste goblin, X18. You have leveled up, X2. Jonathan smiled as the sweet power rushed into his body, filling him up. He was slowly becoming so addicted to the rush that he would do anything to facilitate it. In a world of Telvaria, such people either died an early death or went on to become the greatest of warriors. There was no in-between path. Jonathan closed the notifications and sat down for a moment, recovering some of his energy. Although he had been fully healed by the level up, it did not fully restore his resources, and his stamina was quite low. As it recovered, he tracked the rate of recovery, interested in what determined that. Unlike with mana, where wisdom dictated the recovery rate, there was no stat for stamina that did the same thing. He was recovering around 7 points per second, however, and eventually he realized that he was gaining his strength stat divided by 10 in points per second. At that rate, it would take him 100 seconds to reach full capacity, and as he thought about it for a moment, he noticed that would always be the rate, no matter how powerful he got. In any case, at least he didn't have to worry about another stat with stamina, instead being able to focus on strength. With his pugilistic abilities, he would be able to utilize every point into that stat to the utmost. Saving his spare points indefinitely was tempting, but as he was drawing closer and closer to 50 spare points, he realized that it would be time to invest them eventually. In another 4 levels, he would have a hair over 50 points to spend, and he had a plan this time. As he leveled, he had learned that the way his stat multiplier worked was through rounding. If he invested say 2 points into his stat, he would gain 2.5 points, which would be rounded up to 3. This actually meant that investing points incrementally rather than all in one go was the way to go, at least until his multiplier grew larger, which would make larger sums of points more effective. Still, he wanted to bank the points until he really needed them, as he certainly did not now, judging by the devastation that he had caused to the goblins. Jonathan got up a few seconds later, his stamina back to full, and explored the cavern. All that was in this one, however, was filth and detritus, and nothing of any real value. With a sigh, he headed back up the tunnel towards the surface. This was only the beginning of his journey to the top. In a tiny fishing village in the country of Landran, a principality of the Harine Empire, a little girl stared up at the sky in astonishment. All across the planet of Telvaria, people stopped and stared at the majestic sight up above. High up in the heavens above, flares of blinding light could be seen by the inhabitants of the planet. Galaxies and stars were being snuffed out by the titanic battle overhead. The gods were at war. Sarnathros was on his final breath, and his siblings had grown impatient with him, deciding to take the fight straight to the god himself. Even with their power carefully restrained, they were skirting on the edge of breaking reality itself. As they fought across the universe, erasing everything that they touched with their incredible power, something had to give first, either one side or the universe. Eventually, Sarnathros collapsed from exhaustion and his injuries, falling onto a neutron star. The intense gravitational field of the celestial body barely moved a hair on his head, and all around him the gods of the light touched down. Brother, it is over. Malaraxia, the queen of the sky's voice, was suffused with regret, but also with an undercurrent of joy. After eons of war, the god and her allies had achieved their goal. They had brought their brother to his knees, and with that, their rule would be absolute. He had always been the strongest among them, and the litany of wounds that covered the bodies of the other gods, some of them irreversible, were a testament to his strength. However, in the end, it had been too much for him. As he lay there dying, he whispered the words to a forbidden incantation under his breath. With his last breath, his soul fled out of his body and plummeted straight down towards the infinite hells. Jonathan lay sleeping in the shelter of a monolithic tower when he was jolted awake by a sudden twinge in his side. He rubbed at the pain, but as it began to increase, he scrambled to his feet. Nothing was attacking him, as far as he could tell, and there were no malefic runes nearby. He doubled over as his skin began to glow, and a moment later, a pillar of light lanced down from the sky, blasting his body with energy. Then it vanished, leaving only a faint smell of ozone. Jonathan stumbled, and then patted his side again. The pain was gone, but in its place was a rune beyond anything he had ever seen before. It was so complicated that his eyes began to bleed from even glancing at it. He tore his gaze away before madness claimed him, and tried to marshal his furiously beating heart. A moment later, a voice sounded in his head. "Jonathan, I did not wish to meet you like this, but here we are, a man and a broken god." Jonathan froze and waited to see if the voice returned. Perhaps he was going insane. "No, you are not going insane. I am Sarnathros, your divine patron. Events have come to pass that had rendered me nothing more than an unhoused soul with none of my previous power. I was forced to flee here, and it was only pure luck that allowed me to enter your body. So what? You're possessing me now? I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that." "Well, necessity demands that you get comfortable, because I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. It will take time for me to recover even a fraction of my former strength, time in which you need to progress. Do not worry about any invasions on your privacy, however. I will be comatose for the foreseeable future. Farewell, Jonathan. May we meet in more agreeable circumstances." The voice cut out and did not return. Jonathan waited there for a few minutes, trying to see if the voice of his patron would return, but it did not. Instead, he was met with a notification from the system. "You are now the host of a Tier 1, Tier 100 divine entity. That entity has sent a tiny fraction of their latent power into you. +3 to all stats." There were many things to unpack from that statement. First and foremost was the fact that apparently Sarnathros was tier 100, which meant that he was 98 tiers stronger than the monster that Jonathan had heard so much about Granath. Secondly was the stat bonus. At least he was getting something out of this exchange. It had come entirely out of left field, but now that the shock had passed, Jonathan realized the more wide-ranging implications of this. Sarnathros had died, and his soul had somehow made its way down to the hells. Jonathan may well have been the last person that would ever talk to the god in person. Still, Jonathan was not beholden to the god. Perhaps initially he was meant to be, but now he had a different purpose, one that was far grander. He was meant to break the infinite hells. If in doing that, he fulfilled his original objective, then that would be all well and good. If not, well, by the time this was over, he would be too powerful for anyone to mess with. Flashing one last curious glance at the intricately carved run on his side, Jonathan was jolted by a spark of intense pain. He had no idea how simply looking at the rune, without even using his true sight, was so painful, but it was the creation of a being so far beyond him that he was nothing more than a bacteria in the face of his might. Well, technically he was just as strong as Sarnathros, or at least at the same tier, but the god was in a highly diminished state. Well, I guess that happened, he said, diffusing the tension within him. Shaking his head, he left his hiding place. He would not be able to fall asleep again after something like that. He spent the next few days exploring the ash heaps, flitting between ruins, and trying to raise his level as quickly as he could. He also made quite a bit of progress on his rune crafting and true sight abilities, and even managed to get a few tiers on his martial arts and mana manipulation abilities. Neither of them leveled especially quickly now that they were in student rank, but he still managed to bring them both up to student rank. Jonathan had picked a majestic tower to upgrade his two abilities to their next level, and was in the middle of deliberating on the best way to do this. He knew quite a bit about the two concepts now, but only in the most basic sense. He was now able to use them almost effortlessly, but there was a lack of greater understanding that he sensed would come with a rank up. Instead of getting frustrated, he channeled his focus into pondering on the meaning of the two skills. Rune crafting was a derivative of his other skill, true sight, and they were intrinsically linked. Without true sight, rune crafting was worthless, and without rune crafting, he couldn't make sense of the runes that he found. He first isolated the concept of true sight in his head. It was an ability that allowed him to parse and use the runes that the system used to create skills, but it also seemed that it could be used for offensive purposes. He could also use those runes as well. At a basic level, the skill was simply what it said. It was a way to see beyond the veil of reality and catch a glimpse of the hidden meaning of everything. However, there was far more to it than that. The skill was too closely linked to rune crafting for them to be anything other than closely related things. Over the next few minutes, he slowly realized that they were not just related. They were the two sides of the same coin. There was no reason for a skill to be broken up into parts that without each other, they were useless. It should be one cohesive entity, not two parts. As he began to direct his mind towards exploring the similarities between the two skills, he gradually found that the system had been deceiving him. In separating the two skills, it had placed a limiter by him, one that he had not been aware of until now. Neither could be used to their truest potential separately. However, the rigid skill constructions that the system created were already in place within Jonathan, and only editing the skills directly would achieve the result that he wanted. He knew that was a task that was far beyond his abilities at the moment, and he eventually gave up. Instead, he settled for the sudden rush of insight that he gained after studying the two skills closely. It turned out that the realization of how intrinsically linked they were was the key to student rank. You have reached student rank 1 with true sight. Your insatiable quest for forbidden knowledge knows no bounds. In continuing to explore your abilities, you have found an intrinsic connection between this skill and the ability to create and manipulate runes. For they are one and the same. Plus 5 to wisdom. You have access to a skill. Focus Scry, rare. Burn a larger amount of divinity to empower your true sight abilities beyond their natural limiter. Accept Y/N. Surprisingly enough, the derivative skill was only rare rank, but Jonathan supposed that the system was refusing to admit that it had been stymied by him. This also showed that the system, while being extremely powerful, was bound by strict rules. Next up was runecrafting. You have reached student rank 1 with runecrafting. Your insatiable quest for forbidden knowledge knows no bounds. In continuing to explore your abilities, you have found an intrinsic connection between this skill and the ability to see the fabric of reality, for they are one and the same. +5 to intelligence. You have access to a skill. Runes of Power, rare. Increases the power and stability of your runes by a small amount. Accept Y/N. Jonathan quickly accepted the skill and closed his eyes, trying to see if he could detect a difference between his runecrafting skills prior to the skill and after gaining it. Feeling no increase in his comprehension, he assumed that it was a passive skill. The only way to test it would be to draw out a rune and see just how effective it was. It wasn't hard choosing which rune, since he only knew one to a degree sufficient to creation, and he got working on the Rune of Hatred. This time, his subconscious made subtle alterations to the rune, adding a few lines here and there that served no apparent purpose. When he finished and imbued it with divinity, the rune glowed brighter than it ever had before. He had made sure to only use half of his divinity pool, so as to create an accurate test of his abilities, since he had gained another divinity point lately. The amount of energy that he had from his divinity did not appear on his stat sheet, but he assumed that it was the same as his other resources, which was 10 points per stat point in divinity. Unfortunately, he could only raise the stat by special means, and he could not add points to it, but it seemed as if even the tiny amount that he had was capable of working great wonders. Jonathan got to his feet and walked around the glowing rune, feeling a subtle sense of dread just by looking at the thing. It was even more imposing than before, and his metaphysical senses were shaking in terror of it. Instead of retreating, he smiled. This would be a new and powerful addition to his arsenal. The only thing he had to do now was to find a test subject, willing or otherwise. Leaving the rune and his rucksack behind, Jonathan ran out into the ash heaps and quickly found a likely target. A lone ash prowler slunk between the ruins, clearly malnourished. Its bones were poking out from beneath its skin, and its face was gaunt and haggard. When it spotted Jonathan, it bayed in desperate rage and started looking towards him. Jonathan smiled at the approaching ash prowler and started running back towards his hiding place, at a rate that the beast could catch up. Far from the days that one of those beasts would have been able to chase him down with ease. Now he was the one who had to regulate his speed for it to catch up. A few minutes later, the beast began to flag, the exertion too much for its weakened form. Jonathan waited patiently, as there were no more monsters around for him to use the rune on. This was the only one nearby that suited his testing parameters. It recovered its stamina soon enough, and it followed him the rest of the way to the site of his rune. Jonathan sat down next to the glowing mark on the ground and waited for the monster to come. As soon as it came within range, it leaped at him, claws and jaws extended to their fullest. He rolled to the side, and the monster landed on the rune. An explosion of red light blinded Jonathan for a moment, and when it cleared, all that was left of the prowler was a skeleton, without a scrap of skin left. Ash drifted from the air to the floor, which was a fitting end for the creature. The results were far more than anything Jonathan had been expecting, and he realized that he was receiving a passive buff to his abilities simply by virtue of having ranked up, never mind the skill. That was just icing on the cake. The rune itself was still the same, but it seemed tidier and more exact, more aligned with the actual concept of hatred. Would he be able to eventually make a perfect rendition of the concept? If he was able to do that, he sensed that he would be able to channel power beyond anything he had ever seen or heard of. Creating that rune, which Jonathan was sure would have prompted a level up of his runecrafting abilities, or even several, prior to reaching student rank, did not even contribute to a single increase. Still, the heightened power was a boon in and of itself, meaning that Jonathan was glad of his new power. Even better, he had gained full credit for the killing of the monster, which sparked an idea in his mind. Over the course of the next few hours, Jonathan worked on creating a complex trap in the middle of the desert. Utilizing his enhanced capabilities to their maximum, he dug a pit deep into the ash, using his gauntlets to fracture any rocks that got in his way. By the time he was finished, he was greeted with a 10-foot deep by 20-foot wide hole in the ground. He jumped down into the hole and began to fuse the sides together with his mana, turning it into a glassy rock-like substance. This quickly bottomed out his mana, and he experienced a feeling that he never wanted to feel again. Upon reaching zero, a spike of pain was driven through his head, along with a sudden surge of intense nausea. It dissipated over a few moments, but the memory was sufficient for an age. The mana recovered quickly enough, and he soon forced the memory out of his mind for the time being. He could not let fear of that happening again distract him from his purpose here. Eventually the walls were entirely smooth, and he leaped out, grabbing onto the top of the hole and levering himself upwards. All around the trap, he created runes, imbuing them with his divinity as quickly as he could. He had to wait for it to refill, but eventually he had about 20 runes surrounding the pit. Finally, he created sloped ramps on the side of the pit from his mana and bit more of the ash. Hopefully this would cause the corpses of the monster he found to slide down into the pit, and it would also make it so that after a rune was exhausted, a monster could still be forced into the pit, where it would become easy prey for him. Not that they weren't already, but he still had his limits, and if he had to fight, say, a dozen ash prowlers, he would prefer for them to be in a place away from him. Perhaps he could even use them as a means to work towards creating a ranged skill. He did not want to have to solely rely on his martial abilities, however effective they were. He finally finished up just as the sun was starting to go down, which was perfect for his needs. It would conceal the pit, and the light of the runes would make it impossible to see in any case. He suspected that strange lights were not an uncommon occurrence in this world, and he assumed that it would be less of a deterrent than the pit. However, he tried to cover one of them up with ash, just in case. The ash blew off the rune as if under the influence of a strong wind, and he quickly learned that it was impossible to hide the rune fully. Even when he placed a large slab of stone over the rune, the light somehow shone through. He suspected that there was a way to hide them, but he didn't have the patience or the time to look for such a thing. Instead, he surveyed his handiwork and ran out into the night. Using his mana as a light to see by, he quickly scouted the area for targets. 2 troops of ash prowlers were within the immediate vicinity of about a mile, and he quickly made himself known to them by darting in and punching the weakest members of the groups. Howling, the packs followed him, which was perfect. As he dashed across the Stygian darkness of the ash, with his mana the only light in the gloom, he smiled, feeling alive. As the howls and cries of the prowlers behind him echoed over the wastes, he could only think of the influx of essence that he would be receiving soon. A few minutes later, he was back at the pit, the monsters following eagerly behind him. As soon as he reached it, he leaped over the hole in the ground, the runes unable to hurt him as he had created them. The ash prowlers, on the other hand, however, explosions of red light broke through the darkness behind him, and pained cries quickly faded into nothingness. A series of high-pitched, baying noises came from it, and Jonathan doubled around to see that his trap had worked spectacularly. Out of the 20-odd monsters that had chased him, barely a quarter of them were still alive, and they were trapped in the pit. Jonathan made his way over to the pit, and realized that he had nothing to fear from the few stragglers that were left behind. Most of them were injured from the sudden drop and the backlash from the runes, meaning that they would be easy prey. Dropping down among them, Jonathan quickly butchered the monsters with swings of his gauntlets, briefly lighting up the pit every time he used his mana abilities. Barely a minute later, the battle was over, and a rush of essence entered him. You have killed an ash prowler. X20. You have leveled up. The battle only gave him a single level, but considering the fact that the monsters had been lower level than him, it was better than he could have hoped. More importantly, his runecrafting skill had leveled up. You have reached student rank 2 with runecrafting. Unfortunately, True Sight did not follow, but the skill was far less intensive than runecrafting, meaning that it would take longer to level it up. Simply looking at runes did not give the same amount of experience as actually crafting them, it seemed. Happy with his gains, Jonathan decided to reuse the trap. The trap worked perfectly over the next few days, and he was able to gain 3 more levels. But eventually the amount of essence that he was gaining slowed to a crawl. It was that, more than anything else, that led to Jonathan deciding to seek out bigger game. This would prove to be a rash decision, but for the time being, he was confident in his abilities. His plan was to muddle through the creation of the beckoning rune that had led the massive monster to him, using his expertise and knowledge of runes to piece together the gaps in his memory. He quickly got to work and found that he was able to recreate about 90% of the rune. It was the last 10% that eluded him, however. The middle part of the rune, the most complicated part, was what he did not remember, and as he looked over the inert and incomplete rune, he started to apply his knowledge to it. The many-fold whirls and twists that made up the rune might have seemed meaningless to an untrained eye, but Jonathan quickly recognized similarities to the rune of hatred. Despite the difference between the runes, it seemed that they shared similar roots. He began to fill in the missing pieces, using parts of the rune of hatred center and his intuition. Eventually, he was confident in the recreation of the rune, and he sent divinity into it. Nothing happened. Frowning, he studied the rune again. There was a tiny piece missing in the very center, one that he ended up replacing with the centerpiece from his other rune. It was an imperfect solution, but he was relatively sure that it would work. When he flooded the rune with divinity, it glowed and began to exude a subtle sense of belonging. It was far weaker than the previous rune had been, and Jonathan knew that he had butchered the construction, but it still functioned regardless. You have learned the rune of temptation. This rune, powered by divinity, will lure in any living entities within a certain radius. The closer one is to this rune, the stronger the effect. The radius and the power of the rune depends on the amount of divinity placed into it. This rune added another level to his rune crafting skill, which was welcome. The noises of monsters began to drift over the horizon, and Jonathan realized that the rune was working. It was nowhere near powerful enough to lure in one of the massive monsters that it had the first time, but he did not want that anyway. He destroyed the rune with a quick divinity overload and created a new one in the center of the trap. There was no time for him to make as many runes of hatred as the last time, seeing as the monsters were already on their way, but he was able to get 5 down on the ground before the first of the monsters arrived. Jonathan hid behind a nearby tower and watched as dozens of beasts began to cluster around the pit, gazing longingly at the rune in its center. The first of them began to move towards it, setting off the hatred runes. An explosion of red light ripped through the monsters, killing over 10 in a single attack, but still more were coming. As the rest of them began to pile into the pit, Jonathan realized with a sinking heart that he had miscalculated. The pit was far too small for so many monsters, and soon they had covered the rune with their bodies, muting the effects. Even worse, a few elites had joined the fray. Those monsters seemed almost unaffected by the rune, instead spreading out around the area, somehow able to sense Jonathan's presence. It was time for him to make a break for it. Leaving the tower he was in, he ran for his life. A moment later, howls coming from behind him told him that he had been unsuccessful. 4 elite alpha ash prowlers were coming in hot pursuit, and despite all the levels that he had gained since facing an alpha last, they were still faster. Jonathan readied himself for a prolonged chase, and he darted from side to side, trying to confuse the creatures. They were smarter than the normal ash prowlers, however, and they were able to keep up with him, no matter how he tried to evade them. They clearly had excellent night vision, and even when he banished his guiding light, they were able to keep pace with him. His senses had been enhanced since coming to the infinite hells, and he was able to pick his way across the ash with consummate ease. But he knew that the monsters following him were even better at this than him. Instead of trying to outplay them at their own game, he decided to turn the tables. Turning around just in time to see the 4 creatures tearing across the ash, illuminating it with the light of their fiery attacks, he leaped into the air. The fireballs passed under him, melting the ash in their path. As they landed, They continued to blaze, setting a flickering light over the surrounding area. Jonathan raised his fist and headed straight for the nearest of the alphas. These monsters were not the same as the first alpha he had fought, however, and they were all at least 7 levels higher than it had been, with the strongest of them 10 entire levels greater. Still, he would have been able to deal with any of them individually, if with some difficulty. All 4 at once was a death sentence, however, even with all of his power. Even worse, there was no way for him to set down any runes, and he suspected that doing so would have been futile in any case, seeing as these monsters possessed a modicum of intelligence. Instead, he would have to batter them into SBM sin with martial skill and grace. As he headed towards the closest monster, his hands glowing with energy, the other 3 flanked him, growling low in their throats. Their fireball skills seemed to be on cooldown, but their razor-sharp claws and jaws would kill him just as easily. As his target snapped at him, Jonathan weaved to the side, barely missing the attack. He punched as hard as he could, catching the beast in the side of its rib cage, sending it rolling over the ash. He had felt bones break beneath his blow, but as the monster got to his feet, he knew that it had not been enough. The other 3 rushed him at the same time, burying him under their fetid bodies. They tore at him as they writhed in a heap above him, their attacks slicing through his leather armor with ease. Lines of red-hot pain formed across his body, and he could feel blood dripping down his front and back. Pushing his hands up into the morass of bodies, he forced his mana into the beasts, melting their flesh. 2 of the creatures withdrew, howling in pain, but the 3rd remained, snapping at Jonathan's hands with its jaws. It caught them in a tight grasp, and he was unable to turn his mana to bear at the monster. Even worse, the first monster was coming towards him, having recovered somewhat from its broken bones. Escaping this would require a drastic effort. Jonathan took a deep breath and yanked his hands backwards, tearing the flesh off his bones in the process. He screamed in pain and turned the agony into red-hot rage that kept him moving through the pain. He slammed one palm into the base of the alpha's skull, sending the odor of cooking flesh wafting across the ash. Leaping backwards, he avoided another monster's leap, letting the 2 creatures crash into each other. Regaining his confidence, Jonathan tried desperately to ignore his lifeblood pumping out of his body with each beat of his heart. The veins and arteries on his right wrist had been almost completely severed, and the blood coursed out of him in a torrent. Still, he was a lot more durable than any normal human, but he only had about another 10 minutes to live, if even that. He would have to up his game if he was to have even a chance at surviving this. The 4 monsters regrouped, growling low in their throats as they did so. Jonathan shook his head and advanced, feeling weaker with every step. The monsters weren't in much better shape either, but the injuries that he had inflicted on them were all in non-vital places, as opposed to his wrist wounds. One of the monsters broke formation to snap at him, and he quickly snatched its front paws out of the air, flipping it upside down and using his redirection skill. As he did so, he swung with all of his might on top of the skill's effect, and when the monster struck the ground, it did so with bone-breaking force. With a brutal strike, Jonathan broke its spine, killing the creature. The other 3 were already upon him, however, and it was too late for him to repeat the same maneuver. He went down beneath the snapping jaws of the monsters, and he felt them tear deeper into his skin and bone as they assaulted him. He lashed out with his gauntlets, feeling bones breaking and the sizzling of flesh as his reward. However, he was unable to fully dislodge the monsters, and they continued to injure him as they attacked. Finally, he was able to kill one of the monsters, and he was left with only 2 to deal with. That would have been within his capabilities before, but now he was far weaker than he had been at the start of the fight. He snatched at the air, grabbing one of the monster's throats by sheer luck. He clenched his fist as tightly as he could, and he was rewarded with the feeling of a collapsing windpipe under his hand. Finally, there was only one monster left. This one was the strongest of the lot, and it was able to overpower Jonathan, forcing him into the ground. He punched at his stomach with his failing strength, unable to get it off him. With a final surge of energy, he pressed his hands together, and summoned more mana than he had ever before, breathing a soccer ball-sized orb of light. The attack burnt through the thing's stomach like an axe through human skin, and it recoiled, howling in pain. Jonathan stumbled to his feet and finished the monster off with a blow from his right hand. As the essence entered his body, he collapsed, completely spent. "Oi, Jonas!" "He's getting up." A reedy voice came from somewhere behind Jonathan's head, and he jolted awake. He was sitting in a cart, one with bars on its windows and a lock on the door. He was surrounded with other lost souls, each of whom looked dejected. Behind him was a scrawny rat of a man, missing most of his teeth. He was the one who had remarked on his awakening. "Where am I? Am I a prisoner?" Jonathan asked the man, confused as to what had happened. He had just been fighting those ash prowlers before he had collapsed. A few notifications were waiting for him, but he ignored them. He had healed, which meant that he had gained at least one level for his troubles. "You don't know. You were captured by slavers, just like the rest of us. Yours is a life of pain and misery now, just like ours," the man replied. "Anyway, let's not dwell on that. I'm Danny, and this here is Jonas." He pointed to a small doll lying on the floor. It was a uniquely ugly creation, made out of matted straw and what looked like human sinew. Jonathan frowned and gave the man a look. "You mean that doll?" "Sure. Jonas doesn't like it when people call him a doll," Danny replied. Jonathan sighed. The man was clearly insane. The other prisoners ignored his prattle completely, and Jonathan soon followed them. However, it seemed that Danny would not be satisfied by that. "So, where do you come from?" he asked Jonathan. When Jonathan did not answer, he prodded him with his hand. It was meant to jostle Jonathan, but he didn't move an inch. Danny gasped. "DMN, you're like a rock. What level are you?" "What level are you?" Jonathan asked in turn. He would not give out any information to any of these people, let alone Danny. "Level 1 managed to kill a few monsters before the slavers picked me up." "What about you, though?" "Higher than that." As Jonathan looked around the carriage, he scanned the other prisoners. They were all incredibly low level. A spark of hope surged within Jonathan's chest as he realized that this carriage was likely made for the weak and would not hold up to him. He got to his feet, noticing that his armor was missing, and walked over to the bars. They were quite thin, but still too strong for any normal human to bend. However, Jonathan was far from normal. He took a firm grip of the bars with each hand and began to pull. Laughter erupted behind him, but it quickly turned to shocked silence as the metal warped underneath his hands. With a rage-fueled jolt, he tore the bars out of the brittle wood underneath. A blaring alarm started up, and he walked out of the carriage. There were a dozen other carriages arranged in a neat line, traversing the ash. The one that he had been in was part of a convoy, and it seemed to be filled entirely with slaves and their guards. Every 2 carriages, 2 guards rode on strangely mutated horses. As soon as they saw Jonathan escaping, the nearest ones whirled around and charged at him. "Stop right now," one of them bellowed, his voice stern. Rather than run, Jonathan held his ground. He would not leave this place without freeing the other slaves. He had come here to destroy the Hells, not contribute to their injustice. As the guard neared him, with no intention of stopping, Jonathan twisted to the side and grabbed his lance. With a quick heave, he tore the man out of his saddle and sent him crashing into a nearby carriage. Smiling, he raced towards the other guard, leaping at the last moment. The guard swung their sword in slow motion, and Jonathan plucked it out of the air, clipping up and over it, unbalancing the guard. With a quick kick, he staved in the woman's head, killing her instantly. The guards were quite a bit weaker than him, but they were still both level. He was just an anomaly in the grand scheme of things. Some of the slaves were beginning to spill out of the carriage that Jonathan had left and were starting to run. "Stop!" Jonathan called out, but they ignored him. A moment later, a guard skewered 2 of them on his lance. Jonathan roared in rage and pushed his speed to its maximum, briefly moving at upwards of 100 miles per hour. He only moved at that speed for a few seconds, but it was enough. Before the guard could strike again, Jonathan crashed into his steed, knocking the horse off its feet. The guard crashed to the ground, and Jonathan was on top of him in an instant. He raised one fist and brought it crashing down, the light of mana suffusing his form. Gore splattered the ash as he splatted the guard's head, and before the guard's partner could strike, he rolled forward, getting out of the way of an axe strike. Placing his hand on the ground, he pushed himself up into the air, leaping over the guard's head. He flicked around in the air and drove his heel into the guard's head, killing him instantly. It had barely been 30 seconds, and 4 of the guard were already down. A moment later, pain tore through his right arm, and he looked down to see a gaping hole in it. A spike of energy had just passed straight through it. He looked around and saw a robed man stepping out of one of the carriages towards the front of the convoy. He raised a staff and sent another spike of energy towards Jonathan. Jonathan dodged and began to make his way towards the mage, zigzagging to avoid the attacks. Despite the other man's obvious power, his coordination was lacking, and he was unable to land a single strike on Jonathan. However, even as he reached the man, the mage did not seem perturbed. Jonathan punched forward with all of his might, aiming for the mage's head. A blue shield snapped into existence as soon as he punched, and his fist crashed into it, bouncing off. One of his knuckles cracked, and Jonathan roared in rage. "Not so confident now, are you, you filthy beast?" The mage scoffed, readying another attack. This one felt far more powerful to Jonathan, and he knew that he would not be able to get out of the way in time. Instead, he summoned his own mana, forcing it towards the burgeoning clump of energy. The mage's eyes widened as Jonathan's tendril of energy passed through his shield and pierced into his hand. There was a massive explosion that was thankfully contained by the shield, and as the dust cleared, all that Jonathan could see was a pool of blood where the man had been. A few notifications pulsed in the corner of his mind, but he pushed them aside for now. 10 more guards were charging towards him, ignoring the escaping slaves. The horse-like beasts that they rode slavered as they ran. Jonathan knew that he would not be able to defeat them all, but he had a different idea. Pointing his hand towards the horses, he expelled 100 points of mana outwards, sending a massive burst of blue flame towards the beast. If these creatures were anything like the horseback on Earth, this would be effective. Predictably, the monsters balked and reared, throwing their riders off their backs. With the riders dismounted and dazed, it was child's play for Jonathan to kill them all. With that, the battle was over and essence entered him, enough to push him up another level. In addition, he had gained a new skill. You have gained a new skill. Unravel. Epic. Force your mana into the spell work of another mage to unbind their spell. If your attack is successful, their skill will detonate. It was a simple anti-magic ability, albeit one with an offensive aspect. Judging by how paltry the mage's defenses had been, Jonathan guessed that they had simply leveled their intelligence and wisdom, rather than actually learning more about the mana that they wielded. However, there had been a strange energy imbued within the attacks of the mage, an energy that reminded him of metal. They had not been made out of pure mana, rather out of some sort of aspect energy. Jonathan sighed and moved from carriage to carriage, breaking the bars on them and letting the slave escape. As they ran off into the ash, he made his way towards the mage's carriage. Opening the door, he stepped inside, spotting his goods at the far end of the room. In addition, there was a good portion of money secreted around the room that added up to a little bit over 100 Leviathan marks. Jonathan still had no idea what the currency was worth, but any was better than none. As soon as he put his armor back on and donned his gauntlets, he felt more comfortable. His armor was shredded and torn, but his gauntlets were untarnished. The armor would have to be replaced eventually, but he was hopeful that the gauntlets would last for a while. It seemed that within the same tier of power, there were different qualities of items. Jonathan quickly packed up his belongings and left the carriage, glad to see that all of the slaves had escaped. He had no wish to follow them. They would have to protect themselves on their own. He knew that he was being cruel and callous, but he had already saved them from their predicament, and he had more pressing matters to attend to, the most important of which was allocating all of the free points that he had accumulated. He quickly opened up his status sheet, having not done so in quite some time. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1. Human Basic. Outsider, Tier 1. Level 25, 60 free points. Strength, 99. Dexterity, 82. Constitution, 88. Resilience, 88. Intelligence, 89. Wisdom, 86. Divinity, 2. Health, 880/880. Stamina, 990/990. Mana, 890/890. Titles: Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique. Nascent Divinity, Celestial. Righteous Killer, Rare. Underdog, Rare. Skills: Smite, Legendary. Unravel, Epic. Mana Drill, Rare. Focus Scry, Rare. Runes of Power, Rare. Redirect, Uncommon. Identify, Common. Pathway Skills: Martial Arts, Student 4. Mana Manipulation, Student 4. Rune Crafting, Student 3. True Sight, Student 1. Quests: Hellbreaker, Impossible. Jonathan was almost at 100 points in strength, and before doing anything else, he was resolved to increase it to that level. He did not know why, but he had a strange, unexplainable urge to reach 100 points in the stat. He quickly invested 4 points into it, in batches of 2, and raised it to a burning feeling started deep within his muscles, and it quickly ramped up in intensity, becoming a fiery agony deep within his body. Soon it grew beyond what he had the capability to bear, and he began to scream. His muscles melted within him, and reformed out of the ashes stronger than ever before. The whole process had only lasted half a minute, but it had been a tortuous half minute that had felt like an eternity. A notification appeared, and Jonathan quickly opened it, his eyes watering from the pain. You have passed the first threshold of strength. Strength is a concept that is known to all. It is physical might, and the ability to make the world bend to your desires. However, there are many forms of strength, not least of which is mental strength. For passing through the threshold, you have shown that you possess that latter strength in abundance. Jonathan felt far stronger than he had before, although the change was not reflected on his stat sheet. A few seconds later, a message appeared. Thresholds are qualitative increases in one's statistical strength, prompted by reaching 100 in a stat, and every order of magnitude after that. Passing a threshold in a stat makes that stat 1.5 times more efficient than before. No wonder he felt so powerful. As he perused his stat sheet, he realized that there had been one change. His stamina had increased to 1545, a marked increase. Jonathan still had the necessary stat points to reach the threshold in some of his other stats, but he put it aside for now. He had no wish to go through that pain again so soon, even with all of the power that it brought. He would have to do it soon enough anyway, as he leveled. Instead, he added 10 lots of 2 points to strength, bringing it up to he immediately felt more powerful, and he punched the wall next to him, driving his fist deep into the wood. A smile rose unbidden to his face, and he laughed. He decided to save the remainder of the points for when he had crossed the next few thresholds in his other stats. It was just more efficient that way. However, the pulsing pain in his hand from where he had struck the wall reminded him that his resilience was lagging behind his strength. He added 9 points into it, taking out 6 points from his pool. The throbbing decreased, and he sighed in relief. That was a good thing to know for later. He could not let his physical stats drift too far from one another, or else he would weaken himself. Jonathan closed his interface and left the cart, wanting to get as far away from this place as he could. If these slavers had been part of Network, then they would be coming, looking for answers. Jonathan was ridiculously overpowered for his level, but he wasn't invincible. Far from it, however. If a large enough, or strong enough, army came looking for his head, there was little he could do about it. A twinge of sadness entered his mind as he saw the corpses of the slaves that he had failed to save. Each of them felt like a personal failure to him, even though he had tried to rescue them. Still, the majority of them had escaped, although he had no idea where they would go. He justified his abandonment of them by telling himself that it would be far more dangerous for them to have traveled with him. He wouldn't have been able to slow down his leveling speed to protect them, meaning that they would likely have died to the monsters. No, He had made the right decision. It did not mean that it made us feel especially good about it. Half an hour later, the caravan was far behind, and he was heading out into the seemingly endless expanse of ash that made up this circle of the infinite hells. He was yet to find another city, but he decided to follow the route that the caravan had been going. There had been little to no deviation in its trajectory for the duration of his short trip within the carriage, meaning that it was likely heading on a direct course to destination. Using his enhanced perception, he made sure that he was on the right course. A pack of ash prowlers came near him, but upon seeing him, they fled, knowing that he was far too strong for them to defeat. He was starting to exude an aura of power and danger around himself, one that would prove invaluable. Using the basic monsters to level up was useless now, and there was no reason for him to do anything other than ignore them. Seeing as they would ignore him now, it all worked out perfectly. A strange, fleshy shape jutted out of the ash in front of him, and he paused, reaching down to grab it. It was a hand, and it was still attached to a body. Pulling it out of the ash, he recognized the body. It was Danny, and the tiny doll lay on the ash next to him. The man had been savagely torn into by some monster with gargantuan claws, and his bottom half was barely holding on. Whatever had done this had done it for sport rather than necessity, seeing as none of his flesh was missing. Jonathan dropped the corpse and sighed. He really had no choice other than to investigate this, if only for the reason that whatever had done this was likely a match for him. As he thought this, a notification surfaced. You have gained a new quest. Reluctant Vengeance, B. The slaves that you freed are being picked off by a mysterious beast that you suspect is powerful enough to be a challenge for you. Follow the trail of corpses and find your target. Reward. The reward for the quest was simply a line of question marks, but seeing as he had been intending to follow that course of action anyway, he would settle for it. As he walked, he found more and more bodies, all having died in the same way. The bodies slowly grew warmer over time, and Jonathan quickly realized that the monsters had transported them, almost like a trail. There was no way that the slaves could have gotten in front of him without him noticing. He quickly came to the end of the trail, where a massive pile of bodies waited. As he approached, the ground rumbled, his only warning of what was to come. He leaped backwards, and a monster emerged from the ash beneath where he had been standing, almost catching him in its massive jaws. It looked like a lion, albeit one that was 3 times larger than its earthly counterpart. It had foot-long claws, and its mouth bristled with razor-sharp teeth. It roared at Jonathan and charged. He dodged and analyzed the monster, finding that it was exactly what he had been looking for. Leonid Ash Reaver Elite, level 34. In fact, judging by its bulk, perhaps he had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew. It was the largest monster that he had directly fought, as the titanic reptilian beast did not count, and he had to admit that it was more than a little bit intimidating. Jonathan summoned his mana drills to his hands, the light of the skill faintly illuminating his arms. Jonathan snapped his hands forward, raking across the monster's side and back. He carved furrows into its fur, but the attack did not do much to the skin underneath, which felt as hard as stone. Jonathan condensed the ball even further and added as much power as he could, this time managing to cut into the flesh. The Reaver roared, the noise deafening in such close proximity. Jonathan cringed, his ears bleeding, but he powered through the pain. By the time that the monster had finally passed him, its side was bleeding heavily. However, it seemed mostly uninjured, and it whirled around, activating some sort of ability. 2 jets of flame formed on its hind legs, and it leapt forward, moving faster than Jonathan could dodge. He bent forward and felt the beast pass over him. Its claws raked across his scalp, drawing blood. He moved his hand up and sent a burst of condensed mana into the beast's soft underbelly, drawing blood. A moment later, his hand made contact with something soft and squishy, and he cringed. The beast yowled with a high-pitched cadence as the mana ball carved into its prized possessions. At least Jonathan knew that it was male now. He emerged from the other side, covered in blood, some of it his own, and some from the lion. He turned around and saw that the beast was coming straight for him, utterly enraged. Its face was creased in rage, and it howled its displeasure, sending a cone of force towards Jonathan, ruffling his hair. He rolled to the side, but the monster slashed out with its forepaw, carving a line down his side. Jonathan screamed in agony and continued his roll, pushing off the paw behind him. The fight had barely begun, and he was already seriously injured. Jonathan shook his head to clear the fog in it from his injuries. The pain was mostly manageable, seeing as he was far more resilient than any normal human being. That applied to his pain resistance as well. It would be pointless to have the durability of a piece of stone, but still feel every bump and scrape, even if it did not affect you. Instead, he was left with an all-too-welcome numbing of his senses while in battle. Otherwise, some of the pain that he would have to deal with would be crippling. Jonathan summoned the mana back to his hands and prepared to re-engage in battle. As the Leonid Reaver approached, it began to build up something in the back of its throat, something that was redolent of mana to Jonathan's senses. Now was as good a time as any to test his new epic rank skill. Sending a tendril of disruptive mana towards the growing skill, he tried to destabilize it. Jonathan sent as much of his mana as he could into the skill, empowering it beyond its limits. The tendril of mana became visible as he worked, and soon the Leonid noticed that something was wrong. Jonathan sensed the build-up of mana begin to decrease, but he would not let the monster get away with that. Instead, he pulsed his own mana along the length of the tendril, compressing it to increase its power. The expertise that he had gained with his mana drills came in handy here. With a hump, the skill exploded, scorching the inside of the monster's mouth. Because it had been successful in removing some of the mana, the backlash was not as intense, but it still was quite severe. The monster's tongue was scorched to a cinder, and it bellowed in pain before setting its rage-filled eyes on Jonathan. It growled softly and exploded in emotion, red light burgeoning around its form. It was using some sort of skill that charged too quickly for Jonathan to disrupt. It was upon him in an instant, its claws ready to eviscerate him in the blink of an eye. He barely got his hands in front of himself in time, and the claws skittered against his gauntlets. His fingers broke at the contact, but he managed to prevent any further injury. The monster swiped again, and this time it moved slowly enough for Jonathan to duck under the blow. He clenched his fists, ignoring the pain of his broken bones, and punched upwards into the monster's chin. Using all of his strength, which at this point was far past human, he lifted the monster off the ground and sent it rearing back on its hind legs. Pinging back his fist, Jonathan punched with everything he had straight into its stomach. The punch landed like a low-yield bomb, blasting away flesh and bone around the impact site. Before the monster could recover, Jonathan moved his other hand into the wound and triggered his mana drill skill. Flesh and blood vanished before the hungry touch of the energy, and the monster let out a shriek of pure pain. Jonathan quickly withdrew his hand and leaped backwards as the monster came crashing down, trying to crush him beneath its bulk. Bloody froth foamed at the edge of its mouth, and it seemed to be weakening. Still, Jonathan was in quite bad shape as well, and he didn't know how much longer he could fight for. Jonathan kept his feet, however, and he was able to stand for long enough to get out of the way. He lacked the strength to get in and out from under its stomach for long enough to inflict more damage, and he instead settled for punching it into the side with a mana-imbued fist. The attack crashed in, but it was nowhere near as devastating as it had been before. The fight was slowly but surely turning into something that he would need his strongest skill to win. It was a desperate, last-ditch gambit, as it would damage him beyond repair unless he was able to level up, but he was confident about being able to level up from this titan among monsters. Jonathan stumbled out of the way of an attack, but when he was unable to fully escape the range of the swipe, and it tore through his flesh, he resolved himself to his chosen course of action. Closing his eyes, he looked deep within himself and seized his divinity in his mind, pouring it into his body. Golden energy filled his frame, and he surged forwards, bringing both fists crashing into the monster in front of him. Flesh and bone was blasted outwards in an arc of red and white. and Jonathan struck again and again, heedless of the fact that his body was tearing itself apart. The Leonid roared in agony as Jonathan slowly tunneled into its body, but as he punched, he severed its ligaments, rendering it unable to move. Summoning a mana drill to his hand, he pumped even more divinity into that skill, and the blue ball blossomed into a golden sphere of power. Ping his palm back, Jonathan screamed in wordless fury before slamming it into the monster's head. Bone and flesh buckled before his attack, and his sphere of energy tore through the monster's brain, killing it instantly. As soon as this happened, Jonathan banished the skill, coughing up blood and chunks of flesh. Using the skill for so long had begun to liquefy his internal organs, and only the essence coursing into him from his kill could fix that. He tried to remain conscious, but he eventually succumbed to the pain and blood loss. A few hours, or perhaps an entire day, later, Jonathan woke up next to the corpse of the massive monster, and he gaped at his handiwork. The battle was like a haze in his mind, and all he remembered was being forced to bring out his ultimate skill to defend himself against the creature. However, as he looked upon the broken and battered corpse, he stood in awe of the power that he had briefly channeled. It had inflicted a terrible toll on his body, only mitigated by him leveling up, but the damage was still awe-inspiring. Giant craters were smashed into the monster's flesh, and its head was completely gone, turned into a pile of meat. Notifications waited for him, and he eagerly opened them. You have killed a Leonid Ash Reaver. You have leveled up. The battle had only given him one level, which was certainly cutting it a bit close. It seemed that something was adjusting the amount of essence that he got from monsters, perhaps to adjust for his tremendous strength. It made sense. After all, it would take more energy to increase more stat points, but it still reeked of the games of the system. It was probably ecstatic about being able to limit his strength. After all, if he died, then he would never figure out the true secret of the runes. There was something else there too, a message that filled Jonathan with dread. You have reached the cusp of your resilience threshold. Until you invest a free point into it, it will not increase. At least it was not something that he had no choice in, and he decided to save it until later when he was pinning a breakthrough on all of his stats. At that point, he would have no choice but to break through. There was one final notification waiting for him, which was for his quest. However, all it said was that he had been rewarded with revenge, which was all well and good, but ultimately useless. Jonathan ignored the existential dread from that near miss, and instead made sure that every one of his belongings was present. Finding that they were, he gathered up everything around him, finding a few of his Leviathan marks scattered across the ash, and left the scene. His clothes were covered in blood, and his armor was nearly on its last legs, with massive tears in the leather. The only thing that wasn't damaged were his gauntlets, which were still just as durable as ever. He walked off into the ash, trying as hard as he could to ignore the sight of the pile of corpses far behind him, where the bodies of the freed slaves rotted on the ash. He had led to their death, no matter how indirectly, and it made him feel terrible about his decisions. Realistically, even if he had stayed with them, they would still have all died, as the monster had been too powerful for him to both fight and defend the slaves. But unfortunately, hindsight didn't care. Eventually, Jonathan forcibly shut his mind down and kept his brain unfocused, simply using his breathing to count the steps. A few hours later, he emerged from his meditative state, finding a notification waiting for him. You have gained a new skill. Meditation. Uncommon. You can tear your mind away from the horrors of the real world for a long stretch of time, allowing you to take a break from your inner angst. It can also be used for passing long stretches of time. Jonathan tidied away the notification and thought about the skill and its uses. It was certainly valuable in this area with its endless monotony, but did he really want to excise large portions of his life? His time would be better spent furthering his progress with his mana manipulation skill. As soon as he thought that, he got to work. Keeping his core in his mind's eye, Jonathan began to poke and prod at the glowing blue orb, creating tendrils of mana that he worked in and out of the orb. He worked on his compressing skills too, as using mana within one's body without actually expanding it did not cost anything in the way of mana. Still, he almost had 1,000 points in the resource, and he wasn't going to run out without some serious exertion. But he had no idea where his travails would lead him next, and it could very well be days until he found anything of note. Instead, he worked on his mana manipulation skills within his own body. It was incredibly slow going, but he kept at it until he eventually ranked up the skill a few days later. By that point, he had caught sight of another city in the distance and was heading towards it. His enhanced physicality had rendered it, so he did not need as much food as before, and his pack was still filled with cans. What he wanted, however, was to be able to buy some sort of proper armor. He had picked the leather armor initially in an attempt to fit his fighting style, but he had come to realize that it was almost useless. His strength and dexterity were good enough anyway to use heavier types of armor, and he was aiming for a suit of chainmail armor or half-plate. He had no illusions about the price of such a thing, and he knew that it would be expensive, but he would cross that bridge when he got to it. For now, he trekked across the ash, through the remains of the ruined civilizations of the past, and towards his future. None of the various monsters of the ash heaps dared to assault him, and he did not have time to go chasing after such tiny morsels of essence. For now, he was confident that his strength was enough to deal with most threats that he could find. Having heard about the power of Granath from Kyra all those days ago, he had been afraid that the monsters would become too powerful for him to beat, but other than that mysterious titanic reptile that had come for his blood, prompted by the system's rune, he had yet to encounter anything beyond his capabilities to fight. That was another question to ask when he reached the city. He needed to find out more about the infinite hells if he was to be able to create a proper plan going forwards. All that he knew about them so far was the name of this circle, the fact that there were others, and the names of two of the circle rulers, the first one and the final one. Other than that, he was basically clueless. Sure, he could try to muddle his way through everything, living by virtue of his strength, but he knew that road would only lead to ruin, and to truly thrive, he would need to strategize a little bit. It had been only pure luck that had gotten him this far, and there were more times that should have spelled his end than Jonathan could count. Whether from the first fetid ooze or the various monsters of the wastes, Jonathan had been towing the line a bit too closely for his taste. There was only one true path to victory, and that path was an exceedingly narrow one. One so narrow, in fact, that Jonathan had no idea whether he was on it or not. He spent the rest of his journey to the city occupying himself with training and progressively more fatalistic thoughts. He was slowly starting to succumb to the curse of melodrama, and within his head, his view of the world was gradually growing more and more stark. He was the sole source of goodness in this twisted hellscape, and everyone else was the demons. So far, he had been proven right on this account, and he found it hard to believe that there was a single good soul in this world. Even Kyra, who had rescued him from his predicament, had been looking for money off him, rather than having done the deed out of the goodness of her heart. It was a depressing viewpoint, but one that was all too accurate. Lost in his haze, Jonathan only realized that the city was coming into view when it was literally in front of him. It had been a day since his rank up of his mana manipulation abilities, but he had been so engrossed in his own tortured mind that the time had slipped through his hands like water. This city was about the same size as Turan, and it was made out of the same material too. However, it was a lot more imposing than that city, and there was a whole platoon of guards waiting outside of the gates. These ones did not look bored either, instead standing at attention. He knew that he could not brute force his way past these ones. More importantly, the walls were almost double the heights of those in Turan, and he could see defenders waiting on the battlements, manning siege engines and bows. Jonathan paused and deliberated on what to do next. Remembering his experiences in Turan, he realized that there wouldn't be any impediment to his entry, seeing as he had money to bring. Last time, he had been denied entry because he had been a pauper, but now that he had actual Leviathan marks to spend, he was sure to be allowed entry. In addition, he didn't look like a vagrant anymore. No, he simply looked like an adventurer who had fallen on hard times, which was hardly better. Still, One of those people could actually enact change in the world, and Jonathan knew which one he was. He began walking towards the gates, keeping his motion slow and steady, so as to not attract untoward attention from the defenders. He was just one man, and he doubted that they would see him as any sort of threat, but it was better to be safe. The guards perked up upon seeing him, and one of them drew their blade, but put it away after seeing how bad of a shape Jonathan was in. The defenders on the walls did not even glance in his direction, instead eyeing the distance, most likely watching out for monsters or marauders. Jonathan reached the gates a few minutes later and stopped in front of the guards. They regarded him in stony silence for a few moments, and then one of them spoke. He had a dark plume on his helmet, and his armor seemed more ornate than that of the other guards. In addition, there was a faint aura of power that wafted off him, one that Jonathan was wary of. "Are you a marauder, or have you come here for trade? I have to say, your appearance does not exactly make me hopeful about your potential worth to this town." His tone was conversational enough, but there was an edge of hard steel to it that Jonathan took note of. "I ran afoul of some monsters a few days that way," he replied, pointing in the direction that he had come from. "I come here seeking refuge." It was close enough to the truth, and Jonathan hoped that would be enough. "Are you here to beg from our city? For if that is your purpose, you had better leave now, before I slit your throat and let you bleed out on the ash," the man replied, further reinforcing Jonathan's opinions of him. "I have money to spend, and I wish to spend it here." Jonathan withdrew a clinking handful of Leviathan marks from his pocket, showing them off the guards. To their credit, none of them seemed inclined to steal any from him. "Very well. The entry toll is 1 mark. Pay it now, or you will be refused entry," the guard captain said, holding out his hand. Jonathan sighed and dropped a single coin into the man's hand. At least he had been honest about his longing for Jonathan's hard-earned money. The man whistled at the people manning the walls, and the gates behind the guards opened slowly, without a single creak. They were obviously in a state of constant use, and Jonathan wondered why this city was so focused on defense. The ranks of the guards parted before him, and Jonathan entered the city. The buildings were a step up from the ones in Tehran, with most of them reaching 2 stories in height. In addition, the people were not as disconsolate as the citizens of that town had been, although that could have been because they all looked like hard-bitten warriors. Even the children ran around carrying wicked-looking serrated knives in their belts. Guards patrolled the streets, and each of them was over-level. This was certainly the right place for Jonathan to have come in search of armaments. He wandered the streets for a half hour, trying to find his bearings. Most of the buildings were residential apartments, with multiple families sharing a single floor, but there were a few inns and taverns around the city, and a disproportionately large number of smithies. It was into one of these smithies that Jonathan walked some time later, having seen a variety of fine wares lying around in the window. It had been advertised as the finest smithy in the town, and while Jonathan doubted that, it at least did not have a long line outside the front. He was not looking for the best quality of armor that he could find, as that would have been far beyond his means. Something lower tier, but affordable, would be perfect. A swarthy female dwarf sat behind the counter, and she seemed to be engaged in some sort of game where she tossed pieces of scrap metal into a receptacle on the far end of the room. Jonathan cleared his throat, and the woman looked up, unabashed. "Well, what can I do for you?" she replied, with a thick accent. "Are you here to buy, sell, or commission?" "Buy. I want to purchase a suit of chain mail, ideally enchanted. I am relatively new to the Hells, and I do not know what the currency is worth," Jonathan replied truthfully. That might have been a mistake, but the woman looked honest enough. "Well, 10 marks can get you a decent enough sword, and 50 will get you an enchanted one. For what you're looking for, I would say you would have to pay about 75 marks. Armor isn't in as high demand as weapons, but it is more expensive to manufacture." "Are you the smith here?" Jonathan asked, wondering why there was no visible forge in the vicinity. "Nah, that would be my father. That great lunk is in the back, hammering away at something." The woman looked backwards and then yelled at the top of her voice. "Pa, come in here. We have a customer." Someone grumbled in the back of the smithy, and a heavily scarred dwarf lumbered out of the back room. He was an imposing specimen, almost as wide as he was tall. His tattered apron revealed arm muscles the size of Jonathan's head, and he seemed like he could wrestle and bear and win. "Scrawny little bugger, aren't you?" the man said without any sort of preamble. "You got to get some more meat on those bones, you hear?" For the first time in his trip to the Hells, Jonathan was convinced that he was standing before two honest individuals. The dwarves seemed friendly, and the fact that the male one had been in a relationship long enough to have a child spoke volumes about his character. The fact that he had taken care of the girl, even more so. "Perhaps," Jonathan said, chuckling. "I am here to purchase some armor and then be on my way." "Armor, you say? Beatrice, did you tell the man what our prices are?" "Yeah, he was looking for an enchanted set of chainmail, and I told him that it would set him back about 75 marks, she replied. "Good girl. Like I've said many times before, we may be in the Hells, but honesty still applies." Turning to Jonathan, the man continued speaking. "You'll have to wait a few hours for me to finish your commission. It won't take me long to make the armor, given my level, but the enchanting takes some time. Why don't you explore the town while you're waiting? Don't let the air dissuade you from walking around a bit. The people may be a bit paranoid, but they're fine enough folk. I noticed that everyone is armed to the teeth out there. Why is that? This town is on the path of the many ash storms that come rolling through here every few weeks. Every time that accursed worm, Granath, sets out to create more monsters, he stirs up all the existing ones nearby, and they charge across the land in search of prey. After a few days, the horde's momentum peters out, and they spread out, but for a few days, they tear through anything that comes in their path. For some reason, they all go in the same direction, which happens to pass through here." The man then frowned at Jonathan. "You're a freshly med, aren't you? You sound like you're new to the Hells." "That I am. Actually, I was looking for some sort of information source on this world. Is there anywhere I can find one?" "You could check out the city archive. Old Janessa keeps a tight watch on her books, but she has a soft spot for those who are in search of knowledge. It's next to the Flayed Arm Tavern. You can't miss it. Now, I have some work to get to." Jonathan thanked the man and walked out the door, wondering what sort of fatalistic attitude would lead one to name a tavern such a gruesome name. As he passed by other taverns, he saw that such names were universal, although his favorite was a dingy-looking establishment called the Bloody Stool. Despite the off-putting name, there seemed to be many patrons there, enjoying its wares. Jonathan personally would have been hard-pressed to partake of anything from that establishment without being reminded of its name, but it seemed that the folk here were used to it. A few minutes later, he had found the Flayed Arm, a large tavern near the center of the city. Next to it was a dome-shaped building with a large sign at the top. The sign marked it as the city archives. There was nobody near the place, with most of them being in a nearby tavern, and Jonathan quickly walked inside. He was instantly transported to another world, one of silence and parchment, with the dim lighting of lanterns suffusing all. There was only one other soul in the entire place, a woman sitting behind a desk made out of gnarled wood at the center of the room. Her skin was red, and she had two curving horns poking out her forehead. Despite what the smith had said about her, the woman seemed in the prime of youth. Jonathan quickly walked over to the woman, who did not bother to look up. He waited for a moment and then coughed lightly. "Don't cough at me, young man," the woman said, her voice raspy. "I'm doing something important." "Sorry," Jonathan said, mollified. "The smith told me that you might have information on the Infinite Hells." "Which smith? That dwarven lunk, Petrag? You can tell him to stop bandying my name around to any vagabond who comes calling." Despite the woman's sharp tone, she seemed quite fond of the man, as her voice softened upon saying his name. "I don't know about the smiths in this town, but he was a dwarf. Do you happen to have any information, though?" Jonathan asked. "Yes. There's a whole section over there next to the romantic fiction area. Don't ask me why we have that trash here, but the townspeople love it. They use it as some sort of escape from the real world." The woman resumed her work after the critical remark, and Jonathan left her, walking in the direction that she had pointed. He found himself standing in front of a dusty shelf that was sparsely populated, with only about a dozen books on the entire thing. Half of them were worthless, with only speculative entries about what lay further down in the hells, but one of them seemed promising to Jonathan, and he picked it up. The Path of the Hellbreaker, a story of divine might. Jonathan quickly gathered that book under his arm and tried to find some sort of reference book. He quickly found a book that professed to be a repository for information about the ash heaps, but there was nothing about the rest of the infinite hells. He took the two books to a nearby table and got to work reading. Starting with the reference book, he got to work. The ash heaps, also known as the wastes of desolation, is the first circle of the infinite hells. It is the weakest, but the one with the most inhabitants, seeing as most lack the strength to merit punishment in the lower hells. Ruled by Granath the Despoiler, it is a land of endless ruins and ash punctuated by the occasional city, populated by the souls of the dead. Those who succumb to the horrors of the descent are consumed body and soul by Granath, and repurposed as the various horrors that walk the ash. The book was written in a strange way, one that seemed purpose-built for those with high intelligence. Somehow, it had been enchanted to convey a wealth of information through a smaller amount of text than Jonathan would have expected. For example, just from reading that one passage, a detailed image of the ash heaps had somehow formed in his mind, accentuating the words on the page. It was a strange sort of magic, but one that he found quite useful. With that in mind, he flipped through the book, looking for relevant sections. The first such section that he saw was about the various monsters of the region. Within the ash heaps, strength is stratified by proximity or extremity to the center of the circle. The actual region itself extends out past where anyone has dared to venture, but there is a strip of land about 10,000 miles across where the monsters are comparatively weak. As one grows closer to the center or the far reaches of the land, however, the monsters begin to become more powerful. The strongest being in the world is Granath, the ruler of this circle of the infinite hells. However, creatures lurk in the far reaches of the world that are almost at his level of strength. The sleeping titans, a range of living mountains, are one of the first things that one sees upon entering the ash heaps. This is believed to be for the purpose of instilling fear and hopelessness in new arrivals, as the actual monsters in question are so far beyond the edges of the habitable zone that they are nearly unreachable. The monsters may be an imposing sight, but they are rumored to be almost harmless, seeing as they are unable to move. However, there is a possibility that this is just a rumor. Caution is advised to anyone seeking them out. On the lower levels of the monster population, there are creatures such as ash prowlers and fetid oozes, which prey on the weak. Now that Jonathan had read the passage, an image of the mountain range that he had seen upon arrival was burned into his mind. The image was at a far closer range that his own sight had been able to discern, and he was able to see that the mountains were actually curled up humanoids, covered in rocky flesh. Their heads ended in saw-like protuberances, each of which was hundreds of feet in length. Jonathan shook his head, banishing the image, and continued reading. As one grows in power, they will quickly find that to progress, they will have to make their way towards more dangerous sections of the world. This serves Granath well, as it inevitably sends them off into the far reaches, where they will quickly die, or towards him, where he can twist them to his dark desires. Jonathan had been suffering from the essence drought that was the lower-level monsters, and he knew exactly what this passage was talking about. He would have to make a decision soon, whether to head for the interior or towards the perimeter of the ash heaps. Both were fraught with danger, but he was slightly more inclined towards the perimeter of the world, seeing as it was his only shot at reaching the necessary level of power to defeat Granath. He was sure that there were no creatures approaching the demon's strength anywhere within the interior. He would have to find them somewhere else. As it happened, the next section of the book was about Granath himself, and Jonathan quickly flipped the yellowed pages toward a section about his history. Like the other circle rulers, Granath was created eons ago by the Dark Lord of Hell, Angranor, and has been in a constant struggle against his brethren for Dems. In a complicated game called the Infernal Court, circle rulers vie for power against one another, seeking to defeat their neighbors and progress further down the circles toward their MSTR. Granath has been the weakest of their number from the very start, but he is still monstrously strong. No force within the ash heaps can hope to defeat him. His form is that of a gargantuan worm with a vaguely humanoid head. His body is truly immense, reaching hundreds of feet in length. He also possesses strong magical abilities, not least of which is his ability to devour the souls of the dead. Jonathan was about to turn the page, but he heard a faint rustling from behind him, and he spun around to see Janessa hovering over him. "Are you finally realizing that your quest is hopeless?" the woman asked, her raspy voice cutting through the silence. "Huh? What quest?" Jonathan asked, feigning ignorance. "Don't play dumb with me. You are following the path of the Hellbreaker, are you not? It was written all over your auric signature. I don't know why someone of your meager level is chasing that myth, but I implore you to stop. You will die, just like the rest of them." A tear glistened in the woman's yellow eye, and she blinked it away. "Never mind that. Dervan wouldn't want me moping over him anyway." "How did you know all that?" Jonathan asked, shocked. "Like I said, your aura is like an open book. You have impressive power for one, so recently sent to the hells. Here, analyze me, why don't you?" the woman replied. Jonathan obliged, and was struck dumb by what he found. Janessa, demonic hybrid, level 77. He sputtered wordlessly at what he saw written before him. "A high level, is it not? My partner and I were following that path many decades ago, but when we reached the Ashen Citadel, we found ourselves woefully unprepared for the power of its defenders. I could have eviscerated you before you even realized I had moved, but Granath is far beyond even that. My husband was killed by one of his lowliest guards, and I barely escaped with my life, and with the majority of my power gone. All that is left of me is the meaningless number on my stat sheet. In reality, I am weaker than a babe. That is why I implore you not to throw away your life on this meaningless quest. Progress, of course, but do not reach for things beyond your station. Now dash." The dome began to rumble, and books fell off their shelves, clattering to the floor. Jonathan stood, alarmed. Janessa bit her lip and sighed. "You came at the most inopportune time. The monster horde is coming. You will have to help defend the city. What about you? Will you be all right?" Jonathan asked. "Don't worry about me. I'll be safe here. Besides, I still have some of my old tricks left." "Now go," the woman shouted at him. A strange force seized him and propelled him towards the doors, sending him sprawling out onto the street. People milled about, with their weapons drawn, organizing themselves into small units. On the walls, defenders scrambled to load the ballistas and catapults mounted there, and archers began to knock arrows to their bows. The gates opened, and the guards rushed back inside, as fast as their legs could carry them. A trio of burly orcs came running down the main street, bearing a large slab of metal between them. With a grunt, they heaved it into place behind the gate, sealing it tightly. Jonathan noticed Petrag and his daughter running down the street, both of them dressed in armor. He waved at the pair, who paused in front of him. "You really are an unlucky one, aren't you?" Petrag exclaimed, some of his accent gone. "I was almost finished with your armor, too. I have a quota to fill on the walls, though." "Hold on, almost finished? How much more time do you need?" Jonathan asked. "About a quarter of an hour." "What?" "I can hold your place on the wall," Jonathan said. "What do I need to do?" The dwarf laughed at this and pointed at the massive crossbow on his back. "No offense, boy, but I doubt that you can even pull the string on this thing, let alone knock it." "What level are you? Level 5? You're just a newbie." Rather than protest, Jonathan simply held out his hand towards the man, waiting for him to hand him the crossbow. Grumbling under his breath about cocky youths, Petrag handed Jonathan the crossbow. He quickly sighted along its length and effortlessly drew the string back, knocking it on the small hook at the end of the crossbow. Raising one eyebrow at the dwarf, who looked shocked, Jonathan released the string, able to hold the tension within his hands without letting it snap back. "Do I meet your standards?" "How?" "Never mind that. Beatrice, go with him and hand him arrows. You know what to do." The man turned around and ran back towards the smithy, and Beatrice flashed Jonathan a smile. He gave her one in return, and followed the wash of people down the street towards the walls. Following the vague directions being hollered by the guards, He ran up the stairs, with Beatrice following. The walls were packed with people, but Jonathan ignored all of that in favor of what was beyond the walls. What looked at a distance like a living tide of ash was hurtling across the land, and when he focused in on the front of the wave, he was able to make out monsters milling around in the midst of it. Beatrice handed him a thick crossbow bolt, and he began to knock it, still looking at the sight in front of him. The rest of the defenders began to load their weapons as well, and a few moments later, a man came running along the battlements, touching his glowing hands to the weapons. He passed by Jonathan a moment later, and a white glow spread across the crossbow, before concentrating into the tip of the bolt. Jonathan was able to sense the work of another mage, and he tried to find out what exactly the man had done to the bolt. Before he could do so, however, the monsters came into range. Fire! Someone bellowed from the far end of the wall, unleashing a wave of projectiles. Jonathan propped the crossbow up against his shoulder and fired, the glowing projectile hurtling toward the monsters. It landed a moment later and exploded, blowing apart a dozen monsters in a single blast. However, that barely made a dent in the horde. Other explosions rocked the horde, some smaller and some larger, working away at the front lines. Still, it was barely a drop in an ocean, and soon the monsters crashed against the walls, shaking them to their foundations. They rushed past them in an unceasing torrent, and soon bits of masonry began to fall. Although each monster was individually too weak to do anything to the walls, the force from all of them at once was more than sufficient. As the defenders desperately loosed arrows into the fray, the tide began to slow, and soon the forms of the monsters were few and far between. The defenders around Jonathan sighed in relief, but none of them returned. Turning to Beatrice, he was met with a shake of the head. That was only the beginning. In between each wave, a few elites come, and those can only be taken out in melee combat. As she spoke, Jonathan spotted a few shadowy shapes in the distance, which quickly turned into over 20. Half of them were alpha ash prowlers, but he spotted a few massive fetid oozes and even another one of the ash reavers. A few monsters that he knew nothing about walked among the elites too. Someone came running up the stairs, and Jonathan turned to see. It was Petrag, and the man bore a set of sparkling chain armor over his right shoulder. Breathing heavily, he handed it off to Jonathan, snatching his crossbow back. With the strength that you showed earlier, your place is out there, facing the elites. I'll give you this armor, free of charge, if you do that. Jonathan had already been planning to do this, and he nodded wordlessly, beginning to put on the armor. It was time to get some more levels. He quickly donned the armor, not bothering to remove his tattered leather set, and found that it was far more comfortable than he had expected. He felt power surging through his body from the armor, but did not have time to analyze it. Instead, he ran over to the wall and vaulted over it, drawing shouts of amazement from everyone else there. He landed on the ash outside of the city and waited there for his support. There were supposed to be others coming, and while he could have charged the monsters on his own, he did not fancy his chances against the wall of elites. A few moments later, 5 others landed on the ash at varying distances from Jonathan. There were 2 melee fighters with a sword and an axe respectively, 2 mages who had orbs of condensed mana hovering around their hands, and finally, the man who had performed the spell on the weapons earlier. They all stared at Jonathan, who they had not been expecting. Before any one of them could call him out, however, the monsters charged, the ground shaking. Shots began to rain down from the battlements above, and Jonathan sped forward, his feet sending up drifts of ash. To everyone's shock, he outpaced both of the melee fighters, who were running at high speeds themselves. Without pausing, Jonathan leapt forward to the nearest elite, one of the ash prowler alphas, and brought his fist down on its head with a surge of power. Mana crackled around his gauntlet, and monster blood splattered the ground around him as his fist slammed straight into flesh. A great crater was blasted out of the monster in question, and it yowled in pain. Fire began to build up in its throat, but Jonathan sent his right fist in a devastating right hook towards the monster's jaws. Metal met flesh and metal one, tearing the bottom jaw of the monster clean off. Its fire sputtered out, and Jonathan moved his hand into the creature's head, boiling its brain with his mana. Sliding the corpse off his hand, he raced towards the next monster. All around him, arrows and ballista bolts rained down, interspersed with a few spells. None of them came anywhere near Jonathan, a testament to the skill of the archers at the top of the battlements. The other fighters were all in the process of fighting too, although none of them had been able to kill a monster yet. Both of the melee fighters seemed to be pure warriors, without any magical ability between them. Likewise, the two mages were entirely focused on magic, moving barely faster than a normal human. Nobody else had the same stat bonuses that Jonathan had, nobody normal at any rate, and as a result, most people specialized heavily. The other fighter, the man who had empowered the projectiles earlier, had an entirely unique style of fighting. He picked out rocks from his pocket and imbued them with white light before lobbing them at the monsters. Although the rocks were barely visible, they landed with the force of grenades, blasting chunks out of their targets. Jonathan took this all in as he quickly dismantled the next ash prowler, his fists moving so fast that all anybody on the wall saw was a blur. Mana hissed and popped through raw flesh as he fought, leaving yet another charred corpse in his wake. He was rapidly outgrowing the basic monsters in this area, and as he moved on to one of the fetid oozes, he hoped that he could find a challenge in this one. This particular fetid ooze, as an elite, was twice the size of the one he had fought before and had 2 arms rather than 1. Other than that, it was basically the same creature covered in grotesque boils and with a misshapen body. Its massive maw yawned hungrily open as Jonathan approached. Its twin fists shot out like lightning a moment later. Even with all of his speed, Jonathan was barely able to dodge the attack, and one of the arms grazed the top of his head. Wet blood ran down the sides of his scalp, and he found that a large chunk of skin was missing. Just the slightest edge of the monster's punch had utterly devastated the top of his head, and Jonathan knew that this was not an opponent to take lightly. He ducked under a return strike and grabbed at the arm above him, forcing mana through his fists and into his hands. The creature burned as the mana struck it, but the rate at which skin melted away was far slower than with the other monsters. The creature chortled wetly and yanked its arm free, before backhanding Jonathan with its other arm as he unbalanced. He went skipping 20 feet across the ground, and only came to a stop after he moved his hands deep into the ash. His entire body felt like a slab of tenderized meat, but luckily there was nothing broken. The monster had not been able to build up enough speed to seriously injure him. Jonathan got to his feet, spotting one of the ash prowlers coming straight for him, taking note of his relative weakness. With a snarl, he slammed the mana out of his core and into the world, imbuing his gauntlets with power. The monster built up fire in its throat, and Jonathan tried to tug at it with his unravel skill. However, nothing happened. It seemed that the fiery breath was a natural ability of the monster, and had nothing at all to do with mana manipulation. Jonathan sighed, but was undeterred. He could kill the thing with his bare hands if need came to it. The fetid ooze elite was trundling across the ash in the background, but there was enough time before the slow monster came near him to kill the ash prowler. Jonathan widened his stance and held his hands out in front of himself, getting ready to fight. The nearer of the two monsters came howling towards his neck, trying to set off its fire ability as close as it could to his face. Jonathan ducked underneath the creature and punched it into the underbelly, sending it off course. The ball of fire went soaring through the air, landing on one of the unidentified elites. The creature looked like some sort of giant bird, and it hissed as the fire landed on its back. The scariest thing was that the orb of glowing energy barely burnt the thing. It turned around from its current position, which was facing off against the two melee fighters, and opened its beak wide. It flapped its wings once and then charged across the ash, using its wings to propel itself at high speeds. Jonathan grabbed the ash prowler and swung it into the path of the bird. It seemed that the fireball had been enough to dispel the uneasy peace between the monsters, and the bird skewered it on its razor-sharp beak before opening its jaws, tearing the monster in half. Unfortunately, It now had its eyes locked on Jonathan. The fetid ooze began to turn around, knowing when it was beaten, instead heading towards the man, empowering the rocks in the background. The bird lashed out at Jonathan with its beak, spearing into the center of his chest. He knocked the beak aside at the last minute, but it still impacted his chest, knocking him back a step. There was a small dent in one of the chain links, but nothing major. The armor certainly was worth more money than the smith had asked for. Still, it felt like he had been hit by a carriage, and his chest ached from the blow. One of his ribs had splintered from the force, and he knew that it was time for him to get serious. He sent 200 points of mana out of his core and into his hands, condensing the resulting flares of blue energy down the smallest size that he could create. 2 golf ball-sized orbs of scintillating light hovered on the ends of his fists, and as the bird attacked again, he punched. Fist met beak, and the mana ate through the hard surface of the creature's natural weapon, causing it to withdraw hastily. Jonathan nailed it in the neck with a blow from his left hand, and the monster wheezed as he sent caustic mana into its windpipe. It recovered quickly, however, and swiped to the side with its now shortened beak, knocking Jonathan head over heels in the direction of the walls. He rolled as he fell, getting back to his feet just in time to block another strike from the bird monster. It was both incredibly fast and incredibly dangerous, packing a serious punch. He grabbed its beak in both hands and twisted, causing the monster to let out a muffled screech of pain. The thing kicked out with one of its legs, lifting Jonathan off the ground and knocking the wind out of his lungs. Some of the food he had eaten recently threatened to come back up, but he kept it down with a force of will and held on. As he flew up and over the monster's head, he yanked with all of his might, sending the bird skidding forward as he pulled at its beak and neck. It tried to pull him back towards the front of its body, but he was too strong for it, and instead he tore its legs out from under it, landing with the monster's beak in his hand. With a titanic JRK of his arms, he tore the beak right off the monster in a welter of yellowish blood. The bird wriggled free of his grasp, but with its biggest weapon gone, it was now trivial to deal with. As it came charging towards him, preparing to kick, he brought his right hand SDRKNG towards the air and into the side of the monster's head. There was an explosion of blue light, and the thing's small head exploded, sending gore flying everywhere. The monster collapsed backwards and lived no more. By this point, more than half of the monsters were dead, but one of the warriors, the one with the axe, was on his last legs, bleeding out on the ash. His partner was fighting desperately to head off a trio of ash prowlers, but the wolf-like beasts were slowly overwhelming him and forcing the man backward so that they could get at the weakened warrior he was protecting. The 2 mages were too busy fending off the other monsters with bolts of blue light, and a mage with the empowerment abilities was facing off against the fetid oozes, tossing rocks into their gaping maws. One of the downsides of the monster's massive jaws was that it was unable to close them fully, leaving a weak spot. When the explosive rocks were tossed into the monster's mouth, they did considerable damage. Jonathan saw that his aid was needed most with the 2 warriors, and he pushed off the ground, running as quickly as he could towards his beleaguered allies. He reached the duo within seconds, and his fist took a monster out of the fight, sending the ash prowler skidding across the ground, a bloody wound gaping open on its side. Jonathan followed the monster and pummeled it into the ground with his spiked gauntlets, brutally killing the creature. Turning around, he saw that his efforts had allowed the warriors to fend off the last 2 creatures, with the dying one getting the odd strike off. Jonathan admired the man's tenacity, and he quickly made his way back towards him, trying to get there in time to kill another one of the prowlers. His mana-imbued fist came in like a blue-streaked meteor, sending blood and bone flying as it slammed into the nearest one of the monsters. It howled in pain, and he flipped over its back, grabbing it by the scruff of the neck. He brought it flying over his head and slammed it into the other ash prowler, breaking bones. The first one expired, its body unable to take the stress anymore, and the second one was heavily injured. Jonathan withdrew, allowing the warrior with the sword to kill the remaining ash prowler. The man nodded in thanks and attended to his wounded companion. Jonathan quickly ran off in search of another monster. The nearest one, a strange hybrid of a monkey and a slug, oozed across the ash towards him, its slime leaving a trail of caustic acid behind. It was incredibly slow, at least compared to him, but it was heavily armored, with plates of rocky bone covering the majority of its upper body. The only thing left unexposed was the underside of its body, where it slid across the ground. The top half of its body was dominated by two muscular arms and a huge torso, which ended in a grotesquely elongated monkey's head. Jonathan narrowed his eyes and renewed the mana on his fists, getting ready to eliminate the creature. The thing swung its right arm towards him as he approached, trying to catch him off guard. He dashed past its ponderous strike and drove his fist into its side. Rather than breaking through the armor, however, one of his knuckles cracked. The mana dissipated across the surface, sinking into the armor. Jonathan quickly withdrew and scanned the monster. Simian Mana Leech Elite, level 34. The name told him everything he needed to know about why his attack had been ineffective. Using his mana had actually weakened the effect of his punch, giving power to the monster rather than damaging it. He quickly banished the mana and punched again, this time managing to crack the armor. The creature let out a low grunt and swung its fist towards him, trying to trap him between its arm and its body. Jonathan ducked down and came surging upwards when the arm passed above him, cracking his gauntlet into the monster's chin. The creature grunted and was driven up and off its slug-like lower half, almost falling backwards. Jonathan pressed the advantage, but as he punched again, the monster began to exude a torrent of sticky and acidic slime, covering most of its body with the stuff. Jonathan quickly aborted his strike, not wanting to have his flesh meld off his bones. There was a place where there was no slime, however, which was on the monster's face, where there was no rocky coating. That would be the only place that he could effectively strike. With a shout, he leaped off the ground and punched forwards with all of his might, aiming his fist, summit with a large ball of mana, towards the monster's face. It grinned at him wickedly and lifted up its slime-covered arm, placing it in the way of his strike. However, the mana had not been for the monster, rather there to burn away the slime. The liquid crackled and burned away as the mana crashed into it, and as soon as the slime was gone in that area, Jonathan banished the skill and used the raw power of his fist, imbued with his strength score of over 100 points. The monster's arm bent backwards with the force of the blow, and Jonathan drove his fist through the rocky covering and into the bone beneath. The coating on its arms was thinner than on the rest of its body, meaning that the attack did not do too much damage to the rest of the creature, but it was still rocked backwards by the strike. Jonathan quickly followed up with a barrage of such strikes, tearing into the creature's body. Normally this thing would have been the bane of adventurers, with its resistance to mana and its high defense, but he was strong and fast enough to cancel out both advantages, relying solely on his own body. Soon the monster was covered in cracks, with a few gaping holes from where Jonathan had landed more than one strike in the same spot. He grinned at the monster, before moving his gauntlet into one such hole on the monster's arm and grabbing its bone. The creature bucked, trying to get him off, but he held firm, and with a disgusting tearing noise, he ripped the creature's arm apart at the elbow. It keened in agony and brought its other fist SDRKNG towards Jonathan. He redirected the attack with a clever use of his skill, sending the strike up and over his head before swinging around and tossing the monster. It was too heavy for him to toss over his shoulder, but what happened was arguably better. The monster's arm broke off at the shoulder, and he was left holding it like a club. To add insult to injury, he whirled around and smashed the rocky appendage into the mana leech's face. The monster howled from the pain of all its injuries, and Jonathan ran forwards, intending to finish the fight quickly. However, the monster had other plans. There was a brief flash of blinding blue light, and an orb of power blossomed in front of the creature. Tendrils ran from the orb and into the monster's body, and as the orb grew bigger, the creature shrunk and deflated, as if its life force was being drained. Jonathan backed away, and when the ball grew to its full size, it detonated, blasting him away. The blast radius was far more than he had expected, and his arms almost broke from the power contained within that strike. He came to a sudden halt, slamming into the city walls. More bones broke, but he was able to push past the pain, noting that none of them were anything especially vital to his fighting prowess. Jonathan extricated himself from the wall, having sunk into the stone by a small amount, and found himself back on his feet in no time. The man looked in the direction of the mana leech, only seeing a splatter of blood and slime across a good portion of the ash. It had killed itself with its final strike, and Jonathan felt its essence enter him. However, it was significantly less than he had expected, meaning that the monster had been credited with its own death for some absurd reason, that he surveyed the rest of the battlefield, seeing that the fight was almost over. The beleaguered pair of fighters were heading towards the city gates, with the wounded one seemingly on the brink of death. They were both still alive, however, which was good. Meanwhile, the three mages were in a complicated dance with the Ash Reaver, trying to keep it at bay with kinetic strikes. The monster roared in rage as it was forced away from their position over and over, its body slowly but surely breaking apart before the blows. The two conventional mages were clearly focused on quantity over quality, and they spat out a veritable storm of mana attacks, none of which was particularly damaging on their own. In a barrage numbering in the dozens, however, they were devastating. Meanwhile, the Enhancer threw his imbued rocks every few seconds or so, breaking into the rhythm of the other mages. When his attacks landed, noticeably large chunks of flesh and bone were blasted apart, and the Reaver stumbled. However, the trio were rapidly running out of mana, evidenced by the harangued looks on their faces and the slowly diminishing rate of fire. Without a second's hesitation, Jonathan charged for the mages, his broken bones rattling within himself painfully. He pushed past the sharp pain, focusing on the battle ahead. When he reached the mages, they briefly paused their barrage, distracting the Reaver for long enough for Jonathan to land a clean strike on its back leg. Already weakened from the barrage, the creature stumbled backwards, its leg bent at an odd angle. It opened its mouth to roar in displeasure, but a stone arced through the air on a perfect trajectory, landing straight in the creature's mouth. There was a pause, and then the creature's head exploded, showing the mages with blood and gore. Jonathan gave the three fighters a friendly nod and headed off towards the last, surviving Knot of Elites, which were one of the fetid oozes and three of the ash prowlers. The other fighters and him had killed off all the other monsters by this point, which was quite impressive. The mages supported him with covering fire as he ran towards his quarry, and the monsters were barely able to see him, occluded by the mana bolts as he was. Ball of mana began to form on both of his hands, and he crushed them down to their smallest size with his iron will. Holding out his hands in front of himself, Jonathan ped back his fist as fast as it would go, building up power for his strike. When he reached the monster, his hands were alight with blue mana, and he punched forwards, aiming right for the nearest ash prowler. The monster howled and leapt at him, trying to get to him before he could strike. His fist met its jaw, and its head was blasted straight off its shoulder, the mana cutting through its neck like it wasn't even there. Jonathan grabbed the corpse out of the air and threw it towards the fetid ooze, distracting it for long enough to move onto the next of the ash prowlers. The two remaining ones pounced at the same time, but they were struck out of the air by a well-timed, imbued rock from the mage in the background, and Jonathan was upon them, punishing them for their mistake. Each fist broke bones and tore flesh, and he quickly had the beast on the ropes. The fetid ooze had begun to move towards him, uninterested in the corpse that he had thrown, but he had enough time to kill off these monsters. The creature bit down on his chainmail armor, unable to get past its immaculate defense. Jonathan tensed his muscles and then roared in exertion, swinging the monsters together. The two creatures splattered against one another in a hideous shower of blood, and he brought them crashing together once more, finally killing the things. Leaving them aside, Jonathan raced towards the fetid ooze, which was sliding across the ash towards him, a look of hunger distending its enlarged jaw even more than it was normally. He swung at the last moment and met its fist in midair, both fighters struggling to maintain their equilibrium. The monster was incredibly strong, with its grotesquely enlarged muscles. But Jonathan was slightly stronger, especially with his new armor. With a roar, he pushed the arm backwards and closed the gap, pummeling the monster's flabby exterior with his gauntlets. It chortled at him as he did so, and as bloody wounds began to mount on its body, it suddenly opened its mouth, seeking to envelop his hands in it. Seeing the razor-sharp teeth that lined its maw, Jonathan quickly snatched his hands back, before punching again after it snapped down, splintering its decaying teeth. The monster let out a wet, gurgling sound and opened its mouth wide. Yet another of the well-timed, imbued stones came whistling through the air and popped into the creature's mouth. It shuddered as an explosion ripped through its insides. Unlike the Ash Reaver, however, it was built for durability, and it did not fall. Jonathan's fist crashed into the top of its head a moment later, and it rocked backwards, unbalanced by the strike. He quickly followed up with a quick volley of punches, rocking it further and further off balance. After about 10 of these, he swung for the fences, driving his fist into the rubbery flesh of the monster with everything he had. The creature was lifted off its slug-like body and fell backwards. It struggled to right itself, but it was too late. Jonathan leapt into the air and tilted his body towards the monster. Condensing a ball of mana in his hands, Jonathan came crashing down, driving the energy into the monster's head. It splattered beneath him, and the monster let out one last gurgle before dying. With that, the battle was over. Notifications spiraled into his vision, but he cleared them all away except for the one telling him of the levels that he had gained. As his flesh and bones knitted back together, he stared at it in disbelief. "You have leveled up X2. Jonathan gaped at the low number in astonishment. That quickly turned to rage. He had personally defeated almost half of those monsters, and he had only gained enough essence to gain 2 levels? What the hell? He exclaimed as he looked at the notification, hoping to have misread it. If he had been a little less assiduous with finishing off the monsters, he might well have walked out of that without any sort of levels at all, leaving him at the mercy of his injuries. He closed the notification with a grunt and headed back towards the city where the mages were walking. As he walked through the open gates, he was greeted with a storm of cheering from the townspeople. They were lined up on either side of the street in front of him, and he could see Petrag and Beatrice there, clapping with the others. Jonathan waved at the townspeople, wondering what exactly had attracted all the attention. As he entered the town, and the gates swung shut behind him, an elderly man walked up to him with a smile on his face. "You are a marvel, my boy," the man said, his voice genuinely happy. "You did more work out there than our finest warriors. How can we ever repay you?" "Well, I was given this armor for fighting, so I suppose that is payment enough for me," Jonathan answered. "Oh yes, Petrag's fine work. I would recognize it from anywhere." "Well, if you are content with that, then who am I to push more on you?" The man paused, as if remembering something. "Right, how rude of me. I never introduced myself. I am Graynell Evanson, mayor of this town. You never met me because my talents are not exactly suited to fighting." The man gave the gathered crowds a glance, and then looked over at Jonathan. "Would you mind if we converse privately? I have some propositions for you." "That would be fine," Jonathan said, already pretty sure of what those propositions would be. If he was not mistaken, the man would want him to stay in the town and protect it. It was only up to Graynell to not push the matter or try to force it on Jonathan. This town had been better than the others he had visited before, but he would not hesitate to leave if he was forced into anything. In any case, he was confident that he was strong enough to escape, if not defeat, the defenders of the town, especially with his new levels. Leaving the hubbub of the crowd behind, the old man led Jonathan down the main street, ignoring the many businesses and houses on each side. He walked at a slow pace, barely more than that of a normal human, and Jonathan had to resist the urge to tell the man to hurry up. Eventually, they reached the city center, finding themselves outside of a large building built out of a different type of stone than the rest of the city. It was a lighter shade of black, almost a gray color, and it was quite a bit more inviting than the rest of the city. The mayor walked up to the doors and placed his palm against a small pad on the side. The pad beeped and went green, and the doors opened in front of him, revealing a large hallway. He waved at Jonathan, beckoning for him to enter, and he followed. Setting foot on the smooth floor of the city hall, Jonathan was amazed by how silent it was in comparison to the rest of the city. He followed the other man down the hallway, wondering why there was nobody else in the building. It seemed a little bit suspicious to him, but he was still confident in his power to deal with anything untoward. At the end of the hall was an ornate door, which the mayor opened using a key, hanging from a chain around his neck. Behind the door was a well-furnished study, with sofas and even a wooden table. Jonathan had no idea where all of the finery had come from, seeing as they were literally in hell, but he did not ask questions. The other man entered the room, sitting down behind the desk. Jonathan entered after him a moment later, surveying the room. "Do you like the desk? I found a nice touch. I had it imported from the Ashen Citadel a few years back. It was quite expensive, but worth it, I feel. It gives me bonuses to my writing speed, which is getting worse in my old age." Noting that Jonathan was still standing, he waved his hands. "Sit, please. This isn't a job interview. You are a hero to us now." Jonathan nodded and sat on one of the sofas, watching the other man closely. "I don't mean to be rude, but what exactly did you summon me here for?" "Ah, don't be so formal. I didn't summon you anywhere. This is merely a friendly chat. Nothing more, nothing less." Then the other shoe dropped. "I have a proposition for you, you see, and I wish to make it in private." "Go on. I saw your performance out there on the battlefield, and I wish to make use of your power in the future. How would you feel about becoming a permanent citizen of this town, with a full salary and the best of comfort?" "Not interested," Jonathan replied instantly. "I have a task to complete, and I cannot linger long here, no matter what you might offer to me. However, is there anything else you might want from me?" "Look," the other man began, sighing, "I wish I didn't have to explain this to you. I am quite popular among the general populace, but some of the crafters wish to oust me. You see, I installed a tax a few years ago on the wealthiest members of this town, and they wish to remove me and place a puppet in my place. I would be grateful if you helped me out with this." "Why would you enact such a tax? Was it to line your own pockets?" Jonathan asked, expecting nothing less. For this man to be actually a good person was quite unlikely. "Believe it or not, I love the people of this town like my own family. I built this place out of my own blood, sweat, and tears back when I was a young man, and I enjoy watching what it became. With those taxes, I make sure that everyone is able to eke out a passable existence here, no matter how destitute they are. I cannot provide much, but it is better than nothing." The man's tone indicated that he was telling the truth, but was hiding something. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, regarding the man with a lidded gaze. During his years back on Earth, he had dealt with many people like this, generally when he was trying to negotiate a good deal for supplies. He worked for a small company that had been in the business of transporting goods across the country, working for their parent company, which was a large retailer. For some reason, they had put Jonathan on the job of negotiating with the suppliers to get a better deal than simply buying from a quota. He had been quite good at it too, and one of the best ways to crack someone's facade was to stay silent. Most people would be unable to stand the uncomfortable break in the conversation and would eventually fill it with something else. Apply this enough, and it was a great boon to any negotiation. It only took him a few minutes to crack the mayor, and the man gulped nervously. "Fine, I do take a small cut myself, but only because of the service that I render to the town. That money paid for this desk, which is an inarguable boon to the entire town, as it meshes with my class to allow me to administer the daily tasks of my job more quickly." "That wasn't so hard, was it now?" Jonathan asked. "Seeing as you have so much spare money, I assume that you can reward me for my services if I decide to help you out?" Now that Jonathan knew how much things cost, he was hungry for more coinage with which to buy supplies. He was already well equipped, but seeing as enchanted items were able to provide small stat bonuses, he wanted to find more. The other man grimaced slightly at the demand, but he nodded. "I'll draw up a proper system quest for you." One of the perks of my class. The other man said. He pulled out a piece of paper and began scribbling on it. True to his word, it did indeed seem like he was writing at a furious pace. A few minutes later, he took the piece of paper and handed it to Jonathan. As he read it, he was met with a notification. You have been offered a quest. Municipal discontent C. The town mayor is in quite a predicament, and he wished for you to help him out. The town's elite are angry at him for enacting taxes on them, with which to benefit the town and occasionally his own pocket. Despite this, he has remained in power for long enough to hire you. Quite lucky of him. You have been tasked with quelling this discontent, whether through negotiation or through force. Rewards, 100 Leviathan coins. Accept? Y/N. It was a simple quest with a simple reward, and Jonathan quickly accepted it, causing the other man to smile. Like with the baby killer quest, it was a one-stage quest, meaning that there was no objective section like there had been with the Hellbreaker quest. Good. You should get to work as soon as possible then, as the next monster wave should be coming within the day. Jonathan nodded at the mayor and walked out the door, not noticing the devious smile on the other man's face. Perhaps he had been using the taxes to benefit the people, but they were really an excuse for his greatest vice. The mayor, like quite a few people in the ash heaps, was addicted to a certain type of drag that was sourced directly from the Ashen Citadel. It was formed out of the byproduct of the soul-consuming process that Granath used on the dead souls entering his city, and it would allow the user to experience the memories of the person who had produced it, seeing as their minds had been broken before even reaching the hells. All that was left were their memories of the outside world. This was the only form of escape that anyone in this world could find, and the drag had a highly addictive quality too. The mayor wasn't actually even that old, just wizened from overexposure to the drag. It was expensive too, necessitating a steady stream of money to buy. Sure, the merchants were angry at the man for this vice of his, but they were mostly annoyed that the taxes were cutting into their bottom line. Like Jonathan had found, a good soul was rare indeed in the infinite hells. A few minutes later, Jonathan was standing outside of the nearest smithy, one that was richly appointed, and seemed like it belonged to someone with quite a lot of money to throw around. The building was covered in ornate decorations, made out of metal, and there were large windows, displaying a series of weapons and armor, all of which looked quite finely constructed. There was a line outside the smithy, too, with about a dozen people waiting. Upon seeing Jonathan, however, they quickly made way for him, chattering excitedly among each other. He nodded his thanks and entered the smithy. The interior was even more ostentatious than the outside, with what looked to be an actual carpet in the waiting area. Jonathan made his way up to the desk, prompting the man sitting there to look up. He was of a race that Jonathan had never seen before, but he did recognize it from some less than appropriate shows back on Earth. The man looked like a normal human, but he had the ears of a cat and had feline features, as well with eyes that glowed slightly. Whiskers protruded out from under his nose, and he frowned at Jonathan. What are you staring at? You have something against my kind. No, you merely reminded me of something, Jonathan said, wondering why he was even bothering explaining. I have business with your boss. Can you direct me to him? MS Tergarneth does not deal personally with the likes of you. You can either leave an order for him here, or get out. Jonathan had been hoping to do this diplomatically, but the man's tone was rubbing him the wrong way. He sighed and walked past the desk, heading towards the forge in the back room. Hey, you can't go in there. Jonathan ignored the cat man and kept walking. He heard a hiss from behind him, and something impacted his back without enough force to break through his armor. He turned around slowly and saw that the desk attendant was clutching a crossbow in his hands. Jonathan growled a low, terrifying noise, and a wave of power surged out of him, cowing the other man. It was the same feeling that he had felt from the monstrous reptile that had almost killed him, but this time it was coming from him. A growing stain across the front of the other man's breeze alerted Jonathan to his effect on him, and he turned around, disgusted. There were no more crossbow bolts after that. He was glad that he had not injured the other man, as he felt no pleasure in harming those who were weaker than himself. There was no way to gain power from that, after all. Perhaps if he murdered thousands of people lower level than him, he could gain levels, but although he acted in a brutal manner against his enemies, Jonathan was not evil. Part of his longing to leave the hells, after all, was to be able to free all of the lost souls here. Still, it was all well and good to be espousing his morals here, but he knew that things would probably change if he ever made it past this ring. Eventually, he suspected that his morals would be tested, but for now, he was powerful enough to actually follow his desired path. He entered the back room a few seconds later, finding himself wandering to the middle of an expanse of sweltering heat. Emaciated workers shoveled coals into an endlessly burning forge, and other workers brought tools to a giant of a man who was working in the middle of the forge. Jonathan frowned upon seeing the state of the workers, but he withheld his judgment, at least until he could find more. Upon hearing him enter, a marvel, given the noise that the constant ringing of the man's hammer was making, he turned around, facing Jonathan. "What do you think you're doing here, you BSDRD? You dare to come disturb my work? I ought to crush you for that." The man blustered. Jonathan ignored his angry words and instead studied the man. He looked human enough, but he had a certain rough-hewn quality to his features that told Jonathan that he was not entirely so. He quickly analyzed the man. Forge MSTR Garneth. Half-troll. Level 32. The man was a half-troll, which explained the size. In addition, he was of a higher level than Jonathan, but he suspected that the man would not hold up to him in a real fight, which seemed to become more of a possibility as time went on. Did that worm of a mayor send you here to interfere with my work? Pathetic. That man is far too weak to be in charge. That depends. Who are these people, and why are they in such bad condition? Jonathan asked, pointing at the workers. The other man sneered at this. These wretches? Why, they're my slaves. Does that cause you offense? I can see that you do not treat them with the respect that they deserve. I was going to let you off with a warning to not interfere in the workings of this town, but it seems like we have a problem, Jonathan said, folding his arms. He would not abide this sort of evil, no matter whether it was his place to stop it or not. The other man laughed, long and low, and drew a massive hammer from his belt. It seems like we do, he said, starting to pump fiery energy into the hammer. The slaves scattered, and the forge Emistar lumbered forwards, crossing the distance between himself and Jonathan deceptively quickly. He brought his hammer down, and the air rang with the speed at which it traveled. Jonathan stepped to the side and slapped the hammer to the ground, where it left a massive crater, blasting chunks of rock in all directions. Some of those rock chunks struck the slaves, injuring them. Jonathan's rage started to burn hotter. He grabbed the handle of the hammer, but was forced to let go as his flesh started to blister. "You filth! I may be a blacksmith, but I am more than strong enough to defeat you." The man swiped his hammer up and towards Jonathan's face, surprising him with the speed at which it moved. He snapped his arms up to protect his head and block the strike. Even with the awkward angle at which it had traveled, it still cracked bones. However, it was not enough to keep Jonathan down. Jonathan skidded backwards, keeping his feet, and laughed at the other man. Mana surged to his fingertips, and his mana drills came into being, lighting up his form. With a single step, he was in front of the massive forge MSTR, and he swung his fist into the man's gut. The leather apron that he was wearing evaporated around the mana drill, and Jonathan's gauntlet quickly thudded into flesh. The giant of man was lifted off his feet and was sent sprawling into the forge. He quickly got his feet underneath him, but Jonathan was already there. Lifting up one hand, he grabbed the smith's neck and lifted him off the ground. The massive man writhed in his grasp, but Jonathan was too strong for him. "You will release these slaves at this moment, or I will kill you. If I ever heard that you have continued in this foul trade of flesh, I will come here and end you. Is that understood?" Jonathan placed all of his conviction, cultivated through battle, into his words, and let his aura flare out in full. The smith nodded, terrified, and Jonathan dropped the man, letting him drop to the floor. "You lot," Jonathan said, addressing the slaves. "You're all free to go. Go check in with the mayor and tell him that his employees sent you." It was only fair that the mayor dealt with the backlash of the errands that he was sending Jonathan on. The slaves nodded wordlessly and then ran out the door, startling the people waiting in line. Jonathan reached down and dragged the broken smith to his feet and punched him in the jaw, knocking the man out. That was for the slaves, you bestiardi. Then Jonathan walked out after the fleeing slaves. He hadn't had the chance to warn the other man about his rebellious behavior, but he assumed that the smith wouldn't be causing any trouble after that. Leaving a line of confused townspeople standing behind him, Jonathan left the smithy, not sparing a single glance back. "Hey, what was that all about?" one of the people waiting asked. "We heard fighting in there. Let's just say, you might be waiting for a bit longer," Jonathan replied, smiling. Before the man could say anything, Jonathan was off, heading towards the next of the well-off businesses. The nearest one seemed to be some sort of tailor's establishment, and Jonathan noted that there was a line in front of this place, too. As to why people would be looking for clothes in the middle of a monster wave, he could not tell. He quickly shouldered past the people and entered the shop. Somebody called after him in outrage, but he ignored it. The front part of the shop was quite nice, with rows of clothing racks and shelves filled with hats and other accessories. A young woman sat behind a desk at the end of the room, tallying up something on a piece of paper. Jonathan walked over to the girl and cleared his throat. "Is your boss in?" he asked, ready to barge past if necessary. "The MSDRS is here today. Do you have an appointment with her?" "No, but I have something important to tell her. I was sent by the mayor himself." The woman frowned at this, but she still nodded. The MSDRS and the mayor aren't exactly on the best of terms at the moment. None of the prominent crafters are. You can still see her, though. Well, as long as she doesn't have any slaves, or is running some sort of racket in here, all that will happen is talk. Otherwise, Jonathan slid past the woman and into the back section of the shop. She gave him a look, but did not challenge him. That was good. He would not have wanted to do anything emotionally scarring to her, like he had to the Catman back at the smithy. When he had left, he had seen that man cowering in a corner, making strange noises to himself under his breath. There was a large door behind the desk, and Jonathan knocked on it loudly. He heard feet scurrying towards the door, and it was quickly opened by an out-of-breath woman who was clutching a half-made shirt in her hands. Jonathan walked past her and into the room, taking in its inhabitants. There were about a dozen women and men, mostly women, though, working at looms. They were in the process of creating clothes, and their fingers veritably flew across their looms, the lines of cloth quickly forming, as if out of nothing. It was quite satisfying to watch, if nothing else. Jonathan studied each of them in turn, but they all seemed quite happy to be there, and they barely looked up at him. He nodded and entered the room fully, seeing a woman sitting behind a large table at the end of the room. She was dressed in simple enough clothing, but it sparkled in a way that was not entirely natural. The clothes seemed to draw the eye, far more so than the woman's actual appearance, which was middling to say the least. She was middle-aged, probably about 50, and was of the human race, or at least a humanoid one. She looked up when Jonathan drew near, a bemused smile on her face. "Who exactly are you, sir?" she asked, sounding politely annoyed. "That depends. Are you one of the crafters demanding the mayor to lower the taxes in the city? So that old BSDRD put you up to this, did he? Well, did he tell you about what he actually uses that money for?" she asked, her polite demeanor gone, replaced with a tense scowl. "He said that he used it for the betterment of the city," Jonathan replied, intrigued. "Lies. Utter lies. That man uses it to satisfy his addiction to Memory Stone, some foul drag from the Ashen Citadel. He may put a bit back into the city, but why should we pay for his addiction?" "Memory Stone? He didn't tell me about that," Jonathan replied, starting to doubt whether his assessment of the mayor was correct. "Of course he didn't. What did he offer you, money or something? You fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I will not change my mind on this, not even if you try to force me. I don't expect you to. However, if I convince the mayor to stop using the money for an ill purpose, would you be willing to pay adequate taxes then? If you could do that, that would be a minor miracle. I would be happy to pay for the betterment of the city. However, I doubt that many of the other crafters will. I fear that they enjoy their filthy lucre just a bit too much. Some of them even have slaves now to better save money. A despicable practice. I already dealt with one of them. So, do I have your agreement? Jonathan asked, his face flat. That you do. However, I would watch out with what you say to the mayor. It is an open secret that the agents of the Ashen Citadel are quite prevalent within the city. If you start interfering with their clients, you might be in for a rough time. I think I can deal with a few people, Jonathan said, turning back towards the exit. He had achieved more than he had set out to do here, not only having secured this woman's support without having to resort to violence, but also finding out more about the injustices being committed in this town. Let the Ashen Citadel agents come for him. It was time for him to learn a bit more about the forces of Granath anyway. If that learning was delivered through the red haze of battle, all the better. A few minutes later, he was back outside of the city hall, hoping that the mayor was still in. Jonathan walked up to the door and knocked on it 3 times, his strikes resounding through the interior of the hall. He waited a few moments, and then knocked again, this time prompting an answer. I'm coming. Wait a moment. The door opened, and Jonathan beheld the mayor, who had a strange silvery substance dotting his clothing. It would not have been noticeable to a normal human, but Jonathan's senses were far sharper than what was natural. So is it true then? The memory stone, Jonathan asked, putting his foot in the door. This proved to be the right decision, as the mayor tried to slam the door. Jonathan's foot did not budge. I take it that it is. Well, I have come to believe that the crafters are not the only problem in this town. Why are you spending the hard-earned money of the citizens on your personal enjoyment? You don't understand, the mayor said, looking as if he were about to cry. It is the only way out of this place for me. I need the escape that the drag offers, even if it is killing me. Why is it killing you? Jonathan asked, curious. How old do I look to you? 70, 80? What if I told you that I was only 40 years old? Jonathan had been of the impression that the other man had been more in the vicinity of 90 years of age, but it was still just as shocking. The fact that the wrinkled, destitute wreck of a man in front of him was only about 10 years older than himself was stunning. Despite that, Jonathan could feel no pity for the mayor. He had brought this upon himself with his own depredations. It was what he got for stealing from the townspeople. Jonathan pushed the door open abruptly and forced his way past the mayor, placing himself between the man and the rest of the building. As the man tried to run, Jonathan shot out his hand and grasped him by the arm. The mayor shouted in alarm as Jonathan dragged him back inside the building, slowly shutting the door. There had been no witnesses, which was perfect. He half-dragged, half-carried the wayward politician back toward his room at the far end of the city hall, and upon reaching the ornate door, he pulled the key off the man's neck and opened it. As they entered, he set the mayor down, who walked over to his desk in a dazed state. Jonathan ignored the man, instead searching the room for anything with the same traces of residue that had been on the mayor. He eventually found something, a small box that was liberally dusted with powder. Upon opening it, he found nothing inside, but his sharp eyesight noticed that there was an infinitesimal seam at the bottom of the box, which he placed his fingernail in. Lifting it up, he found a thin layer of white powder at the base of the box, beneath the false bottom. It glistened in the light, and Jonathan danced that he could see someone moving within the shards, dancing under a yellow sun. He quickly shook his head and put the lid back on, turning to face the mayor. Now, I believe it is time for you and I to have a little chat about the future of this town, Jonathan said, leaning over the mayor. What do you mean? I have been nothing but a good mayor to these people. The other man spluttered, trying to conceal his fear. How much of the tax revenue of this town have you spent on this drag? Jonathan asked, waving the box at the other man. Not much, just about 10%. It was only a tiny investment, nothing more. You still don't understand how much I need it, the other man said, his voice turning wistful at the end. He then stared at the box that Jonathan was holding, twitching slightly. Jonathan shook his head and smashed the box over his knee, scattering the dust all over the room. A few pieces got into his mouth, and he had a strange flash of memory, a memory that was not his. It vanished as quickly as it had come, but the legacy of that image was still in his mind. He shook his head and cleared his mind. He could not afford to become addicted to the drag as well. The mayor let out a keening screech of anguish as the dust scattered all over the room, beyond reach. He leapt out of his chair and tried to catch it out of the air, but it was useless. All he achieved was a light dusting on his hands, which he still tried to use anyway. All that happened was that his body jerked for a moment, and then he snapped back to reality. Now that that is out of the way, I have a proposition for you. It seems that a few of the crafters are interested in paying their taxes, as long as you do not spend their money on illicit purchases. Everything has to be over the counter. The other man did not speak, rocking from side to side of his chair, a haunted look in his eyes. Jonathan continued regardless. In addition, I will require your help in rooting out your suppliers within this town. If you help me with that, I will not oppose your rule, unfit though you are. Do you understand me? You took her away from me. My beloved, the mayor said, still rocking back and forth. She was all I had left. Who? Jonathan asked. The woman in the memories. She was the wife of whoever's soul it had come from, back on Telveria. Oh, to be back in the real world just for a moment, to feel the sun on my face, to trail my feet in the verdant meadows once more, to feel the wind on my skin, even to see a proper city. Not this half-world of dreams and lies that I am trapped in. Well, you're just going to have to deal with it, Jonathan replied, not feeling even an ounce of pity. One of his old friends, back from college, had gotten into drags early in his life, and while Jonathan and him had slowly drifted apart, he had been keenly aware of the downward spiral that the man had gone through. First, he had broken up with his girlfriend, after she confronted him over his habits. Then he started to commit minor crimes to buy more drags, as nobody would hire him. Finally, he ended up overdosing on the side of the street, and Jonathan had eventually forgotten about him, not even remembering his name. However, the memories were all coming back now, and it only made him angrier at not only the mayor, but the people supplying the drag. While the addict was partly at fault, the brunt of the problem lay with the suppliers. In any case, Jonathan would have to excise both in this situation in order to have any sort of impact. The only problem was that he doubted if the mayor was the only person in the town using the memory stone. If suppliers had come through these parts, then they were likely selling to far more people than just one man, even if he had most of the money. Jonathan sat back and began to think of a course of action for this. The next monster wave will be coming soon, meaning that he did not have any time to do investigation. There was always the option of packing up and leaving after the waves were done, but he had a strange compulsion to linger here and help, perhaps triggered by the kindness of Petrag and his daughter, the only good people in town. He nodded to himself, and then finalized the plan. He would need to be stealthy, which meant that he needed the mayor's cooperation in this endeavor. If the suppliers got antsy, then the whole thing would be off. In all of the undercover agent shows that Jonathan had watched back on Earth, the most important thing, above even blending in, was to keep a low profile. He would need to remain unseen until the last moment, when he would strike. There was also the possibility that the suppliers would be stronger than him, which he found unlikely. In that eventuality, however, he would have to separate them. Knowing how the power structures of this world worked, he was quite confident in facing anyone with a basic class that was up to 10 level higher than him. Past that, it wasn't really a question of stats anymore, but one of skills. All right, I have a plan, but I will need your cooperation. I do not want to have to tell you what will happen if you do not go along with this. All I need is for you to sit tight here until the next monster wave ends, and not to do anything untoward. If the dealers come around, act normally, and tell them that you don't need any more of the supply. Got it. The other man slowly nodded his head, looking as if he was barely conscious. Jonathan nodded and left the room, heading out towards the streets. He emerged into the same bustling crowd that he had seen during the beginning of the previous monster wave, and he quickly let himself be dragged along with them towards the walls. He did not have his crossbow anymore, but as he approached the walls, somebody handed him a normal bow instead. It was a shoddy piece of work, but it seemed sturdy enough, and Jonathan quickly accepted a quiver full of arrows as well. Walking up the stairs, hemmed in on both sides, Jonathan began to hear the telltale, rumbling noise of the monster horde. He made it to the top of the wall, just in time to see the wave of black crest the horizon, and he heard the townspeople around him swallow nervously. This wave was even larger than the previous one, and the monsters seemed a little bit bigger too. In addition, there was a strange, shadowy shape lumbering behind the main part of the horde, something that Jonathan couldn't identify. He began to prepare, knocking his bow. He found it far more difficult than using the crossbow had been, and only managed it at all because of his preternatural agility. Soon he was waiting with the bowstring pulled back and his hand next to his ear. He was mimicking the others around him, and when the monster eventually came within range, he let go of the string. The arrow hissed forwards with the rest of the volley, striking an ash prowler at the front of the pack. Like before, the horde's momentum was barely diminished by the attack. Heavier attacks began to land among the monsters, with an entire boulder glowing with white light tearing great holes in the enemy lines. That explained why the enhancer had not come around to imbue the mundane weapons. He was doing a detail with the heavy weaponry instead. It seemed more effective too, given how densely packed the monsters were. It almost seemed as if they were running away from something. He kept his thoughts focused on his bow rather than letting them wander, and he quickly ran out arrows, his speed making him shoot far faster than anyone else on the walls. He withdrew and looked for another quiver, and upon not finding one, he took a few arrows from another person who was shooting far more slowly than him. Rather than be annoyed, the man smiled at Jonathan, likely thankful that some of his workload had been taken away. Jonathan nodded in return and began to string his arrows again, loosing them into the horde. The monsters crashed into the wall a minute later, shaking it to its very foundations. Jonathan stumbled, and the entire wall began to shake, sending tiny bits of masonry off the sides. The monsters streamed around the town, howling in terror of what was behind them. Jonathan quickly took more arrows from the man next to him and readied them for what was to come. A few minutes later, the last of the monsters were gone, and the ash cloud cleared, revealing an imposing monster trudging across the ash. It looked like a dark furred mammoth, with embers trailing in its wake. Its twin tusks were a fiery red color, and they glowed with heat to Jonathan's sight. It was double the height of a regular elephant. It had an imposing weight to it that made Jonathan wary. This was something that he would not be able to fight on his own. He quickly scanned the monster, along with the others around him. As wails of terror began to drift up, he read the description. Infernal Ash Mammoth, Boss. Level 50. No wonder the people were screaming. This monster was of an entirely different designation than anything Jonathan had ever seen before, and its level was higher than any monster he had faced and won against. It trumpeted as it approached the walls, and its trunk began to glow as it built up an attack within it. A moment later, it raised its trunk into the air and sent off a fiery rocket of condensed energy towards the walls. The walls shook as it impacted them, and stone melted before the intense heat of the strike. Several people fell off the edge, landing on the ground. None of them had died from the attack, but they were quickly immolated by another fireball. The heavier weaponry turned to bear on the monster, and ballista bolts, glowing with white energy, lanced into the monster. It roared in rage as chunks of its flesh were blasted off by the attacks, and began a charge. The strikes had done noticeable damage, but not enough to even faze the monster. It slowly built up speed and power as it ran, and crashed into the wall mere seconds later. The entire thing buckled beneath the strike, but ultimately held before the onslaught. The monster reared back and began to slam its tusks into the city wall, shaking it violently. More and more attacks lanced into its body, but the monster ignored them, instead focusing on its task. Jonathan set aside his bow and began running towards the monster. He had an idea, but it was almost suicidal in nature. He reached the section of wall where the mammoth was, which was deserted by this point, and without pausing, he leaped onto its head. The monster barely noticed him, likely thinking him of no consequence. Well, Jonathan was about to prove it wrong. He gathered mana around his right fist, more than he had ever before, and condensed it so tightly that his nose began to bleed from the strain of holding it in place. As the attack built to a crescendo, Jonathan brought his fist down. A crater formed in the monster's head as the attack landed, and bits of flesh spattered across Jonathan. The mammoth wailed in pain and began to shake, trying to get Jonathan off. He struck again and again, trying to dig down to its brain, where he could finally kill the monster. However, he quickly struck a problem, in the form of the monster's hard, bony skull. It was made out of a rock-like substance that was so strong that Jonathan could not break it, only melting small segments of it with his mana drill skill. The mammoth shook once more, and then began to uncurl its trunk, sending it telescoping up towards Jonathan. It glowed with heat as it unfurled, and snapped into place, facing Jonathan. He readied himself to leap, and as the trunk began to undulate, working the ball of fire along its length, he jumped up into the air. He went 10 feet straight up, and as the ball of fiery energy passed beneath him, Jonathan could feel his skin begin to blister from the heat, even at such a range. The ball passed by in an instant, and he began to charge up his mana drills again, this time in both hands. Flipping in the air, Jonathan ped both fists back, and as he fell, got ready to punch. He slammed down with bone-breaking force on the monster's exposed skull, and brought both fists down with as much power as he could muster. Some of his knuckles cracked and turned to powder, but he succeeded in making a hole in the monster's skull. More powerful attacks from the walls started to rain down on the monster, and he noticed that they were coming from the 2 mages who he had fought alongside earlier. Their bolts of mana were having little effect, but seeing as they were all landing in the same spots, the damage was steadily mounting. The mammoth bucked in pain and swiped its trunk along the top of its head, knocking Jonathan to the side. He managed to stay on, but his trunk quickly curled around him, and the monster lifted him off its head. He struggled, but it was to no avail. The monster held him securely in its grip and began to slam him into the wall, breaking his bones each time. Jonathan screamed in agony as the monster tried to break his body against the unyielding stone of the wall, and he found that there was only one way to get out of this situation. Quickly embracing his divinity, Jonathan glowed with a corona of golden light. As the monster slammed him into the wall again, he bent his legs and pushed off it, knocking the trunk off course. The mammoth let go of him, shocked, and he flipped through the air, landing back on its head. His bones were shattered in multiple places, but his last-ditch skill was holding him together long enough to stay in fighting form. He began to pummel the monster's weakened skull with a steady barrage of punches, imbued with mana. The beast bucked beneath him, but he held on and began to break through the rapidly weakening skull, heading for its brain. Someone shouted at him from the wall, and he looked up to see the enhancer mage tossing a large rock towards him, imbued with his power. Jonathan nodded and backed away before striking out with the speed of snake, slamming the rock into the monster's skull. It exploded, tearing away the final fragments of the broken skull, and Jonathan leapt forwards before sending a pulse of mana into the monster's brain. It fell sideways, dying, and he found himself swaying on his feet. A moment later, blackness claimed him. Jonathan came to in a strange room, one that seemed as if it had been built to house prisoners. There was only one tiny window, and the door was quite sturdy. He was lying on a cot, and a man was hovering over him, whispering something under his breath. The man's face was illuminated with green light, coming from his hands, and it seemed that he was healing Jonathan's extensive wounds. He had leveled up from the monster, twice in fact, but the scope of his injuries had been so extensive that they had not healed fully. Landing on the ground under part of the monster had not helped his state either. Upon seeing that he was up, the man stood up and ran out the door, leaving Jonathan lying on the bed. He tried to get up, but a spike of pain running through his left side dissuaded him, and he collapsed backwards, his mind racing. Had he been imprisoned here, his weakness taken advantage of? Or was this all an honest scenario, and he was merely being healed from his injuries? A few minutes later, the healer returned with 2 men. Jonathan did not recognize either of them, but they had significant auras of power to them, and Jonathan stiffened as he saw what was under their hoods. Both of the men had ashen skin and had small horns on their foreheads. They were most assuredly demons, perhaps the very servants of Granath that had been distributing the memory stone in the area. They both walked over to his bedside, and one of them cleared his throat. "We are interested in your potential, Jonathan, and we have an offer for you. We are the servants of the Lord of this land, Granath, and we feel that you would make a valuable asset within his legions." "I'm not interested," Jonathan said. He tried to keep the open hostility out of his voice, but some of it remained regardless. "You would do well to watch your tone, boy," the other of the demons said. "We are not men that you would want to have as enemies. That doesn't change the fact that I am not interested in serving Granath. I am my own man." "Well, your attitude might change eventually. You will soon realize the futility of your struggle. Many are like you, thinking that they can live a passable life here, but the true wonders of this world are guarded by Granath and are only available to his followers. In any case, I await your acceptance." The two men walked out the door after that, and the healer shuddered. "That was not a wise move. Those men will not give up on you now. You only piqued their interest. Do you not realize who you just snubbed?" The man asked. "Yeah, a giant demonic worm. I don't have respect for Granath, and I never will. He is a blight upon this land." The healer recoiled in shock and shook his head. "Don't say things like that here. You'll bring the MSDR's wrath down on my head. We are only here at Lord Granath's pleasure. If he decides that this city is filled with discontent, he will erase it from a map." The man quickly scurried away, as if he had been infected by Jonathan's blasphemy. Jonathan shook his head and opened his stat sheet, eager to see how much he had improved. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human Basic, Outsider, Tier 1, Level 30, 45 free points. Strength, 144. Dexterity, 95. Constitution, 99. Resilience, 99. Intelligence, 99. Wisdom, 99. Divinity, 2. Health, 570/990. Stamina, 2160/2160. Mana, 990/990. Titles: Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique. Nascent Divinity, Celestial. Righteous Killer, Rare. Underdog, Rare. Skills: Smite, Legendary. Unravel, Epic. Mana Drill, Rare. Focus Scry, Rare. Runes of Power, Rare. Meditation, Uncommon. Redirect, Uncommon. Identify, Common. Pathway Skills: Martial Arts, Student 4. Mana Manipulation, Student 4. Rune Crafting, Student 3. True Sight, Student 1. Quests: Hellbreaker, Impossible. Municipal Discontent C. Almost all of his stats were at the verge of a breakthrough, and he did not particularly enjoy the idea of doing so. However, he really didn't have a choice. He quickly placed 3 stat points into Dexterity, bringing it up to 99 as well. He closed his eyes, trying and failing to prepare himself for what was to come. The first order of business was probably to rank up Constitution, seeing as it would most likely heal him from his injuries. Taking a deep breath, he placed a single point into the stat. Immediately, his flesh began to swell beneath his skin, stretching it out past its breaking point. Blood spurted over the bed as Jonathan writhed in silent agony, as his tongue had grown too large for him to keep in his mouth. Every part of him, except for his skin and his bones, expanded, and his body crushed itself on the inside of his skeleton, causing lances of pure pain to shoot up and down his body. It ended barely a half-minute later, with the expanded flesh shrinking to its normal size, and the skin healed over as if it had never been damaged. Jonathan quickly opened the notification. You have passed the first threshold of Constitution. Constitution is your body's ability to take damage, but not its ability to mitigate it. Many believe that this concept and that of resilience are one and the same, but they are quite different. Those who use this stat as their guiding star soon find that pain is the only end of their path. Pain and near immortality. Jonathan closed the notification and began to work himself up for another threshold, perhaps one of the mental ones this time. They couldn't hurt as much as the physical ones, right? He realized that he had been fully healed. As to his intention, and he got out of the bed, making his way over to the door. There was nobody outside, and he quickly returned to the center of the room, preparing to rank up his intelligence stat. It would make his mana attacks much stronger than before. Quickly adding the point, Jonathan felt nothing different than before. He looked around himself in confusion, and then as he began to see behind the world around him, his mind started to fracture. Everything near him became a source of profound insight, sending tidal waves of information crashing into his brain. There was no physical pain, but the mental anguish was far worse. Jonathan writhed on the floor as his mind was forcibly expanded, and he could feel his mana core expanding within him as well. Sometime later, the process came to a sudden halt, and he was left shuddering on the ground. You have passed the first threshold of intelligence. Intelligence is one's ability to comprehend the world around them and to parse the endless streams of information that come hurtling through one's consciousness. The greater one's intelligence, the greater their mental abilities become. However, without wisdom, intelligence is useless. If one possesses all the knowledge in existence, but lacks the knowledge of how to use it, then do they not simply know nothing at all? Jonathan paused on that last line, which was strangely philosophical. It certainly had a grain of truth to it in any case. Jonathan had 3 more stats to enhance, 2 of which were physical stats. He deliberated on which of them to do next, eventually deciding on resilience. Perhaps it would render the subsequent thresholds less painful. With a single thought that would trigger a mountain of pain, he placed a point into the stat. He looked down at his body and started to scream as his flesh tore apart and reformed in a seemingly endless CYCL. The CYCL began to dig deeper and deeper into his body until he could see through his limbs as they broke and reformed. Soon the pain became all-consuming, but he was unable to escape, with even his brain being rebuilt. All that was left of him was a disembodied consciousness. The process ended some time later, and he returned to his body, shaking and gasping for breath. The notification appeared, but he had to wait for a minute to open it. His mind was aflame with memories of the pain, and he cursed himself for having waited until all of the thresholds were imminent. He should have done them in sequence. Still, it was too late now. He opened the notification a moment later and read it. You have passed the first threshold of resilience. Resilience comes in many forms. Physical resilience, the ability of the body to resist damage. Mental resilience, the ability of the mind to deal with things that would break lesser beings. Spiritual resilience, the ability to remain hopeful when your entire world is crashing down around you. All 3 are equally important, and this threshold has tested them in equal measure. Just remember, there's a problem with being too rigid. Jonathan took a deep breath and lay on his back. He was past the halfway mark, but the finish line was looking more distant than it had ever before. Jonathan waited for another 10 minutes until he mustered the courage to break through with the next stat, which was dexterity. Placing one of his stat points into it, he was already prepared for the searing pain that was to come. His muscles started to burn and elongate, similar to his strength threshold. His entire body started to stretch outwards, and he was soon a long rope of flesh and muscles, with his bones interspersed along it. He felt all of the pain of his transformation, and he could barely contain a scream that bubbled up at the back of his hideously elongated throat. He snapped back like a piece of gum a moment later and was whole once more. You have passed the first threshold of dexterity. Dexterity, alacrity, the ability to adapt. These are all parts of the same concept, that of an ability to react to change. Whether of the physical or mental variety, change is most often seen as an existential threat. However, those who are adept in the ways of dexterity see it as an opportunity as well. An opportunity to embrace the full meaning of themselves. Jonathan's vision came in intermittent bursts as his mind struggled to deal with the trauma. The human mind could only take so much pain before it shut down, and Jonathan was rapidly approaching that level. With one last Herculean effort of will, he slammed a point into wisdom. Immediately, he was filled with such incredible regret that he could barely move. Going through the wisdom threshold was akin to having every one of your actions analyzed in full detail, and then having everything that you did wrong laid bare in front of you, without the defense of your ego. Even worse, Jonathan knew that what he was seeing was right. He had made so many mistakes since coming here, and in his past life, that when they were laid out in front of him, he almost lost the will to live. His hands started to twitch, heading for his throat, and he almost didn't stop himself. It would be so easy for him to send a mana drill straight into his brain and end his suffering. Even worse, the tide of regret was only getting stronger as time went on, and he was beginning to lose all hope. Finding a kernel of inner strength that he did not realize he possessed, Jonathan held on for dear life. Finally, the surge abated, and he blacked out. Jonathan awoke to a tide of notifications, swamping the edge of his consciousness. He was still lying on the cold stone floor, having fallen unconscious there some time ago. The first notification was for his threshold. You have passed the first threshold of wisdom. Wisdom is one of the most important aspects of a person's psyche. With it, one can make balanced choices and make their way through the vagaries of life without losing their balance. Without it, everything becomes much harder. A single wrong decision spirals into an apocalyptic tide of failures that can swamp even the most powerful of beings. Beware that does not become you. Jonathan shut the notification with his mind and read the next one. You have gained a new title, Refined Form, Epic. You have passed all of your initial thresholds, improving your body and mind by a large amount. This will lead to greater power at a greater rate. +2 to all stats. There is another one below it that was even more interesting. You have upgraded your race. Human Advanced. You gain an additional stat point per level on account of your upgraded body. In addition, your senses are greatly improved. Because of reaching this level before level 50, as well as the great personal suffering that you went through, you have retroactively gained the points from your previous levels. On the surface, it was a nice boost, but not one that seemed especially good. However, because of the second half of the effects, it was worth its weight in gold. Jonathan had just gained 10 levels worth of free points from one simple process. Well, it hadn't been that simple, but it had been far quicker than just leveling up. A niggling doubt had gnawed at him since choosing to not pass through his thresholds until he had no choice. However, that had borne fruit now. After that notification was a second title notification, this one for something that Jonathan had no intention of experiencing again. You have gained a new title, Iron Will, Epic. You have endured trials that would break the minds of lesser men, coming out the other side stronger than ever before. You are a paragon of true resolve, standing strong in the face of adversity. +3 to all physical stats. With all of these boosts, Jonathan was looking forward to opening his stat sheet again. However, before he could do so, the door burst open and a heavily armored fighter strode in, flanked by the 2 demons from earlier. So this is the one who refused our offer? The armored man said to the demons, looking Jonathan over with a critical eye. He doesn't look like much. Barely level, why would you even want him to join our little posse? We would be better off killing him now. He showed great promise on the city walls earlier. He was part of the team that dealt with the infernal ash mammoth earlier. A level 50 boss tier monster. That is an impressive feat, even if all of his bones were broken from it, the left-hand demon said, his voice oily. It was clear where the power dynamic in this group lay. Jonathan quickly analyzed the armored man, taking advantage of a lull in the conversation. Ralnax the Breaker, level 55. Jonathan gulped at the sight of the superior level, but then realized that he was in no danger, not unless this man was even stronger than he appeared, which was, to be frank, quite strong indeed. Jonathan staggered to his feet, feeling more powerful than he had ever felt before. I'm right here, you know. I came here to kick your little group out of this city, so I'll be dead if I join you, he exclaimed, spitting at the armored man. The other man took the slight in stride, wiping the saliva off his armor with his hand. Then he growled, "You're going to regret that, worm." Without a moment's warning, the man surged forward, cracking the floor with his heavy stride. Jonathan took a step back, and then punched with all of his might, finding every last one of his newly improved attributes, sending his fist on a collision course with the other man's head. Ralnax froze for a moment, not having expected such power from Jonathan. That moment let Jonathan get in the hit, slamming his gauntlet fist straight into the armored abdomen of Ralnax. With a creaking noise, the metal bent around the strike, and the man slammed into the wall, sending a long crack racing up and down the building. The other men cursed and ran for the door, not wanting anything to do with this clash of titans. Ralnax braced himself against the wall and pushed forwards, landing heavily. He held out his right arm, and a glowing axe started to form in his hand. The haft extended outwards, and he grasped it securely with his left hand, sending a ringing noise echoing through the narrow corners. Red, fiery light limned his form, and he charged, looking like some avatar of damnation. Mana formed on Jonathan's gauntlets, and he surged forwards, punching as hard as he could. Gauntlet and axe met in midair, and both fighters were frozen, unable to get any headway against one another. The stones beneath them started to crack from the sheer force they were exerting, but eventually something had to give. Jonathan's gauntlet gave first, and his hand twisted to the side, allowing the axe to come hurtling towards his head. He snapped up his other hand and grabbed the axe by its haft, arresting its motion. The weapon phased out of existence, and then reappeared, this time between his arm and his head. There was no way for him to block in time, so he dodged instead. His new agility allowed him to move out of the way in time, only suffering a single wound on his left cheek as a result. Finding his balance in a fraction of a second, Jonathan kicked Ralnax in the knee, unbalancing the man. 3 punches landed in the span of a second, rocking the man back and forth. Ralnax snarled and struck the ground with his weapon, sending a pulse of red light outwards, tossing Jonathan away and causing the building to finally give up the ghost and crumble into rubble. The sunlight streamed in through the cracks in the wall, and Jonathan quickly vaulted outwards. His fighting style was more suited to the open air anyway. Well, that wasn't strictly true, but with the supernatural agility and strength that he could bring to bear, his fighting style was quite far from any normal pugilist. He could move across a dozen feet in less than a second, punch hard enough to warp steel, and even jump far higher than a man was tall. As Ralnax broke through the rubble with a swipe of his axe, Jonathan was already upon the man, both fists glowing brightly with mana. One fist landed in the man's face, and another planted itself in his chest, rocketing him backwards. Ralnax grunted and came to a halt, digging his axe into the ground. "You are far stronger than you should be for your level. What in the name of Granath are you?" the man asked, wiping the dust off his armor. "Would you believe me if I told you that I haven't even allocated all of my stat points yet?" Jonathan said, smiling wickedly. The other man shook his head and dashed forward, hefting his axe as he did so. The ethereal weapon hissed through the air towards Jonathan, and he weaved to the side, slapping away the weapon with his gauntlet. Ralnax growled in annoyance and reversed his strike, using his prodigious strength to completely overcome the inertia of his strike. The weapon slammed into Jonathan's torso, thankfully only with the blunt bit, but it still hurt. He rolled backwards to mitigate the damage, and came to his feet just in time to tank a blast of red-hot fire from Ralnax's hand. The man seemed like he was some sort of elite among sapients, and he was certainly stronger than he would have been if he only had possessed a basic class. He probably had something more along the lines of Jonathan's own class, but not as powerful. People were starting to gather around the epicenter of their battle, and Jonathan could hear whispers coming from the rapidly growing crowd. He could almost pick them up too, showing off his newly enhanced senses from his racial upgrade. They were saying something about how it was him that would cleanse the city of the demonic scourge. Jonathan smiled at this and took a solid stance, trying to hype himself up for the true battle to come. Neither fighter was even-winded, and the real fight was just beginning. Jonathan slammed his gauntlets together, a ritual that he had begun to adopt when he was about to fight. He widened his stance and built up power in his legs, before exploding forwards like a streak of silvery lightning. Jonathan slammed his fist into Ralnax's hastily upraised arm, pushing the man backwards. They were pretty evenly matched in strength, but Ralnax still had a bit of an edge over Jonathan. Still, the momentum behind Jonathan's attack was sufficient to overwhelm the other man, and as Ralnax staggered backwards, Jonathan punched with his other hand, rocking the other man backwards. The axe hissed out once more, but Jonathan was already gone, having flitted backwards a few feet. He was quite a bit faster than Ralnax, especially with the man's heavy armor, but he was also a bit less durable. In any case, Jonathan was doing quite well, all things considered. He quickly imbued his fists with mana, and sent a barrage of punches Ralnax's way. To him, it seemed like a normal attack, but most of the audience members could barely see it, and it merely looked like a flurry of blue strikes to them. Jonathan had transcended their level of strength when he broke through his thresholds, and was now on an entirely new level. Ralnax was slowly pushed back, his axe doing him little good when he lacked the space to use it properly. Jonathan refused to give up his advantage, pressing his strength within a small space to his benefit. The axe that Ralnax was wielding, while powerful, was too long to be used as a close-quarters weapon. Jonathan, on the other hand, was a close-quarters MSTR. He bobbed and weaved around hasty strikes from the other man's axe hilt and gauntlets, sending devastating body blows crashing into Ralnax. Ralnax's armor slowly started to come apart before the barrage, melting with the superheated mana scent surging through it. Jonathan's fist connected moments after the mana, damaging the armor beneath. Soon, Ralnax had had enough. He roared in rage and slammed his axe down on the ground, sending out a shockwave of reddish light. Jonathan crossed his hands, but was still tossed backwards nonetheless. Ralnax quickly recovered and began to pump power into his axe, causing it to grow in size. The axe quickly became longer than Jonathan was tall, and Ralnax swung it with all of his might, creating a wave of red energy that streaked towards Jonathan's position. The attack hit before he could dodge, and it passed straight through his chainmail, instead affecting his body on a spiritual level. Fiery agony burned within him, almost incapacitating him. The attack itself did no damage, but the pain was just as deadly in a battle like this. However, Jonathan was well versed in the ways of pain, and he quickly worked past the agony, just in time to roll away from Ralnax's titanic axe. The weapon crashed into the ground like a meteor, digging out a large crater as it landed. If that thing hit Jonathan, it would do more than break bones. Jonathan would have to make sure that he did not get hit by that attack then. The only positive side was that the axe was far slower than before in exchange for its immense power and large area of effect. He could get out of this if he played his cards right. Ralnax grunted as he lifted his axe, and Jonathan dashed underneath the rising blade, planting both mana-imbued fists into a weak spot on Ralnax's armor. The man roared as Jonathan broke through the armor, landing a direct hit on the man's skin. Ralnax grunted as Jonathan broke open his gray-tinged skin, sending a welter of blood spurting out onto the ground. Jonathan smiled, but then doubled over as he felt a similar attack slam into his own abdomen. Ralnax laughed uproariously, using the opportunity to punch Jonathan in the face. "You fool! My armor is enchanted to reflect a portion of damage dealt to my bare-skinned back on the one who inflicted it. Seeing as you seem to be specced out for strength, you will die first. And that is if I do not kill you myself." Jonathan spat out blood and looked down at his stomach, seeing that the wound was even larger than the one that he had given Ralnax. However, he had a counter to this. Quickly spending 20 of his stat points in batches of 2, he added another 30 points to resilience. His rounding technique ensured that he got the maximum benefit out of the stat point allocation. He could feel his skin getting tighter and more durable as he did this, and the wound on his stomach began to close over. Clenching his fist, he dove in again. Ralnax did not try to stop him, instead laughing even more. However, this time, when Jonathan tore into the man's flesh, only a small amount of blood left his own. He grinned at the stunned Ralnax, who stumbled backwards in shock. You should have listened to me when I said that I had stat points to allocate, a-hole. With that, Jonathan beset the other man from all sides, not allowing him to use his weapon again. Soon the dark armor was crumbling in all places, and Jonathan finally broke it completely, revealing a stocky gray-skinned demon. Ralnax tried to clear some room for his axe, but Jonathan quickly began to pummel him with his fists, leaving great rents in his skin. Having broken his armor, the enchantment was gone too, and he no longer damaged himself in the process. Soon Ralnax was nothing more than a bloody pile of meat, only kept standing by his monstrous power. The axe faded away into nothing, and Jonathan ped back his fist one last time. I'm coming for your MSTR, you BSDRD, and all of the infinite hells. I am a Hellbreaker. Punching forwards, Jonathan caved in the other man's skull, turning it into a splatter of gore and bone fragments. Essence entered him, healing his myriad wounds. Notifications spiraled into his vision, and he quickly opened them. You have killed Ralnax the Breaker. You have leveled up X2. He quickly closed that notification and opened the next one, which was for a title. You have upgraded one of your titles. Underdog, Rare Dash Giant Slayer, Epic. You took out a being over 25 levels higher than you. That is quite an impressive achievement, especially considering that it was a sapient being you defeated. This title can be upgraded. Bonuses, plus 10 points to strength, plus 5 points to resilience. After that one was a far more concerning message. You have slain a being bearing the mark of Granath. Upon seeing you and realizing who you are, followers of Granath will instantly attack you. However, you may thwart this effect with subterfuge. Jonathan closed that message and then shrugged. It wasn't like he hadn't been planning to kill every follower of Granath that he found anyway. In fact, this could even prove to be useful if he used it with sufficient strategy. He was about to open his stat sheet, but upon seeing all the people crowding around him, he decided to wait until he was in a more secure space. He would have to leave this town before long, in case anyone came looking for the missing Ralnax. If they suspected that someone had killed him, they likely would send someone even stronger. Ralnax had been a bit of a stretch, even for Jonathan, and if not for his leftover stat points, he probably would have died there. As it was, he has some things to look over on his stat sheet. A few minutes later, he was standing in a back alley, preparing to open his stat sheet. There was nobody around, save for a few rats scurrying around in the gutters. They were mutated, hideous rats, of course, but still recognizable as rats. Making sure one last time that he was alone, Jonathan opened his sheet. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human, Advanced. Outsider, Tier 1, Level 32, 50 free points. Strength, 160. Dexterity, 110. Constitution, 110. Resilience, 146. Intelligence, 110. Wisdom, 110. Divinity, 2. Health, 1,650 of 1,650. Stamina, 2,400/2,400. Mana, 1,650 of 1,650. Titles: Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique, Nascent Divinity, Celestial, Iron Will, Epic, Refined Form, Epic, Giant Slayer, Epic, Righteous Killer, Rare. Skills: Smite, Legendary, Unravel, Epic, Mana Drill, Rare, Focus Scry, Rare, Runes of Power, Rare, Meditation, Uncommon, Redirect, Uncommon, Identify, Common, Pathway Skills, Martial Arts, Student 4, Mana Manipulation, Student 4, Rune Crafting, Student 3, True Sight, Student 1, Quests, Hellbreaker, Impossible, Municipal Discontent C. Jonathan's stats were rapidly increasing, to the point that he had all of his resources in the thousands. In addition, with every threshold crossed, he was basically a superhero. Even better, he still had some spare points in the tank, meaning that he would be able to keep a reserve stock in case something like his battle with Ralnax happened again. He couldn't help but contain the grin on his face as he closed his stat sheet. He was a far cry from the man that he had been upon entering the infinite hells. He was powerful enough to take out fighters almost double his level, and he was on the path of the greatest quest in the history of this universe. He was the Hellbreaker, and he would break the infinite hells. The next day was spent preparing for his challenges to come. The next monster wave would be coming soon, and now that he had dealt with the drag suppliers, he had fixed most of the problems with the city and the crafters' refusal to pay taxes. Most of the crafters had readily agreed to support the city now that the mayor was no longer using his money on drags. Jonathan had initially considered forcing the mayor to step down, but as it turned out, the man was extremely good at his job. He was the only person in the town who had a politically related class, meaning that he was far better at his job than anyone else would have been. In addition, after he had worked past the withdrawal symptoms of the drag, he had become a far more agreeable man than before. Jonathan left him to talk it over with the crafters. He had some extra money now from having completed his quest, and he needed to repair his armor. In addition, he wanted to get an upgrade for his gauntlets, in the form of an enchantment. He also had a plan for his gauntlets, but he wanted to try that after he had enchanted them, in case it backfired. If the weapons were more durable than before, then they were better equipped to resist what he was going to put them through. He had sent in his armor and gauntlets to Petrag a few hours ago, and was only now heading there to pick it up. He had paid a bit over 50 marks for the service, but he was anticipating something extraordinary. Walking in the door, he saw that Petrag was waiting for him, the dwarf covered in a thin layer of sweat. He held Jonathan's armor in one hand and the gauntlets in the other. Jonathan quickly walked up and gave the man a grateful smile. "Did it work out all right?" he asked. "Better than I could have expected. Those gauntlets were already quite powerful, but with the additions that I made to them, they should serve you well." Jonathan nodded and gently took his items from the smith. He held up his armor first and analyzed it, having not done so already. Enchanted chainmail armor. Tier 1 armor, medium. An artfully crafted set of chainmail armor. This armor is imbued with the power of a journeyman smith, lending added durability to its form. In addition to this, it has a minor self-healing capability and will clean itself too. +6 to resilience, +6 to constitution while wearing. Jonathan quickly donned the armor, welcoming the stat boost from it. A moment later, he analyzed his gauntlets, eager to see how they had improved. Marauder Captain's Batterers. Tier 1 weapon, blunt. Twin dark iron gauntlets that are imbued with the spirit of a pugilist. These weapons are the perfect accompaniment to any martial path that eschews normal weaponry in favor of fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Using these weapons will even the gap, allowing you to fight against wielders of any other weapon. These gauntlets have been imbued with the power of a journeyman smith, adding extra durability and offensive potential to their form. +6 to strength, +6 to dexterity, +3 to resilience while wearing. Jonathan grinned as he read over the new bonuses. These would fit his needs perfectly. He quickly thanked the smith and took his items out with him, forgetting to shut the door on the way out. He took them back to his alleyway from earlier and set his gauntlets down on the ground in front of himself. Squatting down, he got to work. His idea was to create a rune of hatred on each gauntlet, which would hopefully increase the damage that they dealt. He would have to imbue them before he struck, but that was worth the damage that he could do. However, as he began to work, he had an even better idea. He would place one of each of the runes that he knew on the gauntlets, making one of them attract enemies, and the other one damage them. With that sort of combination, he could draw entire groups of enemies in and then strike with the other hand while they were distracted. He immediately made up his mind on the matter. That would be his course of action. He started to draw the rune of hatred on the knuckles of the right gauntlets, struggling to keep the rune stable as he did so. He lacked the precision to draw it small enough to fit on a single finger, meaning that he would have to line up the parts perfectly. The rune would only work if he punched with his fingers together, but seeing as that was his primary means of damage, it was fine. As he started to inscribe the rune with simple mud from the street around him, he worked to line up the complicated parts along the fingers. A few minutes later, he had finished and was about to test it. Sliding the gauntlet on, He clenched his fist and poured divinity into it. The gauntlet started to glow, and he punched at the wall. When his fist landed, a small nimbus of red light expanded outwards, fracturing the wall. He had only tapped the wall, but the damage was still quite imposing. In addition, it seemed that inscribing the rune on the gauntlets sacrificed some of its range for more stopping power, as it was now able to break things as well as kill enemies. Jonathan set down the gauntlet and picked up the other one, this time inscribing the rune of beckoning on it. That rune was a bit more complicated than the rune of hatred, and it took him almost half an hour to perfect it. When he was finished, he imbued the gauntlet with divinity. It glowed softly, and he heard a skittering noise from behind him. A dozen rats were scurrying towards him, headed straight for the gauntlet. He picked up the other gauntlet. It was time to do a live test. He punched forwards with his left hand and watched as the rats jumped straight up, trying to get to the gauntlet. Punching with his other hand, he landed a hit directly on the largest rat. A nova of energy expanded outwards, killing 6 rats in a single go. The other 6 were heavily damaged by the attack, and they fell to the ground. Jonathan quickly finished them off, noting that his rune of beckoning had run out of juice. Jonathan smiled at his new weapons and quickly analyzed them, interested to see if there was noticeable difference. Marauder Captain's Batterers. Tier 1 weapon, blunt. Twin dark iron gauntlets that are imbued with the spirit of a pugilist. These weapons are the perfect accompaniment to any martial path that eschews normal weaponry in favor of fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Using these weapons will even the gap, allowing you to fight against wielders of any other weapon. These gauntlets have been imbued with the power of Journeyman Smith, adding extra durability and offensive potential to their form. In addition, a rune crafter has enchanted the gauntlets with the runes of hatred and beckoning, creating a different effect for each gauntlet. The right one damages enemies, while the other pulls them in. +6 to strength, +6 to dexterity, +3 to resilience while wearing. There was no stat bonus, but Jonathan had not been expecting one either. The 2 gauntlets were more than enough for him now. Ty would be an interesting addition to his fighting style. As if by magic, the ground started to rumble, signifying the approach of the final beast wave. Jonathan quickly got up and started running toward the walls. It was time to see just how powerful his new weapons were. 10 minutes later, he was waiting on the top of the walls, having eschewed a bow this time. Nobody begrudged him of his decision either. They knew that he was saving his energy for the greater fight to come. Jonathan leaned over the wall and watched as the tide of monsters came hurtling across the ash, heading straight for the city. This was by far the largest group that he had seen yet, stretching for almost a mile in every direction. Behind it were a few large shapes that looked suspiciously like the ash mammoths from earlier. Jonathan smiled grimly. One of those monsters had almost taken him out last time. However, with all of his new bonuses, he was hoping that this fight would go a little bit differently. He unconsciously exuded a domineering aura of strength now, to the point that those around him looked visibly uncomfortable. The aura felt like that of a clenched fist, threatening extreme violence. As the monsters came into range, the defenders fired over the walls, sending their attacks into the ranks. This time, Jonathan extended his left hand over the wall, imbuing it with divinity. The gauntlet glowed with light, and a large portion of the enemy ranks broke off, heading straight towards him. They crashed into the wall, piling on top of each other in rabid longing. That rendered them easy targets for the attacks of the defenders, which quickly ripped through the tightly packed monsters. Jonathan withdrew his hand a moment later, satisfied with what he had seen. He made way for the other defenders, who quickly filled the gap, firing into the horde. A few of them shot him looks of suspicion, not knowing what he had just done. Jonathan knew that nobody understood runes, except for him, meaning that nobody would be able to discern the secret behind his power. That was just as well, too. He was already powerful enough to put a target on his back. He didn't need another one. As the horde passed around the edges of the town and broke against the walls, Jonathan began to prepare himself for the battle against the bosses. He would have to take out one of the monsters on his own if he was to help the town win this. Last time he had gotten an advantage over one of the creatures, and it had still almost killed him. If another ash mammoth came, he would need to be ready. Jonathan gathered his wits and came up with a plan of action for how to best use his new weapons. He wasn't sure how well the Rune of Beckoning would work on the highly leveled mammoths, meaning that he was down to using the other one instead. As the horde spilled out around the city walls, he finally got a glimpse of the true enemies to come. There were 3 of the titanic ash mammoths trundling across the ash, each of which was about the same level as the first one had been. These mammoths were an imposing sight, and as one, they began to form their signature fireballs in their trunks. Jonathan and everyone else on the wall ducked for cover, and the fireballs soared overhead, landing in the middle of the town. Luckily, there were no wooden buildings, but there was a scream of pain, which signaled that the attack had hit somebody. Jonathan ignored the noise and began to prepare himself for the battle to come. He could hear the dull thumps of the enhancer mage's attacks going off, but he doubted that they were doing much to the mammoths. As the gates underneath him started to swing open slowly, Jonathan stood up and leaped over the edge. That had been his signal, as it meant that the other high-leveled warriors were leaving the city. He landed in the midst of them, in between the 2 warriors. They looked over at him in surprise, a look that quickly turned to gratitude. They all knew that he was by far the strongest among them, and that this battle, more likely than not, would hinge on his prowess. Jonathan gave them a smile in return, and he made his way towards the mammoths with the others, his fists glowing blue. The monsters trumpeted loudly, and then charged, heading straight for the city. The ground shook with each of their gargantuan steps, and Jonathan could feel his bones vibrate within him, an uncomfortable side effect of his heightened senses. He had tested them earlier, finding that he could sense things at a superhuman level. He could hear people speaking through 2-foot stone walls. He could feel a grain of dust touch his skin. He could even smell the footprints of one person over all the others. However, he had found that it made bright light a little bit uncomfortable, and if not for his thresholds being passed in all of his stats, he knew that it would have been far more uncomfortable. Then again, he wouldn't have had the enhanced senses if not for passing all of his thresholds, so perhaps it was meant to be. His sight rendered the fetid fur of the monsters an uncomfortable detail, showing him where pieces of their prey had been stuck to their flesh. Unlike the mammoths of Earth, these monsters were no placid giants, but rather carnivorous monsters. Their tusks were sharpened to a wicked point, and if one looked into their mouths, they could see rows of razor-sharp teeth. Then again, there were no plants in this world, as far as Jonathan could tell. At least no naturally growing ones, that was. In any case, there was no option for any beast to be a herbivore. They could either eat meat or starve. As the mammoths neared the fighters, the 2 warriors broke off, heading towards the rightmost of the mammoths. The mages headed for the left, leaving Jonathan to deal with the central one, which, of course, was the largest of the 3. As the monster barreled towards him, he jumped over a WHP-like snap of its truck and grabbed onto it, using the trunk to pull himself up onto the monster. It whirled and hissed through the air in an attempt to dislodge him, but Jonathan was too strong, and he hung on like a limpet. As he slowly but surely climbed the monster's trunk, he spared a few glances to see how the others were doing. The 2 warriors were concentrating their efforts on the back leg of their mammoth, all while it stamped around, trying to crush them. Jonathan quickly turned his attention back to his own quarry, just in time too, as it pumped some sort of fiery mana along the length of its trunk and toward Jonathan. There was no way for him to dodge. It was moving too quickly, but he had an ace up his sleeve. He closed his eyes and sent a tendril of hardened mana towards the encroaching blaze and pierced deep into its midst. It was hard going, as the attack was immensely powerful, but the beast did not have any actual expertise in the realm of mana manipulation and only possessed raw power. The attack detonated with a thunderous crash, blowing off a large chunk of the monster's trunk. It let out a muffled cry of pain, and Jonathan used that time to dash up the rest of the trunk, reaching its head. It stared at him with pain-filled eyes, a gaze that quickly turned to one of utter rage. The monster's skin started to smoke, and tendrils of fiery light began to arc out of it. The beast seemed to grow in size, and its muscles expanded dramatically. Its eyes went a deep shade of red, and soon Jonathan's hands were burning through his gauntlets. He yelped and jumped the last few feet, landing on the monster's head, which now looked like it was some fiery wasteland covered in magmatic energy. Jonathan danced from foot to foot, not wanting to melt his shoes, and quickly made his way toward a likely spot to test his new abilities. With a roar, he punched downwards, sending his divinity rocketing along with the attack. His gauntlet struck with an explosion of red light, blasting back the fiery heat for a moment. A spike of energy slammed down into the monster's head, and it roared in anger as the strike slid all the way down to the bone. Before Jonathan could strike again, however, a pillar of fire erupted beneath him, sending him flying away. This mammoth was clearly of a higher level than the previous one had been. His entire body was covered in low-level burns from that attack, meaning that without his thresholds, he would have been utterly immolated. Jonathan pushed past the pain and did a flip in the air, landing on the ash securely. His entire body burned as he moved, but compared to some of the pain that he had been in, it was nothing. Instead, he ran towards the mammoth, not wanting to be struck by one of its fireballs. He left small bits of peeling flesh in his wake, but he purposefully chose to ignore the macabre sight, instead focusing on his breathing. By the time that he reached the mammoth, he was in the trance-like state of his meditation skill, but with something else added into it. Something martial and warlike. Instead of taking him away from the outside world, his skill allowed him to focus on his battle abilities above all else. He could sense a notification waiting for him, perhaps for a new skill increase, but he slid it to the side of his awareness, blanking it out. It was not important now. As he approached the mammoth, his breathing slowed to a crawl, and he slid effortlessly around the strikes from its trunk, as if he had been predicting its attacks. He quickly made his way to one of its legs, and shimmied up it like it was a hairy fire pole, completely unaware of the pain that grabbing onto the incandescent surface was causing. By the time that he reached the top, his skin was charred from the heat, but he paid it no mind. Scurrying over to the site of his previous attack, Jonathan began to widen it with his mana abilities. Every time that his divinity recharged fully, he struck with his gauntlet, doing more damage than any of his other attacks. Soon he had cleared a dinner plate-sized area of the monster's skull, and he punched downwards, his gauntlet blazing with the red light of his rune. The metal struck bone, and fractures radiated out from the impact point. His wrist shattered, but he simply used his other hand instead. This time, he broke through and reached the brain. The monster stiffened, and Jonathan sent his mana coursing into the beast's head, killing it almost instantly. His body began to heal as the essence coursed into it, and he leaped off the side of the monster as it fell, landing effortlessly on the ground. It was time to help his beleaguered allies. Jonathan exited his meditative state and quickly looked through his notifications as he ran. You have upgraded one of your skills. Meditation, Uncommon Dash, Warrior's Trance, Epic. You can use your ability to retreat from the real world to further your material abilities, ignoring pain, and allowing you to use your power to its fullest extent. Be sure that you do not kill your elf in the process. Jonathan quickly opened up the next one afterwards, a notification that spoke to his levels from the fight. You have killed an Infernal Ash Mammoth. You have leveled up? X3. It seemed that since he had not engaged any of the other monsters, he had been able to gain levels unimpeded by their presence. Otherwise, he would have been in a dire state. Soloing the monster had given him quite a large boost as well. He was progressing quite quickly at this point, quicker than he could have imagined. However, he reminded himself that there was still an almost endless path to the top. He was not even halfway through the first tier yet, and there were at least 100 to go after this. Jonathan ran towards the nearest mammoth and spotted a weak spot on its back leg from where the two warriors had been wailing on it for the last few minutes. They were both desperately defending against scything blows from the monster's trunk, and although they were both level 40, they were hard-pressed to even survive here. Jonathan took advantage of the distraction It drove an ultra-enhanced fist into the monster's back leg, causing it to buckle as he tore through its ligaments. The beast dropped like a stone, wailing in rage, and Jonathan climbed up its back before it could ignite itself. He ran towards its head and jumped as he ran, flying towards the creature's skull. Raising one hand above his head, he brought it down, imbuing it with divinity and mana. He sent 5 sets of 2 points into his resilience stat as he did so, boosting it by a total of 15 points. This time, he felt the impact less than before, and his fist went noticeably deeper. Strength was not the only thing that increased damage. For example, attacking with a wet noodle would always be less effective than with a sword, even if the wielder had the same strength. It was all about durability as well as raw power. Jonathan quickly stepped up the pace, bringing his hands down over and over again in a staccato beat that quickly tore through the monster's flesh. Every time that it tried to retaliate, the 2 warriors on the ground would attack it with all their might, causing it to lose focus. In addition, the enhancer mage on the battlements was doing a good job of keeping the monster's attention too, allowing him to keep attacking. He broke through to its brain in record time and killed the beast with an orb of red-hot mana. Jonathan's mana was beginning to run low from all of the expenditure, and he wanted to give it some time to recover. He was confident that the others would be able to kill off the final beast on their own. He had gained another level from killing this beast, lower than normal because of the others. Jonathan sat down on the back of the mammoth and watched. The final beast was covered in wounds from the 2 mages, both of whom were purposefully keeping their distance. One of them was missing an arm, having been seared off at the elbow, but they were still casting. The warriors crashed into the mammoth, using the open wounds as a way to send their attacks in with maximum force. The wounds were quickly opened further by their attacks, and blood began to pour onto the ash. The monster bucked and stamped, but with the combined efforts of the fighters, it was futile. After a few minutes, it finally bled out, and the defenders cheered. No essence entered Jonathan, but he hadn't been expecting for any to do so. He had gained enough from this fight already. Now that the monster wave was finished, it was getting close to the time that he needed to leave this city. He had better things to do with his time, and now that the mayor had cleaned up his act and the crafters had fallen in line, his work here was done. Jonathan quickly got off the mammoth and made his way back towards the city. He wanted to say goodbye to Petrag and his daughter, as well as Janessa, the demonic librarian. Both groups had helped him out, and he had the impression that they were the only truly good people within the city. As the gates opened in front of Jonathan and the others, he could hear muffled cheering coming from behind. The townspeople were ecstatic that the monster wave had ended without any damage to the town, and it was all thanks to Jonathan and his fellows. With a start, he realized that he had never even learned the names of the other 5 fighters. He had just taken them for granted as defenders of the city that would come when there was danger. However, it was time to talk to them for at least a little bit. They deserved that much for fighting with him. As the fighters walked off, Jonathan followed them, causing one of them to spare him a backwards glance. However, none of them said a word, which told Jonathan that they were happy with him following them. They quickly made their way towards a large square building in the center of the city, with a pair of crossed swords emblazoned over the doorframe. It looked like some sort of barracks, and Jonathan walked in after them. He quickly shut the door behind himself and took a look around. The interior of the building was much more richly furnished than the exterior, and it seemed as if it had been built for luxury rather than practicality. A plush red carpet ran the length of the hallway, and large sofas lined the walls. In the distance, an opened courtyard beckoned, filled with training supplies. As Jonathan entered the place fully, the others turned to face him. "Well, what did you come here for?" One of the mages, a woman, asked. "I merely wish to talk to you all. I never found out anything more about you, even though we all fought together, multiple times in fact. Huh, we all thought that you consider yourself too good to talk to the likes of us. You are quite far beyond us, in terms of power, even though you do now follow the true path," the other mage said. At hearing this, one of the fighters scoffed. "Don't listen to Harland. He's a magical purist. He thinks that mana manipulation is the only way to fight. I say that he is wrong. This was clearly an argument that had happened multiple times before, as both men glowered at each other, with an ease that spoke of years of friendship. A moment later, Harlan shook his head and turned back towards Jonathan. I apologize for that. We all have our little quirks. Now, what did you want to do? You must have come here for something other than just watching us bicker. Jonathan laughed at this and looked at the other man, a grin on his face. I just wanted to thank you all for fighting with me. That, and maybe get to know you all a little bit better. I will be leaving this city soon, but that doesn't mean that I can't make friends. True, that, the enhancer mage said. His voice was deep and sonorous, and Jonathan immediately assumed that he was the leader of this group. Honest people are few and far between in this world, and they never get far unless they band together. May we have the pleasure of knowing your name. My name is Jonathan. Jonathan Harlow. Jonathan said, trusting the others with his real name. My name is Eliza, the female mage said. She looked to be a purebred human, and she looked exactly the same as any other human woman Jonathan had seen. I am Harland, the other mage said. He was of a different race, one that Jonathan did not know. He had long, pointed fingers, and his head was pointed slightly at the top. In addition, he was almost 7 feet tall, with a willowy build. I'm Rhaegar, the axe-wielding fighter said, with a slight lilt to his accent. He was a dwarf, and was quite a stocky specimen too. He was clad in plate armor that was dented and torn from fighting. My clan name was Stone Hollow. Back in Telveria, I was one of the warriors of my clan. However, we were nothing but a blip on the radar for the rest of the dwarven kingdoms. Apparently, some of our enemies spread false rumors about us, and the gods caught wind of our supposed blasphemy. Miserable BSTRDS, the man muttered under his breath. Do not disparage the gods, Harlan said, almost shouting. His face was pale. Rhaegar spat in response. Those gods are not the gods of the infinite hells. They cannot hurt us here. I thought that you got over your zealotry long ago, Harlan. The other man muttered something under his breath, and the other fighter took the opportunity to break up the argument. My name is Delvar, he said. The man was a half-orc and was quite an imposing figure. He stood at almost 6.5 feet of pure muscle. And I am Jakarthi, the leader of this little band, the enhancer mage said. Now that we are all introduced, have we fulfilled your objective? I am sorry for the abruptness, but we have a meeting with the mayor in a few minutes. I just wanted to thank you all for your help in those battles. I know that it might have seemed like I was hogging all the monsters, but I still valued your contributions. I wouldn't have one on my own. I appreciate that sentiment, Jakarthi replied. The man bowed low to Jonathan, and the other followed suit. May you have the best of luck on your travels, Jonathan Harlow. Hell is not an easy place at the best of times. Farewell, then, Jonathan replied, walking out the door. The others stared at his back for a moment, and then went off to their business. 10 minutes later, Jonathan was making his way towards the city gates, with all of his belongings with him. He had stopped by the archives and the smithy on the way out, and had briefly thanked Janessa and Petrak. Now that he was leaving, however, he felt like there was a great weight off his chest. He was stronger than ever before, and he had some free stat points in the bank, and he even had some new armor too. In addition, his newly empowered gauntlets would work wonders for his overall combat efficiency. As the gates slowly opened in front of him, the gate guard saluted as he went by, and Jonathan waved in return. He stepped through the gates and out onto the ash a moment later. Sparing one glance back at the city, whose name he still had not learned, he walked off into the distance. Half an hour later, Jonathan was quite some distance away from the city. As he crested an especially large heap of ash, he heard a faint explosion from behind himself. Jonathan quickly turned around and saw a pillar of smoke rising above the city. Sheet, he shouted, running back towards the explosion. He had thought that he would be able to keep the city safe by leaving, but it seemed that somebody was attacking the city in lieu of himself. He had a good idea of who that was too. The forces of Granath had likely learned of his slaying of Ralnax, and had sent somebody to investigate. Upon seeing that Jonathan was gone, They must have decided to attack the city. Seeing as the defenders had been much weaker than Jonathan, they would stand no chance. Jonathan moved far faster than he had before, and reached the city within a few minutes. The gate was twisted off its hinges and was lying on the ground a few dozen feet away. The buildings near the gate were now nothing more than heaps of rubble, and Jonathan could hear screams coming from the center of the city. He saw a few blasts of mana rocketing across the streets in the distance, but they quickly faded away. Jonathan tore through the city streets, ignoring the bodies lying along its length, and he reached the city center in record time. The 5 defenders were desperately fighting against a towering beast of a man, clad only in dark furs. He wielded a massive greatsword and moved it as if it were a toy, swinging it like it weighed nothing. The 2 fighters were on their last legs, and it looked as if the other man was typing with them, rather than go for the kill. As Jonathan ran into the square, the man turned around, parrying the attacks coming from behind himself without even looking. Well, there you are. I was curious as to what had happened to the man who had slain Roundnax. It couldn't have been any of these peons. I look forward to testing myself against you, Jonathan Harlow. The man started towards him a moment later. I am Ralner, Roundnax's half-brother. I have come to avenge his death. You will not find me an easy fight, I am afraid. My brother was powerful, but I am beyond even him. Jonathan did not reply, instead summoning his mana drills to his hands. He kept a close eye on his stockpile of save points. Depending on the talents of this man, he might have to adjust. For Roundnax, he had been forced to add to his resilience, but this man might have a different set of abilities. That was the reason that Jonathan was saving points in the first place, rather than allocating them immediately. Ralner laughed and began to stride forwards, his footsteps shaking the earth. He moved incredibly slowly, but as he moved, Jonathan could see a red haze building up around the man. His aura began to grow outwards, and Jonathan quickly dashed in, wanting to disrupt whatever was going on. As he came in a punch, Ralner held out one arm. As Jonathan's fist came in, he stood still, ready to take the hit. Jonathan's fist connected, and Ralner took a single step backwards, almost completely unaffected by the attack. Weak, was his reply. He slashed out with his great sword, and the red aura dissipated. The weapon accelerated far beyond what it should, and it slammed into Jonathan's chest. The edge of the sword was more like a bludgeoning than a sharpened edge, but it still hit hard. Jonathan's ribs cracked, and he flew across the ground, crashing into a pile of rubble. Jonathan was already trying to parse what he had just witnessed. It seemed that his enemy had 2 modes, one where he was fast, and another where he was incredibly durable. However, to use one, he had to cancel the other. Jonathan watched as the city defenders tried to attack Ralner, but they were quickly incapacitated and sent out of the fight. Ralner paid them no heed after that, instead striding towards Jonathan again, building up his power. The red light started to glow around his form again, and Jonathan got to his feet. He had a plan, but it would require almost perfect timing. He ran forward towards Ralner, as if he was about to strike, but as he neared, he slowed down a little bit. Pinging back his fist, he punched at about half power, landing a glancing blow on Ralner's arm. As the man dismissed his durability aura, Jonathan snapped back his fist and punched as hard as he could, right as the greatsword came flying in. His fist thudded into flesh, and Ralner gasped, spitting up blood. However, he kept his greatsword going, and although the trajectory was changed, it still caught Jonathan, albeit at lower power. He rolled backward as his collarbone cracked. However, the micro tears were already starting to heal slightly, the effect of passing his thresholds in constitution and resilience. Ralner grimaced and snarled at Jonathan. You're certainly better than I thought. I understand now how you were able to beat my brother. You may be low level, but you possess a strength beyond most. It will be a pity for me to kill you. Ralner took a deep breath and then slammed his sword down into the ground, cracking it. Dance of the Berserker, he shouted before, starting to glow with a deep red light. Blood-red energy coated his form, and actual blood started to course down his face. He howled in wordless rage and dashed forwards, his speed immense. Jonathan barely had time to block before he was sent skipping backwards like a rag doll, breaking bones and tearing skin. Ralner was upon him a moment later, and he swung down with his greatsword, slamming it into Jonathan's leg. He screamed as his leg bone shattered into a pile of dust, and only his sheer willpower kept him going past the pain. Jonathan scrambled to his feet, using his muscles along to keep him standing. He was so strong that he could tense his leg muscles to the point that they were as hard as rock, meaning that he could, albeit awkwardly, still fight. It was beyond agonizing, however, and he almost collapsed from the pain. Jonathan quickly hobbled around a swift blow from his enemy and tried to dodge. However, his leg would not move quickly enough, and he was struck by the great sword yet again, flipping him up and over onto his back. Ralner laughed and leered at Jonathan, spittle flecking his teeth. "You won't find me that easy of target. I am far stronger than you. You might have been able to get off a lucky blow, but there won't be another, especially with the state that you are in." Jonathan slowly got to his feet and tried to ignore the pain in his leg. It was quickly becoming all-consuming, however, and only his iron will allowed him to keep going. He had been tempered in hotter fires than this, but to be fair, none of his thresholds had been passed in the middle of an active battle. Jonathan straightened up and raised his gauntlets in a boxing stance, getting ready to fight. Ralner laughed again and began to stride forwards, repeating his attack from earlier where he built up durability and strength. This time, Jonathan did not try to go in for a strike, rather keeping his distance. He knew that Ralner would not attack until he had made his move, so he waited a little bit to plan what to do. As Ralner stomped his way across the ground, one of the fighters in the back awoke. Jakarthi, the man with the enhancing abilities, looked over at the scene playing out in front of him, and his face fell noticeably as he saw that Jonathan was losing. Jonathan kept his face blank, so as to not alert Ralner to the awakening of the other man. But as Jakarthi began to draw up a piece of rubble from the ground, imbuing it with white light, a tiny smile cracked his face. Ralner paused and scowled at Jonathan. "What the hell are you smiling at? I have you now. You will not survive my next attack." Jonathan did not deign to respond, instead holding out his hand to the side as the rock came hurtling in from Jakarthi's direction. Ralner looked around, which proved to be a mistake. Jonathan grabbed the rock out of the air and punted it at Ralner, sending it flying toward his face faster than he could shift out of his durability form. The rock exploded with a shower of dust as it made contact, and Ralner grunted. He started to come out of his durability form, getting ready to swing his greatsword at lightning speeds, but this time, Jonathan was already there. He slammed his fist into Ralner's jaw, lifting the man off his feet. Another strike took him in the gut, propelling him backwards a dozen feet. Ralner rolled as he landed, massaging his jaw. No visible damage had been dealt, but it had certainly been a victory for Jonathan. Jonathan raced forwards, hobbling slightly, and imbued his fists with mana and divinity. Using the rune of beckoning, he punched out towards the side of Ralner's head. The man was too strong to be fully ensnared by the attack, but he looked briefly to the side, allowing Jonathan to drive his other fist, the one imbued with the power of his rune of hatred, into his face. There was an explosion of red light, and Ralner was blasted backwards, skipping along the ground. Jonathan tried to follow up, but his broken leg gave out on him on the way there, allowing Ralner to recover enough to enter his durability form again. There was a large path of missing skin on his face, and his jaw looked to be dislocated, but as he popped it back into place, Ralner grinned. "That's more like it. It would have been a disgrace to my brother for you to be so weak." Jonathan only grunted in response. He did not care for the whole diabolic honor thing this other man had going on. He served Granath, which meant he was evil. It didn't matter whether he was here to avenge his brother or not. Jonathan had run out of divinity from that last attack, and until he had recovered it, he would need to use his mana instead. Twin ball of blue light appeared on the ends of his fists, condensed to the utmost degree. Jonathan raced forwards, using his arms to propel him faster than he could have otherwise managed with his broken limb. Ralner opened his hands wide, laughing maniacally as Jonathan came in. The aura of red light was thicker than it had been before on the man, and Jonathan knew that punching him in this state would be no more effective than driving his fist into a boulder. Jonathan instead feigned an attack, only brushing his fist against Rauner. The man reflexively began to come out of his defensive mode, but by the time that he had realized he had been tricked, it was too late. Jonathan punched the man in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. A thin spray of blood was expelled out of the man's mouth, painting the ground beneath a patina of red. Before Jonathan could strike again, Rauner shot out his free hand and grabbed his wrist, holding him tight. Jonathan struggled to extricate himself from his predicament, but Rauner was too strong. The man leaned in close, blasting Jonathan with warm, rancid breath, and whispered softly, "It's time for revenge, you bestiardi. Raunax is watching now, and I will gratify his thirst for blood with your corpse. I don't think that Raunax is anywhere that he can see us right now. You idiot. If we're in the hells, then if somebody dies here, they just disappear. Your brother is gone, Rauner, and I killed him." Rauner roared in rage, and Jonathan headbutted the man, breaking his nose. Rauner stumbled backwards, and Jonathan jerked his hand free. Rauner whipped his greatsword around, grasping it tightly with both hands. Jonathan ducked under the blow, but Rauner reversed, catching him in the left arm. His bones twisted unnaturally, and Jonathan grunted in pain as his arm was forced out of its socket. Rauner laughed bitterly and raced forwards, punching Jonathan in the gut. Jonathan was lifted off his feet, and he rocketed back, feeling as if his organs had been expelled out the small of his back. He landed on his feet and barely dodged a titanic blow from Rauner's greatsword. It wasn't looking too good for Jonathan anymore. He had inflicted some damage on his opponent, but it was mostly superficial. In contrast, he was quite heavily damaged. His leg was completely broken, and his arm was out of its socket. Jonathan quickly tried to slam his arm back into where it was supposed to be, but he only managed to render it usable again. Every time he moved it, however, bolts of sickening pain raced up and down its length. Jonathan sighed and ran forwards towards his doom. It was shaping up to be a battle where he would have to use his final skill, smite, in order to win. The only problem was that he was so damaged that he wasn't sure if it would kill him before he had a chance to level up. He had been lucky so far with his fights against higher-leveled opponents, but was this the one that finally spelled his end? Jonathan reached Rauner a moment later, punching forwards with all of his momentum directed into the blow. Rauner grinned and swept up his sword with both hands, blocking the blow. Jonathan's fist slammed into the sword, and he pushed it backwards, almost bowling Rauner over. The man was not in his durability form, but he was still strong enough to resist such an attack. Rauner shot out his fist and caved in Jonathan's ribs with the blow, turning them into shattered shards of bone. Before Jonathan could react, Rauner swept his legs out from underneath him and brought his greatsword swinging down onto his other leg. Jonathan screamed in pain and tried to crawl away, but it was too late. Both of his legs were now crippled, and even if he were able to get to his feet using the muscular enhancement trick, he wouldn't be able to get very far. Rauner raised his sword once more and brought it whistling down. This time, Jonathan dodged, but it was a near miss. Almost all of his limbs were out of commission, and only his right arm was still functioning. Jonathan scrambled to the side as yet another blow came crashing down, and Rauner snarled in bestial rage. "Stay still, DM in you. Stop wriggling around like a spineless worm." Jonathan kept wriggling. He was contemplating using Smite, but he had no idea how it would combine with his current level of injury. He was almost completely incapacitated, and he knew that if he used the skill, then there would be no coming back if he failed. However, there seemed to be no other options. Jakarthi had collapsed backwards after throwing the rock, unconscious or dead, and there was clearly no help coming from that direction. Instead, Jonathan would have to figure this out on his own. With a deep sigh, he sent the golden light of his divinity coursing through his veins, empowering his body, but also slowly killing him in the process. Jonathan rose to his feet held aloft by sheer power. Summoning massive ball of mana, he watched as his divinity surged into them, empowering them beyond their normal means. He ran forwards, almost completely oblivious to the monstrous pain that he was in, and he planted his fists in the stunned Rauner's torso. Flesh and bone burn away beneath the blow, and the other man roared in agony. Rauner slammed his shoulder into Jonathan, knocking him backwards before slashing at him with his greatsword. Jonathan held up his left arm to block and felt the blow shatter his wrist. However, he stopped the attack in its tracks, and he grabbed the sword out of the air with his good hand, twisting it around and tearing it out of Rauner's grasp. The man stumbled forwards, and as the sword was yanked out of his grip, he was staring into a devastating right hook from Jonathan. The other man dodged, leading straight into Jonathan's other hand. He grabbed onto the man's arm and used his redirection skill, slipping the man head over heel and onto the ground. He quickly dropped to his knees next to him and began to pummel the other man mindlessly, opening up great wounds on his body. Rauner screamed and began to chant something under his breath. Jonathan still had the presence of mind to get out of the way, but he was still caught by an expanding shockwave of power that erupted from Rauner. His bones shattered in the face of such raw force, and he was tossed straight into a wall, almost 50 feet away. Jonathan groaned and collapsed, almost completely spent. He could see that Rauner was still alive, and through sheer force of will, he hauled himself towards the man by his fingertips, crossing the distance over the next minute. It was far slower than he was used to moving, and it felt wrong for him to be so weak. By the time that he reached Rauner, the man was struggling to get to his feet. However, an entire chunk of his chest was missing, looking as if it had evaporated into thin air. Rauner was on his last legs, but so was Jonathan. Jonathan surged forward for the last few feet, raising his gauntlet above his head. Bringing it down on the unprepared Rauner, he was rewarded with a spurt of blood and a cry of pain. Rauner beat at Jonathan's head with his hands, trying to force him backwards, but neither man was strong enough to do anything more than flail ineffectively at one another. Jonathan's vision was starting to go dark around the edges, and knew that he was mere minutes away from death. His only hope was to level up. As his vision deserted him, he flailed blindly around, feeling his fists impact flesh and bones. Eventually, he lost consciousness and knew no more for some time. Jonathan woke up sometime later with a constant, burning pain suffusing his body. He had survived, that was for certain, but for the first time, a level up had been insufficient to heal him fully. His bones had come back together, but they were covered in microscopic cracks. In addition, his skin had barely healed at all, having been torn apart by the use of his smite skill. That had been by far the hardest fight he had been in so far, and it had come so close to killing him that he had felt the cold touch of death mere moments before killing the other man. Jonathan got to his feet painfully and looked at the scene around him. Rauner lay on the ground in front of him, barely recognizable as the remains of a living being. He was nothing more than a hunk of battered meat, and the ground was liberally coated with his viscera. There was nothing else left of him save for his great sword, which lay on the ground some distance away, having been knocked away during the CLMX of the fight. Jonathan looked down at his own armor, noting that it was dented and scratched all over, but there were few serious holes or tears in the armor. It had not done much to protect him, except for stopping him from bleeding, but it was still valuable. Every suit of armor had its pros and cons, and Jonathan was quickly learning them. Leather armor was good for those who lacked the strength to use heavier forms of armor, or had a highly agile fighting style. Chainmail was in between leather armor and plate armor, and it was both durable and flexible, although not to the same degree of the other two. Finally, plate mail allowed for one to resist a large degree of damage, but it limited mobility. Jonathan had seen this with Raunax. Even if the user had high speed and strength, it still was somewhat of a handicap regardless. Jonathan steadied himself and checked his notifications. You have killed Rauner the Shatterer. You have leveled up X3. He had gained quite a lot of essence from that fight, at the cost of it being the hardest fight of his life. There was another notification too, one that was less welcome. You have gained a new title, Lineage Hunter, rare. You eradicated the last members of a family line, showing your willingness to hunt down loose ends. This is an intriguing path for one such as you to go down, but one that holds its own merit. Do not lose track of your morality in the process. Bonuses, plus 5 points to dexterity. Jonathan shook his head and closed the notification as quickly as he could, not wanting to dwell on its implication. He had been entirely justified in his actions, but they were still quite evil out of context. A MMM came from one of the city defenders, and Jonathan turned around. One of the city defenders, Eliza, if Jonathan remembered right, was stirring, the female mage's face twisted in agony. He was surprised that she, out of all of them, was the one to have come out on the other side first, seeing as she was not exactly spec'd out for durability. Still, she was the first up, and Jonathan moved towards her. "Hey, are you all right?" Jonathan asked as he moved closer. As he approached, he saw that she was decidedly not all right. He felt wretched, but she looked in far worse shape. One of her hands was missing, and as Jonathan looked closer, he saw that it had been crudely hacked off, likely from Rauner's greatsword. Is that BSDRD dead?" Eliza asked. "Rauner? Yes, I killed him. Nearly killed me in the process, too. What was someone like him doing out in this region? He seemed far too strong to be in a place like this," Jonathan asked. He was a servant of Granath. He boasted of his stature among the lord of this circle's legions as he attacked us. He was some sort of big shot, apparently. A rising star among the soldiers of the ash heaps. Well, all meteors fall eventually, no matter how bright they burn. It seemed that I was the end of his rise. Eliza gave him a look of surprise before letting out a throaty laugh. Her internal organs were clearly damaged, but she seemed to want to talk. In any case, Jonathan had nothing to offer other than talk. If that healer from before was still alive, which he doubted, Jonathan had no idea where he was. "You certainly talk in a different manner from most warriors, especially ones as powerful as you. You're something else entirely, though. You're a lower level than me, but I have no illusions about who would win in a fight between us. You must have a great destiny ahead of you." "Apparently, I do, but if I die first, then I might not get to realize it. And that seems to be more likely day by day." Jonathan trailed off. "Anyway, will you survive? What about the others?" "I'll live, but the others are in worse shape. I don't think that Rauner saw me as much of a threat. He injured the others severely, though. He had been about to kill Jakarthi when you arrived. The others were unable to keep going after that. They left their lives in your hands, and you delivered." Jonathan nodded and bent down, looking over the others. All of them had mortal injuries, and Jonathan was saddened to find that out of them, only 2 still had pulses. Jakarthi and Rhaegar still breathed, but the motion was weak and Jonathan did not see their chances as being especially high. He turned around as Eliza started to root around in her satchel, pulling out a ruby flask. It was filled with a glowing red liquid, and as it sloshed around, tiny specks of gold were visible in the mix. "Here, feed this to Jakarthi. It's a health potion. The only one we have left, in fact," she said, a look of sadness on her face. "What about Rhaegar?" Jonathan asked. "It's too late for him. He already drank a health potion during the fight. Their effects cancel each other out within a certain time PRD. In addition, they can only do so much. Besides, Rhaegar would understand." Jonathan nodded and took the flask, taking it over to Jakarthi. Opening the man's mouth, he poured the fluid down it. Steam billowed up from Jakarthi's mouth, and he started a JRK. Jonathan quickly grabbed him so as to stop him from injuring himself. A minute later, his eyes opened. "Is it done?" He stuttered, pain filling his voice. "Yes," Jonathan replied. "It is." Jakarthi tilted his head upwards and looked around him, noticing that everyone else, except for Eliza, was either dead or going there quickly. A tear leaked down his cheek, and he sighed in a melancholic manner, almost collapsing. Jonathan held him up, however, and the man eventually recovered enough to speak again. "What of the city? Are there any survivors there?" "Not as far as I could tell coming in. That piece of sheet did a real number on the city. I don't think anyone survived except the 3 of us." Jakarthi snarled suddenly, and pushed Jonathan away, with a look of pure rage on his face. "This is your fault. You BSDRD. You brought this down upon us." Jakarthi broke down into a storm of coughing after this statement, blood spewing up from his mouth as he did so. Jonathan took a step back to avoid the splatter, and then sighed. "Yes, I killed Ralnax, leading his brother to come here to seek revenge. What else was I supposed to do, however? Simply let him kill me so that this town will be spared? I care about the lives of others, but I am not going to sacrifice myself for something that is not important to me. You are nothing more than a self-serving wretch, who cares nothing more than for his own life and progress. No wonder you are so strong. You must have committed great atrocities to get here. Never come back to this city." Jakarthi screamed, his voice hoarse. Jonathan nodded, saddened, and started walking away. "Wait!" Eliza shouted. Jonathan kept walking. Jonathan strode through the ruined streets of the devastated city, trying to ignore the weight of the corpses that he saw. Indirectly, he had led to their deaths. However, he had avenged them by killing Ralner. It was not much a way to make up for what he had done, but it was a start. Unbidden, a new notification surfaced, prompted by his realization of what he had done by killing Ralner. "You have gained a new title, Avenger, Epic. You have avenged the deaths of over 100 sapient beings on your own, slaying the being who killed them. Sometimes justice is best served bloody." Bonuses: plus 5 points to resilience, plus 5 points to constitution. Jonathan, unlike with the previous title, could get behind this one. It lent some legitimacy to his purpose, however small, and it also added a significant amount of power. He only had the one title, Nascent Divinity, that gave him a stat multiplier, but for now, increases were fine. He would eventually outgrow such paltry increases, but he was content with them in his current state. As he made his way towards the broken gate, he saw a flash of a face that he recognized. Looking to the right, Jonathan saw, to his horror, that Petrag and Beatrice were curled up next to their shop, dead. It looked as if Petrag had been protecting Beatrice, and his body was nearly chopped in half. Beatrice was less marked, but she was still clearly dead. Both of them had looks of utter terror on their faces, and Jonathan clenched his fists involuntarily, drawing blood from his hands. His bones started to creak as he almost lost himself to a mindless rage. As he came to his senses, Jonathan was met with a new quest prompt. "You have gained a new quest. Complete Vengeance, SSS. You have witnessed the travesties committed by one of the servants of Granath. Such beings cannot be allowed to exist, at least in the same world as you. You must eradicate every last trace of Granath's influence within this circle of the infinite hells to find true vengeance. Reward: 10,000 Leviathan marks. One-time boost to a skill of your choosing." Jonathan absently closed the notification, noting that the interface seemed to change based on how he received the quest. If he prompted it on his own, it would say that he had gained a new quest, but if someone else prompted it, it would simply say that he had gained a quest or had been offered one. Jonathan shook his head, disgusted at the senseless carnage around himself. Sickened, he turned his face away from the corpses and left the city behind. A few hours later, the city was far out of sight and thankfully out of mind. Jonathan leant on his warrior's trance skill to keep his mind away from darker places, forcibly stabilizing himself. He trudged aimlessly across the ash, unsure of what he should do next. He had dallied in cities enough. It was time for him to focus on getting stronger. He had enough levels, but his pathway skills were lagging behind. Quickly opening them for reference, Jonathan checked how far along he was. Mana Manipulation, Student 4. Mana Manipulation is one of the most basic skills in the universe, and you have shown a strange aptitude for it. This skill influences your ease of manipulating the mana within your body, and gives bonuses as you progress, like all pathway skills. +3 to Intelligence, +2 to Wisdom. Next up was his martial arts skill, which was proving its worth, but so far it had not leveled up. He was not using it to the fullest within his fights, which meant that he wasn't gaining any additional expertise. Martial Arts, Student 4. You have dabbled in the ways of martial prowess in a past life, and some of that wisdom still remains within you. Your expertise is crude and basic at best, but it is a sturdy foundation for greater heights in the future. +3 to strength, +2 to dexterity. After those two were his rune crafting and true sight abilities, which were his most important ones. Rune crafting, student 3. Build off your forbidden true sight skill to not only understand the runes that make up the world around you, but edit them as well to your own desires. There are runes for every concept in existence, and finding them will be a monumental task. +5 to intelligence. Despite his efforts with using his runes to empower his gauntlets, he had not gained any additional points, likely because he had been using the same runes that he already knew. He could use that method to get to the next level, but it would take a while. For now, he was content with his new gauntlets. Finally, there was True Sight. True Sight, Student 1. You can see between the cracks in reality, utilizing your divinity to access the same interface as the system itself. As of now, you can comprehend tiny fractions of the universal sigil code, but who knows where this skill might lead. +5 to wisdom. He closed the interface and began to work on his mana manipulation abilities, something that he could do while walking. Rather than simply playing around with his core, however, he consciously manipulated as he went, relying on his heightened intelligence from his threshold to allow him to do so. He tested multiple different configurations within the span of seconds, using small amounts of his mana to do so. He could feel his expertise slowly increasing as he poked and prodded at his core, so he left it running in the background. Half an hour later, a pack of ash prowlers appeared from behind a ruin, growling low in their throats at him. They were led by an alpha, probably the only reason why they had not fled before his strength. Jonathan kept most of his mind on the mana manipulation task, while sparing a bit to fight. The lower-leveled monsters moved like they were in slow motion, and he tore through them in a matter of seconds, spraying blood over the ground. The alpha growled in sudden apprehension, but before it could retreat, Jonathan grabbed it by the throat and snapped its neck with his other hand, killing it. All of that time, he had been barely paying attention to the fight. Such a display of mastery prompted the arrival of a new skill. You have gained a new skill, Battle Focus, rare. You can concentrate on multiple things during a battle, a great boon to your combat abilities. It was a simple skill, but quite a useful one. It would allow for him to both train his mental and physical abilities at the same time if he had taken stock of its abilities correctly. System-granted skills landed somewhere in between ingrained prowess and artificial mastery, both heightening and building on the abilities that one already possessed. More importantly, it lent extra power to the conceptual strength of one's abilities, empowering them beyond their non-enhanced norms. For example, Jonathan's redirection skill used the same principles to any normal judo throw, but added additional power to the skill as long as it aligned with its original intent. That power came purely from alignment, rather than anything else, as it did not take anything from his mana or stamina pool. As Jonathan left the monster corpse behind, he smiled as he realized that he had not neglected his mana manipulation progress for a single second. Over the next half-day, he learned that his new intelligence was quite the boon in the realm of training his mana manipulation, as he leveled up the skill not once but twice. All that he had achieved was a greater level of skill with his abilities, rather than discovering anything new, but that would come later. For now, he was satisfied with his abilities. He had broken past his thresholds, and was now an entirely different creature altogether than when he had entered the city. His irrational fear of going through the pain of his thresholds had actually paid off in the end, rather than simply wasting a few stat points as he had expected. It wasn't like he needed the extra ones that much anyway. He was already gaining far more than most. It almost made up for the sting that he felt whenever he thought about the ruins that he had left behind. Whether his fault or not, he had still led to the destruction of the city and the death of most of its inhabitants. In any case, that was past now, and he could hope to find absolution through the completion of his quest. That was the only real route forward. The fact that it meshed completely with his ultimate goals was only the icing on the cake. Jonathan stopped a few hours after this, wanted to train his martial arts abilities a bit. He wasn't sure how much he could eke out of the dim memories that had been ingrained in him from Earth, but he could certainly try to get some value. He had prompted the creation of a student rank pathway skill simply by remembering his abilities, which had given him a decent approximation of its equivalence to earthly standards. As far as he could tell, the first few ranks seemed to correspond pretty much exactly, as he had been adept enough at martial arts, but nothing special. The highest level that seemed possible on Earth was that of the MSTR rank, if there was any sort of linear progression of the mastery ranks. Past that was likely the domain of the supernatural. Of course, none of this accounted for the system, where one could take out a building with a single punch, no matter how sloppy their technique was. Even a true MSTR of martial arts from Earth would not last long here, without any stats or levels. Well, the actual skill would have given them a substantial amount of power, but without accounting for that, it would be nothing more than a massacre. Jonathan began to warm up with a basic kata, moving his arms and legs slowly so as to remember the moves correctly. He could have done them far faster, but he wanted to limit himself to the abilities of a normal human, which was quite a bit harder than he had expected. Trying to move at a normal human speed was like trying to move at the speed of a snail, at least relative to his abilities. He was about 20 times faster than a normal person, and even accounting for the limitations of basic physics, he would have been able to move at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. However, he eventually achieved it, and began to work through his moves, slowly recalling the correct forms. It took him a few minutes to work through the kata, and in that time, some of his prior knowledge began to percolate within his brain, aided by his superhuman intelligence. As he finished, he ranked up his martial arts skill by 1 tier. It was a small gain, but a welcome one. The next time through, he began to work in his insights from his pugilistic fighting style, trying to weave it into the matrix of his knowledge. As he moved, he began to add in punches and kicks to his martial repertoire, blending it in with his other abilities. He began to move in a different way from what he had been taught on Earth, eschewing the slow and steady motions of a grappler for the quick movements of a fighter. He ducked and weaved against imaginary enemies coming in from all sides, and rather than simply sticking to the original kata, he would deal with those enemies in a variety of ways, some with his fists and some with his normal martial arts moves. As he did this, he used his enhanced intelligence to keep track of where the enemies were coming from, and whether he had successfully hit them or not. Most of the time, he was successful, even with the new and unexplored techniques that he was using. He began to drop into a trance, trying to find the balance between his two martial paths. As he did so, his movements became smoother, and there was no longer any delay between punches and grapples. Over a few hours, he perfected the art, until finally he was met with a message. You have formed a martial path. Flowing Hurricane, Novice 1. You have formed the basics of a new martial path, one that relies on your many abilities in the field of war to use. Your path revolves around the quick and easy application of force, with the option to add in more complicated maneuvers if the situation demands. Jonathan closed the notification and smiled. His efforts had borne fruit. He had no idea how useful this martial path was going to be, but he suspected that it would be quite useful, indeed, especially after he leveled it up a bit. For now, he could feel a slightly increased connection to the path that he was following. Slightly increased, but not by much. As he increased his mastery, however, that would likely change. With all of these new gains, it was time for him to open his stat sheet and see all of his new abilities. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human Advanced. Outsider, Tier 1, Level 38, 64 free points. Strength, 172. Dexterity, 128. Constitution, 128. Resilience, 183. Intelligence, 126. Wisdom, 126. Divinity, 2. Health, 1920/1920. Stamina, 2580/2580. Mana, 1890 of 1890. Titles, Chosen of Sarnathros, unique. Nascent divinity, celestial. Iron will, epic. Refined form, epic. Giant slayer, epic. Avenger, epic. Lineage hunter, rare. Righteous killer, rare. Skills, smite, legendary. Unravel, epic. Warrior's trance, epic. Mana drill, rare. Battle focus, rare. Focus scry, rare. Runes of power, rare. Redirect, uncommon. Identify, common. Pathway skills, mana manipulation, student 6. Martial arts, student 4. Rune crafting, student 3. True sight, student 1. Martial path, flowing hurricane, novice 1. Quests, Hellbreaker, impossible. Complete vengeance, SSS. Jonathan had quite a considerable amount of free stat points, and he decided to use some of them rather than hoard them all. Looking over his stats, he found himself satisfied with most of them. Adding points to bring up a lower stat right now would be a waste, as it would have less impact than adding points to a more powerful stats. With that in mind, Jonathan quickly added 20 points to strength in batches of 2. Bringing it up to Jonathan clenched his fist and smiled, feeling the new power coursing through himself. His resilience was high enough to deal with the boost for now, but if he needed to, that stat was the next one that was getting boosted. Jonathan closed his eyes and tried to internalize his new stats, not wanting them to interfere too much with his pursuit of his martial path. He had successfully formed the path on his own, but he would need live targets to practice on, ones that were at least marginally similar to humans. He could adapt his abilities towards any sort of monster, but for training purposes, it was better to find something like one of the fetid oozes. He was probably strong enough to grapple with one of the elite oozes and win at that. Jonathan was starting to feel the power creep set in. In a few weeks, he had far surpassed the monsters that he had entered the world finding threatening, and was now able to deal with them effortlessly. Then again, he had so many advantages that even he sometimes thought that they were unfair. He would need them all down the road, as he progressed further through the infinite hells. Despite his relatively high level of power, compared to a normal person, he was barely scratching the surface of power within this universe. There were at least another 100 tiers to go, and if they all increased multiplicatively, like he had been told, by the end, he would be akin to a god. Then again, that was literally what a god was, someone at the top of the tiers. Sarnathros had been tier 100, while unsuppressed, meaning that was likely the pinnacle of power. At least the infinite hells were stratified somewhat, meaning that some wandering tier 10 couldn't just come over and kill him. Well, probably a tier 2, if he was being honest. He was nowhere near strong enough to fight up an entire tier, and he doubted if he ever would be. He could put up a decent fight against someone 20 levels above him, but past that was the realm of uncertainty, as shown by his fight with Ralner. Such battles were intensely rewarding in terms of power, but they were all incredibly dangerous as well. Jonathan had been ready to allocate more stat points if necessary at the end of his battle with Ralner, but things had gone awry quite quickly. By the end, he had been barely conscious of his surroundings. Shaking his head, Jonathan started walking towards a nearby tower, seeking to use it as a beacon for monsters to come towards. Climbing up the tower, Jonathan quickly alighted on the top, stepping carefully over crumbling stone and aged wood. Raising his left hand high, Jonathan imbued his gauntlet with divinity, sending a pulse of warm light outwards, drawing nearby monsters in. As he stood there, he could hear baying howls echoing in the distance, and the telltale ash cloud that signaled a group of monsters coming in. He was only looking for fetid oozes, however, and when a pack of ash prowlers neared the tower, Jonathan fielded his aura fully, sending them off, howling in fear. The monsters receded into the distance, their tails between their legs. It seemed that they were more afraid of Jonathan than they were enticed by the rune, which was an interesting discovery. A few minutes later, his real quarry came close, and Jonathan could see a fetid ooze elite coming trundling towards the tower, its rolls of fat shaking as it moved. Jonathan leaped down from the top of the tower and raced forwards before reaching the monster. It leered at him with its massive mouth, and he began the process of limiting his stats. He wanted to fight this thing at reduced power so that he would have to rely more on his martial arts abilities than simple brute force. As he forced his strength to lower, everything around him began to speed up, and a terrible sense of loss filled his form. However, he kept it in check and focused solely on his new martial ability. As he approached the fetid ooze, he extended his hands out into an approximation of a neutral fighting stance, waiting for the monster to make the first move. The fetid ooze obliged, and with Jonathan's power limited it moved much faster than he had been expecting. Its hand came rocketing towards his face, and only a surge of danger from his reflexes allowed him to react in time. His hands shot up almost of their own accord and grabbed the arm, pinning it in place. Vaulting up into the air, Jonathan forced the fetid ooze down toward the ground and flipped over, transitioning into an axe kick. Back on Earth, he would have never been able to pull something like that off, but now he was perfectly capable of using such an attack. His heel crashed into the monster's face like a wrecking ball, knocking it down and shattering a few teeth. However, it did not cause lasting damage, seeing as he was limiting his strength. This was probably the physical strength that an average fighter at his level had, which explained why most of them use weapons. Jonathan simply had the raw power to use his fists in battle effectively. However, for enemies that were too tough, he had his gauntlets. Seeing as this one seemed to be quite durable, at least against his limited capabilities, Jonathan decided to see how effective his punches were with the help of his new fighting style. Landing securely on the ground in front of the monster, he drew his right arm back, instinctively feeling the right way to do so. Punching forwards with all of his strength, Jonathan planted his fist into the fetid ooze's mouth, shattering its teeth with the blow. A move that would have broken his bones had he tried it normally now went off without a hitch, save for a light throbbing sensation. It was as if he was only now seeing the light. The system was certainly helping in this regard, but a lot of the prowess was his own. Jonathan skipped backwards, dodging a punch solely through his own battle expertise. He had dodged it based on where he predicted it would go, rather than reacting to it, which was quite impressive compared to his normal fighting style. However, he had explored his abilities enough for now. He moved in more aggressively, and weaved around a few punches from the monster, getting as close to its yawning maw as he dared. 3 lightning-fast punches shattered the rest of its teeth, and he quickly swept its arm out of the air and tossed it over his shoulder. Although the monster was large, and he had lowered his strength, he was still strong enough to toss it over his shoulder effectively. The monster crashed into the ground, and Jonathan began to wail on it with his gauntlets. As he saw that they were doing little damage, he decided that it was time to add a little bit of magic to his fighting style. Jonathan quickly pumped mana into his fists and punched with his right one, sending a lance of mana straight into the putrescent flesh of the monster. Its flesh bubbled and smoked as the attack landed, as Jonathan had not limited his intelligence stat, having found such a thing impossible. The attack carved straight through the monster and towards its core, getting stuck halfway there. Jonathan sighed and punched with his other hand, keeping the struggling creature down. A moment later, he brought both hands up in a hammer fist attack and splattered its brains out on the ash with one final blow. Breathing slightly, Jonathan got up and let his full strength return to him. The heady rush of power was immense, and Jonathan could barely stop himself from gasping as he rapidly returned to his normal state. A few notifications waited for him. You have reached Student Rank 5 with Martial Arts. You have reached Novice Rank 6 with Flowing Hurricane. Limiting his strength had created significant increases across the board, bringing his skills even closer to their next ranks. Smiling, Jonathan left the corpse of the fetid ooze behind him, hopeful for the future for the first time in a while. Some time later, Jonathan was walking along the top of an ash mound when he heard a noise that he had never expected to hear within the infinite hells. The sounds of livestock moving across the land. Far away, lowing noises came from his right, signifying the presence of cows or some similar creature. As he moved toward the sound, he gradually began to see a large road poking out of the middle of the ash, a road that was absolutely filled with carts and wagons, being pulled by various beasts of burden. There were lines of glowing energy along the edges of the road, presumably to keep monsters out, and there were watchtowers visible every few miles down the road. There were thousands of wagons within Jonathan's sight, not counting the ones that were further down the line. He had finally found out where the ash heaps got all of their food from. Jonathan began to make his way down, curious about what he could find there. He noticed that the wagons were moving far faster than he would have expected, easily going as fast, if not more so, than a car back on Earth. He also noticed that there were strange fountains of energy every few hundred feet that bathed the wagons in light. It seemed that light was what allowed them to move at such a speed. They were pulled by the same type of horse that the guard from the SLV caravan had been riding, except these ones were clearly bred for LBR, not war. They were stocky creatures, easily 5 feet wide and 15 long. They were far larger than horses back on Earth had been, and they seemed far stronger too. Depending on whether animals here could level up consciously, it seemed as if these horses had been putting all their points into strength. Jonathan paused quite some distance away from the road itself. He did not want to test his luck against the soldiers there, as his retributive mark from killing Ralnax would work against him in that case. He had no wish to have to deal with potentially thousands of guards for no reason other than curiosity. Jonathan found a comfortable nook and watched the traffic go by, trying to figure out more about the ash heaps from looking at the wagons. Most of them were unmarked, but a few of them had painted signs on the side, advertising them as belonging to a certain company. It seemed that corporations had made it to this world as well. All of the wagons looked in far better shape than they should have given their predicament, stuck in the middle of a circle of hell as they were, with actual paint decorating them. These traders probably worked directly for Granath himself, meaning that they were afforded the best of luxuries on the road. As Jonathan spotted a strange-looking wagon, one made out of crystal, he noticed something. The crystal wagon was filled with the same silvery dust that the mayor back in the last city had been addicted to. Memory stone. This was in far greater quantities too, meaning that it could potentially create thousands of addicts, if not more. Jonathan gritted his teeth, wondering what the right thing to do here was. On one hand, he wanted to be cautious about the threat of the guards, but as he slowly surveyed the scene, he saw that the towers were spaced far enough apart to not be much of an issue, as long as he finished his fight quickly. Jonathan slowly got up and made his mind up about his decision before doubt could set in. He suspected that the energy barriers were made for monsters, seeing as he had no feeling of danger from them. Running towards the energy wall, keeping low to the ground, he avoided detection for a bit. By the time that he had reached the wall, he was blocked from the side of the watchtowers by some of the larger wagons, which was perfect. The one carrying the drags was getting farther and farther away, however, and Jonathan started running along the wall, trying to get to it in time. He was able to reach a top speed of about 100 miles per hour in his low-to-the-ground pose, although it severely taxed his stamina. Moving in that position was a lot harder than moving normally, he found. Jonathan quickly reached the wagon and kept on going about a mile ahead of it to give himself time to plan. He tentatively stuck his hand into the glowing wall and found that it was completely permeable to his touch. Jonathan smiled and walked through it. None of the wagons even noticed him, and they just kept on going down the road. Now that he was actually near them, he saw that there were clear lines along the road, like lanes back on Earth. This was probably to prevent accidents, but also to allow the guards to see clearly at all times. Jonathan slunk around the backs of wagons, relying on his superior dexterity to get him through the fast-moving morass of vehicles smoothly. A few people spotted him, but other than a shouted expletive here and there, nobody bothered him. He suspected that would change as he neared his target. The crystal wagon came into view a few seconds later, and Jonathan made his way towards it, weaving in and out of lanes of traffic at high speeds. The wagon vanished behind another one, but came back into sight a moment later, this time close enough for him to act. Jonathan surged forwards and punched one of the wheels, causing the wagon to collapse, skidding along the ground. It crashed into the wall, which had suddenly become impenetrable, and exploded, raining memory stone dust everywhere. Jonathan held his breath until the powder had landed, but many of the wagon drivers had not, and soon a massive pileup formed on all sides of Jonathan, with wagons crashing into each other left and right. He winced, but then shrugged. It wasn't his problem. A horn, played at a deafening volume, sounded overhead, and guards started to mill around at the base of the nearest tower, trying to find out where the commotion was. Jonathan quickly imbued his gauntlet with divinity and punched downwards, burning away much of the dust near him. He only managed to destroy one pile, but it was the largest of the lot and hopefully a sizable dent in the production. He had no sympathy for these wagon drivers around him, as they clearly perpetuated Granath's hegemony over the land. Jonathan turned tail and fled towards the edge of the road, spotting hundreds of guards pouring out of the tower in the distance. He knew that he could likely beat any individual guard a fight, but he did not want to take his chances against so many of them. He could not detect their levels from here, but he knew that they would be a cut above what he had faced before, seeing as they were in all an important defensive position. He wondered briefly how exactly LBR was divided up within this world. Surely there was an element of power to it, as a strong builder would be able to achieve much more than a weaker one. However, he suspected that stronger people would have large egos, and therefore would not wish to be stuck in menial jobs. Because of this, there was likely a deficit in overall efficiency without this world. Then again, he would not particularly want to be stuck doing some manual LBR if he had a choice about it. He had a greater destiny, which is likely what everyone else believed as well. Except, in this case, Jonathan actually had one that he quickly reached the edge of the road, unmolested by any of the wagon drivers. To be fair, he was exuding his aura on full blast the entire time, meaning that he was pushing those weaker than himself away. Seeing as all of the wagon drivers were far weaker than him, they made way extremely quickly. Jonathan reached the edge of the road a moment later and ran into the wall. He bounced off and cursed. Thinking back toward what he had seen with the crystal wagon, he realized that it repelled things moving past a certain speed. He moved through it at a far slower pace and was able to exit the road. Legging it up the ash banks, he paused at the top, spotting the guards running towards him. The entire caravan had stopped, impeded by the pile-up that Jonathan had left in his wake. A few mana bolts began to arc up over the hill, which was his cue to leave. Running at his top speed, Jonathan cleared miles in a matter of minutes, leaving the road far behind. He had achieved a small strike against Granath there and then, and he knew that he had done significant damage to the trading apparatus of the ash heaps. Jonathan paused a few minutes later as his stamina finally gave out, and he stood there, breathing as he watched the horizon. A dark splotch crested a hill, and his enhanced eyesight made it out as a group of soldiers, all riding horse-like steeds. He had no idea where the steeds had come from in such a short time, but they were moving at a quick pace, and he knew that he had to keep running. His stamina was filling up rapidly, but he knew that he only had about 30 seconds before he would have to leave. Using his enhanced intelligence to gauge the speed of the riders, he estimated that they were going at about 70 miles per hour, which was slower than his top speed. However, he suspected that the horses could keep that speed up for far longer. In any case, he would probably have to stop and fight eventually. Spotting a nearby fortification, Jonathan smiled. It was time to show them what a runecrafter could do. He ran towards the building as quickly as he could, reaching the derelict castle within a minute of having seen it. As soon as he got there, he began to draw runes in the ground around the castles, especially around the door. He would have to wait until the last moment to imbue them, at least for the rune of hatred. He had no idea how strong the effect of the rune of beckoning was on sentient beings, and in case it did not work, he would be left only with his damaging rune instead. Seeing as it was quite noticeable once charged, Jonathan had no alternative other than to conceal it as much as he could. Jonathan began to draw the rune, sketching out the complicated lines of the rune of beckoning on the sand. He could see the enemies coming closer and closer, racing across the ash on their steeds. As soon as he put down the rune, however, there was a noticeable change in their trajectory. Upon hearing a startled shout, Jonathan smiled. It may not have affected the soldiers, but it certainly affected their mounts. Because they were going so quickly, the soldiers were not able to dismount, and the horses started to cluster together, trying to get towards the rune of beckoning as quickly as they were able. Jonathan began to draw some of the runes of hatred around the other rune, creating a patchwork of glowing red that stood in front of the castle walls. He stood there for a moment, smiling, as the soldiers and their mounts raced towards the runes. A minute later, they were within a few hundred feet, and Jonathan began to climb up the staircase towards the top of the wall. There was a brief moment of silence, and then the front line of the horses hit the runes, creating a pillar of red light that shot past the back of Jonathan's head. Pain Ning rose up from below him, and a few shouts of pain. Looking back down to admire his handiwork, Jonathan watched as the horses crushed the injured soldiers and steeds into the walls, trying to get to the rune. Eventually, the last of the horses had reached it, and they milled around, confused, as the effect lost most of its power over them. With a good chunk of their number killed or injured, and with them distracted, it was time for Jonathan to make his escape. He ran around the edge of the castle walls and hopped down at the back. Starting to run, he spotted something on the ground near the front, something that looked suspiciously like a map. It had dropped out of the pocket of one of the soldiers after they had been killed, and it looked like it would be incredibly useful to his later travels. Jonathan bit his lip and then nodded, running towards the map. It would waste valuable time, but he wanted to have some idea of where exactly he was within the ash heaps at any given time. Running towards the map, he dodged a crossbow bolt that whistled past his head, coming from the back lines of the enemy ranks. Not that they really were ranks, more like a conglomeration of scattered horses and men, but it was the same thing regardless. Jonathan snatched up the map and began running for the hills, easily outpacing the few soldiers who had the wherewithal to chase him. As he exited the area of effect of the runes, however, they flickered out of existence, and the horses and soldiers were freed to come after him. Jonathan cursed and redoubled his pace, almost flying across the land as he went, the map tucked securely into his belt. The horses thundered across the ground behind him, but he paid them no heed, focusing on his breathing and movements. He was able to mitigate the stamina cost somewhat by ensuring that his movements were as efficient as possible. It didn't mean that he had infinite stamina, however, far from it. It just meant that he could last a few more minutes. Damn, I wish I could have said that on Earth, Jonathan thought, grinning. The thought was crude and juvenile, but it made him smile nonetheless, which was always good. Laughter was few and far between within the infinite hells. Over the next half hour, the soldiers began to catch up to him, and Jonathan started to flag. He was too close to them to repeat his performance with the runes, and he knew that it would eventually come down to a fight, unless he played this smart. He could see a large pack of ash prowlers in the distance, about 25 strong, led by a group of elites. Smiling, Jonathan picked up his pace, running straight for them. Holding out his left hand, he imbued his gauntlet with divinity, sending out a pulse of beckoning energy towards the monsters. He was met with a series of rabid howls, and the pack began to lope towards him. As they reached him a few minutes later, Jonathan leaped over their heads, trusting that they would notice the better target behind him. The sight of the horses sent the dog-like beasts into a frenzy, and they attacked instantly, tearing into flesh and bones. The soldiers quickly dealt with the monsters, but they had lost valuable ground that Jonathan was not going to give up anytime soon. Spotting another group of monsters, Jonathan quickly changed his trajectory, heading directly for them. This time it was a group of fetid ooze elites, each of which responded eagerly to his call. They lumbered towards the rune, moving too slowly for them to be a threat to Jonathan. To the large group of soldiers behind him, however, without any easy way to move out of the way, they were deadly. Jonathan leaped over their heads once more, letting them crash into the enemy ranks behind him a few minutes later. Hearing screams as men and horses were devoured made him smile. Eventually, after another 3 similar encounters, he saw the soldiers turn tail and flee, heading back towards the safety of the road. There was a trail of corpses leading back there, and Jonathan smiled grimly after them. He kept on going for another few miles, and upon feeling satisfied that he wasn't being followed, he pulled out the map and opened it. It was made out of some sort of aged vellum with a dark yellow color. Still, It was quite well made, with clear demarcations between the various regions. In the center was a stylized city, with large towers and an imposing wall. Jonathan assumed that it was not to scale because if it was, then that city was hundreds of miles wide. Then again, it could very well be so, seeing as it was the capital of this world. 8 roads led out of the capital, heading off through the ash towards the far reaches of the world, where they connected in a circle around the habitable zone of the ash heaps. Past that, there was nothing save for a large red line and a message that said to never go past the edge of the roads. It seemed like the roads acted as a natural barrier to anyone trying to leave, not that they would want to in any case. Hundreds of cities and towns dotted the ash, and a few ruins were mentioned too, mainly ones that were much larger than normal. For example, there was something called a dungeon located a few hundred miles away from Jonathan, assuming that he was reading the map correctly. The soldier had marked it up with a small dot where the road that he was stationed on was, and the dungeons were halfway in between that one and another. Jonathan was about halfway through the habitable zone, still quite far away from the Ashen Citadel, where he would eventually have to go to find Granath. He had nowhere to go other than this dungeon anyway, and if it was what he thought it was, then it would be a useful place to gain power. In his experience with fantasy worlds, dungeons were places that were not for imprisonment, as they were in the real world, but places filled with monsters and magical items, where an adventurer could become rich and powerful, or die an ignominious death. Jonathan was not planning to do the latter either. A small smile graced his face as he thought about dungeons. He had never expected that he would one day be delving into one himself. However, he suspected that it would not be at all like in the books or video games. Knowing the infinite hells, it would be some place of bloodshed and butchery, rather than a place of challenges and rewards. However, the levels would be enough for Jonathan, if that was all he ended up getting out of it. Jonathan furled up the map and set off in the general direction of the dungeon, starting to CYCL his mana as he did so. Over the next few days, he covered about 200 miles, and in that time, he had been training his pathway skills nonstop. His mana manipulation skill was hovering on the cusp of ranking up at student rank 9, and his martial arts skill was not far behind either. At student rank, his martial style was also coming close to ranking up too, as he had been practicing on every monster that he could find. There were no further levels, and he had not been seeking any out, but he was satisfied with his other gains in any case. His divinity-related abilities had ranked up somewhat too, bringing runecrafting to student rank 6, and true sight to student rank. Their progress was slower than the others, but that was because Jonathan had little time to practice. He had been able to draw runes on his skin and armor to practice with, but because neither of his runes were being made to last, and he simply flooded them with divinity to break them after creation, his progress was slower than if he had been using them the entire time. Jonathan came to a stop some time later, finally feeling as if he was ready to upgrade his mana manipulation abilities. He was almost flying through the ranks at this point, but he knew that it would get far harder as he progressed further. Jonathan sat down and meditated on his core, trying to look for anything that he had missed so far. He had discovered the way of compression, which had prompted his ascension into the student ranks, but now he needed a deep insight to rank up once more. He suspected that it would be something that built upon what he already knew, but other than simply compressing his core more than before, he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Sighing, he decided to start with that idea. He gripped his mana core firmly within his mind's eyes and began to compress it, leveraging every point of his intelligence in the process. Seeing as he was a lot more powerful this time than the last time, he was able to compress it further than ever before. Jonathan eventually was forced to stop, but this time he was able to see why. There was a smaller ball of pure mana in the very center of his core, one that could not be compressed any further, no matter how much he tried. As he reached that ball of energy, he sensed that he had almost broken through to the next rank. His core began to leak mana, however, and he watched as it began to move outwards. Pain lanced through his body as his mana suddenly began to ripple through him, gaining power from his body and soul before rushing back towards the center. With that, he was finished. Exiting his core and entering the real world once more, Jonathan smiled as he read the notification waiting for him. You have reached Apprentice Rank 1 with Mana Manipulation. In compressing your core as far as you could go, you found the hidden kernel of power that dwells within all living beings. It is a conduit to the very energy of the universe itself, and is the most important part of your mana manipulation abilities. Plus 10 to intelligence, plus 5 to wisdom. The increase to his stat bonuses was quite significant, but it was not anything special, at least compared to some of his titles. Jonathan closed the notification and started to root around within his core to try and find a new skill waiting there somewhere for him. He did not know how ranking up one's pathway skills usually worked, but last time he had been granted a skill, one based on his prior experimentations. He was hoping that there was some sort of time limit between ranking up and finding some innate talent to catalyze the creation of a skill. If not, he did not really care, seeing as the rank up itself was the main reward, but he did want to get something else out of the bargain too. Jonathan summoned mana to the world in front of himself, and rather than turn it into a ball of energy that could be used for attacking, he tried to manipulate it into a different shape, one that could be used as a shield. He tried to force the mana to lose its corrosive aspect and become tough and flexible instead, acting as a shield against any attacks that came his way, magical or physical. All that he achieved for his efforts was a tiny blot of mana hovering in the air in front of himself that was faintly transparent. Sighing, he banished the attempt at creating his new skill. If there had been a time limit for such a thing, it had long passed by now, at any rate. He could simply form the skill through hard work and effort instead, as had done for most of his skills. Jonathan sighed once more and got to his feet before running off towards the dungeon once more, keeping to his original goal. The ash flashed by as he ran, extending into what looked like a monochrome world of blackness, interspersed by ruins and the occasional city in the distance. Boredom would have threatened the Jonathan of Earth, but now that he had his meditation-related skill, he could simply while away the hours as he manipulated his mana within himself. He could sense that he had reached a qualitative threshold within himself in terms of his mana manipulation abilities, and he didn't even come close to reaching the next tier of his skill by the time that he was nearing the dungeon. Jonathan heard the dungeon before he actually saw the thing. The sounds of hundreds of monsters baying in unison drifted up from behind the horizon, coming from where the dungeon had been marked on his map. Over the next few hours, Jonathan neared the dungeon, and he eventually saw the first trace of its existence. A gigantic beam of rainbow-colored light shot up into the sky from the top of a large mound of earth and stone, the first he had seen of both materials naturally. It jutted out of the ash at an angle, and there was a massive cave at the front, gaping like a toothy maw. All around the dungeon, monsters prowled, all of them trying to get near enough to the dungeon to get inside. The dungeon itself was protected by hundreds of soldiers, each of whom wielded bows and crossbows, keeping the monsters away from their prize. Watchtowers dotted the land around the dungeon, and Jonathan could tell that this would not be easy to infiltrate. He scanned the soldiers, finding that their average levels were around. They were quite weak compared to him, but there were a lot of them. He would have to break through their lines as quickly as he could, rather than risk a protracted battle against so many. Jonathan quickly edged towards the back rows of the monsters, who were so engrossed in their assault that they didn't even notice him. He snuck around them, using their bodies to hide himself from the watchful eyes of the soldiers. There was a small gap in the defenses around the back of the dungeon, where there was a natural fortification, a small hill of stone that seemed to be a part of the dungeon. None of the monsters had bothered to try and climb over the hill and towards the dungeon, meaning that it was perfect for Jonathan. He scampered over there as quickly as he could without drawing attention, and he soon found himself standing behind the hill. He quickly found out why it had been abandoned. The walls were beyond sheer, actually going out at an angle. No monster, no matter how strong they were, would have been able to climb that wall. They simply lacked the correct appendages for such a task. Jonathan, on the other hand, he clambered up the wall at record speed, digging his incredibly strong fingers into the rock, his gauntlets acting as a gripping device for him with their spikes and hard edges. He climbed up almost backwards, finding that it was far easier than he had expected. He was so strong that his weight was negligible to him, and he found it just as easy as walking. He quickly reached the top of the hill and was about to crest it. However, it seemed that fate had different plans in store for him. There was a strange noise from the base of the hill in front of him, and a man jumped up from the bottom, straight to the top, landing in front of him. He was dressed in half-plate armor, with the lower part of his body protected by leather, interwoven with strands of metal. The man wielded a large poleaxe, the weapon resting on his shoulder easily as he surveyed Jonathan. Jonathan could tell that this man was the real deal, at least level 50. However, he did not have the air of a true elite around him that people such as Ralnax or Ralner had possessed. In addition, Jonathan knew that Granath could have appointed a far more powerful fighter to guard this dungeon, but had likely thought that nobody would dare to attack it. After all, everyone was too afraid of the accursed worm to do so. That was why the other man had such a profound look of shock on his features, visible through the front of his helmet, which was open for some reason. Who in the infinite hells are you? Do you not know whose protection this dungeon is under? The man asked, almost sounding shocked. Jonathan ignored him and flashed forwards, sending his fist on a collision course for the other man's skull. He had deliberately reined in his power, wanting to get a good idea of the other man's capabilities. The poleaxe-wielding fighter whipped his weapon around and batted Jonathan's hand out of the way, knocking it off course. The other man seemed to gain some sort of confidence from that, and he stomped his foot, activating a skill. His armor began to glow with an ethereal red light, and his poleaxe glowed as well, limned in the same reddish light as his armor. He slashed through the air, projecting a crescent of energy towards Jonathan. Jonathan sighed and sent a tendril of his mana into the attack, causing it to collapse in on itself and detonate midair, blowing chunks out of the ground beneath it. As the dust settled, Jonathan was already at his opponent's throat, moving his gauntlet hand into his neck. The man's eyes bulged outwards, and Jonathan kept going, beheading the man with his hand. It was a gory way to kill another person, but it had been the most expedient. Jonathan flicked off the blood and stepped over his enemy's corpse, heading towards the dungeon. Jonathan quickly reached the ground, finding himself behind the main bulk of the dungeon. There was a small entrance back here as well, sheltered by a small lip of stone. There were no guards here, and the back of the dungeon was completely sealed off from the outside world by the hill. Jonathan sent one look backwards, and then stepped into the dungeon. The entrance was covered in an inky black light, and Jonathan couldn't see inside. He walked through that light for a moment, and then found himself standing on a damp cave floor, without any exit in sight. The entrance had simply vanished. A system message appeared in front of him, and he quickly read it. You have entered the Desolation Caves, a dungeon of the infinite hells. This dungeon is an adaptive dungeon, meaning that it will change its difficulty to match the average level of challengers. As you're the only challenger, this dungeon will be matched to your level. Error. This challenger is significantly stronger than their level suggests. Calculating new difficulty level. The average level of this dungeon has been set to level the notification blinked out, quickly replaced with another one. This dungeon manifests as a large cave system, with a great expanse of tunnels all leading towards the final boss fight, which is in the center. Monsters within this dungeon will adjust to the average level, rather than simply being at the level indicated. As a result, they can range from level 50 to all the way to level the boss itself will be even stronger. For being a solo challenger, you will gain extra rewards for completing this dungeon. Good luck. The notification vanished, and Jonathan found himself all alone, standing at the very beginning of the cave complex. He sighed and got to work. Walking down the cave, he soon found himself in a strange landscape of moss and trickling rivulets of water, which all seemed to be sloping downhill towards a deeper part of the cave. Compared to the ashen wastes outside, this was like paradise. Jonathan quickly encountered the first monster, which was a strange mix between a dog and a pile of moss, which sprang out at him from behind a corner. Despite its appearance, it was quite fast, and if not for Jonathan's above-average stats, it would have caught him. Then again, it was those same above-average stats that had led to him fighting the strong of a monster in the first place. The creature passed by his cheek with inches to spare, and he lashed out with his fist, punching the monster into the wall. It was soft to the touch and felt quite alien in texture. It bounced off the wall and launched itself straight back towards Jonathan, its mossy fangs bared. He quickly summoned mana to his hands and punched forwards, atomizing its head in an instant, the moss unable to stand up to mana. It seemed that these monsters were resistant to physical attacks, but weak to magical ones. Seeing as he combined both, Jonathan would be all set for this dungeon crawl. In addition, he had just gained a considerable amount of essence from that kill. If everything in here was that essence rich, he would be coming out here quite powerful indeed. Over the next 20 minutes, he encountered a few more of the moss monsters, which he had discovered were called corrupted Terran wolves. Not Terran as relating to the planet Earth, but rather towards their affinity towards plants and the ground itself. He found that they spawned out of large plants that were hidden in crevices in the wall, which created a hair-raising state in which he never knew where they were coming from. In one case, one even came from above him, which had led to a large gash down the side of his face. Jonathan had been on guard after that, and as he heard a small twitch in the side of the cave wall, he spun around and lashed out with his fist, burning a hole in the monster lurking there with his mana. The creature died almost immediately, and he leveled up once, healing the wound on the side of his head. He had not come across any significant difficulty as of now, and he was content to save the stat points for the boss after he had seen how it fought. The best part about saving stat points was that it allowed for one to adapt to any challenging encounter that they came across. For example, if the boss was fast but physically weak, he could simply add points to dexterity and strength. He could react to anything that he came across in that way, and he would have quite the stock by the time that he reached the boss. The caves gradually began to grow wider as time went on, and the frequency at which the monsters came increased as well. For the first time, Jonathan was fighting multiple of the Terran wolves at once, which required quite a bit more tactical use than he had expected. The monsters, while in a group of two, were able to temporarily exchange damaged parts of the bodies, grafting it onto the other one. In this way, they would basically be able to fight as one concrete unit, meaning that they would be more aggressive than normal. Jonathan dealt with all of them handily, however, netting himself another level after about 10 more of the creatures. By that point, he was starting to wonder if the cave was ever going to end. It was clearly larger on the inside of the dungeon than on the outside. Jonathan rounded a bend in the tunnel and suddenly found himself standing in front of what looked to be a massive cavern, about the size of a small town. Large lights hung on the underside of the cavern ceiling, illuminating it in a faint blue light, which was more than enough to see by for his enhanced eyesight. He quickly ducked back behind the cave wall as he heard rustling coming from a nearby clump of moss. The moss in the cavern reached heights of almost 10 feet, and it was more akin to a bush than any sort of moss that Jonathan could recognize. Far off on the other side of the cavern was something that looked like a small village, where a fire crackled in the center. Shapes darted across the ground, shapes that were oddly humanoid in appearance. Seeing as they appeared quite large from even this distance, they were not small fry either. Jonathan cautiously made his way into the cavern a few minutes later, after satisfying himself of its safety. There was nothing lying in wait for him there, and he rapidly made his way through the moss. Strange statues dotted the ground around him, and they depicted an odd species of monster that looked like a goblin, but with wise, almost human-looking features. The statues were pitted and barely recognizable, save for the faces, which were veiled in expressions of utter regret. Jonathan could sense that there was a deeper meaning behind the statues, but he could not figure out what it was. In any case, they were nothing more than a distraction. He padded softly across the ground, and eventually came to a clearing, where he was able to properly survey the village. It blocked the only way out of the cavern, and there was a primitive gate standing in front of the entrance to the deeper parts of the cave. Jonathan saw one of the monsters that he had noticed earlier scampering across the ground, running in a strange manner. It looked like the statues that he had seen, but in a vague manner, as if it was some distantly removed cousin along the evolutionary tree. The creature was about 10 feet in length and walked on all fours, somewhat like a gorilla. Its skin was a mottled green color, and it had a spade-shaped head with a wide mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Jonathan quickly analyzed it as it passed within his field of vision. Troglodyte Harvester, Basic, level 54. It was on the lower end of the level range, and Jonathan was confident in being able to take it down if he ever had to. The monster seemed to be snuffling around in the moss, looking for something to bring back with it. There was a crude wicker construction on its back that was half filled with some of the moss from the cave. And there were other plants, with some form of white tuber being quite prevalent. Contrary to its grotesque appearance, this monster seemed to be more peaceful than not, as shown by its name. It was a harvester, which indicated that these creatures had at least some degree of sapience. There was no reason for Jonathan to kill them unless they attacked him first. However, he was quite certain that would end up happening at this rate, judging by what he had seen so far. They were clearly guarding the deeper part of the cave, what with the village set up directly in front of the cave entrance, and with their large wooden gate. He would have to fight his way past them. Looking further into the village, he spotted a large number of troglodytes walking around, some of which looked like they were part of a warrior caste. They wielded crude, oblong stone clubs, and wore what looked to be primitive hide armor. Jonathan had plenty of time here anyway, and he could easily wait until the coast was clear and the monsters had gone off to rest. In any case, this cavern was so large that there were clearly other reasons for its existence. Those stone statues had been in here, which meant that there might be other, more valuable loot to find within the cavern. Jonathan waited until the harvester had left, and then began to walk towards the far edge of the cavern, spotting the cave wall a few minutes later. He could go along the edge so as to not raise the suspicions of the monsters guarding the city and wandering around. He knew that he could effortlessly kill one of the harvesters, but he wasn't sure whether he could kill one fast enough to stop it from making noise. In any case, there were no more within his general vicinity, and he found himself undisturbed. The edge of the cave was quite removed from the rest of the cavern, and the moss cover was less here than in the central parts of the cave. Instead, strange, glowing mushrooms grew there, mushrooms that gave off a faint sense of worth to Jonathan's keen senses. His body seemed to resonate with the mushrooms, and before he knew what he was doing, he picked one up and took a tentative bite. A warm feeling cascaded down his throat, and upon finding no ill effect, Jonathan quickly downed the mushroom, feeling a tidal wave of heat course through his body. The sensation became slightly painful by the end, but it was soon gone. A notification popped up, and Jonathan opened it rapidly. You have consumed an unknown magically enhanced mushroom, +1 to resilience. Jonathan had actually gained something out of the test, and he wondered whether it was the mushroom itself that had given him the stat point, or whether it was from having tried a slightly toxic type of plant. Seeing as he had never been given stat points from anything like that before, he assumed that it was the former of the options. That meant that he would find it in his interest to eat more of the mushrooms. He quickly ate another one, feeling the heat wash down through his insides. However, nothing else happened. Quickly picking up another one, Jonathan ate it, and this time he received the stat point. It seemed that there were diminishing returns to these mushrooms, and he would need to eat rapidly increasing amounts of it in order to see a benefit. In addition, the pain had been worse this time, and Jonathan suspected that he was poisoning himself quite quickly. However, it was worth it in the end. He could think of it as some sort of extreme training, nothing more than that. If it ended up being dangerous, he would stop. This was too great of an opportunity to pass up. He wondered why these mushrooms were here, and because there were no plants on the surface world, he decided to take a few up with him as sell. They seemed to be valuable enough in any case. Jonathan quickly worked his way through more of the mushrooms, the requisite number doubling every time. By the time that he had gotten to 64 mushrooms, his health bar was below half, and he had gained 7 stat points in total. At that point, his body was aflame with the poison of the mushrooms, and he knew that if he continued, it would mean his death. Jonathan stuffed the rest of the mushrooms in his satchel, and waited for the poison to leave his system. With all of the boost to his resilience from those mushrooms, it ironically took less time than it would have before. After he was fully healed, he continued his circuit of the walls, not finding any more mushrooms. He found more of the statues and what looked to be a derelict shrine that was clearly made for the people that the statues were modeled after. Words were written on the altar, and as he looked at them, the words revealed themselves. We were once a people proud, a wise and ancient race. One day, however, an evil cloud came down upon us with a monstrous face. It took our souls and left us here, without leaving anything but stone and a tear. The words ended there, but Jonathan was able to make out what it was getting at. Whoever had built this shrine had been originally a wise and powerful, or at least prosperous race, but some evil monster had come here and had either ruined their civilization or, if you read the lines literally, had turned them to stone. This would also fit with the theme of the dungeon, which was about desolation. Their intelligence had been destroyed, and now all that was left were the troglodytes. The latter option, with the monster having turned them to stone, would explain the statues. This sounded like the work of a gorgon, a creature from Greek mythology that would turn people into stone with its hideous glare. Seeing as the face of the monster was referenced here, that was quite likely. Perhaps that would be the final boss of this dungeon, in which case Jonathan would need to be careful. He had no idea what sort of stats would work against petrification, if any at all. However, judging by the way that power was scaled within this world, he doubted that there were no limits to the Gorgon's abilities. That would be a gulf that he would have to cross when he got to it. He had no idea how much more of the cave system was left and how far he had to go. At least he barely needed any food anymore, with his thresholds crossed. He had not eaten or drank in over a week, and had not slept either. At this rate, he would never have to again. It was a welcome convenience in this world, but it signified his ever-quickening departure from the realm of humanity. Jonathan shook his head, banishing the useless thoughts, and began to make his way cautiously towards the troglodyte village. He had already explored most of the cave wall, and anything else that was valuable would be in the center of the cave. A few moments later, he heard a rustling noise in the moss, and he quickly jumped to the side as a troglodyte came barreling out at him. This was one of the warrior-type monsters, and its body was accentuated with grotesquely enlarged muscles. Jonathan dodged as its stone club came smashing down, blowing up clunks of earth from the ground. He surged in and drove his mana-enhanced fist into the monster's head, flattening its jaw inwards. Teeth broke and bones shattered, but the creature was not dead yet. It swiped out with one of its forelegs and struck Jonathan's leg, leaving a significant mark there. It was stronger than he had been expecting, and his leg almost buckled. However, with his monstrous durability for his level, nothing was broken. He quickly lashed out with his free hand and smashed the monster into the dirt, caving in its head with that one vicious blow. The creature slumped down, and Jonathan finished it off with another strike to its head, turning it into a pile of mush. Essence entered him, a considerable amount in fact, and he found himself almost a quarter of the way towards another level. The system seemed to award essence through a complicated series of calculations, taking into account relative strength, adversity, and the level of the killer. In any case, Jonathan could not predict how much he would gain from any one source, which made it hard to tell how much he needed to level up. This was probably intentional. He suspected that the system was skimming off the top, and if nobody knew how much essence they were getting, they wouldn't be able to tell. Jonathan tossed the corpse into the mossy bushes, not wanting it to betray his presence if any more of the monsters came around. He didn't think that they were especially intelligent, but he would rather be safe than suffer from his assumptions. They seemed to have some sort of primitive society down here, which meant that they were at least able to build, if not communicate effectively. They clearly had no sophisticated language, as it would have been translated for Jonathan. He continued towards the center of the cavern, not running across any more monsters. Soon he heard the noise of trickling water, and he found himself standing in front of a small pool, glowing with light. There were strange eyeless fish swimming around in there, with silvery scales. Just looking at the pond made Jonathan feel inexplicably calmer than before, and he stood there for a moment, overwhelmed. The light seemed to grow brighter and brighter, until it was everything that he could see. However, he had enough presence of mind to leap backwards when he felt the ground rumble beneath him. A gaping fissure opened beneath where he had been standing, and a massive tongue shot out, trying to grasp him. He slammed his fist into it, knocking the tongue back, prompting a cry of pain from whatever was at the other end. Jonathan snarled and watched as the fissure cracked open completely, revealing that it was in fact a mouth, with stony teeth that looked capable of crushing his bones to powder. The pool vanished into the ground, replaced with a glowing electric blue eye. Tendrils of pure mana began to rise out of the ground and started to grasp at Jonathan. He growled and sent out his consciousness towards the tendrils, unbinding them one by one with his unravel skill. The earth trembled once more, and the creature began to climb out of the ground, flopping out onto the cavern floor. It was shaped like a blob of slime, with rock protecting most of its slippery body. It was about 20 feet in diameter, and its mouth ran almost halfway along its body. It seemed to be able to shape its body to whatever it wanted, seeing as the mouth had been flat mere moments before. Jonathan quickly scanned it as he got ready to fight, imbuing his gauntlets with divinity. Petrified Mana Angler, Elite, level 61. It was an elite monster, and its name fit in with the theme that Jonathan had been expecting, what with the evidence of a Gorgon at the end of the dungeon. It seemed that this monster had been affected somewhat by the Gorgon's petrifying gaze, but had either been too strong or too large for it to be fully petrified before it could get away. Now it lurked within this cavern, waiting for easy prey. It seemed to be a cousin species to the mana leech that Jonathan had fought during the monster waves, and they looked quite similar in appearance. However, this creature was undoubtedly stronger. As Jonathan started towards the creature, it let out a wet, gurgling noise and began to roll across the ground, using tentacles of watery slime to propel itself. All around it, its grasping pseudopods of mana started to thrash around and swiped at Jonathan, attempting to grab him. He had no idea what would happen if it managed to get a hold of him, but he didn't especially want to find out. He weaved around the attacks like a ghost, and quickly found himself next to the main body of grotesque monsters. Ping his fist back, he punched, letting loose an explosion of divinity-enhanced runic energy. The red light of his rune of hatred spiraled outwards, blowing a small chunk off the creature's side. Unlike the mana leech, this monster seemed to have no sort of energy absorption abilities, not that Jonathan was sure that divinity would have counted as mana in the first place. The creature hissed at him, and a pseudopod latched onto his leg in the brief moment of stability that he had used to land the punch. It whipped him back and forth, smashing him into the cave ground. He roared in anger and grabbed onto another pseudopod as he was manipulated by the first one, using it as a handhold to tear himself free. The two pseudopods groaned against his strength as he pulled, and eventually ripped them both out of the ground. He wasn't sure how exactly he had managed such a feat, seeing as they were both made out of mana, but perhaps to act in a physical manner, they had to be bound by physical laws as well. Jonathan did not let another pseudopod touch him after that, and he instead focused his efforts on the monster itself, darting in and out every few seconds to land an attack. It didn't seem to have many ways to actually hurt him, and it was more of a battle of attrition than anything else. Its main trick had been with the pond that was enhanced with a luring effect, which had almost spelled his demise. Other than that, it was just a large ball of slightly petrified slime with some basic mana abilities. Nothing too serious. The creature's advanced level likely pertained to how much health and durability the creature had, seeing as it was lacking in most other departments. Over the next 20 minutes, Jonathan slowly whittled away, the rocky coating around the monster, eventually bearing its slimy flesh fully to the air. The monster knew that it had been beaten at this point, and tried to scramble back towards its hiding hole, but Jonathan moved this mana-enhanced fist into its side, creating two large holes in the monster. Reaching into those holes, he pulled it back out of its den and onto the ground. After that, it was nothing short of pure butchery, with Jonathan's fists beating away parts of the monster's flesh and tearing at its innards. Soon all that was left was a large pile of blue, fleshy slime, with no other trace of the monster left. Essence entered him, almost enough to push him to the next level. Almost, but not quite. He could probably be there after a few more troglodyte kills at this rate. Now that the monster had been dealt with, Jonathan continued his search of the central part of the cavern, eager to discover its hidden treasures. As it turned out, there weren't many hidden treasures in there per se, as most of the valuable plants, or at least what Jonathan assumed were valuable, had already been harvested by the troglodytes. It had been pure luck that had led him towards those mushrooms, and he suspected that the only reason they had still been there was because the troglodytes had been too dim to understand how valuable they were. One of them had likely taken a bit of mushroom and only registered the poison rather than the actual benefit of the plant. In any case, the only way out now was through, and Jonathan began to move towards the troglodyte village, wanting to survey it before he attacked. By the time that he reached there, he had avoided a few of the monster patrols going around the cavern, presumably prompted by his killing of the troglodytes earlier. That was fine with him. He doubted that even a group of the monsters would prove to be much of a challenge to him. In fact, if he ended up having to enact some sort of guerrilla warfare against the creatures, then it would be more effective to take them out in groups than one by one. Jonathan reached the village a few minutes later and took a good look at it from behind a clump of thick moss. It was built like some sort of primitive hunter-gatherer village, with low houses made out of whatever was on hand, which in this case was moss. They had taken large clumps of the moss and dried it out, creating little huts that were structured around a central gathering place. Chunks of stone supplemented the moss in many areas, and the gate that blocked off the next part of the dungeon was mostly made out of stone. Because there was no wood in this place, the constructions looked a lot more primitive than they actually were. These monsters at least had enough intelligence to live in a society rather than alone, which was strange to Jonathan, seeing as all of the other evidence pointed to them being little more than animals. Jonathan made his way forwards more cautiously from that point, and gradually edged his way into the village. He wanted to get a head count of how many warriors there were to deal with. He would have simply left the monsters alone, but seeing as they would likely follow him down into the bowels of the dungeon if he broke through the gate, as well as the fact that they were walking bags of essence, he had no choice but to kill them all. In the end, they probably weren't even real. As far as Jonathan could tell, this dungeon was instanced, meaning that every challenger got their own private version of the main dungeon, in which all of the monsters were still alive, no matter how many times they had been killed by prior adventurers. In this case, it had been changed a bit because of his level, but that probably had only changed the levels of the actual monsters, not their species. Jonathan shook his head, not believing that he had just been debating the morality of killing monsters with himself. That was what he did, and it didn't matter whether these ones had a village. Humans were often far worse than any of these creatures, meaning that a civilization was not a hallmark of moral superiority. Jonathan slunk between houses and counted the monsters as he went by. Most of them were in a circle around the main gathering point of the cavern, looking towards what seemed to be some sort of chieftain feature, judging by their larger size and ornate decorations. Well, ornate meaning that they had a few mushrooms strung around their neck. There were a little over 75 monsters there, and to his relief, they all looked identical. There were no children, simply oversized brutes that would gladly attack him if he went near them. Adding on the patrols that he had seen earlier, that meant that there were maybe a little below 100 troglodytes in this village. That was a number that he could not fight in one go. He would have to take this step by step. The first of those steps was to wipe out the warriors, most of which were out within the mossy brushland of the cavern. Jonathan quickly left the village, making sure that none of the monsters spotted him, and entered the main part of the cavern once more, searching for the hunting parties that he had avoided earlier. He found one a few moments later, seeming to be in the process of returning to the village. Jonathan wove his way around to the back of the group, and then struck his mana-infused gauntlets crashing down into the rear monster, crippling it in a single blow. As its leg broke with a satisfying crack, the other monster turned around but didn't see anything there. Jonathan had already dashed back into the cover of the mossy bushes. The monsters growled low in their throats, and Jonathan snuck behind them once more, this time behind the uninjured ones. He pet his fist back and struck twice within the span of a second, breaking the back legs of the other two monsters. They howled in pain, which was the only chance they got before Jonathan was upon them. He laid into them with his fists, making sure to target their heads first so as to silence them. He didn't want to draw the entire troglodyte race down upon himself. The monsters died quickly, and Jonathan leveled up once more, bringing his level up to a respectable. He didn't bother opening his stat sheet yet, as it would be a waste of time while he had so many other important things to do. Such a thing could wait until he was ready. Besides, there was no point right now, seeing as he didn't want to allocate any points. Jonathan dumped the bodies behind a mossy bush and waited for more to come looking for their fallen brethren. A few minutes later, another group crossed his path, and Jonathan snuck up like he had last time, taking their lives with ease. This continued for a few more groups, and he leveled up again at that point, bringing him ever closer to the halfway mark for Tier Well, the numerical halfway mark, seeing as the amount of essence required only went up with time. Jonathan was liberally coated in blood at this point, and his stamina bar was quite low. However, he was almost finished with the monsters that were patrolling the forest. After that, he would be able to start working on the village. The monsters had gotten wise to his tricks by now, though, and the next group that he saw had almost 10 monsters in it. They were grouping up for mutual safety, and Jonathan had no choice but to attack. He maximized his initial impact by coming in with all of his skills triggered, except for Smite. His fists claimed 2 lives within a second, but it all started to go downhill. From there, the other 8 monsters rushed him in unison, stopping him from retreating with their bulk. Jonathan lashed out with his fists, drawing upon his newfound martial expertise in order to fend off their attacks. He was like a whirlwind among them, but it was not enough against so many strong opponents, and he began to take rapidly mounting damage. His fists tore through skin and shattered bone, but by the time that he had killed the 5th monster, his left arm was dislocated and his right leg was fractured. It was more of an inconvenience than anything else, but it hindered his fighting ability. Jonathan gritted his teeth and upped the ante, shifting to a more aggressive fighting stance, windmilling his hands in and out, with his dislocated arm lagging behind noticeably. Jonathan finished off another 2 monsters this way, but at the cost of his left arm breaking to a savage swing from one of the monster's crude stone swords. At that point, he was running empty with stamina, and every breath was old bread. Once one got down to the fumes of one's tank, they really were not any more different than a normal human, no matter their level. Jonathan finally finished the fight, and he collapsed to the ground amid the corpses, gasping for breath. Essence rushed into him like a tidal wave, and his injuries began to knit back together. He had another 6 levels to go until he reached level 50, where he suspected there was something waiting for him. Jonathan leaned back and took a few deep breaths, starting to recover. Even with the refresh from the level up, he was still in rough shape, both physically and mentally. That had been a battle of endurance over anything else. And as he sat there, Jonathan began to remember just how much endurance he had been forced to rely on in his past life. He had tried to forget all of the bitter memories from Earth, but now that he had a spare moment, they came back. He had been a truck driver, not because of choice, but because circumstances had led to him being unable to get another job. He had been a bright student in high school and had had his sights set on university. However, in his final year of school, he had returned home to find his parents dead, murdered by someone who had come to steal from their safe. Because of a few minor events, such as Jonathan wanting to show them something from school, if he remembered correctly, a test that he had aced, they had been at home rather than off working like they would have been normally at that time. When he had arrived at the house, he had found 2 corpses in the place of his parents, and the entire house had been turned upside down by the thief in search of valuables. Jonathan had called the police, but he knew that they would end up doing little good. He had no wish to be sent off to some foster care system until he legally became an adult, and had instead made his own way in life, eventually getting in contact with the owner of his supply service. Jonathan hadn't known how to drive, but he was a quick learner, and he had been able to pass all the tests with flying colors, eventually becoming one of the best truck drivers in the whole company. The first few years were hell, with long days that often turned into nights, but he had struggled through the exhaustion and the mounting aches and pains from sitting in a seat for most of the day. That will to succeed had been instilled in him long ago, and just because he had been transported to a new world didn't mean that he had lost it. No, he was Jonathan Harlow, MSTR truck driver, and a Hellbreaker all-in-one. Both of those titles would work to enhance one another. Opening his eyes, Jonathan felt a spark of resolve, such as he had never felt before. He had made the wrong decision by burying the memories, and now that he was remembering everything from Earth, without his mental blocks in place, he realized that he had suffered in both of his existences. However, in one of them, he had a way to make a difference. If there was someone out there that would eventually chronicle his journeys, he wanted this to be seen as the moment that he truly began to fight. There would be no more missed opportunities because of fear like with the thresholds. When those next thresholds came, Jonathan was going to crack them open as soon as he got them, rather than waiting until he had no other choice. If he could make a choice that would lead to him gaining more power, then he would take it, even if it caused him immense pain. Pain was simply the currency of the world that one could use to buy greater power in the end. Why not use it? Jonathan left the monsters behind and made his way back towards the troglodyte village. He was now a different man, not in a profound way, but he was sharper, more honed than before. He knew enough about himself to realize that it was not in him to wage a shadow war, striking only at those who were distracted or defenseless. When he eventually barged through the gates to Angrenor's inner sanctum, he would not come as an assassin, but rather as a challenger, here to take the hells for his own. Jonathan's fists began to blaze with power as he strode across the hard-packed earth and rock, and divinity wafted off his gauntlets as he activated his runes. He could hear a rattling noise coming from the village, and he knew that some of the weaker monsters were going this way. Jonathan still didn't know what exactly determined the strength of a rune, but he suspected that it was related to his own strength in some obtuse way, as well as his mastery of runecrafting in general. Each rune was a concentrated concept, and the more in line with that concept that the rune became, the greater power it gained. As he progressed in his skill, he was able to make more exact copies of the runes than before. The monsters came out of the bushes a few minutes later, slavering at the jaws and looking utterly rabid. Jonathan pulled back his right fist, closed his eyes briefly, and pumped every ounce of his concentrated power into it, drawing up his martial abilities, his mana, and even his divinity to empower it to the utmost degree. His fist moved as if in slow motion, and it struck the nearest monster's torso. There was a moment of silence, and then the creature exploded in a spray of blood and gore, only leaving a pair of legs standing in confusion that soon fell as well. Jonathan pulled back his fist slowly and blew on it, smiling as he saw the troglodytes pause slightly in their pursuit of his rune. That attack had taken more out of him than he was willing to admit, but he knew that he was strong enough to take these things down without the help of his divinity. As another monster leaped at him, Jonathan rolled backwards and flipped upwards at the end, grabbing a hold of the creature's foreleg. With a sharp motion, he trapped the leg between his hand and his shoulder and wrenched it clean off, tearing the monster's leg off in a welter of gore. The monster screamed in pain and withdrew, leaving its brethren to attack. Jonathan squared up and smiled. This would most certainly lead to some gains in his pathway skills. He seized a hold of his meditative battle state and began to drop into the effects of his warrior's trance ability. His fists moved in unison with his body as a whole, and he started to dance around the monsters, completely oblivious to anything except from himself and them. Jonathan laid eyes on his first target a moment later, a larger troglodyte that looked to be some sort of leader type. It was standing at the back of the group and pulsing strange bursts of magic from its hands that seemed to enhance certain troglodytes as they came out. Jonathan bunched his muscles and leaped over the densely packed monsters, landing in front of his target. His eyes were glassy at this point, and if he were more lucid, he would have laughed at the expression on the troglodyte's face when it saw his gaze. He was completely devoid of emotion now, only a killing machine reaping its due. Jonathan battered the monster into bloody SBM sin over the next few seconds, tearing into its flesh. It was clearly not designed for fighting, and it fell quickly before his fists. With that done, Jonathan was now free to destroy the rest of the troglodytes utterly. Jonathan turned around, only to be bowled over by a rabid monster, who was howling in anger at Jonathan. Jonathan knew that he had probably killed some relative of the creature, but he didn't care. He was here to beat the dungeon, not engage in maudlin moral debate. Jonathan planted his fist into the creature's abdomen, tossing it at another monster that was rapidly approaching him. The other monsters were a bit further behind, but they would soon be upon him at this rate. Jonathan began to sink deeper into his trance, and he launched himself forwards, delving into a bloody dream of gore and pain. Sometime later, he emerged from his fevered dream of carnage, and found himself almost completely spent. The ground was strewn with entrails and blood, some of it his own. His entire body was torn and battered, but he had somehow survived against all odds, and was now the victor. His method had worked, and he quickly felt the blessed level-up notification chime within himself. Jonathan ignored the actual pop-up itself, instead sighing as the healing energy coursed through himself. He was as good as new in a moment, and he only had the caked blood on his body as a legacy of his struggle. Jonathan almost collapsed as the adrenaline that he had been deprived of with his meditative skill came crashing down into him. However, he had better control over his bodily functions after his thresholds, and he quickly banished the uncomfortable feeling. He was not a SLV to the whims of his own body. No, he was its MSTR. Jonathan left the monsters behind him and started towards the village, readying himself for more slaughter. The monsters at the village would be stronger than these ones, but he would figure that out when he got there. If everything went to hell, then he always had his huge stockpile of free points to rely on. Jonathan tramped through the bushes, not caring about drawing the attention of the monsters again. He knew that he would never be able to draw all of them in with a simple noise, and the few that might come would be easy to deal with. Jonathan reached the outskirts of the village less than a minute later, moving at about 1/10 of his top speed, and looked towards the center where the majority of the monsters waited. There were a bit over 50 left, which was too much, even for Jonathan. He would have to lure them in for this to work. Jonathan held out his left hand and pumped as much of his divinity into it as he could, supercharging the rune there. As the rune lit up, about 1/3 of the monsters snapped their gazes over towards Jonathan, their eyes rabid. Jonathan smiled and darted towards the left, trying to separate the pack somewhat. Because they were tracking the rune and not tracking him by sight, he was able to break up the group around a few of the mossy huts in the village, splitting them into 2 groups. Judging by the difference in sound, one of them was significantly larger than the other. Taking a risk, Jonathan threw his gauntlet about 20 feet away towards the direction that the larger group was coming. With this done, the smaller group would head for the gauntlet on a course that passed straight through him. Meanwhile, the larger group would go straight for the discarded weapon. This worked out perfectly a minute later as the smaller group of monsters tramped through the moss, straight into Jonathan's fist. He brained one of them with his charged up gauntlet and sent its corpse flying into its brethren. The other troglodytes roared in rage and leaped at Jonathan, knocking him backwards. He rolled away from the impact a moment later and drove his heel into the nearest troglodyte, snapping its front leg. It hissed at him and slashed out with its claws, scoring a hit on his armor. The chainmail bent slightly, and there were noticeable grooves left within it. A bruise formed on his leg as he stepped backwards, and he sighed. Stepping forwards a moment later, Jonathan sidestepped a strike and uppercut the monster, knocking it into the air. With a thunderous elbow strike, he eviscerated the monster, using his mana like a blade. The bloody corpse dropped to the ground in front of a charging troglodyte, fouling its aim. Jonathan laughed out loud as he heard the other group appear behind him, targeting the gauntlet by mistake. He looked around and saw the group of some 15 odd beasts cluttered around the gauntlet, confused. He leaped backwards and snatched the gauntlet up off the ground just as the newcomers noticed him. The monsters snapped at him, but he narrowly avoided their attacks, vaulting over them in his efforts to escape. The two groups crashed into each other underneath him, and Jonathan came down like a thunderbolt, lashing out with his fists as he did so. Now with both of his gauntlets back on, his fighting prowess had improved by quite a bit, and he killed monsters left and right as he fought, aided by a sudden ambush and their confusion. The troglodytes were too stupid to fight together effectively, and they ended up only getting in one another's way as they tried to get to Jonathan. They saw his elusive form as a source of utter annoyance, and as they tried to get to him, they ignored everything else in their path. Of course, that effect was heightened by his gauntlet, which made it so that there was a spiritual lure for the monsters to follow. Jonathan was eventually unable to keep up the chase, however, and he dropped the gauntlet's effect just as the monsters cornered him. With the momentary confusion that this move brought, Jonathan leaped over their heads and out of the trap, landing on the open cavern floor once more. He turned around and sent mana into his gauntlets, casting his features in a deep blue light. Racing forwards, he slammed both fists into the nearest troglodyte, knocking it backwards. The creature hissed in pain, and Jonathan followed up with a finisher that took it out of the fight. Battling so many monsters at once was nerve-wracking, as any wrong move could spell his demise. However, he did not intend to make any wrong movers. His superior dexterity gave him enough speed to avoid most of the attacks, and his durability allowed him to tank the ones that did end up affecting him. These ones seemed to be weaker than the ones from before, as they were not of the warrior class. Jonathan slowly whittled the monsters' numbers down over the next quarter of an hour, eventually finding himself standing in front of the last one. By this point, Jonathan was almost completely out of stamina, but he mustered one last final effort to strike out at his final enemy, killing it with ease. Essence rushed into him, pushing him up another level. Jonathan closed his eyes for a moment and recovered his stamina, waiting until it was back up to full before he tried to assault the village. Luckily for him, the troglodytes had lacked the wherewithal to pursue their fleeing members, for if the entire village had come after Jonathan, this fight would have gone a very different way. However, luck had saved Jonathan in this scenario, and he was unscathed. He quickly left the scene of the massacre and headed for the village, where the remainder of the troglodytes were holed up. When he got there, however, he had a surprise in store. The ground around the village was awash with blood, and in the center of the village, bodies lay in long rows, seemingly slain by the troglodyte leader that Jonathan had seen earlier. He picked up the pace, spotting the leader crouching over a strange hollow in the ground, chanting something over a pool of blood. The words were not in any tongue that Jonathan could understand. Rather, they sounded like they were some sort of primal noises, mimicking the sound of nature. As Jonathan came racing in, the troglodyte looked up and gave him a wild grin, its face distorted beyond its normal state. Jonathan sensed that something bad was about to happen here, but before he could reach the troglodyte, the creature threw up its arms and slammed its hand down into the pool. The blood evaporated into smoke, and the ground began to rumble beneath it. Jonathan reached the monster and crushed its head with a single blow of his gauntlet, but the rumbling noise did not stop. In fact, it only grew louder. The mossy huts started to fall apart, and the ground bulged up beneath the village. Jonathan ran toward the outskirts of the village, just in time to spot a massive creature emerging from the ground. It looked like a short and squat humanoid, made completely out of rock. It stood at over 50 feet in height, and seemed to possess a strength beyond even its hulking form. Veins of red were interwoven into its form, likely signifying the blood that had been used to sacrifice to it. Jonathan had inadvertently forced the troglodytes to awaken something terrifying, and without even having to scan it, Jonathan knew that it was far beyond him. If he did end up fighting it, he would have to pull out all of the stops to win, and even then, there was a chance that he would die. No, discretion was the better part of valor after all. He could run from this battle, and live to fight another day. Jonathan tore across the ground, moving at a speed that he rarely reached. Reaching the gate on the cavern wall, he drove his fist into it, cracking the stone. It took 3 more blows to fully destroy the gate, but just as he was about to enter it, he felt rocky fingers closing around his torso. Jonathan jerked forwards, but it was too late. The monster raised Jonathan up into the air and held him before its craggy face, as if inspecting him. A moment later, it began to squeeze. Its strength was leagues beyond Jonathan's own, and his bones began to creak almost as soon as it began. He tried to free himself, but the monster was too strong, and he eventually realized that there was only one way out. Jonathan went limp, as if he had died, and he found the monster's fingers begin to slacken. As the creature peered down at him, trying to discern whether he was really dead, Jonathan exploded outwards with all of his strength, breaking free of the creature's grasp. Running towards the gate, he almost made it. However, a pillar of rock rose up in front of his path, blocking off the escape route. The monster behind him had summoned it into existence, and Jonathan looked around to see the creature with one hand planted firmly on the ground. It rose up and lumbered towards him, pinged back one massive fist. Jonathan ran out from under the impact zone and felt the ground tremble as the fist landed. He needed to get a good gauge of this monster's abilities if he was to ever defeat it. Jonathan whirled around and drove his fist into its leg, finding that the stone that made it up was not especially durable. A large chunk flaked off as he hit it, but the monster seemed unperturbed. More stone gradually grew out into the hole, and within a few seconds, it was completely healed over. The monster stomped down and knocked Jonathan off his feet with its sheer strength. He landed 50 feet away and got to his feet, groaning. Jonathan knew that he was outmatched here, and only an application of supreme tactical intelligence would save him. As Jonathan rose to his feet, the monster laughed, a deep rumbling noise that seemed to come from the bowels of the earth rather than from a living being. Well, Jonathan wasn't sure whether this thing was actually living or not, but that was just semantics. He looked around the cavern to see if there was anything that he could use against the monster. Other than the ubiquitous patches of mossy foliage, there was nothing. However, the cavern itself could be useful if he could get it to collapse. There was no way out of the dungeon going back anyway, and the only way out was through. If he defeated the monster in that way, it wouldn't trap him in the dungeon, as long as he could beat the final boss. If the boss was even stronger than this thing, however, his chances were slim. There was a long crack running up the side of the cavern wall some distance away, and Jonathan wondered if it was a natural fault in the rock, which could be used to destabilize the cavern. As a monster came trundling towards his position, he ran toward the wall. He got there a few seconds later and looked up at the crack in the wall, smiling as he saw that it went deep into the rock. The monster behind him ped back its fist once more, and this time Jonathan did not move. As the fist came hurtling in, he dodged out of the way at the last moment, letting the fist crash into the wall. The entire cavern rumbled at that, and the crack began a spider web across the ceiling. Jonathan smiled grimly and began to run for the exit. The pillar of rock was still there, but he had a solution to that. Empowering his gauntlets with divinity, he drove his right fist into the rock, splintering it with an application of his rune of hatred. The rock broke down the middle, and then he punched it again, destroying it completely. Racing through the gap, Jonathan exited the cavern just before it came crashing down. The monster behind him roared in anger as the ceiling collapsed, and a moment later, Essence entered Jonathan. Not much, seeing as he hadn't been directly credited with the creature's death, but it was enough to give him one last level. A title notification was waiting for him as well, which he quickly opened. You have gained a title, Lesser Xenocide, Legendary. You have slain the entirety of a species in your longing to gain more power. This is an impressive feat, even if that race only existed within a dungeon. Continue on your murderous rampage and progress to new heights of butchery. Bonuses, plus 5% to strength, plus 5% to dexterity. The title itself was disconcerting, but the bonuses were great. He had finally discovered that it was, in fact, the legendary rarity that began to give stat multipliers rather than simple additive increases. In addition, some of his pathway skills have been upgraded. His martial arts skill had gained a single rank, and his fighting style had increased as well to novice rank. With this all in mind, he opened his stat sheet. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Human, Advanced. Outsider, Tier 1, Level 47, 80 free points. Strength, 246. Dexterity, 155. Constitution, 161. Resilience, 210. Intelligence, 159. Wisdom, 159. Divinity, 2. Health, 2325/2325. Stamina, 3690/3690. Mana, 2385/2385. Titles: Chosen of, Sarnathros, Unique, Nascent Divinity, Celestial, Lesser Xenocide, Legendary, Iron Will, Epic, Refined Form, Epic, Giant Slayer, Epic, Avenger, Epic, Lineage Hunter, Rare, Righteous Killer, Rare. Skills: Smite, Legendary, Unravel, Epic, Warrior's Trance, Epic, Mana Drill, Rare, Battle Focus, Rare, Focus Scry, Rare, Runes of Power, Rare, Redirect, Uncommon, Identify, Common. Pathway Skills: Mana Manipulation, Apprentice 1, Martial Arts, Student 8, Rune Crafting, Student 6, True Sight, Student 4, Martial Path, Flowing Hurricane, Novice 9. Quests: Hellbreaker, Impossible, Complete Vengeance, SSS. There were large increases across the board, and his store of stash points was becoming immense. Still, he would only use it if he actually needed it, and he suspected that he would be needing it soon with the final boss of the dungeon. Jonathan closed his stat sheet and took a look around himself. He was standing in the middle of a strangely smooth that looked almost like a borehole. It sloped gently downwards, and a faint heat drifted up from the bottom. All along the walls, strange glyphs could be seen, none of which he could translate. They were likely the legacy of a lost race that had lived in this dungeon. Jonathan wasn't sure whether this was all fake, made for the purpose of a storyline, or whether there really had been sapient beings here once that had been wiped out by the Gorgon and replaced by the troglodytes. It could be either, honestly, but he suspected that this was all fake. There wasn't any apparent reason for the system to have allowed such a civilization to develop within this dungeon, not least because adventurers would be constantly whittling down their numbers. On the subject of the system and its conscious decisions, it hadn't bothered Jonathan in quite some time. He would have preferred to think that it had given up on him, but he knew, deep within himself, that it was merely biding its time. When it struck, it would be quick and without mercy. He would have to be ready for that. Luckily, most of its functions, such as leveling and stat sheets, seemed to be automatic, or else it could have simply shut him out of being able to gain power. If that had happened, he would have been dead by now. Jonathan took a deep breath and started down the hallway, delving deeper and deeper into the bowels of the earth, or rather, of this dungeon. It was most likely located within a separate dimension or some other place removed from reality, seeing as it was open to manipulation by the system. This entire place had been constructed, which meant that it could very well be nothing more than a few tubes of rock hovering in the middle of the void. In fact, that would make sense if that was what it really was. Now, curious, Jonathan made his way over to the wall and set his head against it. He couldn't hear anything, which was to be expected, but rather than there simply being no noise, there was actually an absence of noise, something that SCKED in all of the sound in its vicinity and canceled it out. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but his enhanced hearing hadn't let him down yet. Backing up a few paces, Jonathan wondered what to do next. He could keep going into the dungeon and do what he had set out here to do, but there was an unexplored mystery waiting on the outside of the dungeon, something that he was sure he was not supposed to go near. He had gained great power from exploring something that the system deemed forbidden last time, so perhaps this would be a gateway to even greater power. Of course, there was a good chance that it would simply kill him, but he could move fast enough to escape further down the tunnel if need be. In addition, he had a strange hunch that he wouldn't really be harmed by what was out there, as he had passed through the void on his way to this world. And if that was what was truly out there, then it wouldn't really be able to do much to him. With this in mind, Jonathan pared back his fist and got to work. His first strike splintered the rock in front of him, only revealing more rock. He kept at it for a few minutes, digging out a large hole into the wall in front of himself. He sensed that he was getting closer to his target, but he had no idea of how far away it actually was. It could be a few more feet or more than a mile. Jonathan decided to keep at it for another 15 minutes before giving up and leaving. Pistoning his fists in and out, Jonathan picked up the pace, caving through the wall with every punch. Every few strikes, he added in some mana or divinity, which gave some extra oomph to his attacks. Finally, he could sense a greater concentration of the nothingness in front of himself, and he drew back his fist one last time. Sending it forwards with all of the strength that he possessed, he broke through the wall, revealing a stretch of nothingness. It was the same sort of nothingness that he had experienced upon coming to this world, and it gradually began to seep into the dungeon. Jonathan reached out one hand to touch it, and found that it did not feel real. If he closed his eyes, it was as if nothing was there. As he stood there, tendrils of the void began to drift his way, as if curious about why this human did not succumb to their encroachments. Jonathan stood there for a bit longer, trying to see if there was anything else he could gain out of this. Sensing that this was nothing more than a novelty, he began to turn around. Just as he did so, however, one of the tendrils sunk into his flesh, sending a deeply unpleasant sensation rocketing through his body. It was as if he had lost all sensation in the area that had been affected, and it felt as if it simply was gone. Jonathan started to pick up the pace, but more and more tendrils of the void started to enter his body, and he gradually lost all sense of himself. His last thoughts before the hungry nothingness claimed him were cut off by its rapidly spreading lack of sensation. The void kept coming, even after he had fallen unconscious, entering his body in a steady stream of nothingness. Over time, his body began to break apart and reform, taking in the energy of the void like it was the water of life itself. Eventually, the flow ceased, leaving Jonathan lying there senseless as his body grew used to the new changes. Some time later, he woke up, and upon finding himself completely unharmed, and the tunnel wall behind him unscathed, he almost disregarded the experience as a mere dream. However, he felt different, and there was a strange energy lurking within him, near his mana core. It was as if this energy was flavoring his mana, and when he summoned a ball of his mana to his hand, it had changed in hue to a deep purple and projected a profound sense of nothingness. Multiple notifications began to pop up within his system interface, and he quickly opened them, not sure what had prompted such a surge. The first one answered his question immediately. You have formed a true affinity. Void, 1% mastery. True affinities are one of the rarest powers available within the universe, only formed when a person is so steeped in the power of their chosen element that it becomes one with them, body and soul, such as the route to great power, but also to potential weakness, as one cannot use any sort of affinity other than their chosen one in the future. In addition, weaknesses might be incurred based on the elemental nature of your chosen affinity. As the bearer of the void affinity, however, you gain resistance to all other elements and power against them as well. However, the void is a deeply corrupting force, and only those with a true iron can hope to marshal its abilities. So that was what had happened to him while he was unconscious. He had been infused with the power of the void, and was now the bearer of an elemental affinity. Seeing as he hadn't really been aiming for one, it was better than nothing. In addition, it felt right to have the power of the void within him. It was as if his body resonated with the concept. The other notifications waited, and Jonathan opened them in sequence. You have developed a divinity aspect. Void hegemon. Gods eventually end up picking one element over all others to use as their chosen weapon. When a god bonds with an element, they gain sole access to its abilities among the rest of the pantheon. As nobody in history has ever been stupid enough to expose themselves to the power of the raw void, your claim is uncontested. From now on, all aspects of your divine power will be flavored with the consuming energy of the void. This is the first step on the long road to true godhood, and one that you have taken far ahead of schedule. Jonathan grinned at the idea that he now possessed something unique among the gods of the universe. His hunch had been right, and he had lucked out in this situation. 2 more notifications waited for him, and the next one was not as important as the others, but still quite welcome. You have gained 3 points in divinity. He now had 5 points in the stat, more than double what he had possessed before. That would allow him to experiment more with his runes in the future and empower them beyond their previous limits. The next notification was for a new title. You have upgraded one of your titles. Nascent Divinity, Celestial-Nascent God, Transcendent. You have gained unprecedented power within the sphere of your godhood, gaining a unique affinity within the span of a few weeks. Do not expect such easy advancement in the future, however. From now on, the road to godhood can only be traveled through hard work. Bonuses, plus 50% to all stats. Now, this was a title worthy of a god. It had increased his stat multiplier by more than double, and now, if he was not mistaken, he could gain more points in his stat by dumping free points than if he used his little trick from earlier to do so. Finally, there was one last notification that he opened eagerly. You have upgraded your race. Void Human Advanced. You gain an additional stat point per level on account of your upgraded body. In addition, your senses are greatly improved. Because of reaching this level before level 50, as well as the great personal suffering that you went through, you have retroactively gained a point from your previous levels. In addition, you have empowered your body with the energy of the void, further upgrading your natural abilities. You now gain an additional point per level for a total of 2 extra points from this race. These points will not be gained retroactively. Opening his stat sheet, Jonathan took in his new gains. Jonathan Harlow, Tier 1, Void Human Advanced. Divinity Aspect, Void Hegemon. Elemental Mastery, 1%. Outsider, Tier 1, Level 47, 80 free points. Strength, 283. Dexterity, 186. Constitution, 194. Resilience, 252. Intelligence, 191. Wisdom, 191. Divinity, 5. Health, 2910/2910. Stamina, 4245/4245. Mana, 2865/2865. Titles, Chosen of Sarnathros, Unique. Nascent God, Transcendent. Lesser Xenocide, Legendary. Iron Will, Epic. Refined Form, Epic. Giant Slayer, Epic. Avenger, Epic. Lineage Hunter, Rare. Righteous Killer, Rare. Skills, Smite, Legendary. Unravel, Epic. Warrior's Trance, Epic. Mana Drill, Rare. Battle Focus, Rare. Focus Cry, Rare. Runes of Power, Rare. Redirect, Uncommon. Identify, Common. Pathway Skills, Mana Manipulation, Apprentice 1. Martial Arts, Student 8. Rune Crafting, Student 6. True Sight, Student 4. Martial Path, Flowing Hurricane, Novice 9. Quests, Hellbreaker, Impossible. Complete Vengeance, SSS. Closing his stat sheet, Jonathan remembered something. His mana had been tainted with the energy of the void, and he could possibly use this to upgrade his skills. Channeling the power into his hands once more, he beheld the purple void aspect orbs that had taken the place of his normal mana ball. It was surprising that it wasn't see-through like the actual void, but such a thing would be confusing in battle, so it was just as well. He moved his fist into the wall, and found that the energy cut through the wall like it was nothing, leaving a smooth hole there. There wasn't even dust left, simply nothingness. A notification pulsed, and he smiled. You have upgraded one of your skills. Mana Drill, Rare Dash, Void Drill, Legendary. The power of the void suffuses your mana, rendering it highly dangerous to everything other than itself. This skill gathers the void aspect mana into a tight ball, which can cut through most things of your tier with ease. He now possessed a second legendary skill, and one that seemed quite strong at that. It was weaker than Smite, but that was to be expected, seeing as the previous skill relied on divinity. As he contemplated the beginning to his apparently divine nature's expansion, a new notification appeared, one that brought troubling questions. As a god, no matter how weak, you may not surrender yourself to the will of another god without permanently joining their faction and being beholden to their will. Do you wish to pledge your undying allegiance to Sarnathros, sovereign of the apocalypse? Y/N. Jonathan read over the notification for a few seconds before instantly hitting no. He had nothing against Sarnathros, but he would not SLV himself to the god's will. They were already sharing a body, which was enough for Jonathan. As soon as he hit no, a strange black energy was forcibly expelled from his pores, coalescing on the ground. The energy twisted and turned there for a moment before evaporating. Another message repulsed briefly on his interface in response. You have altered a title. Chosen of Sarnathros. Unique - true unbound spirit. Unique. You are no longer beholden to any divine beings, only following the tenet of your own path. You are the first being to truly free themselves from the influence of the gods and have established yourself as a new force within the universe, one that, if the gods discover, will stop at nothing to eradicate. Bonuses: immunity to divine possession, better class options, and dramatically increased power while facing a servant of a hostile god. It was an impressive title, if Jonathan was reading it right, and one that actually meant something, unlike the original title, which he had received without his knowledge. There was no change within him, and the runes on his side remained intact, which told him that his actions did not affect Sarnathros himself. The god, or rather, spirit of a god, still slumbered within Jonathan, undisturbed by the turbulent outer world. Many things had changed within the last few minutes, and Jonathan had become far stronger, without gaining a single level. True, he was now in a highly precarious situation, but it was worth it. One who aspired to claim the mantle of the Hellbreaker would have to be willing to face off against all forms of danger. Jonathan started on his way down the borehole after those thoughts, and gradually neared whatever the source of the heat was. There were still no monsters in sight, as far as he could tell, but the environment wasn't exactly conducive to their existence. For example, many monsters craved hiding places, either because of their nature, or because it allowed them to get the jump on anyone who came near. There were no hiding places in this borehole, and not a lot of space either. It seemed that this was more of an intermediary step between the cavern and whatever came next within the dungeon. The heat ramped up as Jonathan traveled further and further, and soon it was noticeably hotter than before. If he had possessed the strength of his previous form, he would have been in quite some pain by now. The air temperature was probably over 150 degrees Fahrenheit at this point, which was hotter than any natural temperature back on Earth. There was definitely some giant heat source down there, and judging by the faint orange glow that reflected up the smooth walls, it was a pool of lava, which would fit in with the subterranean theme of this dungeon. A few minutes later, Jonathan found the end of the borehole, and he stepped out into an inferno. A mile-wide lake of searing lava stretched across a titanic cavern, with a few rocky islands providing risky stepping stones for crossing. Monsters writhed within the lava, strange, sinuous beasts that seemed to be more elemental than natural beings. Jonathan knew that even with his massively inflated stats, diving into lava would still be dangerous. However, he believed that he could survive it at this point. It would burn him, but he wouldn't die, or even suffer debilitating pain. There were only a few feet between the cavern wall and the beginning of the lava pool, and Jonathan tentatively walked over and bent down. The heat wafting off the pit was quite powerful, but not painful. With a strange longing to prove his strength, he dipped one finger into the boiling rock. His finger immediately began to burn, but it was barely painful. It only became so after 10 seconds of prolonged exposure. after which he was forced to take it out. His finger was reddened beneath his gauntlet, but only on a superficial level. He really was a superhuman now. The real danger in this place were the monsters, which likely had all sorts of fire-related abilities that would be sure to affect Jonathan. The lava was mere mundane molten rock, but the monsters would have access to conceptual abilities that would cut through his resistances like they weren't even there. The first rocky island was about 20 feet from the edge of the lake, an easy jump for Jonathan. However, the lava boiled up around the island, heralding the presence of monsters there. There were no other islands within reach, however, and the only thing more dangerous than jumping over a lava lake infested with monsters was swimming in that lava lake filled with monsters. Sighing, he tensed his legs and leaped as high as he could. A 20-foot-long eel-like monster leaped out of the lava to meet him, its skin a glowing, scaly morass of almost liquid flesh and glowing lava. He cooked back his fists and empowered it with his heightened divinity pool, sending the monster flying back to where it had come from. The monster was knocked back under the surface of the lava, and Jonathan landed safely. There was a faint barrier around the island, which seemed to keep the monsters out. It looked like the design of this level was for the challenger to have to cross the lava while being harassed by monsters. However, there were occasional safe spots for them to rest at. There was still most of a mile left until he reached the other side, however, and he knew that it would only get more dangerous from here. Jonathan rested for a moment on the rocky outcropping, tried to recover enough of his mental acumen to plot a course across the lake. Using his advanced intelligence, he was able to not only see the optimal route, but also begin to understand the behavior of the monsters. It seemed that the monsters within this area were more like props than anything else, and they moved on a predetermined timer around the lake, as shown by the occasional flash of color that breached the lava every few seconds or so. They were always in the same place, and Jonathan assumed that it was intended to be so that any challenger could accurately plot a course to safety. After all, this entire exercise would have been ridiculously unfair if not for that minor concession. Most people of his level would not have been able to survive the lava at all, and he suspected that pure mage builds would have succumbed to the heat already without some sort of magical aid. He was certainly finding this to be easier than he had expected, given his innate fear of lava from his time back on Earth. Lava on Earth was one of the greatest destructive forces of nature that there was, an inexorable tide of superheated rock that could not be stopped by any force available within the world. Jonathan banished these distracting thoughts and reminded himself of who he was. If he was back on Earth right now, he could have been akin to a god. He could survive most weapons by now, short of a nuclear explosion, which, to be fair, was far beyond the normal level of power for a species such as humanity. It was really interesting comparing the abilities of this universe to his own, and they had taken quite different routes to power. Humanity could bring incredible power to bear, but they were individually pathetic. Meanwhile, a single fighter from this world was far more capable than any human, but lacked the advanced weaponry. Then again, there wasn't really any need for bombs or guns in a world where a mere bow could launch an arrow at the speed of a bullet. As Jonathan pondered this dichotomy, he prepared to jump for the next island, which was a little further away. He took a few steps back and leapt with a running start, propelling him high into the air. More of the monsters leaped up to snap at him, but he sent his void aspect man to his hands, creating ball of pure anathema. The monsters sensed this somehow, and they tried to JRK away, but they were in midair, and the attacks connected regardless of their struggles. The attacks burned straight through them, eating away at their bodies like acid. The creatures died there and then, with Jonathan's fists planted deep in their brains. He had lost most of his momentum, however, and he was forced to use the monsters as a springboard before gravity could take hold of them once more. Landing on the next outcropping, he grinned. He had found quite an effective strategy. Jonathan vaulted across the next few gaps like a monkey, using the same strategy of taking the monster corpses and using them as stepping stones. He even gained a level this way, and with his new stat bonus, he really felt the added power from it. However, the monsters began to grow stronger and bigger as he neared the center, and soon he was unable to kill them with a single strike anymore. Even worse, many of them began to use their own forms of elemental mastery, and they were able to stop his void power from damaging them as much as it would have normally. He still was able to hurt them, as the void was superior to all other elements, but it was hard going. Soon he began to take damage regularly, first in the form of bruises and then cracked bones. His armor really did wonders in keeping his blood within his body, but it did little for blunt force damage. He took the pain as it came, however. He had felt worse. The real problem was how the damage inhibited his movements, which could potentially lead to him taking unnecessary damage from the leviathans of the magmatic deep. Jonathan had to take a long break at the center of the lake, however, on an island that was barely more than a boulder sitting in the middle of the lava. The other problem was that the islands were growing smaller and smaller, and at this rate, he would eventually have to take a dip into the lava, which would necessitate his usage of his free stat points to bolster his abilities. He would try to keep that away as long as possible, however. Jonathan sized up the next rocky outcropping, which was about 100 feet away, and waited until a few monsters had lined up in his path. As he jumped, the first one leaped up towards him, a monster that looked slightly like a whale, if a whale was made out of black rock run through with stripes of glowing red. The monster opened its mouth wide and vomited a spray of red-hot rock at him, rock that actually burnt his skin when it hit, even through his armor. Jonathan hissed and landed on the creature's head, using it as a springboard for him to reach the next one. Leaping off the lava whale, the next monster emerged from the seething lava, a worm-like creature that was quite a bit more difficult to grab onto. It snapped out at Jonathan at high speeds, almost catching his left arm in its fang maw. He punched it away as it came near, however, and swung off its head towards the final monster that he could see just below the surface. Another of the lava whales, this time even bigger than the first one, broke the surface of the lava, inhaling in preparation to cook him with its fiery vomit. Jonathan summoned his mana orbs to his hands instead, not compressing them at all. Violet flame exploded out of his hands, and as the monster vomited molten rock at Jonathan, he pointed his hands towards it. It ate up the rock like it was nothing, and Jonathan drove his fists into the shocked monster's face, vaulting over it and onto the safety of the next island. Jonathan was burnt all over from the previous attacks, and he had no levels up with which to heal himself. He would have to look into a healing ability soon after this, if such a thing was even possible to gain. He suspected that his new affinity might cause such an endeavor to be problematic. In any case, as his durability increased, his natural healing speed naturally went up as well, and eventually he would be able to heal quite quickly indeed. At this current moment, however, he would need at least a couple of minutes until he was in fighting form again. He was a bit past the halfway mark by now, but the end seemed to be ever further away than ever before. The monsters seemed to just keep getting larger and larger, and Jonathan started to wonder if this was even possible. The last challenge with the troglodytes had been quite hard, especially towards the end, but this was on another level. At least the lava was not immediately threatening, or else this would have been a death trap. As Jonathan recovered, he scouted out the path before him. There were about 15 more rocks left until the end of the fiery lake, and the spacing increased the further that they went. By the last rock, it looked like there was about 300 feet between it and the previous one. Jonathan might have misjudged the length of the lake by a bit. It was certainly more than a mile long now that he was looking at it properly. His injuries knit back together somewhat, and he was soon ready to fight once more. Jonathan got to his feet and fixed his position relative to the next outcropping. He bunched up his legs and jumped a moment later, already preparing his mana attacks. As the monsters rose up from the deep, he was ready, using their bodies as springboards within which to cross. Continuing in this vein over the next hour, Jonathan crossed about half of the remaining distance, and the injuries were quickly mounting. The monsters by now were too powerful to be defeated within the time frame that he possessed, and not only that, but they were strong enough to overpower him as well. He was only scraping by at this point, and his durability was being put to the test. Eventually, he caved in and added some points to his resilience stat, doing some quick math to bolster the amount gained. At this point, using batches of 2 stat points was no longer as efficient as before, but 3 worked fine. He quickly sent 18 stat points into resilience, which, with his multipliers, sent it up by 30 points. His body began to heal over even more rapidly than before, and his skin tightened across his hardening bones. He felt invulnerable now, unbreakable. It was only an illusion created by the after effects of the stat point investment, and they quickly disappeared, however. Jonathan eyed up the lava in front of him and dove in, kicking as hard as he could. The monsters were programmed to attack things above the surface, but because of the nature of this trial, they had little freedom to do anything else. When Jonathan swam right by the first of the monsters, it took a few seconds to realize what was happening. The lava was like a hot bath to his skin at this point, and could afford to stop and linger in it for long enough to attack the creatures lurking there. He drove one fist into its head, slowed down somewhat by the mana. However, the lava could not impede his void aspect attack, and it carved through flesh and bone alike. The monster was now aware of the threat, and it lashed out, but now that it was underwater and unable to catch Jonathan in the air, where he was more vulnerable, its size worked against it. Jonathan quickly finished it off, driving both fists into its brain. Essence rushed into him, almost leveling him up again. However, more of the monsters had been drawn by the fight, and he decided against doing such a thing in the future. He kicked wildly, propelling himself at high speeds through the viscous lava. He reached the next island at record speed, and he estimated that he had been swimming at upwards of 100 miles per hour, which was quite impressive, given that he was swimming in lava. He really was above and beyond anything he had ever known before coming to this world. He quickly flipped up onto the rock, which was barely large enough to sit on, and recovered some of his mana and stamina as he waited. There had been no injuries from that dive, save for a light reddening of his skin. He guessed that the system had not accounted for the fact that someone would have such high resilience and still have enough in their other stats to fight on an equal level with the monsters in this dungeon. The lava was meant to be an obstacle, but to Jonathan, it was actually an efficient means of crossing the lake. Jonathan swam for the rest of the lake, using the islands as resting spots for him to stop by. By the time that he had reached the final island, he was feeling pretty good about himself. He was hovering on the brink of level 50 now, and he knew that when he crossed it, something would be in store for him. He prepared to make the final crossing, but the lava in front of him suddenly cooled to black rock, and a figure stepped out a rent in the air in front of him. It looked like a classical demon, with red skin, horns, and a long tail. In its hands, it wielded twin axes, which glowed with an infernal light. However, it was clearly not sapient, and its eyes glowed with madness. It roared at Jonathan and charged him, its axes held high. He coated his fists in mana and charged the monster, roaring in return. He upped his speed as he neared the creature, surprising it with his turn of speed. The monster was caught off guard by his next attack, which came rocketing towards its abdomen, rendered vulnerable by the way that it was holding its axes. The monster had no skill whatsoever with its weapons, and it seemed to be just something that the system had tacked onto the creature to make it more imposing. It lashed out with the axes, but Jonathan dodged them easily. The creature snorted, and red light limned its form, causing it to speed up dramatically. It made up for quality with sheer quantity of attacks, driving Jonathan backwards with a wild flurry of axe strikes. The ones that got through left large cuts on his body, even through his armor, which told him that they were enchanted somewhat. He marshaled himself and entered his battle meditation state, calming himself down forcibly so that he could see what his enemy was doing. He began to react to the monster's fighting style more accurately over the next few seconds, and he soon was able to predict where the strikes would come in. It appeared totally random at first, but there were a few patterns thrown in with the wild swinging that the monster was using against Jonathan. He eventually drove his fist home into the demon's stomach, blasting it backwards and tearing out a great chunk of red flesh with his void mana. The monster howled in rage and raced back towards Jonathan, ignoring the hole in its stomach. Jonathan bent low as it came near and then exploded upwards, seizing its leading arm and twisting it up and over his head. He slammed it into the stone beneath them, surprised at how light it was. He started to swing the monster again and again, building up momentum. It writhed in his grip and cut him with its axes, but he kept at it, breaking bones and crushing flesh. By the time that he was finished, the monster was nothing more than a bag of loose bones, and Jonathan threw it up in the air. As it came down, he drove his fist into its face, killing the creature. The monster melted away into nothing, along with its weapons. Enough essence entered him to reach the next level, and as expected, he was met with a notification. For reaching level 50, you can now upgrade your boons, or choose a new one. Available tier 1 upgraded boons. Hardened skin. Available extra boons. Elastic muscles. Speedy nerves. Inner conscience. Jonathan could either pick to upgrade his current boon, or pick a new one. The decision was really a no-brainer, and he chose to upgrade his old one. There was no reason to branch out at this point, and he would be missing out on the bonuses from upgrading the first one. His skin started to become even harder than before, and it tightened dramatically over his bones, becoming as solid as rock. He looked down at a visible slice of flesh on his arm. It looked like it was made out of hardened leather, which was perfect for his purposes. He wouldn't be winning any modeling competitions, but he would be winning battles. Jonathan closed his interface and took one last look back at the fiery lake behind him. Then he stepped forwards and off the lava, heading for the exit. The caves continued downwards from there, with yet another borehole leading to the next stage of the dungeon. Judging by the levels of the monsters here, he was coming closer and closer to the end of the dungeon. He was a bit miffed that he had not gained any loot thus far, but he was expecting great things later on. He would gain as much as he could out of this place, even if it killed him. At this rate, it might very well do so. Jonathan raced down the borehole, as there was nothing there to catch his interest save for the uniformly smooth walls. He already knew what was behind them, and he had already reaped the rewards. There would be no benefit to exposing himself to the void once more, even if the small part of him that was now dominated by the element wanted to do so, if only for the purpose of exposing the dungeon to the void. About halfway down, Jonathan noticed strange scuff marks on the floor, and as he paused, he saw that they continued all the way back up the borehole. They were barely noticeable, especially in the near darkness of the tunnel. His vision was powerful enough to see perfectly in the dark, but he couldn't create light where there was not simply by looking at it. If something was revealed by a reflection, then it was very hard to make out. Interestingly enough, the scuff marks almost matched the size of his feet exactly, almost as if he had already been down here. Jonathan knew that had not been the case, but he wasn't sure what to think about all this. It might just have been a glitch in the dungeon formation, or it could have been something more profound. In any case, it didn't affect him at the moment. As he descended further into the depths, he began to hear cheering, a sound that he most certainly had not been expecting in a place like this. He broke out into an open cavern a few minutes late, which was surrounded by tiered seating, almost like an auditorium. Bright spotlights shone down from the top, but he could not make out what they were actually made of. Humanoid monsters that looked like bipedal bulls were duking it out in the middle of the cavern, and the spectators, more monsters, were cheering, as if like a laugh track for a sitcom. None of them did any more than that, however, and the entire thing was quite creepy. As Jonathan entered, the creature all turned towards him in unison and began to clap again. A notification blared in front of him, and he quickly read it. You have entered a rare sub-dungeon area. This area manifests as an arena populated with monsters. The only way to escape is to defeat 10 waves of monsters, finishing with a boss-tier monster, increased because of challenger strength. Upon completion, you will be graded on your overall performance, which might lead to you being granted rewards. He had been lucky, it seemed, but not in the way that he had wanted. This would slow him down by quite a bit, and it might even prove to be dangerous. However, it would be a good source of essence, and potentially rewards. Jonathan took a step forwards, and the monsters who had been fighting mere moments before charged him, howling in rage. Jonathan slid his foot back and built up power, punching as the nearest monster reached him. His blow ripped through the monster, and he almost fell off balance. It was far weaker than he had expected. It seemed that this arena would run the entire gamut of dungeon monster strengths. He narrowed his stance as another monster came near, and he lashed out with his gauntlet, taking its head off with one devastating blow. The audience of monsters cheered at the same volume and rhythm as before, not seeming to care much about the actual nuances of the fight itself. They were just there as some sort of narrative background noise, or perhaps even to distract Jonathan from his battle. He ignored the noises and kept fighting, working his way through the first wave. There had been about 5 of the monsters fighting in the first round, and he finished them off in under a minute, his fists flecked with gore. The monster corpses melted away, and Jonathan barely felt the essence that entered him, as it was negligible. The audience hushed for a moment, and then a bell chimed twice, signaling the start of the second round. It didn't look like Jonathan was getting any breaks during this match, but judging by the monster's strength, he wasn't going to need any. 3 scorpions the size of horses appeared in the center of the arena, their stingers coated in viscous green poison. Jonathan fought to hide the slight sense of revulsion that entered his body upon seeing the monsters. They were misshapen on account of their unnatural size, and their flesh was warped almost across their entire bodies. They had vaguely humanoid heads too, which looked grotesque, especially considering that their scaly chitin extended onto the flesh as well. The monsters hissed at Jonathan and then scuttled forwards, their many legs leaving small divots in the sand. Jonathan coated his fists with mana and surged forwards, diving under a lightning-fast tail swipe from one of the scorpions. They were not much faster than the previous monsters, but their stingers were considerably faster than the rest of their bodies. Jonathan reached out and grabbed the stinger in midair and ripped it out of its socket, causing the monster to howl in pain. Green blood poured out of the stump where its stinger had been, and it whirled around towards Jonathan, its humanoid face twisted in pain and rage. It snapped at him with its claws, but it was too slow to catch him, and as the other scorpions tried to attack Jonathan, he leaped up into the air out of their reach. The stingers whipped up after them, but Jonathan was too far away for them to affect him. As he came down, he formed orbs of his mana around his fists, empowering them beyond their normal capabilities. As he fell, he avoided the stingers, pushing off them lightly with his hand and feet. The scorpions tried to get out of the way, but they were too slow, and their bodies were too large. Jonathan fell down like a meteor and drove his fists into their bodies. Both of the previously uninjured scorpions were still in the path of his fists, and they buckled under the force of his blow, flattening into the ground. His fists drove the void aspect mana through their bodies, eating away at them like acid. The monsters died then and there, too many of their internal organs being melted by the attack. Jonathan landed softly and turned towards the last scorpion, which was staring at him with an expression that looked almost like fear, if such a monster could feel such an emotion. Jonathan strode forwards and sped up at the last minute, dodging between 2 claw swipes. With his recently enhanced resilience, it probably wouldn't have even affected him, but he still did it nonetheless. He uppercut the monster with his right fist, and as it lifted off the ground, he pummeled its softer underbelly, blasting the monster apart into chunks of flesh. He shook off his gauntlets and waited for the next waves to come. Another notification appeared instead. You have completed the first set of waves with an overall performance score of S. This has been calculated based on the injuries that you took, the time that you spent killing the monsters, and your overall grace and technique. Well done for achieving this score, as it is quite rare indeed. The final score will be based on a weighted average of all your scores, with a final one influencing it the most. That is if you survive. A 5-minute countdown appeared next to the notification, and Jonathan sighed as he realized that he was being forced to wait. He was ready for the next wave and did not need any rest time. By the time that he had finished reading the message, most of his resources had been refilled, and he didn't have any injuries to attend to. As if sensing this annoyance, a set of buttons popped up beneath the timer, which asked whether he wanted to start the next wave prematurely or not. He quickly selected yes, and prepared himself for what was to come. The air started to grow noticeably warmer, and a trio of glowing worms exploded up out of the earth, each about 20 feet long. Their entire bodies were made out of a mix of glowing rock and actual lava, and they slithered across the ground towards Jonathan, hissing violently as they did so. The heat was coming off of their bodies, it seemed, but it was nothing to Jonathan, who had swum in actual lava. The three monsters opened their mouths wide and sprayed molten rock above the arena, covering a much wider area of effect that their sizes indicated. Jonathan barely got out of the way in time, but that was more out of surprise than anything else. He avoided the brunt of the lava and ran toward the creature. Before he could reach them, however, they burrowed back into the ground, vanishing in a matter of seconds. Jonathan paused and started to hone his finely tuned senses, relying on his sense of touch to read the vibrations in the earth. They were faint, but they were certainly there, and he was able to get a mental map of where the monsters were under the sand. As they started to rise, Jonathan pretended to be simply confused and waited until the last moment before he dove to the side. The creatures burst out of the ground next to him, and he whirled around, driving one ball of void aspect mana into the nearest worm. The attack found slight resistance, but still went in nonetheless, and what the mana could not do, Jonathan's strength did amply. The monster almost broke in half at the midpoint, but because of its elemental nature, there were no organs to destroy, and it was still very much alive. However, when it tried to move, its body flopped over, rendering it impotent. Jonathan danced backwards as the other worms snapped at him, sending flecks of molten spittle onto the sand where it quickly fused into glass. Jonathan gathered more mana and ran back in, trying to finish off the gravely wounded worm that was flopping around on the ground. Trying to right itself, he saw that its body was beginning to meld back together, and if that happened, all of his hard work would be undone. He did not want that to happen, so he quickly battered the monster's head into a pile of ashen rocks, which caused it to crumble away. He had no idea how exactly elementals worked, but it seemed that most creatures could be taken out with a few strong blows to the head. The other two elementals vomited up more rock, and this time, some of it landed on Jonathan's bare skin. It burnt far more than the lava had, but it wasn't that serious of an attack. His skin bubbled underneath it, but other than the pain, there was barely any actual damage. His durability was becoming somewhat scary. Jonathan grunted in response to the attack and pushed off the sand, racing toward his quarries. The two monsters dove back into the ground, but he seized the tail end of the nearest one, dragging it back up the surface. The sand provided poor footing for his maneuver, but the worm was not actually that strong compared to him, and he quickly pulled it out of the ground inch by inch. About halfway up, it snapped in half, and he was left holding one wriggling part of its body. Jonathan slammed the thing into the ground end over end, destroying it utterly. However, it had not been a monster's head, and the creature was still alive. As Jonathan scanned the underground with his senses once more, he detected another, larger signature, as if the two monsters had merged together. As the rumbling grew and grew, Jonathan prepared himself for what he knew was to come. A moment later, a much larger worm burst out of the ground in front of him, with its fiery skin ever brighter than before. Jonathan took a step backwards from the heat, and then was forced to leap to the side as a glob of fiery energy landed in front of him. The monster had graduated up from firing lava to firing actual ball of fire aspect mana. However, that meant that it was now vulnerable to Jonathan's unravel skill. He baited out another strike from it by standing still for the briefest of moments, and, as the ball of power grew within his mouth, he sent a large portion of his immense mana pool SDRKNG into its mouth in the form of a tendril of purple light. Rather than just explode, the attack vaporized the monster's head, using the power of the void to make the effects much more striking than normal. The monster slumped to the ground in front of Jonathan, and he watched as it melted away into the ground, its body tuning into streams of lava. With that, essence entered him, almost bringing him up by another level. The difficulty level of that fight had certainly risen from before, but it had not been especially challenging. As he readied himself for the next fight, Jonathan preemptively sent his divinity into his gauntlets, ready to activate his runes. As the shimmer of monsters appearing began to grow in the center of the arena, he triggered his skills, sending out a pulse of energy from his rune of beckoning towards the forming monsters. Even before he could tell what they were, the creatures started to run toward him, and they quickly came into focus. They looked like spiders, with humanoid features. Jonathan was quickly sensing a theme here among the monsters. They all looked like corrupted versions of humans, as if they had been long ago devolved into the hideous monsters that they were now. This fit in with the theme of the entire dungeon as well, with the idea of desolation prevalent here. The monsters were about his height and twice as long, and their bulbous, hairy legs beat up the sand as they ran towards him in a uniquely disturbing manner. Jonathan watched in disgust as they neared him, and he quickly shot out his right arm, feeling revulsion as the monster tried to grasp at him with its hairy legs. He grabbed the limb and ripped it out of the socket, pulling the monster towards him. Grabbing the limb, he whipped its previous owner with it, blasting the limb apart into chunks. The creature scurried back, allowing its partner to attack. Jonathan sent mana into both hands and surged forwards, moving his hands toward the monsters. One of them rapidly spun silk into a shield that hovered in front of it, but when Jonathan's hand hit, the silk evaporated like smoke before his strike, the power of the void beating it in the end. The spider was caught in the middle of its hairy abdomen by the strike, and Jonathan ripped off a great chunk of its body, sending the monster stumbling backward, hissing in pain. He followed through with a devastating left hook that tore the monster's head off, sending its body into spasm. It gradually fell to the ground and melted away. The other monster was right behind him at this point, and it spat a wad of webbing at him point blank, covering his left side with a sticky substance. It proved resistant to his efforts to remove it, but the spider had underestimated his strength. Jonathan reached the spider with his right hand and ripped the webbing off with ease, throwing it to the side. Rushing the monster, he sent a small amount of divinity into his right fist, and when his punch connected, the top half of the monster blasted off the rest of its body, sending a shower of gore everywhere. The monster vanished, and another notification appeared in front of Jonathan. You have completed the second set of waves with an overall performance score of S. This has been calculated based on the injuries that you took, the time that you spent killing the monsters, and your overall grace and technique. Well done for achieving this score, as it is quite rare indeed. The final score will be based on a weighted average of all your scores, with a final one influencing it the most. That is if you survive. It was the same notification from before, just telling him that he had also completed the second wave with the best score. Well, he was assuming that S was the best score, given the way that the system was treating it. He was met with another 5-minute countdown, and he decided to wait for a few minutes before starting the next waves. His body ached from the exertion, but it was nothing that a few moments of meditation would not fix. After 2 minutes, his body had regenerated to its natural state, and he was ready to challenge the next few waves. He pressed the button, and the air shimmered in front of him, almost across half of the arena. Whatever was coming now, it was big. Shapes started to pop into existence in front of Jonathan, revealing themselves to be squat, bent-over lizard men with crude weapons. About 50 of them in all appeared in front of him, and they cackled in glee upon seeing their lone opponent. They were individually weaker than many of the previous monsters, but there were a lot more of them too. It seemed that the halfway point of this challenge was where the difficulty level rose. The monsters charged him a moment later, their legs beating up sand across the arena. They moved pitifully slowly, but there were enough of them to still render the spectacle imposing. Their movements were eerily similar, and they moved almost in lockstep, which was strange for a group of monsters. Perhaps their minds were linked in a way. As they neared Jonathan and the first row of the monster moved out their spears in near unison, he confirmed it. They were linked at some subconscious level, and their movements were synced up to each other exactly. Still, that did not affect the speed or the power of those movements, which was all that really mattered. Jonathan snatched a spear out of the air and wrenched it out of its owner's hands, turning it around in his hand. Driving the spear forwards, he skewered a trio of lizard men on the end before letting go of the spear. Dashing into the hole in the lines, Jonathan began to let himself loose, sending his mana and divinity into his attack. Lizards fought and died in a circle around him, none of them able to reach Jonathan before being turned into splatters of gore on the arena sands. However, there were quite a lot of them, and Jonathan was not infallible. One of them eventually managed to nick his skin with the tip of its spear, which was a lot sharper than it should have been, and poison entered his bloodstream. He immediately began to feel slightly dizzy and nauseous, but it was too weak to really affect him. However, a few moments later, another spear struck home, and the poison's effects doubled. Jonathan roared in anger and picked up his pace, butchering his irritating enemies left and right. By the time that last of the monsters had died, he had been nicked a few more times, and he was stumbling around, his motor functions somewhat diminished. As the monsters faded away, however, he leveled up, which was lucky, seeing as it cleansed the poison. He could have fought with it active, but it would have been an annoyance. As the next monster appeared, Jonathan took a deep breath and sent his mana to his hand from the get-go. This time, he attacked first, racing towards the creature in front of him. As some sort of elephantine monster appeared in front of him, Jonathan leaped up and drove his fist into the front of its skull. The creature buckled and stumbled backwards, blood seeping down its gray skin. It looked like an elephant from Earth, but it was about twice the size and had razor-sharp fangs instead of tusks. In addition, its face was that of a human's, just like a lot of the other monsters. All in all, it was a deeply disturbing sight. Jonathan ignored the revulsion, however, and remained with his mind in the fight. As the creature's trunk swung towards him, moving like a WHB, he kicked off its head and flipped backwards, landing on the ground in front of the monster. Its trunk snapped in the air like a gunshot, and the tip of it accelerated to beyond the speed of sound. For something that large, to do such a thing meant that it was packing some serious force too. If that attack hit Jonathan, bones would break. It looked to be slightly dazed from the damage it had taken, but it was mostly unharmed. Its skin and bones had been thick enough to repel Jonathan's blow from earlier without much difficulty. The monster trumpeted upon seeing that Jonathan had avoided its attack, and then stamped the ground. Cracks spread out through the ground, and some sort of conceptual weight seemed to be forming around the elephant, likely related to the element of earth, if there was such a thing. Jonathan was guessing that there was. There was no other explanation for the fact that sand was staying in a cohesive shape, even though it was still, to his touch, sand. Jonathan ignored this impossibility and focused his attention on his enemy, eyeing up the massive creature in front of him. He dodged as one of the cracks came his way, and it surged past him, splitting the arena into chunks. However, it didn't seem to do any damage, and Jonathan frowned at the elephant, which looked proud of its attack, if he was reading its expression right. Then a mighty suction erupted from the cracks, and Jonathan was suddenly fighting, as if against the pull of gravity, to escape. The sand around the holes fell down into them, and the air began to boil near them. It was as if the force of gravity was being magnified at some place at the bottom of those holes, to a degree to which Jonathan could feel it. He planted his feet and took a few steps forwards, taking himself out of the range of effect. The elephant roared and charged, its footsteps causing more cracks to form. The creature was a lot faster than its size would indicate, and it reached him deceptively quickly, with its trunk already whipping towards him. Jonathan had nowhere to run with cracks all around him, and he was instead forced to stand his ground. He braced for impact and covered his arms in a liberal application of highly condensed mana, which created a glimmering aegis of light in front of him. It was not a proper shield, but perhaps it would suffice for now. The trunk slammed into his upraised arms and sent him flying back, his bones creaking under the strain. The trunk burned away where it touched the mana, but it was not in contact for long enough to be much of an issue. Jonathan slammed into the bottom of the stands, cracking a rock. He groaned and lay there for a second, dazed. As the thundering footsteps of the monster echoed around him, he forced himself up. The elephant had almost reached him by then, and narrowly avoided another blow from its truck that fractured the rock behind where he had been lying. Jonathan scampered out of the way and recovered as he ran, tried to get his strength back. The monster loomed over him like the behemoth that it was, and it trumped again, the noise sounding almost amused. Jonathan grunted in rage as he heard this. The brute chasing after him was amused at his suffering. Was it? He would have to show it the error of its ways. Jonathan turned around as the creature barreled towards him, and packed as much of his energy into his right fist as he could. A massive ball of purple light that quickly condensed down into a marble-sized orb appeared in front of his glowing red fist, limned in the light of his rune of hatred. The elephantine monstrosity snorted in dismissal of the tiny technique, but Jonathan ignored it, knowing the true power of his attack. As the monster neared him, Jonathan started running toward it, pinging his fist back as he went. Noticing the monster preparing to swipe with its trunk, Jonathan leaped into the air, avoiding the strike. He ran up the length of the monster's trunk and reached its forehead. The monster writhed, trying to get him off, but Jonathan grabbed onto one of its many loose folds of flesh, anchoring himself there. He then slammed his fist into its head as hard as he could, not holding back an ounce of his strength. Driven by over 250 points in his strength stat, the power of the void, and the power of a nascent god, Jonathan moved the attack directly through the monster's skin and into its skull. The bone fractured almost instantly, turning to powder as the attack reverberated throughout it. The creature's brain turned to mush a moment later, and gray matter oozed out around Jonathan's fist. A nimbus of mingled purple and red light spread outwards, vaporizing the flesh that it touched. The strike was so powerful that it blasted Jonathan himself backwards, throwing him towards the ground. The monster staggered backwards, and then fell, dissolving into specks of light. Jonathan raised his hands in victory and shook his fists at the crowd of monsters who were starting to go silent. It seemed that they were not happy about this turn of events. Jonathan waited the entire length of the break for the next wave to appear, and it did shortly. He was on wave 7 now, more than halfway through. What appeared next was not a monster that he recognized, however. It looked almost like a little girl, but its eyes were oddly shaped, and its face was locked into a permanent scowl. In addition, if Jonathan focused harder, he could see claws on her fingertips and the suggestion of leathery wings behind her back. In fact, it hardly looked like a girl at all. Jonathan realized that he was using divinity to see through the illusion, meaning that it was a system-granted skill that the monster was using. That meant that it was sapient. The actual monster looked nothing more than a short and squat demon, with clawed hands, a forked tail, and leathery red skin. As it realized that Jonathan had seen through its facade, the creature growled in anger and flapped its wings, racing forwards across the sands. It couldn't really fly, but it could make itself move faster with the aid of its wings, and as it ran, Jonathan got ready. The creature could move quite fast, now that he could see it properly, and without the obfuscating influence of whatever skill it had been using, he could see clearly just how dangerous it was. The monster could move at about 3/4 of his top speed, which was quite impressive considering the strength of the previous monsters. However, perhaps all it could do was move quickly. As the monster neared Jonathan, he ped back his fist and sent out a tentative blow to probe its defense. The creature weaved around his strike and sent its clawed hand towards his gut. The claws blossomed into flame as they approached him, and Jonathan narrowly ducked to the side as the attack came in. He knew that it would have done some damage if it landed, given by the amount of energy that he had felt off it. Jonathan grabbed the arm out of the air, but the demon whipped it back, eluding his grasp. Jonathan raised one eyebrow and summoned his void drills to his hands, creating 2 orbs of purple light. The demon hissed upon seeing these, and Jonathan surged forwards, moving as quickly as he could. His hands tore through the air, and he drove his fist into the monster's stomach, driving it off its feet and up into the air. Flesh melted away below his strike, but not that much considering the amount of damage that his skill should have done. The monster screeched in anger and flapped its wings, floating off his fists. It landed lightly about 20 feet away from him, and then burst into flames, the fire spreading across its entire form. Jonathan could feel the heat from where he was standing, and he knew that if anything, it would be able to burn him. Jonathan began to sink into his battle trance skill, and he watched as the world faded away, leaving only his opponent. He calmly analyzed the demon's fighting stance and style, and came up with a good counter for what was likely to come next. As the monster began to run, Jonathan stayed still, waiting until the last moment to strike. The monster raised its right hand once more to attack, and it came whistling towards him, looking like a line of fire in the air. Jonathan focused on the incoming attack and parried it with his gauntlet, sending the strike skidding off to the side. The monster was briefly unbalanced by the strike, and Jonathan took that moment to attack, whipping his left fist forwards and into the demon's gut. His barbed gauntlet landed directly into the open wound of the monster, tearing it open further. The creature hissed and lashed out with its claws, drawing a line across his face. The wounds burned more than they should, and Jonathan could feel his flesh withering around the point of impact. He banished the sensation and kept fighting, driving his fist into the monster again. The creature kept tearing at him with its curved talons, and the damage started to mount. Eventually, he got it into a compromising situation and was able to seize it by the neck. He lifted it up into the air and snapped its neck with one mighty heave, killing the creature. He was covered in thin lines that were quickly turning black with necrosis, but the essence that entered him from the monster was enough to heal him up with another level. If nothing else, this arena was going to boost his level by quite a lot, assuming that the monsters kept growing stronger. The only question was whether he could survive it. The next wave appeared momentarily, and Jonathan watched as a trio of strange winged creatures emerged into the air, flying towards him. They looked like raptors that were the size of men, and their feet were tipped with foot-long razor-sharp talons. Their beaks looked as if they could cut through steel, and they probably could. As they spotted Jonathan, they shrieked in unison and dived for him, their beady eyes alight with glee. Jonathan launched himself backwards as they dove, and narrowly avoided their first strike. One of the monsters lashed out at the empty air with its talons, sending a stream of concentrated air towards Jonathan. He took the attack head-on and was driven backwards, a bruise forming on his chest. That strike had packed quite a punch, but luckily it had been too weak to get through his armor. The monsters swooped down as he landed, and one of them swiped at him with its talons. Jonathan raised his arms to block, and felt something within them crack as the attack landed. No matter how light these monsters were, they packed quite a punch. He grabbed onto the monster as it tried to fly away, and rather than rooting it in place, he was simply taken along for the ride. However, this could be used to his advantage. The cavern wall was not especially high, and there was no risk of injury if he fell. The monster could only go so high, and while he was in this situation, it would be harder for them to attack. The beast whipped at him with its other foot, trying to dislodge him. However, it was unsuccessful, and Jonathan clambered further up its body. As he reached the top, he began to pummel the creature with his fists, breaking its delicate bones in the process. The monster screeched, and the other two tried to aid it by attacking Jonathan. They were unsuccessful, however, as he simply made the bird turn in the direction of every attack, forcing the other to abort it. Soon he was ready to kill the monster, and he sent mana rushing to his right fist. He drove it down, and the attack blasted apart the creature's skull, killing it instantly. Before it melted away, Jonathan leaped off it and onto the nearest of the birds, repeating the same process. He was nearly thrown off by the monster as he landed, but he held on tightly, only taking a bit of damage as a talon smashed into his face in transit. Jonathan's face was slashed open to the bone, and he shouted in anger as the attack landed. He tore his way up the monster's body, quite literally in fact, tearing out chunks of its flesh as he scrambled for a better handhold. He reached the top in no time at all, and set to his bloody work, softening the monster up for an eventual kill shot. The other raptor was screeching widely, trying to aid its companion. Jonathan ignored it, and kept on pummeling, eventually breaking its neck with one of his blows. Soon there was only the final one left, and Jonathan leaped over to it. However, it had grown wise to his tricks, and it smashed him out of the air as he approached, sending him spiraling down to the ground. Jonathan impacted with a grunt, and he rolled to the side as the monster dived down, and it slammed into the sand beside him, sending up a large drift of the yellow substance. Jonathan rolled back and grabbed onto the beast, whipping it around himself and into the sand. The creature keened in pain, and Jonathan did not let it rise again, battering it into the ground with his attacks. He broke its wings first, so it could not escape, and then finished it off quickly with devastating body blows and mana-enhanced strikes. As the monster faded away, he gained enough essence to almost level up. Almost, but not quite. As a result, he was left with quite a few wounds on his body, all of which stung terribly. He gritted his teeth and powered through the pain, keeping his emotions to himself. He used the entire 5 minutes to heal over his wounds, and only briefly glanced at the completion message, which told him that he had gained a rating of A for this section of the arena. It was what he had expected, given the amount of damage that he had taken. His wounds started to close over, however, and by the time that the final wave began, he was mostly unhurt, and he readied himself and gritted his teeth, unsure of the challenges to come. The next wave started off with a bang, quite literally in fact. The ground in the center of the arena exploded outwards, revealing a large mammalian creature that almost looked like a mole. However, it was about 20 feet long, and had what looked to be swords attached to its hands instead of claws. Well, they were that length at least. The monster set its beady eyes on Jonathan, and dove into the ground, heading straight for him. Jonathan slammed his mana down into his hands, and focused on the vibrations of the earth, plotting the path of the monster. It moved like the lava worms from earlier, but its movements were much more linear in appearance, as it could not move its body as much. However, it was far faster, and by the time that Jonathan had pinpointed its location, it was almost upon him. The monster erupted out of the ground, lit a furry black meteor, and clipped Jonathan with its nose, flipping him high up into the air. The creature vomited out a stream of compressed earth at him midair, slamming into his chest. A few of his ribs broke, and he was sent spiraling up even further, impacting the ceiling. Jonathan grabbed onto a nearby lip of rock, and hung there for a moment, looking down at the monster. It growled at him loudly, audible clearly even up here. Jonathan held out his right fist and sent his divinity, rushing into his gauntlet, causing it to glow with a bright red light. He then added his purple mana on top of it, creating a ball of his substance in front of his fist. With the preparations done, he let go, flipping upside down, and pushed off the ceiling. Jonathan shot down like a rocket, easily going at a few hundred miles per hour. His fist led the way, and he smashed it into the middle of the mole's back. Its flesh exploded outwards and revealed the bone underneath, which shattered beneath the force. Jonathan's right arm shattered too, but the pain and inconvenience was negligible. He pushed back off the mole's back, finding that it was still very much alive. It growled low in its throat and began to glow with a yellow light, drawing power up from the earth around it. Rocks skittered up its side, filling in the gaping hole on its back and rendering it able to move again. "You've got to be kidding me," Jonathan said in disbelief. He had taken quite some damage, and the mole was basically as fresh as when it had started. True, it had not actually healed itself, only rendered itself able to attack him, but it made little difference in his predicament. Jonathan shook his head and charged, pressing his advantage as much as he could. The mole stomped the ground around it, and cracks spread outwards, merging with the ones that the elephant had left. Soon the ground around it was like a piece of broken pottery, and Jonathan's grip became far less sure. He leaped up at the edge of the fractured zone, and arced through the air, heading straight for his enemy's face. For a moment, he was wreathed in a faint glow from the spotlights, and he looked like some figure of heroism as he traveled. Then reality hit, and the mole spat a boulder into his chest, knocking him off course. Jonathan grunted as he landed, and rolled away as the mole snapped towards where he had been lying. The creature was quite annoying to deal with, and Jonathan was starting to become frustrated. It was basically just a gigantic mole, but it had so many cheat-like abilities that it almost seemed constructed to give fighters a hard time. However, he refused to lose to a creature like this. Jonathan groaned as he got to his feet, and he surged forwards, keeping to the ground this time. The mole glared down at him as he approached, and barked loudly, before sending out another stream of boulders. Jonathan weaved around it, moving quickly enough to avoid the rocks completely. He reached the side of the mole, and launched himself upwards, landing on its back. The creature started to roll over to toss him off, but Jonathan quickly made his way towards the plug of rock that was keeping the monster mobile, and began to batter it with his fists. The creature froze for the briefest of moments, and that was all the time that he needed. The rock came apart almost instantly, unable to stand up to his strength and power. Revealing a monster spine allowed him to get some good hits in on it, completely disconnecting the vertebrae. The creature writhed beneath him, but it was unable to move, and he battered away any encroaching rocks that sought to repair the damage. He reached deep into the monster and grabbed both ends of its vertebrae. With a mighty heave, he ripped it out on both sides, pulling the mole's skull with it. What happened next, rather than a simple and clean execution, was an explosion of gore that painted him red with a shower of blood. It was by far one of the goriest kills he had ever experienced, and he was regretting it slightly. The mole sank into the ground, never to return to plague the living again. Jonathan felt his injuries heal over with one final level up as the creature died, and he readied himself, knowing that the next fight would be the hardest yet. A roar echoed through the cavern, and heavy footsteps started to sound out from the center of the arena, as if some invisible monster was being set loose. The creature began to come into view as it walked, revealing its true form. A troglodyte, about 3 times larger than a normal one of its species, strode across the ground, dragging a massive stone sword in its right hand. It was built like a tank with thick layers of armored scales protecting every inch of its body. 2 beady eyes were set deep into a prominent forehead, and they glittered with malice as Jonathan beheld them. He scanned the monster quickly to see what he was up against. Troglodyte Patriarch Boss. Level 70. It hefted its sword and stomped the earth once, causing it to quake beneath Jonathan. It was quite the intimidating sight. Human, the creature rumbled, its voice so low that it shook the sand around it. You attacked my people, despoiled their lands, and slaughtered them without mercy. Your bloody journey ends here and now. Jonathan grimaced. It seemed that this monster was the leader of the troglodytes, and it was set at him. Where were you when I did those things then? Hiding from me in terror, Jonathan replied, trying to rile the monster up. An angry opponent was always better than a calm one, unless they were far stronger than oneself. The monster roared in rage and charged Jonathan, its footsteps shaking the ground. All of the fissures and gaps had disappeared with the death of the mole, leaving a flat playing field for the two to fight. The monster moved slowly, but it carried the momentum of a freight train, and its sword was the best possible conduit for such power. A 15-foot-long monster of a weapon, it was wrought out of black stone and looked as if it weighed over a ton. The monster wielded it with ease, however, and Jonathan did not want for that weapon to come anywhere near him. He raced forwards to meet the monster, with his fists outstretched and covered in crackling energy. The monster roared once more, and its sword started to glow with a red light, accentuating its brutalist appearance. It raised its weapon and brought it crashing down, blasting away a 10-foot crater of sand in front of Jonathan. The sand washed over him in a wave, pushing him backwards at high speeds. He could hear the footsteps of the monster, even though he could not see it, and he hurriedly extricated himself from the sand. The monster was barely 10 feet away, and it swung its sword, almost catching Jonathan. He leaped over it, but the creature reversed its grip and swung it straight upwards, catching him on the bottom of his feet. He was sent flying up towards the ceiling, where he impacted, stunning him briefly. He fell back down to earth a moment later, and only managed to move at the last second to avoid a baseball bat swing of an attack from his enemy. The attack whistled through the air next to him, and he could feel the wind of its passing. The monster growled in rage, and let go with its left hand, reaching out to grab Jonathan out of the air. It swung him around and punted him towards the wall, trying to crush him against it. Jonathan was too strong and agile for such a thing, however, and reversed himself in midair, landing with his feet first. He pushed off the wall, flying in an almost straight line back towards the monster, his fists outstretched. Twin orbs of purple light crowned his fists, and his fight fist glowed with divinity. The monster's eyes narrowed, and it swung towards him as he approached. Jonathan pulsed divinity into his left gauntlet, and the monster altered its swing by a tiny amount. It was minimal, but it was enough. The attack glanced off of Jonathan's side rather than hit him straight on, and he powered through, landing a solid hit. His fist smashed into the monster's plated abdomen, and scales flew off of it as the creature flew backwards. It had a look of complete surprise on its face at this, but it wasn't that hurt. Its stomach was vulnerable now, but it seemed to be still in the game. Its scales were immensely tough to be able to withstand a blow of that magnitude, and Jonathan began to feel a grudging respect for his enemy. He was still going to kill the monster, but it was a step above the other ones, as it was not some mindless beast hungering for blood, but a real person with its own hopes and dreams and desires. It believed that Jonathan had killed its people, and that was as good an excuse as any to fight. Jonathan knew the truth of the matter, but he didn't bother explaining himself. There was no way out of here save through bloodshed. He would spill oceans of blood over his time within the infinite hells. What more was a single drop? The answer was that it was nothing. Jonathan raced after the monster, trying to get in an attack before it recovered. The Patriarch planted its reptilian feet into the sand, arresting its movements immediately. It pushed off and rocketed towards Jonathan, using its tail to course correct. Jonathan ducked as the monster came flying towards him, and he was within its minimum weapon range. As it passed by, it whipped out with its tail, trying to knock him off balance. Jonathan grabbed the tail, grunting at the impact, and flipped the monster over his shoulder with his redirection skills. He tore something within him, but it was worth it. The creature slammed into the ground with an earth-shaking thud, and Jonathan began to wail on it with his gauntlets. The creature raised its sword to protect itself, and Jonathan withdrew quickly after realizing that his strikes were futile. The monster was covered in small wounds now, but it seemed to be more eager to fight now, rather than less. "You are good, despoiler," Your strength is far beyond what it should be. That is to be expected from one who killed my tribe. Anything less would be an insult to their memory. You talk about your tribe, but how come you were never there then? Why are you still alive to face me? Jonathan replied. The accursed system separated me from my tribe after we had grown to full strength, using me as a boss monster further down the dungeon. I am the only one of my people who knows of our true purpose here, as I am the only sentient one. I am the last light of the Alcazar, the original species of my tribe. When we were turned into these fleshy hulks, I managed to retain my intelligence. The monster growled low after this, and started to advance toward Jonathan. Clearly, the time for talking was over. That was fine with Jonathan. He knew that the monster was coming at him full force this time, and it had a dangerous light in its eyes that seemed to promise great bloodshed. It raised its hands above its head, with its sword between them, and started to summon a tornado of yellow energy around itself, coming up from the ground. The patriarch roared in anger, and started to channel the energy into its sword, causing a massive growth of spikes to appear on it. They were made out of solid rock, and Jonathan immediately knew what the monster was doing. It was channeling the element of earth, in a similar manner to his own void element, in order to empower its strikes. Well, two could play that game. Jonathan summoned his mana to his hands, and pushed past that, starting to draw upon the actual power of the void that lay dormant within him. It had simply tinted his mana pool before, but now the purple energy came to flood towards his hands, turning the orbs into flecks of midnight. His eyes began to burn with a cold purple light, and he could faintly see them reflected in the metal of his gauntlets. With a grim smile, he charged to meet his enemy. The patriarch held its sword out to the side, and barreled forwards, each step shaking the ground. Jonathan, on the other hand, was a diminutive sight, but he contained incredible power within him, compared to his stature. A few seconds later, fist met sword in a devastating clash of power. There had been only one possible outcome to their charges, which was that they would cross weapons in the middle of their paths in an expression of depths. Jonathan immediately started to be pushed backwards, but he gritted his teeth and poured more of his power into his first, starting to eat away at the sword in front of him. The monster's eyes widened briefly, and it started to falter as purple lines spread through its sword. Jonathan screamed and pushed his mana along the lines, cracking open the stony covering with a spray of light and jagged shards. His unravel skill had come a long way, and it was now mingled with the energy of the void. A skill notification awaited him, but he pushed it aside for now. The patriarch stumbled backwards, a crack running up and down the length of its weapon. It looked at Jonathan with a measure of fear in its eyes. You can channel the power of the great void. What manner of monster are you? It asked. The one who will kill you, Jonathan replied, taking a step forward. The monster growled and swung its weapon around, heading towards Jonathan's throat. He struck out with his gauntlet, imbuing it with the void, and slammed his fist into the middle of the crack running down the length of the sword. There was a noise like shattering glass, and the blade broke in half, falling onto the ground. The patriarch was forced to let go of the two halves, and Jonathan swooped in, driving his fists into the monster's weakened abdomen again and again. The giant creature was being forced back by the comparatively small Jonathan, and each blow tore off more flesh and spilt more blood. With bloody foam flecking its teeth, the monster roared at Jonathan and kicked out with one of its powerful legs, trying to sweep his feet out from underneath him. Jonathan leaped backwards and used the foot as a springboard to reach the monster's face, where he sent a pile driver of an uppercut into its jaw. The monster was lifted off its feet and slammed to the ground, dazed. Jonathan flipped over midair and came falling like a meteor, with his right fist limbed in light. Ping it back at the last moment, he punched with all of his might, driving his fist through the monster's stomach. The beast shuddered under the force of the blow, but mustered enough strength to reach out one last time and grab Jonathan. It groaned and threw him towards the wall at high speeds, even faster than he could react. As Jonathan slammed into the wall, the monster faded away into nothingness, and a level entered him, healing him of his many wounds. A bright light shone in the center of the arena, and a pop-up screen appeared in front of Jonathan. You have completed this challenge with an average rating of A. You have merited the second tier of rewards for your efforts. A series of items started to spill out of the air in the center of the arena, and Jonathan walked towards them. There were no pieces of armor or weapons, but there were plenty of other things that could prove to be useful. A cascade of Leviathan marks fell down around the sides of the light, and Jonathan stooped down to start picking them up. Before he could waste too much time, however, a small leather pouch dropped down beside him. Jonathan looked over at the bag, perplexed, and picked it up, opening it. The inside of the bag was unusually dark, and he assumed that it was some sort of joke on the behalf of the system. In any case, it would prove useful for storing some of the coins in front of him. He began to shovel coins into the bag, quickly noticing that it didn't seem to be filling up. Frowning, he scanned the bag. Basic storage device. Tier 1 magical item. This diminutive leather pouch is not what it seems from the outside. It has been enchanted to be able to hold many times what its appearance might suggest. This particular storage device can hold up to 100 pounds of miscellaneous items, without weighing any more than its normal weight. You may check the contents of the bag by scanning it. Contents: 145 Leviathan marks. Jonathan raised an eyebrow at this, and continued to shovel coins into the bag. It seemed like this thing would prove to be useful for storing his goods in, at least. The money quickly vanished into the bottomless pit of the bag, and he scanned it once more, revealing that he possessed a bit over 500 Leviathan marks. The coins might as well have been gone, from how much their presence was noticeable to Jonathan through the bag. He clipped it to the side of his armor, and started to check out the other items around him. There were a few rings, an amulet, and even a small vial of some reddish substance that he recognized as a health potion, like the ones that he had seen within the last city. Jonathan started to scan the rings one by one, interested in how much of an effect they would have on his power. The first ring was a small band of silver, with an ornate green stone set into the center. Basic Ring of Life. Tier 1 Magical Item. This ring infuses the wearer with supernatural health, allowing them to take more strikes than usual. It does not provide any sort of concrete bonus, but increases the general durability of one's body. Jonathan quickly slid the ring on and felt a pleasant sensation of warmth rush through him, seeming to energize his cells as it passed. The next ring looked a lot more sinister, and it was a band of black iron with a ruby in it. Basic Ring of Lifesteal. Tier 1 Magical Item. Wearing this ring allows you to siphon a small portion of the damage that you deal to enemies into your own body by using the ring as a conduit. The portion healed is minimal, but it will add up over a prolonged battle. This ring seemed to be a little less useful, depending on how much the effect actually did, but Jonathan still put it on anyway. He wasn't going to pass up on free power. After that ring, there were two more, and he analyzed them both in turn. Basic Ring of Alacrity. Tier 1 Magical Item. This ring imbues the wearer with preternatural speed and skill, accentuating their natural dexterity. When wearing this ring, you may be able to achieve things that are past your norm, depending on your original power. The ring seemed to be a simple multiplicative bonus to his dexterity stat, or at least to its effect on his body, which was always useful. Jonathan slid it on, and felt a small but noticeable boost to his agility. Before he could get distracted, he looked at the last ring, which was a band of iron with a yellow gemstone in the center. Basic Ring of Physicality. Tier 1 Magical Item. This ring increases the wearer's natural strength by a small but noticeable amount, allowing them to eke more out of their natural power than before. Jonathan smiled and put the ring on. This would be possibly the most useful one yet. With all of the rings on, Jonathan made his way over to the amulet, which was the final item left on the ground. Basic Amulet of a Mage. Tier 1 Magical Item. You gain small bonuses to your mana manipulation abilities while wearing this ring, as well as a boost to your overall mana capacity. It was a bit annoying that the items did not give any real stat bonuses, but from what Jonathan could tell, they still had quite the effect. As he put the amulet on, the arena started to shake and it vanished without a trace, revealing a tunnel leading further into the dungeon. Jonathan started towards the exit, with all of his new rings and items on, and quite a bit richer than before. That arena had been harrowing, but it had given him quite a boost overall. Before leaving, he checked on his last notification, which was for a new skill. You have upgraded one of your skills. Unravel. Epic Dash, Decaying Touch, Legendary. Your mana is anathema to all other forms of mana now, and your efforts to unravel the spells of other mages will be boosted significantly by the element of the void that is contained within your magical attacks. Few spells of your own rank will be able to resist the effects of this skill. Jonathan closed the notification and kept walking towards the exit of the cave, ready to find out what was in store for him next. The level of the cave dropped down as he approached the tunnel, and he was soon met with an imposing wall of blackness that even his advanced eyesight couldn't pierce. This tunnel was completely dark, and he had no choice but to stride into the unknown. He was confident in his abilities to defend against most things that could harm him within this dungeon, and he stepped into the darkness without a second thought. There had been one last notification, but it simply had told him that he had leveled up twice. As he walked forward, a series of sibilant whispers began to call out to him from the bottom of the tunnel, drawing him in. At least they gave him something to plot his course with. Lights flickered on and off within the tunnel, and Jonathan could tell that this was the last stretch of the dungeon. It was trying to intimidate him before he reached the boss, but he would not fall for the tricks of this place. The only true danger in here was the final boss, and nothing else was worth noticing. The tunnel kept sloping downwards, and eventually a light blossomed at the end of it, shining through the darkness. Jonathan paused before the end, and peered down into the light, trying to get a glimpse of what was there. A small cavern beckoned, with a strange hut in the center of it. All around it were hundreds of statues, each in remarkably lifelike poses. This was definitely the lair of the boss. Jonathan lowered himself down the tunnel, staying on his hands and knees so as to not alert whatever was in there to his presence. Other than the hut and the statues, the place was completely empty, and the walls were made out of nondescript gray stone. It looked quite unassuming for the final stage of the dungeon. Hissing noises came from the center of the cavern, and Jonathan could make out a shape through one of the windows. It looked like a human, but faint shadows whirled around its head, which he assumed were snakes, like in the myths. Knowing the Greek myths, Jonathan knew that the monster would only petrify someone if it looked directly into their eyes. As long as he avoided the glare, he would be fine. Perseus had used a shield as a mirror to petrify the Gorgon, but Jonathan doubted something like that would work in this world. In the myths, the only powers that the Gorgon had were its petrification ones. Here, it had the full benefit of dozens of levels under its belt. This would not be an easy fight. Upon seeing that the monster was facing away from him, Jonathan scrambled down the last stretch of the tunnel, landing next to a statue. Half of them seemed to be various adventurers, with the others belonging to monsters or the goblinoid creatures that had previously lived here. Jonathan used the statues as cover and edged towards the hut with his mana on a hair trigger to be summoned. He reached the side of the hut without any incident and peered through one of the windows. What looked like a human woman stood in the hut, leaning over a bowl of something. She had green skin and hair made out of snakes. In addition, her body was misshapen. It was a hideous creature, and Jonathan ducked beneath the windowsill before it could turn around. He would need to come up with a plan of attack for this one. The monster seemed content to be doing whatever it was doing within the hut, which looked as if it was eating something. Jonathan started to slide towards the door, ready to enter. His idea was that he would burst in and pinpoint the monster with his enhanced senses, closing his eyes as he attacked. However, he made sure to wait until he heard the monster go silent before attempting to do so. The creature was almost completely still in general, and Jonathan realized that he had not heard a single noise from the thing this entire time. As he edged toward the door, he flashed backwards as it swung open suddenly, revealing the side profile of the monster. It looked around suspiciously before retreating back into its hut to whatever it had been doing a second before. Jonathan had managed to analyze it in that brief moment, and was now a bit more knowledgeable about his opponent. Desolation Medusa, level 75. As expected, it was about 5 levels above the maximum for this dungeon. The system had warned him about how the levels could fluctuate when it came to the boss. Seeing as the monster was not physically imposing, Jonathan assumed that it possessed great magical power, not least of which was presumably its petrification abilities. Jonathan nodded to himself and made his way towards the door, ready to attack. "You adventurers are all the same," a low and feminine voice said, coming from inside the hut. "Always assuming that I'm nothing more than a monster. See how that turned out for them." It looked like the monster had already sensed his presence. Jonathan remained stalwart, however, and stayed silent. "I can hear your heartbeat. There is no hiding from me. If that is so, then why don't you come and fight me?" Jonathan replied. There was a chance that the monster was simply trying to get inside his head. The creature laughed, sounding disturbingly like a normal human woman in the process. "Silly boy, you will come to me, will you not? You need to claim my head to escape this place. Why should I bother myself in chasing after prey that is all too willing to deliver itself into my jaws? So you plan to eat me? What about the people that you turned into statues?" Jonathan was wasting time with this banter, but he was intrigued about the insights that the monster had. "You seem different from the normal adventures. Usually they come in groups of 4 or 5 and are not worth my appetite. However, you give off an aura of refined power that is rare. Your meat will be especially sweet." The creature's voice sunk at the end of that declaration, revealing it for what it truly was. A monster. Jonathan sensed that this conversation had come to a finish, and he drew back his fist, ready to break down the door. He drove it forwards and splintered the wood with a single punch, revealing the inside of the hut. He shut his eyes immediately and was able to pinpoint the position of the Medusa without his sight. "You are a fool. You merely blinded yourself." The others were at least more resourceful. Jonathan managed to conceal a smile. The monster had no idea that he had passed all of his thresholds and possessed the superior senses of an advanced human. He decided to play into the ruse a bit more, and suddenly snapped out a punch at the open air in front of him, stumbling at the end so as to make it seem like he had been aiming for the monster. There was a girlish laugh, and the air stirred to the right of his head. Jonathan remained still for as long as he could, and then he shot out his hand, grabbing something long and scaly in it. With a grunt, he pulled, tearing the snake out of the creature's head. He could feel a tiny amount of power enter him and reinforce his body. That was the effect of his new ring, it seemed. With a quick step, he drove his fist into the Medusa's face, sending it flying backwards, crashing through the walls of the hut. Jonathan resisted the temptation to open his eyes, and he followed the disturbed air towards the hole in the wall, getting ready to strike once more. The monster rose to its feet and hissed at Jonathan. He could not see its face, but he could tell that it was furious. No more words were spoken, and it seemed as if the monster had simply devolved into animalistic rage. That suited him just fine in any case. Jonathan walked forwards, keeping a supercilious grin on his features. He knew that he was better than the Medusa, deprived of all its tricks, and it knew it as well. The monster would have been an almost impossible challenge without his enhanced senses, but he was apparently a natural counter to its abilities. However, he remained wary. He had already theorized about the presence of other abilities within the monster's roster of power. One of those abilities suddenly came to the fore now, and he heard a ripping noise coming from the direction of the Medusa. Straining his perception to the utmost, he got a vague picture of the creature expanding in size, growing until it was almost double his height. No longer was it a small, almost petite creature. Now it was a true monster. Jonathan ducked to the side as he heard a punch come whistling in, and he realized that his senses were even more developed than he had expected. He could sense things almost as well as if his eyes were open, even with them shut. It was like there was a field of perception around himself that he could use to fight with. It only extended out for about 10 feet, but it was interesting to discover anyway. The monster roared in anger and swiped out with its hand once more, trying to catch him. Jonathan narrowed his eyes in order to focus more effectively and tried to pinpoint the position of the creature's hand. He lashed out and brushed against the flesh, almost catching onto it. However, he was a bit too imprecise, and the monster managed to slam its hand into the side of his face, sending him rolling across the ground. It had hit with immense force, but Jonathan was surprisingly all right, the benefit of his extended multiplier from his titles. He got to his feet slowly and heard another whistle of air coming from his front, signaling something that seemed to be a flying kick. Jonathan pushed off the ground and landed 10 feet away, hearing something crash into the stone, cracking it. He got to his feet and rushed forwards, punching towards where he had heard the sound last. The monster was fast, but its body was quite large, and Jonathan managed to land a hit, sinking his fist into flesh. He pulsed his mana out through his fist as he did so, atomizing a small section of the creature flesh. The monster roared and reached out with its massive hand, grabbing him by the throat. Jonathan struggled, managing to pry the monster's fingers loose with his immense strength. As he dropped down to the ground, however, a fist caught him in his stomach, driving the air out of him and rupturing something within his abdomen. Jonathan spat out blood as he flew, landing in the middle of the cottage's wreckage. He spat out more blood as he rose, a bit disorientated. The monster charged him, its footsteps echoing across the ground as it ran. It did not seem to care for stealth, now that it had tasted blood. He might have been able to fight against the monster somewhat with his enhanced senses, but he was unable to use his more developed martial skill, which needed him to be able to see. Jonathan waited until he could hear the monster coming near, and then jumped straight up, avoiding a strike from below. He came down with his fist at the ready, coated in void aspect mana. The purple attack slammed into the monster's face and knocked it to the ground, drawing blood. The creature hissed, and Jonathan felt something latch on his arm, biting into it. His arm started to go numb from the attack, and he realized that he had just been bitten by a snake. He groaned and withdrew, holding his arm, which was starting to become unresponsive. The Medusa laughed at him and padded forwards, trying to come bare enough to strike. Jonathan closed his eyes and began to focus on his mana pool within him, seeing an orb of purplish light within the center of his chest. He took a tendril out of it and then moved it into his arm. A terrible burning sensation spread throughout the limb, and Jonathan screamed. Steam rose up from the air, carrying away the poison with it. The mana was quite literally burning it out of his body. His numbness stopped spreading, and then left, leaving him in full command. Jonathan stepped forward and raced toward the site where he had last heard the monster, driving his fist outwards as he did so. It seemed that the monster had been shocked at this recovery, as the strike hit home. Jonathan felt blood spurt up beneath his fist, and he smiled grimly, sending his energy out through his fist and evaporating the flesh. The monster screamed in pain, and Jonathan struck again and again, pulping its flesh. The Medusa pushed him off of itself and slammed its hands into his chest, knocking him off his feet. Jonathan spat up more blood and caught himself on the side of a nearby statue, pushing off it with an explosion of breaking stone. He reached the Medusa moments later, managing to keep on the same trajectory that he had been sent flying off on. He ped back his fist and sent his divinity into it, causing it to light up with a solemn red glow. The mana orb came next, and when the attack landed, it landed with devastating force. Jonathan could not see its effects, but he could certainly feel them. Flesh exploded under the force of his power, and the Medusa shot backwards, slamming into the far wall a few hundred feet away. Jonathan pulled back his fist and waited for the monster to make its move, unable to detect it from this far away. The creature screeched in pain, and it seemed to be on its last legs from what Jonathan could hear. It came charging towards him regardless, much slower than it had previously done. It was seriously injured at this point, and Jonathan was comparatively unscathed. Sure, he had some injuries, but he could mitigate their effect. He waited for the creature to come to him, and when he heard its little bread breeze in front of him, he struck out. The monster tried to dodge, but it was too inhibited by its injuries, and Jonathan's strike hit home, breaking the creature's left arm. It roared at him, and a sudden light burned through his eyelids, forcing him to look at the world in front of him. The Medusa had one hand outstretched, with a faint glow quickly fading around it. The monster was in terrible shape, but there was a grim smile on its face. Jonathan tried to move, but he realized that his legs were completely unresponsive. Looking down, he saw that they were slowly turning to gray stone. He tried to move, but he was unable to, and all that happened was that he fell over. The Medusa shifted back into its normal form and laughed. Part of your body will be ruined by this, but I will still savor the taste of your flesh, it said, as it bent over to bite him. Jonathan had other plans, though. He pulsed his divinity through his body, burning away the stone with an application of his smite skill. Jonathan slowly rose, his body burning with divine light as he did so. The Medusa took a step backwards, and in Jonathan's eyes, it saw its own death. He could feel its power trying to take a hold of him and petrify his body, but could gain no purchase on his ironclad defenses. Jonathan rushed forwards, so fast that it almost seemed like teleportation, and smashed his right hands into the Medusa's face. Bone shattered, and its brain burst beneath his strike, causing the monster's head to explode. Essence entered him, and he gritted his teeth, using the healing to ride out the damage from his use of his smite skill. He had leveled up twice from that kill, which was a bit less than he had been expecting. It seemed like he was starting to be able to deal with the damage better than before. Jonathan took a few deep breaths, and then was suddenly caught off guard by a drilling punch that caught him in the back. He was driven off his feet and face-planted hard. Jonathan rolled forwards and got to his feet, turning around to see his assailant. To his surprise, it was him. A figure dressed in the same suit of armor as him, and with the same weapons, stood there, grinning at him. "Hello, Jonathan. Or should I say me?" the clone said, taking a few steps forward. "Who the hell are you?" Jonathan asked the creature, getting ready to fight. Whatever this thing was, it was clearly hostile. "I'm the dark copy of you that was created at the very beginning of this dungeon. If I defeat you, I will get to claim your life as my own. What better type of desolation than that at your own hands?" It was clearly a rhetorical question as the clone sprang forward and punched towards Jonathan, its fists glowing with blue light. Jonathan got ready to block and then paused, taking in the sight. Whatever this thing was, it did not possess any of his unique abilities or traits. It still had his skills and presumably his stats, but this fight would be a lot easier than he had expected. Jonathan squared his stance and then lashed out with his fists, trying to catch his opponent off guard. However, the doppelganger had the same martial abilities as him, and it avoided the attack, continuing its trajectory. Its fist slammed into his stomach, folding him over. He coughed up blood and then retaliated, his fist glowing with the power of the void. He landed a hit in the same spot, but this one tore straight through the chainmail armor and into the clone's stomach. A look of profound confusion entered its features as it stumbled backwards, and Jonathan did not let it get back in control. He stepped up and drove a devastating right hook into the creature's jaw, knocking it to the side. It possessed his immense durability, as the strike did not instantly kill it, but he dislocated its jaw. Jonathan whipped up his left fist and shattered the jaw entirely, dazing the clone. He wailed on his dark mirror image and gritted his teeth, focusing on making sure that it did not recover. Sometime later, he found that he had retreated into his battle trance, and that the battle had already finished, with his clone lying on the floor in front of him in a bloody heap. As he beheld his work, the dungeon started to fade away. The world around him started to swirl, and he was transported to a nondescript room, filled with seemingly random items. A large notification hovered in front of him, informing him that he could pick 3 of the items that he saw in front of himself. The room was divided into 3 parts. The one closest to him contained a multitude of weapons, all of which looked quite powerful. Massive swords sat by gleaming bows that seemed to be wrought out of the most exotic materials that Jonathan had ever seen. On the next ring, there were all manner of suits of armor, from the commonplace to the absurd. Jonathan saw one in particular that caught his eyes. It looked exactly like the sort of armor that the Hellbreaker should have. It was a matte black suit of plate metal armor that looked to be built for durability. It was a bit on the worn side, compared to the sparkling armor around it, but it caught his eye regardless. Without a moment's hesitation, he knew that this was the suit of armor for him. Firstly, however, he wanted to see if there were any weapons that were worth taking. The entire room was about 100 feet wide, and the section with the weapons in it took about a quarter of the area, in order to make up for the space that the armor took up. The closest weapon to Jonathan was a pair of short swords. They sat on a small platform that was made out of some dark metal. The weapons themselves were made out of silvery steel, with a few dark accents along the blade. He wasn't interested in using them, but he did scan them to see how good the quality of the rewards from this dungeon was. Nightblade, twin words. Tier 1 growth weapon bladed. Twin blades wielded by assassins. These swords are perfect for any dastardly deeds best carried out in the dead of night. Small, unassuming, and incredibly sharp, there are few things within the realm of Tier 1 power that these weapons cannot damage. These swords have the ability to grow with the user, up to a maximum of tier upgrade reagents. Tier 2 monster blood, Tier 2 steel. Plus 12 to dexterity while wielding. Jonathan raised one eyebrow, surprised by the additional section of the interface. This was the first time that he had heard anything about growth weapons. The weapon itself was about as good as his gauntlets, with a 12-point stat bonus, but that would presumably increase as the weapon grew in power. Still, he preferred his gauntlets for now, at least until he could find an upgrade. Jonathan put the weapons back, and searched around the rest of the area for something that he could use instead of his gauntlets. However, there did not seem to be anything there as far as he could tell that would be a perfect replacement. There were a few knuckle dusters and similar weapons, but nothing like his own ones, which towed the line between weapon and armor. Just as he was about to give up, however, he spotted a glowing chunk of blue rock that seemed to exude an aura of concentrated power. He edged over to it, not sure what exactly he was looking at. It was in the weapons section, which meant that it was powerful, but it clearly was not any sort of weapon. Jonathan picked it up and scanned it a moment later. Soul Core weapon. Tier 1 upgrade orb. This orb can be used to infuse any Tier 1 weapon with the ability to grow in power, up to a maximum of tier. It can only be used once, after which it will be destroyed. It seemed to be exactly what Jonathan had been looking for, and it looked as if the system had thought this section of the dungeon out well. If someone had an exotic weapon that they could not find a replacement for here, they could simply use this to boost their original one. Jonathan took the orb in both hands and felt it start to shake. A notification popped up, asking him if he wanted to use it. He hit yes, and watched as the stones split off into streamers of blue light that sank into the gauntlets. The weapons glowed briefly, and then went back to their normal color. They did not feel any different physically, but they had a greater weight to them now than before, a spiritual weight. Jonathan smiled, and made his way towards the next section of the room. It was time to check out the suit of armor that had caught his eye earlier. He made his way into the rows of armor racks that took up the next section of the room, and soon found himself standing in front of the black suit of plate armor. None of the other suits of armor had caught his eye on the way there, and he was content to look at this one first. Even if it was bad, he could simply look at the other ones then after. Jonathan scanned the armor, eager to see just exactly what he was dealing with here. Hell Knight plate. Tier 1 growth armor, heavy. This suit of armor, while battered, is one of the best of its kind that you will find within this circle of the infinite hells. Made for a servant of Granaf long ago, this suit has since been lost, only to be reconstituted by the system as a reward for the most daring of dungeon delvers. You have caught the attention of the system with your prowess, which has resulted in you earning this armor. This suit has the ability to grow with the user, up to a maximum of tier growth reagents. Tier 2 bone, Tier 2 blood, Tier 2 dark iron. Plus 12 to resilience, plus 12 to constitution. Minus 6 to dexterity while wearing. The armor was exactly what he was looking for. It had an unfortunate demerit to dexterity, but it was minimal compared to the rest of his stats. The boost that it gave overall was greater than any piece of equipment that Jonathan had possessed before. In addition, It had an even higher growth potential than the other items in here. Jonathan took off his chainmail armor and put on the new suit, watching as it tightened to fit his body. The suit was quite heavy, much heavier than any normal person could hope to wear, but to Jonathan it merely felt like he was wearing a few layers of clothes. The dexterity penalty was likely from the fact that moving while in it was a bit clumsier than normal, given that it was quite thick rather than from the weight. Jonathan put his old suit of armor into a storage device, marveling at how it just vanished into there, despite being many times larger than the pouch. Jonathan left the suits of armor behind and moved on to the final part of the rewards room, where a random assortment of items were displayed. It was filled with all sorts of things, from rings to brooches to even more storage devices. This was a section where one could find almost anything, and there were easily thousands of items on display here. Jonathan started to walk around the circle, inspecting everything that he could set his eyes on. The overall quality of work here was a bit worse than with the armor and the weapons, but it was still some good stuff overall. Many of the rings gave stat bonuses, as opposed to the ones that he had received earlier in the dungeon. Eventually, he decided to go with a small band of silver that gave a 12-point boost to dexterity, which would cancel out the effects of his armor and give him a boost as well. Sliding the ring on, Jonathan watched as the room began to shake, and soon it vanished before his eyes. Jonathan blinked once, and found himself standing outside of the cave, back in the ash heaps. He quickly climbed up the side of the cave entrance, wanting to get a look at something other than gray rock for once. The heat of the land was the first thing that he noticed, quite different from the coolness of the caves. The second thing that he noticed was the large army surrounding the dungeon, with all of their weapons pointed towards him. There were what looked like hundreds of grim-faced men and women facing him, all of whom were seemingly ready to fight at a moment's notice. Their ranks were uniformly spaced, in a way that allowed them to surround the entire dungeon entrance with their numbers. They all wielded a mix of various melee weapons, and strangely enough, there did not seem to be any mages or even ranged fighters. It seemed like they had made some assumptions about Jonathan's fighting style, based on his magical unbinding skill and his durability. Most ranged weapons at this level would be useless against him, unless they were overwhelmingly powerful. They were staring directly at him, and Jonathan regarded them with a stony glare, wondering if they were actually there for him or not, given that none of them had moved a muscle. Jonathan moved to the side, and when their eyes followed him, he realized that he had been spotted. A heavily armored figure stepped forward from amid the ranks, his strides shaking the ground. The man's size and the form of his armor marked him to clearly be such. He was dressed in a suit of red and black plate armor, and seemed to be a similar fighter to Jonathan. His fists were covered in giant metal gauntlets that were designed for brutal crushing attacks, rather than the quick and efficient punches of Jonathan's gauntlets. They were covered in banded metal, and were a lot more unwieldy than his own weapons. However, the gauntlets looked just as deadly. In addition, a concentrated aura of power surrounded the man, promising bloodshed. "Jonathan Harlow," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "I am Downer, 95th Captain of the Legions of Granath. You have been found in violation of the laws of this land, and your punishment is death." Jonathan did not respond, instead looking for a way out. He quickly scanned the army, his eyes glossing over the individuals. His heart sank as he saw their levels. All of them were at least level 50, and the leader himself was level individually. They were not too much of a threat, and the captain was the only one of concern, but together, Jonathan did not have a chance in hell of winning, which was apt considering the situation. However, there was something that was bothering him, something that did not make sense. He had clearly become enough of a nuisance to the forces of Granath to be known to them by name, yet they did not simply send some tier 2 after him to deal with him. That did not make sense, unless... "So that's why I haven't died yet," Jonathan said. "Something is preventing Granath from sending his strongest fighters after me." Jonathan smirked beneath his helm. "And given the way that the hells are set up, it must be because of my power. He can send as many fighters at my level as he wants, but he cannot simply send someone who will obliterate me outright. Isn't that right?" "You misbegotten fool," Downer blustered, his voice a bit on edge. "You know nothing about the workings of the hells." Jonathan smiled. He had gotten all the confirmation that he needed. He knew a bit more about the world around him now. He would use that information to great effect later on. As he faced off against the enemy army, he received a notification from the system. "You have discovered a universal law, keyed to the infinite hells. The law of honest battle. Any circle lord, or their immediate subordinates, cannot use their power to directly assault any being that is less than 3 times weaker than them, with the exception of assault onto their personages or on their direct possessions. However, if this restriction is broken, it is broken permanently. This is to prevent the complete hegemony of circle lords over their circles, and to preserve the sanctity of the universal struggle." There was a lot of unfamiliar nomenclature in there, but it seemed to make sense to Jonathan. As far as he could tell, this was not done out of the goodness of the system's heart, but in order to preserve its juicy share of the essence stock available within its purview. Seeing as the hells contained a large portion of all of this universe's dead, that was a lot of essence being earned by people fighting within it. An amount of essence that was apparently too precious for the system to lose out on. Because of the fact that killing someone much weaker than you granted almost no essence, the system was losing out. However, it only applied to the Circle Lords, and anything else was fair game. Jonathan closed the notification, noting that the enemy had not taken a single step forward. Jonathan strode towards the edge of the cliff, and jumped down, landing on the ground with a loud thump. He eyed up the enemy leader, and spoke. "I have a proposal for you. I challenge you to a duel here and now, with the stakes being my life. If I win, then your army will retreat. If you win, well, I'll be dead. No, the enemy captain replied, before signaling for his men to attack. Jonathan sighed. It had been worth a try. Noticing that the enemies were starting to close in on his position, breaking off from their carefully arrayed ranks, Jonathan quickly made a decision. He immediately started running towards a weak spot in the enemy ranks, spotting an opportunity for escape. He could have fallen for the trap and ran the opposite way, but he knew that there were blind spots where the enemy leader could have positioned troops to surprise him if he tried to do so. Besides, he was eager to test his newfound power against something other than beasts. He had no wish to fight here and die, and he would prioritize his survival, but he knew that he was strong enough to get away if he did this right. However, Downer had other plans. The man reached out towards Jonathan, and a tendril of reddish energy whipped out his hand, snapping towards Jonathan's feet. It looked like a mana construct, and Jonathan recognized it as being imbued with some sort of elemental affinity, as his own one responded to it. It tripped him up before he could react fully, however, moving so fast that it was almost a blur. It seemed that Downer had some tricks of his own. The tendril closed around his feet, preventing him from rising. Downer strode towards him, the man trying to get to Jonathan before he escaped. Dark lightning crackled around his massive gauntlets, promising violence if he reached Jonathan. Jonathan slammed his mana down into the tendril binding his feet, causing it to crack apart with small lines of purple energy running through it. He tore his feet free, breaking apart the fraying red energy. He got to his feet and kept running, building up speed and power for his initial impact with the enemy lines. At this rate, he would reach them before they reached him. He hit the soldiers a few seconds later, and he bowled through them, his superior physical strength enough to overpower the first rank, breaking bones and stunning the soldiers nearest him. However, they piled up behind each other, supporting each other with their hands and weapons, and managed to stop his assault. Jonathan pushed as hard as he could, finding that they were too tightly braced, and then jumped backwards, watching as the soldiers stumbled. He would hazard a guess that they had never had to deal with someone as powerful as him in open combat. He then leaped over their heads, avoiding another attack from Downer. The WHP of Red Light, instead, snatched up one of the soldiers, whipping them backwards across the heads of their fellows. Downer didn't seem to care, instead snapping his wrist and sending the soldier flying off towards the dungeon. Jonathan kept running as he landed, amid a group of fighters. They were all clad in silvery armor, with a few black accents, but he fancied that he could see them paling in terror as he began to attack. Jonathan summoned his void drills to his hands, creating orbs of dark purple light around them. With a deep breath, he began to attack. He punched multiple times every second, creating afterimages of his fists as he did so. The soldiers that he struck head on turned into showers of watery gore, and even the strikes that did not hit ended up taking off limbs. Jonathan did not pay attention to the individual soldiers as he fought, simply thinking about punching and kicking. He had to dodge a bit as well, as the enemies, while much weaker than him, were still relatively high-leveled. The one good thing about being buried in the middle of this morass was that Downer was having a hard time getting to him. The enemy soldiers were starting to break before the indomitable will of his attacks, and Jonathan was starting to break through to the other side. Now their strategy of bunching together was working against them, as even though they would be able to repel a charge, the soldiers at the front of the lines were now vulnerable to melee combat. If he managed to escape, then there would be no stopping him. If they had sent a few people of Downer's caliber, then this might have gone differently, but as it was, he was actually benefiting from the high numbers of relatively weak foes. Essence was entering him in a constant stream that, while lacking much depth, still ended up making a difference in the grand scheme of things. If he killed every last one of these soldiers, then he probably would have gained a level. However, he was not planning to do so. His new armor was being tested greatly in this fight, and it seemed to be doing an excellent job of turning attacks away with its thick plate armor. Jonathan was glad that he had picked this suit over all else, and it was certainly holding up well to all assault. As Jonathan slowly but surely forced his way towards the back of the enemy army, Downer was desperately trying to get to him. The captain had not been in a serious fight in his entire time in the legions of Granath, as few people ever dared to assault a member of the army. The forces of the Circle were more for show than anything else, and while they contained quite a few high-level people, they lacked any sort of real-world experience. Such are the benefits and the downsides of their positions. Sure, they trained extensively with each other in the ways of war and their martial paths, but the fact was, Jonathan was a battle-hardened veteran, and they were not. Downer had only ever killed those far weaker than himself, and now that he was coming up against someone who could actually put up a fight, his resolve was crumbling somewhat. Jonathan was proving to be far stronger than even the most exaggerated of reports had indicated, and Downer wasn't sure what to do. He was ineffectively trying to get through the ranks of his men, but he wasn't sure what would happen even if he managed to reach his target. He had never been in a true life or death battle before, and he was sure that if he engaged Jonathan in a proper duel, then he could just as easily die as defeat the other man. Those were unacceptable odds to Downer. Instead, he tried to target the man from afar, sending his WHP-like strikes over the heads of his fellows. They were proving to be quite useless, however. Jonathan ignored the attacks coming in from behind, and used the soldiers around himself as a shield to deter Downer's frequent attacks. The spell that he was using seemed to have a degree of autonomy, and once it latched onto a target, then it pulled them back towards the caster, no matter if they wanted that or not. Because of this, Downer was wasting valuable time as he tried to get to his quarry. Jonathan ducked under a strike from sword-wielding soldiers, and used his fist to redirect the strike into another one of his enemies, breaking through their armor with the force that he imbued into the strike. At least his martial skills were getting a good workout here. He had discovered that his redirection skill could be applied to almost anything with movement, and that it worked on the attacks of his enemies as well, as long as he got to it first. He sensed that he was starting to come closer to an upgrade for the skill, but he would need to refine it a bit more first. He would use these soldiers to do so. It was easy enough to deal with them, as they all seemed to be mirrors of themselves, trained from the same MSTR, most likely. There were only a few weapons that Jonathan could see being used, and out of them, the sword was by far the most common. It wasn't that they were bad, per se, but they lacked any sort of drive past the mastery of their own techniques. They weren't like Jonathan, who had dealt with danger since entering this world. Likely, none of them had ever been in a situation where they had to fight for their lives on their own. They probably had lived quite a sheltered life, or as sheltered a life as one could within the infinite hells. It wasn't like there were any frequent uprisings around here anyway. Jonathan was giving them a good workout. He weaved around their strikes like they were from the most unskilled of children, and used his fists to teach his foes a permanent lesson. He tried to limit his reliance on his overabundance of stat points halfway into the fight, wanting to train up his martial power. Having his stats, he felt an immense difference from the get-go, and the attacks from the soldiers were suddenly a lot more pressing. His armor was still just as durable, however, which he was counting on. Jonathan knew that he was dancing on a knife's edge here, but he knew that this would be a good opportunity to rank up a few of his skills. As he looked at the soldiers rushing towards him, faster than they had a few seconds before, he raised his fists and began to move. His first attack redirected the sword strike of his closest assailant, and he grabbed the weapon by the blade, slapping it upwards. The soldier was disarmed by the attack, and Jonathan reached out, grabbing the weapon out of the air. He swung it around and cut straight through the soldier's neck, bending this armor in the process. As the body fell, Jonathan threw aside the sword and ducked under an axe, kicking out into the knee of the soldiers who had sent his way. The joint buckled backwards and the man stumbled, allowing Jonathan to drive a devastating uppercut into his jaw. Blood flew in an arc as he landed his attack, and the man landed 10 feet away in the midst of his companions. Even though Jonathan was limiting his power somewhat, he was still stronger than any of these people here. The only danger to him was in their sheer weight of numbers. However, if it became too dangerous, he would revert back to his normal state. As he progressed, the soldiers began to adapt to his movements, starting to position themselves in a way that allowed for them to attack him while being protected by their fellows. Even if they were not exactly the best of fighters, they were still well trained as it was, and Jonathan sensed that the time for experimentation was over. He quickly went back to his normal rate and powered through the nearby soldiers, pushing them away with his strength. His feet dug deep into the ground as he moved, and he eventually forced enough of the soldiers out of the way to break through to the other side. He did not look back once, and instead started to run at his full speed, racing across the ash as he did so. Behind him, the soldiers turned around and ran in pursuit, but it was pointless. They had made a grave error in the army composition that had been sent after Jonathan. If they had possessed a few ranged fighters, then the outcome might have been quite different. However, they likely had been afraid of his unravel skill being the bane of any mage that attacked him, and as a result, the only person with ranged attacks that they had sent was Downer. In addition, they likely had not expected the difference in power between him entering the dungeon and him exiting it. He had grown in more than just levels within that place, and his newfound connection to his divinity had empowered him more than should have been possible. Jonathan was a bit annoyed that he hadn't been able to fight Downer, but he knew that if he had stayed, he would have died. He had managed to deal with the soldiers around him, but his stamina would have eventually run out, leaving him defenseless. In addition, by the time that he had left, the soldiers were becoming too much of a threat to him as they adapted to his fighting style. Half of his success had been due to shock at his power, rather than his actual prowess itself. Jonathan was strong, but he would not have survived that battle had he not been able to escape. Jonathan spared a glance backwards and saw a figure wreathed in red light racing across the ash, faster than even he was moving. It seemed as if Downer was stepping up his game. The man shot off a blast of red energy towards Jonathan, almost hitting him with the end. It seemed that he focused more on the speed of his spells than anything else. Jonathan ignored the obvious attempt at a provocation and kept running. If he was to fight Downer, he would do it out of range of the rest of his army. Jonathan headed towards a nearby ruin, which seemed like the perfect place to get a vantage point on the nearby land. He doubted that these were the only forces sent to capture or kill him, and he knew that there were likely more in the surrounding lands anyway, even if they were not there for him. Jonathan made a beeline for the crumbling spire of rock and wood, and looked back to see Downer changing course to follow him. The other man was about a mile behind him, but he was slowly gaining on Jonathan as his longer legs were propelling him faster. Despite his heavy armor and seemingly defense-oriented build, Downer was quite fast, which seemed to come into play with his spellcraft as well. Jonathan guessed that the man had invested heavily into dexterity and his mental stats, with a bit added to his other physical ones to complete the build. He was actually similar to Jonathan in a way, just less overpowered. Jonathan kept running, even as he thought about what this meant for the probable fight between the two of them. Downer's signature move was the WHB attack, which Jonathan would have to watch out for. It did not deal any damage, but it would be deadly in a fight, where a moment of weakness could spell the difference between victory and defeat. A few minutes later, Jonathan had reached the tower and was racing up its stone step towards the top. Downer was following along behind him, which was good. He could use this tower to get a bit of ground on the other man. Jonathan reached the top mere second later and looked out across the endless ash fields in front of him. There were what looked to be watchtowers scattered around the area, with one every few dozen miles. In addition, regular patrols of soldiers marched between them in what looked to be some sort of order. Jonathan had not spotted any of these forces on the way in, but he realized that they were all on one side of the tower, the one that was facing the center of the ash heaps. The land around the capital probably became more densely populated, and as a result, more heavily defended the closer that one got to Granath's seat of power. With this in mind, Jonathan leaped off the side of the tower and started to run in the opposite direction from the towers. Downer roared in anger behind him, infuriated at the fact that Jonathan simply kept running rather than staying to fight. Jonathan grinned. The other man would be getting the fight that he wanted soon enough. By this point, the rest of the army sent to fight him, if it could really be called an army, was so far behind that Jonathan could have slowed to a walking pace, and they still would have taken a while to reach him. There was a clear divide between fighters and elites within this world, and although the soldiers were quite powerful in their own right and highly leveled, they could not stand up to someone like Jonathan. The ash kicked up beneath his feet, leaving a faint trail of black behind him as he ran. He reveled in his speed, putting it fully to the test. He was moving at hundreds of miles per hour, and although his stamina bar was dropping quite quickly, he kept at that speed for a few seconds, trying to get a feel for his new parameters after coming out of the dungeon. He hadn't been able to test them properly within the dungeon, as there was not adequate space to do something like run. However, he had plenty of space now. He had almost doubled in power during that dungeon run, counting the increases to his skills as well as to his stats. That was a most impressive achievement, and it meant that he had been justified in his choice to head towards the dungeon. Sometime later, Jonathan looked back and saw that Downer was lagging behind, his stamina having given out somewhat. Now that the man had been softened up, it was the perfect time to strike. Jonathan had been intending to fight him all along, but in a field of battle where the odds favored him. He wheeled around and headed back towards the man, starting to channel his mana as he did so. The purple light blossomed on the ends of his fists, and he reached Downer a few moments later, fresh and ready for a battle. Downer seemed to be quite exhausted from his chase, and when he spotted Jonathan coming in, he stopped and raised his fists, ready for a fight. Jonathan did not slow down as he approached, and as Downer snapped his wrist, projecting out a tendril of red light towards Jonathan's legs, he sent out his awareness towards the attack, managing to get a hold of it. He sent his mana into the tendril a moment later, and it snapped apart midair, falling into a multitude of fragments. By that point, Downer lacked the time to form another one, and Jonathan was upon him. His right fist came in like a bullet, and Downer only managed to cross his arms in time to block the attack. Jonathan dove his weight and strength into the blow and knocked Downer backwards, sending the other man off his feet. Downer rolled on the ground, getting to his feet an instant later. He might have been lacking a bit in strength, but he certainly was fast. In fact, without his armor, he might have been faster than Jonathan. Jonathan circled around the other man, watching out for an opening. Downer grunted and summoned lightning to his hands, causing his gauntlets to crackle with black energy. He roared and slammed his fists together, sending a bolt of electricity SDRKNG straight for Jonathan. Jonathan could not dodge in time or unbind the spell, so he instead crossed his arms in front of himself and summoned his mana to his arms, focusing on empowering the void aspect within it. The lightning hit a millisecond later, and Jonathan screamed as his body withered under the strike. The mana coating his arms wicked away some of the lightning, destroying it, but a lot of it made its way through and started to drain Jonathan's health bar. He gritted his teeth and took a step forwards, focusing on his opponent. Downer snorted and slammed his fists together again, redoubling his efforts. Jonathan was almost blasted off his feet, but he instead harnessed more of his mana, sending it back through the stream of lightning, connecting himself with Downer. The lightning bolt started to come apart, veins of purple light running up and down its length. Downer tried to cancel the skill, but it exploded, driving Downer's hands apart and blasting him off his feet. As the man got up, he surreptitiously edged backwards. Jonathan knew exactly what he was doing, though, and he saw that the man was trying to lead him back towards his supporting forces, who were starting to near their position. Instead of continuing the fight, as he wanted to, Jonathan instead took off once more. He wouldn't let his ego bait him into a trap like this. He did not need to defeat Downer, only to escape. Downer stared at Jonathan's back and clenched his fists so hard that blood ran down his hands. He was being actively mocked by his quarry, and his sense of pride could not stand for that. He sighed and reached down to his belt, taking out a strange orb that looked to be composed of pure fire, condensed down to the size of a marble. It was a special gift from Granath himself, to be used if Jonathan escaped him. Bracing himself for the pain to come, Downer threw the orb after Jonathan. Jonathan heard something SDRKNG through the air behind him, whistling as it flew. He rolled forwards, anticipating a strike to his back, but he was not prepared for what came next. There was a light clink, and then a pillar of flame shot up into the atmosphere, easily 1,000 feet wide. Jonathan was lifted off his feet, and his flesh melted into his armor. He was launched high up into the air, and he screamed in pure agony. His armor was glowing a cherry red from the heat, and his enhanced durability was almost a curse, as it refused to let him die. He felt like a shooting star, his body blazing red from the heat. Jonathan swam in and out of consciousness as he fell, and he saw the horizon spinning around him, around and around, the blackness of the ash merging with the sky. The Ashen Citadel was hot this time of year, although that was true almost always. The only times that it was different was when Granath devoured the souls of the dead, creating a miasma of chilling mist that spread through the city streets. Talnor Gran, junior scribe of the Ash Heaps Messaging Guild, scrambled across a dubious-looking puddle of liquid towards his goal. The city was utterly immense, and all but the most experienced of its citizens became lost now and again. It was made up of twisting alleyways and towers of dark rock and metal that rose up above the ash like a dark monster squatting on the world. It was not an enticingly created city, but it certainly was imposing, the very vision of what the capital of the Circle of Hell should be. Of course, one could always use the shadow of Granath's Keep, the largest building in the city, to find one's direction. It towered above all else, stretching over 1,000 feet into the sky. It had been raised by dark magic and brute force, constructed an untold number of eons ago, back when this world was young. The city was a melting pot of different races, with only one common denominator. Everyone living there had given themselves, body and soul, to the service of Granath. One could not live in the city without showing proof of their fealty, which meant a written and system-approved contract stating that they would never attempt to rebel or harm their overlords. The Messaging Guild was involved in this bit of bureaucracy in a minor function, as it was an off-branch of the larger and more established Scribes Guild. Such mundane things as guilds had reached into the hells from back in the real world, but in any case, even hell needed a government to not devolve into a state of anarchy. Besides, red tape was sometimes worse than any physical torment. Today, Talnor was intimately involved with that red tape. He bore a parcel of important letters, to be delivered straight to the Ashen Throne itself, for Granath's eyes only. They were rumored to contain information about a new distraction within the Circle, an up-and-comer known as Jonathan Harlow. The Crown tried to suppress the information, but everyone knew who the man was, although not much about him. Apparently, in some small border town, a man had resisted the efforts of the Circle ruler's agents to enlist him to his service, which led to a series of altercations in which two high-ranking officials in the lower half of the Circle's armies were slain. Talnor shivered as he considered what would happen to the man if he was ever caught. He knew that anyone who disrupted the runnings of this Circle and defied Granath was destined to die, but there was still a tiny spark of hope within him that someone, anyone, would make a difference. Talnor dashed past the legions of downtrodden and depressed individuals that called this city home. They had good lives, all things considered, but a life of endless servitude was hardly a life by the standards of their past lives. Still, it was better than having their souls devoured and being turned into monsters. As he neared a junction where one of the main roads that directed commerce within the Circle ran through, he was starting to get nervous. He had participated in plenty of harrowing jobs before, delivering messages to border towns, right by the rim, but the dangers posed by the monster that roamed the waste beyond the edges of the settled land were nothing in comparison to the undisputed hegemon of this Circle, Granath the Despoiler. The demographics among the people began to change as he entered the stream of traffic along the road, shifting from the poor and the working class into soldiers and wealthy merchants, returning from their journeys out into the world. All of the food in the ash heaps came from this city, from the hundreds of square miles of agricultural allotments that were kept alive through the sheer power of a cabal of infernal wizards who watered the plants with blood and dark mana. They were known as the Crimson Sect, and they answered only to Granath. None of their number were ever seen by the common folk, and they remained sequestered within the sprawling palace of Granath, but the people of the city were still fearful of them, wary of being taken away to be the fuel for one of their terrible blood sacrifices. Talnor's mind was starting to wander now, which was never good. As a messenger, he had a duty to uphold, no matter how fragile his mental state was at that moment. He picked up his pace, running down the main thoroughfare as quickly as he could without exhausting himself. All of the sights of the city were ignored in his passing, and he only thought about his destination and reaching there on time. He was only about level 30, which was quite weak for a member of one of the guilds, but the opportunities for killing monsters in this area were slim, and the number of ones that would provide ample essence were slimmer still. He would be stuck at this level until he was able to get a promotion, which would allow him to put in a request to be forcibly leveled by some high-ranking member of the army. That would be a day worth remembering when Talnor finally became someone of import. For now, however, he was stuck with the menial job of transporting messages from one side of the city to the other. Half an hour later, he had crossed into the central part of the city, where the most loyal of Granath's subordinates lived. The area was surrounded by a massive wall, which he had only been able to get past because of his status as a member of the guild. Mansions lined the streets, all leading up the palace in the center. The size of the palace was not only a status symbol, but a simple necessity, given the immense size of the Circle Lord. Talnor fancied that he could hear screaming coming from the dark spires of that accursed citadel, but it might have just been his imagination playing tricks on him. In any case, he was here. Talnor was not spared any glances by the inhabitants of this area, because of his sash denoting him as an official member of his guild. Nobody would dare to forge such a thing, and there was little point either. There was nothing to steal within the palace of Granath, not unless you wanted a slow and agonizing death. Talnor entered the soaring gate of the palace a few minutes later, and had to stop and look up in awe at the magnificent building. It was a style that seemed to invoke infernal grandeur, with grimacing monsters inlaid into the sides of the pillars that supported the width of the titanic ceiling. The ground was lined with red and white marble, which had been exported here at great expense from some hell circle further down the line. Granath liked his luxuries. He kept up his pace, however, as he made his way through the halls of the palace. It was a huge building, and he had to keep moving to be able to meet his deadline. Wretched drudges circled the halls, completing various menial tasks, such as cleaning up the floors or wiping down the various pieces of art around the palace until they were spotless. They were completely devoid of any sort of animus beyond the most basic of motive spirits, and they would endlessly clean these halls. Those people were the ones that the MSR had taken a special interest in, and had kept their original forms after devouring them. In that way, they could still serve him after death. Talnor hoped that would not be him. He ran past their forms, and kept going, passing by units of soldiers stationed around the hallways. Some of them moved threateningly towards him, but they were only exercising their ability to cause fear, as none of them disputed his legitimacy in being here. Eventually, he found himself standing outside of a pair of titanic brass doors, inlaid with various scenes of grandeur, each with Granath in its central focus. This door was made out of the blood and bone of one of the living mountains that ringed the ash heaps, and was apparently the remains of one of Granath's greatest conquests, back when he had been young. As Talnor approached, the door swung open on its hinges and revealed a black void inside. Nothing was visible within the throne room, and Talnor took a tentative step inside. Something rustled in the distance, and he yelped in involuntary terror. So, someone had important information for me, and they sent a lowly messenger to deliver it? How interesting. A pale blue light blossomed in the middle of the room, illuminating the bulk of a hideous monster, draped across mounds of leviathan marks and other treasures. Hundreds of feet long, a pale worm writhed in the center of the room, with the upper body of a human, tinged the same pale color as the rest of its body. Its face was blank, save for a slit across its lower half, which was the side of its mouth. The body was relative in size to the body of the worm, and was grotesquely affixed to the rest of the creature by a thin line of fused flesh. Its skin was hideously ridged and covered in the remnants of old injuries, with a few rusting weapons lodged into its body here and there. The creature was quite wide as well, about 20 feet across at its midpoint. The beast swayed from side to side, eyeing up Talnor with curiosity and hunger in its eyes. This was Granath, ruler of the ash heaps. Talnor gulped and knelt down in front of the monster, holding out his message with his right hand. Something snatched it out of his hand, but he didn't dare to look up. Talnor remained in his groveling position as he heard a wet, chortling noise coming from the direction of Granath. The Circle Lord sounded pleased with what he was seeing. Talnor dared to look up and almost screamed as he saw what was happening. In his mirth, Granath had inadvertently opened his humanoid jaw, revealing what looked to be a writhing mass of iridescent blue feelers with his throat. At least Talnor knew how he SCK'd people's souls out of their bodies. The worm looked to be displeased by the disrespect in Talnor looking upon him, and he growled in anger. Granath looked down fully at Talnor a moment later, and his aura erupted out of him, crushing Talnor into the ground. Blood leaked out of Talnor's eyes and ears, and the worm loomed over him as he lay there dying. You messengers should know your place. Let this be a lesson to you. I am king here. Granath laughed low and loud, and slammed his aura down fully, causing Talnor to explode in a shower of blood. As the viscera ran across the floor, an unseen force SCK'd it up into the air and conveyed it into Granath's mouth. With a sickening slurping noise, the Circle Lord fed. He was in a good mood now, as he found out more about the latest nuisance in a long line of would-be heroes. The ash heaps was the weakest of the circles, but it was important to stamp out any unrest, no matter how pathetic its origin. Jonathan Harlow's days were numbered. Back in the land near the dungeon, Jonathan had finally landed, and he was lying on the ground, almost comatose. He could barely see, and his retinas were scorched, making even shifting his gaze a torment. Compared to the agony that the rest of his body was in, however, it was nothing. He could only see about 10 feet away from him, and his ears were so damaged to the point that he could barely hear even his own breaths. And of course, the fiery pain that his body was in made sensing anything with his skin nigh impossible. At least it seemed that the attack had taken Downer out of the equation as well. Jonathan slowly started to heal over, but it took entire minutes for him to even be able to get to his feet again, and by that time, some of the soldiers were within a mile of him. Jonathan was in no condition to run, and he desperately searched for a way to avoid the soldiers. However, he could see nothing there. Then he spotted a blackened shape on the ground next to him, the corpse of Talnor. However, it shifted slightly, and Jonathan smiled, the motion intensely painful. He knew how to escape now. Jonathan hobbled over towards the other man, and reached his side a few seconds later, preparing a powerful strike with his right fist. Well, it was barely more than a wheeze compared to the roar of his normal attacks, but it was enough to finish the job with how injured Downer was. His fist crunched the now brittle armor into pieces, driving them deep into Downer's brain. Essence rushed into Jonathan, and he breathed in relief as he healed. Some of his skin was still tender, but he was in good shape compared to before. Sending one last look back at his pursuers, he took off, back at his full capacity. Jonathan spent the time checking over his notifications, finding that he had managed to improve quite a few of his skills since entering the dungeon. You have reached Apprentice Rank 1 with Martial Arts. You have continued to develop and refine your fighting style, testing it against monsters and men alike. In doing so, you have compressed insights into the nature of unarmed combat into a cohesive unit that you can draw upon in battle. Your skill in this field is still quite lacking, but at least you show a small level of competency now. Plus 10 to strength, plus 5 to dexterity. You have access to a martial skill. Impact rare. You know precisely where to send your strikes to do the maximum amount of damage, whether breaking bones or rending flesh. Your strikes always inflict the maximum damage possible. Accept. Y/N. Jonathan closed the first notification and quickly accepted the new skill. It seemed to have no downside, and the description was quite promising. According to it, it would allow him to refine his strikes and make it so that every last bit of prowess was eked out of it. He doubted that it meant that all of his strikes would instantly kill his enemies, but rather that it would increase his power to the greatest amount possible in the situation that he was in. In any case, he would be able to test it out soon enough once he got away from the soldiers and found a fitting monster. Jonathan opened up his next notification, which was almost as good as the first one. You have reached Student Rank 1 with Flowing Hurricane. Your unique battle style is beginning to come together now into one efficient whole, but you have only scratched the surface of the true meaning of unarmed combat. You have refined this skill against all manner of opponents, which has given you a wide base to build up from. +3 to dexterity, +2 to strength. It was almost a mirror image of his martial arts skill rank up, except it was a bit weaker. Still, he was glad for the upgrade. Such things always gave more power than just the stat boosts. He could feel that he had a greater connection to his martial skill now, and that he would be able to use it more effectively. There were a few more notifications as well, but he only briefly read over them as they ran. His other pathway skills had gone up as well, by 2 points into each. It seemed as if his connection to the void element had led to a marked increase within his mana manipulation abilities, as he had not been expecting for it to rank up so quickly now that it was an apprentice rank. Now that he had finished with his inspection, however, a sense of disappointment began to rise over him like a dark tide. He had almost died back there, and if not for his incredible bonuses, he would never have made it out of there. All of it had hinged on luck, and it could have gone either way. Had Downer not been too powerful to die immediately, Jonathan would have been left without a way to gain essence, and would have died to the soldiers. If he had been a bit less durable, he probably would have died to the explosion. In fact, there were very few ways that could have gone in his favor, which made the fact that it did all the more frightening. Jonathan kept running, but inside his mind was in a turmoil. He began to take out his frustration on his body, without even noticing it, speeding up as he ran. Jonathan roared in rage and frustration as he took out his fury on the ground in front of him, and with his full strength unleashed, he left small craters in his wake as he ran, clouding his passage with drifts of black ash. He was far enough away from the soldiers that they were no longer a threat, but he continued running, until eventually his stamina bar ran out, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Jonathan's chest heaved in and out as he breathed, trying to recapture the lost air from his stamina expenditure. He gritted his teeth as he lay there, frustrated at how weak he still was. The simple truth was that no matter how strong he got, there would always be someone above him. That was, unless he became the strongest. Jonathan clenched his fists as he thought this, and conviction welled up within him. He could no longer be satisfied with daydreams of escaping the infinite hells. Even if he escaped into the outside world, there was no way that the gods would let a being like him survive. No, he would have to transcend every boundary that there was to become a force that could not be stopped. It might take an eternity to do so, but Jonathan had all the time in the world. A notification popped up in his vision, which he already knew the subject of. It was a new quest. You have gained a new quest. The strongest? You have begun to embark upon the same metaphysical and egotistical journey as so many other warriors in history. Your goal is simple, to be the very strongest being in the universe. However, such a task is impossible, to the point that nobody has ever completed it. How do you dare to think that you will be the first to do so? The obstacles in your path are legion, and the trials that you will have to go through could break gods. You are a fool and a genius all in one. You are a man fated for an early demise. Reward? Jonathan had not been expecting a quest, but it seemed like the system enjoyed handing out quests when there was a sufficient reason. The difficulty rating was simply a line of question marks, which likely meant that the quest was truly impossible, to the point that there was no name, no hyperbolic designation, that the system could come up with to describe it. Jonathan sighed and closed the quest. At least some of his angst had dissipated now, and all that he felt was a profound emptiness, with a tiny spark of hope in the middle. He got to his feet and tried to get his bearings. During his mad dash from the soldiers, he hadn't really paid much attention to his surroundings, and now he was lost. He still had the map, but he had likely covered dozens of miles of ground over the last half hour. He was in the middle of what looked to be an abandoned city, and it seemed to be a lot larger than many of the other cities that Jonathan had found. He had not noticed on the way in because most of the buildings simply looked like mounds of ash, but now that he was unleashing his perception, he was able to pick out the outlines of buildings underneath. He pulled out his map and took a look at it, seeing if there was anything marked on it. He found a dungeon and looked at a small circle of land around it, eventually finding his way to what looked like this city. It was a small circle, marked only as danger in capital red letters. Jonathan sighed and shook his head. Of course he would end up in a place like this, just through sheer bad luck. So far, however, nothing had been apparently dangerous, and Jonathan wasn't sure how much to believe the map. He still wanted to get out of this place as quickly as he could, however. He folded up the map and set off the way that he had come from, picking up the pace somewhat as the light of the day began to dim. He did not want to be in a place like this after dark. He knew that some of his fear was irrational, as he was likely one of the strongest beings in this area as of the moment, but he still felt uneasy about this lost city. The long shadows of the unnaturally steep ash heaps started to stretch over the land as the day faded into dusk, and a profound coldness entered the air, so cold that it felt unnatural. Such temperatures were not common within the ash heaps, which, while not being a desert per se, was generally hot and dry. However, this was not a meteorological chill, but rather one of the supernatural variety. Jonathan started to send his mana coursing through his arms and into his hands, prepared for anything that was to come. He picked up his pace to a light jog, which for him was about the speed of a car. Jonathan kept running, but something strange was happening with the landscape around him. The air kept growing colder, and the heaps of ash kept on appearing on the horizon, as if the city never ended. Eventually, he spotted a break in the monotony, in the form of a vast and derelict cathedral, built in the middle of the patch of ruined buildings. For some reason, the ash had not claimed these dwellings as its own, and Jonathan sped towards them, as the air began to bite at his skin. Frost was forming on his armor, and Jonathan knew that the temperature was well below freezing by this point. He was fine for now, but if it kept dropping, then he would be in serious trouble. Jonathan was breathing out streaks of vapor at this point, and icicles of frozen breath were falling to the ground in his wake. He ignored them, and kept his pace steady, eventually reaching the cathedral. The building was even more imposing from close by, and it stretched for hundreds of feet in every direction, made out of dark stone and pieces of twisted metal. Half of the roof was gone, and it was in an oddly spherical shape, as if some great meteor had fallen here in times long past. The temperature immediately went back to normal as he passed through its shattered doors, hanging on their hinges by threads of dark metal, and into the center of the building. It had a sacred, funereal air to it, but not because of worship, but because of death. A sepulchral ambience suffused the area, and Jonathan suddenly felt very small indeed, smaller than he had felt in a long time. It was as if he was suddenly being pressed up against the thin line dividing life from death. The interior of the cathedral was taken up by rows upon rows of graves, dug deep into the ash. Each of them was topped by a thin slab of stone, inlaid with faint scratches that had once been the names of the dead. The graves grew more ornate the closer that they got to the center, with the central grave being a large mausoleum made entirely out of bleached rock, which glistened slightly. Whatever Jonathan had stumbled upon here, it was not something that he had any wish to be part of. As he paused to regard the graves, a scratching noise started up from beneath the ground nearby, and Jonathan jumped. This whole situation was beginning to grow alarming. He turned his back on the graves, and made his way towards the exit. He could tolerate a lot, but the undead were something that he was yet to have to face. As he neared the doors, however, a sudden gust of wind picked up around him, and the doors slammed shut, creaking violently on their twisted hinges. Jonathan ran the rest of the way, and tried to open the doors. However, they were held shut by something other than simple gravity, and they would not budge, even in the face of his incredible strength. Jonathan turned around, only to see the ash beginning to shift atop the many graves that lined the interior of the cathedral. He frowned, and started towards the far end of the cathedral, where the large hole in the roof was. If he got to that, then he could possibly escape through it. However, the monsters in the graves had other plans. One of them emerged from the ground in front of Jonathan, hissing low through rotted lips and teeth. It reached out and grabbed his leg, moving with a speed and strength that seemed far beyond its means. Jonathan tore his foot free, scanning the monster as he moved. Ashen Thrall, basic, level 60. Jonathan gritted his teeth and kept running. He was surrounded by hundreds of monsters that were all quite high-leveled. He had no idea what this place was, but he knew that it was quite dangerous. He cursed his luck for having drawn him here, but he knew that it was really his stupidity that had led to this situation. Jonathan had been too engrossed in his own woes to notice where he was going, and as a result he had entered this city, filled with the spirits of the dead. As Jonathan ran, the mounds of ash began to open all around him, and bony hands reached out of the ground, looking for his flesh. Jonathan weaved around the morass of grasping hands, and raced through the rows, heading for the edge of the cathedral walls. He was nearing them a few seconds later, but he felt an invisible force grasp him by the midsection and tear him off his feet, tossing him through the air and back towards the center of the room. The noise of cracking stone echoed out from the mausoleum, and spiderweb cracks raced up and down the stone. With a clattering boom, the stone exploded outwards and revealed a regal-looking undead, clad in priestly vestments. It was 9 feet tall, and wielded a large staff in one hand, topped with some piece of religious iconography that glistened in the baleful light that surrounded its form. For green wisps darted to and fro around the creature, and its face was twisted in glee as it clenched its fist, trying to crush Jonathan between its invisible fingers of force. However, Jonathan might have been too weak to resist the pull, but he was more than durable enough to not be harmed by the attack. It felt a bit uncomfortable, but that was all. He suspected that it was not intended as an actual damaging strike, but as a utility spell for unbalancing one's enemies. Jonathan gritted his teeth and pulsed his mana out and into the spell surrounding him, sending veins of purple pulsing through the air. The spell cracked open a moment later, letting Jonathan drop to the ground. Legions of the slavering undead surrounded him. However, their leader regarded him with an arrogant glare. "Why do you wake us, mortal? Do your people not still tell tales of us to their children, to prevent them from wandering out into the cold embrace of the night?" The leader said, in tones that seemed slightly aristocratic. "I don't even know who you are," Jonathan responded. He knew that diplomacy was a foregone hope, but he still wanted to delay a bit so that he could come up with a plan. "I was running from my enemies, and I ended up in that city, without knowing what exactly it was." "You lie," the undead said, frowning. It raised one hand, as if to smite Jonathan, but he kept speaking. "I do not. Whatever your city once was, it is not only a footnote in the maps of this world. You are mostly unknown, save as some sort of blank spot on the world, a place where not to go." "My intentions were honest in coming here," Jonathan replied. His mana was at his fingertips, and he was ready to fight his way out of here if necessary. Other than the leader, the undead here were nothing more than slavering monstrosities, and it was the only real threat to Jonathan. He could always outrun the main force of the undead. However, that telekinetic attack would be quite annoying. Jonathan waited for the undead to say something, but it seemed lost in thought. He took a quick look around himself, finding that all of the undead were still, as if awaiting orders from their MSTR. In fact, it was likely that they were all controlled by the monster standing in front of Jonathan. He smiled inwardly, but kept this revelation to himself. If he was able to defeat the leader, then he would be able to leave this place. You might have been innocent in your trespass, but that doesn't excuse your crime. We have slumbered here for countless years, and we do not take those who wake us kindly. The monster snapped its fingers, and the undead around Jonathan came to life. Snarling and hissing at the air, they shambled towards him, moving at grotesquely sped-up paces, which caused their forms to shift strangely through the air. It was like being in a low-budget horror movie. Jonathan ignored the monsters, however, and charged the leader, his fists blazing with purple energy and the red light of his rune. He drove his fist into the monster's torso, but all he achieved was sending it a few paces backwards, without really damaging it. The energy had been channeled out through the monster and into its thralls, judging by the fact that 3 of them fell to the ground, lifeless, behind Jonathan. The monster laughed and waved its hand, sending Jonathan flying through the air. A series of necrotic bolts surged out of its fingertips over the next second, heading for Jonathan's vulnerable form. The attack impacted his armor and sent a freezing pain through his bones and skin, causing his body to lock up midair. He landed amid the undead, who began to batter him with their fists and feet. He was paralyzed for a moment, but as the paralysis wore off, he tore his way free from the monsters and began lashing out with his fists. None of them had any sort of technique, and they simply stood there and took the attacks, trying mindlessly to get to him. It was an effective strategy, seeing as they were immune to pain, and it was quite disconcerting for Jonathan to be battering one of the creatures while it kept throwing itself at him, even with its head half split open. He kept sending his mana to his fists in a never-ending stream, vaporizing the flesh that his fists touched. The leader of the undead started to circle Jonathan's position, the monsters parting in front of him like a river before a rock, and began to direct the undead in a more personal fashion, sending them in waves rather than letting them keep to their own devices. Jonathan was forced to adapt to the new strategies, and he was slowly being overrun by the undead. He had little room to dodge, and only his armor and superior durability was keeping him intact. So far, he had not taken any serious damage, but his body was bruised all over, and he was starting to lose health points to the monsters. Despite their appearance, they were quite tough and strong. Jonathan had no idea how many of the creatures he had taken out by now, but their numbers seemed to be endless, and there was no hope in sight for him. Eventually, Jonathan made a snap decision and leaped out of the mess of undead bodies and towards the leader. The creature sent out another one of its invisible hands towards Jonathan, but he sent his mana in a bow wave before himself, unbinding the attack midair. His fist began to light up with power, and he landed in front of the monster, bringing his fist down like a thunderbolt. It slammed into the undead's upraised arms and pile-drive the creature into the ground, cracking the stone underneath it, the remnants of the mausoleum that it had emerged from. Then it hit the ash, and the monster accelerated downwards, carving out a crater into the ground. It leaped out of the pit, its skin a patchwork of glowing scars, and punched Jonathan, imbuing its strike with its telekinetic abilities. The attack sent its force through his armor, rather than glancing off it, and his ribs broke underneath the force of the strike. Jonathan was catapulted backwards, and he landed, dazed, on top of a group of undead, who quickly began to lash out at him with their festering hands. Jonathan forced himself to snap back to reality, and he kicked away the monsters, getting his feet underneath himself. Jonathan dodged around the clumsy blows of the nearby monsters, and headed back towards the undead leader. His only hope was to defeat the sapient undead, as it held the reins of all of the other monsters in this area. If he tried to escape through the hole in the roof, the monster would just pull him back in with its telekinetic abilities for the lesser undead to devour him. No, he needed to cut off the head of the snake here and now. The undead leader grinned at him, its teeth showing, and slammed its palm against the ground, sending a crack racing across the ash towards him. The ground rumbled beneath Jonathan, and he dived out of the way as a rapidly growing canyon extended outwards from the monster's palm. It seemed to reach down into some underground section of the cathedral, as it was far deeper than it should have been, given the creature's power. Ethereal green smoke began to rise out of the ground, and the undead that it touched began to speed up. Jonathan narrowly avoided the strikes of a nearby monster, but only barely, as it had become almost as fast as him. This was rapidly becoming dangerous. Jonathan began to draw upon his battle trance and his martial skill in order to weave his way around the many strikes coming his way, and even then, he began to take damage as he moved. A withered fist, a bony foot slamming into his legs, all of the attacks began to mount, and they were starting to do serious damage now. Jonathan did not let his fear overtake him, however, and he maintained steely focus on his target. He tried as best he could to mitigate the damage, but he knew that to win, he would need to be willing to take it. In any case, it was nothing new. Jonathan punched the monsters out of the way as he neared them, and he kept up the pace, moving quite quickly for someone who was fighting their way through a horde of superpowered undead. He focused on his own prowess, tried to maximize the impact of every one of his strikes, aided by his new skill. What it did was allow him to pinpoint the exact spot where he would be able to feasibly land a strike with the most impact, but it required a lot of focus on his point, and seemed to be designed to mesh with his battle state. However, it still was not enough to do much. He was going to die at this rate if he did not improve his pace, and even the addition of his skill was too little to do much. If he used Smite now, he would run out before he was able to do any lasting damage to the leader of the undead, which meant that he was adrift here. Even if he broke the bank in terms of free stat points, the difference still might not be enough. As a fist almost dislocated his jaw, coming in from a blind spot, and moving quickly enough to evade his superior senses, Jonathan's mind embarked upon a sudden path that seemed to be driven as much by instinct as anything else. Tendrils of his void, tainted divinity snaked up into his brain, reaching towards the runes that made up his skill. His impact skill was made up of a concentrated tapestry of various runes, but near the center, there was one that he recognized. The rune of hatred. It seemed to be integral to the targeting part of his skill, meshing in with the longing to harm his opponent in the most effective way possible. His divinity lanced into the rune and empowered it beyond its normal limits, briefly supercharging the skill. For a moment, it was like he was some god of perception, with every vulnerable spot on the nearby enemies laid bare. He moved as if in a trance, and his strikes landed with a conceptual weight that went beyond the limits of the skill. Bodies exploded as his fist struck, but the sudden power was all too quickly gone, replaced with a stabbing pain. Blood ran down his face, and Jonathan almost vomited as nearly a quarter of his health bar was ripped from his body. However, his skill had resulted in the desired effect, and his path was momentarily free of any of the undead. Jonathan ran forwards, ignoring the pain stabbing into his body, and headed for his quarry. The undead leader was looking at him in shock, but quickly reined in the emotion and prepared an attack, gathering dark power between its skeletal hands. Jonathan kept running, weaving together his mana within his core to respond with whatever attack was coming his way. As he approached the undead, Jonathan began to sense a profound wrongness coming from the air in front of the creature, the result of the spell that it was using. As the dark orb of power grew and grew in front of the undead, the air began to twist and warp before his very eyes. Jonathan began to send his mana forward in a concentrated spike of power, but it had little effect on what was happening before his very eyes. The undead laughed, and then spoke a single word that was drowned out by the noise that the spell caused mere moments later. The ball of energy ruptured, and a myriad of howling shadows poured out of it, sweeping across the ground towards Jonathan. He crossed his arms and wreathed himself in warding mana, but he was still taken off his feet by the attack. The shadows sent a deep chill straight to the center of his body, causing him to lose health at a precipitous rate. Coupled with the weakness from supercharging his skill, Jonathan was in dire straits. Jonathan landed heavily 100 feet away, his body chilled to the bone. He tried to get to his feet, but his muscles and joints were unresponsive, the result of the supreme chill. He forced his mana into his body, repeating the same thing that he had done during the dungeon to cleanse poison from his system, and he managed to burn the coldness out of himself, causing him great pain. Jonathan growled in anger and shook his head, clearing the fugue from his body. He took off, running at the undead, a little bit tired of how this seemed to be his ultimate response to any threat. Seeing as he was predominantly a melee-based fighter, there really wasn't much else that he could do other than charge his opponents. In any case, his build was certainly made for such a thing, with his monstrous durability and titanic strength. However, he was finding that if an opponent possessed sufficient magical strength, then his fighting style became slightly annoying. As he ran, the other undead tried to pile on top of him, stopping him from moving forwards. Jonathan did not bother engaging them, instead leaping over their heads into the few clear spots of ground that were left. The monster seemed too dull to fill those spots before he landed, which was good for him. Jonathan leapfrogged the rest of the way, fending off strikes from the monsters as he went. His health bar was below half at this point, which was quite concerning. Jonathan reached the leader a few seconds later, with his fists coated in mana and divinity. As the monster began to move out its hands towards Jonathan, ready to send him flying backwards once more, Jonathan sent a blade of mana out from the tip of his right hand and slashed it down through the air, slicing through the burgeoning spell. It had the effect that he had been looking for, and the telekinetic hand was severed in two, unable to move. The monster was briefly stunned, and Jonathan drove his fist into its abdomen, trying to get through its unnaturally tough skin. His divinity, coupled with his mana, was able to get past that, however, and he poured as much as he could into the attack. A shockwave of purple and red energy blossomed outwards from his fist and knocked the monster off its feet, sending it skidding across the ash. Jonathan followed up with a strike and leaped into the air, bringing his fists down together in a mighty smash that folded the undead over in half as he landed. Jonathan was too late to stop its spellcraft, however, and the undead move a blade of onyx light into his stomach, phasing through his armor. It did not physically harm him, but his body began to seize up as primordial coldness spread throughout his body and soul. Jonathan gritted his teeth, trying to move away. The coldness was tied to the blade, and if he got off it, then he would be able to escape. The attack was not taking any health off, but it was rooting him in place, which was quite a bad situation to be in. "You are stronger than you appear, interloper," the undead leader said. It seemed to be completely unfazed by the hole in its stomach. "However, your journey ends now. You have cost me much in the lives of my followers, but I will restore justice to them now." Jonathan tried to speak, but his lips would not move. He was disgusted with the whole thing, of this foul monster daring to speak about justice and the lives of his followers. None of them were even real. They were all already dead. Jonathan snarled and triggered his final skill. Jonathan's body began to smoke as his golden divinity poured into him, and his body started to light up with power. His hands twitched, and then he reached out, grabbing onto the monster's throat. It gurgled, and Jonathan pushed himself off the creature's blade, landing in front of it with a heavy thud. He drew his fist back, packing as much of his remaining power into it as he could, and then surged forwards, whipping it around in a tight arc, leaving an afterimage in the air. His fist slammed into the already existing hole in the monster's body, and the flesh ruptured, blasting chunks out of its midsection. The undead fell over backwards, its body unable to support its weight anymore. Jonathan was running out of time, as the other undead were racing toward him, but he had enough time to finish this. The undead, lying on the ground, grimaced, and then began to chant something under its breath as Jonathan approached. He drew back his fist and struck just as the undead finished off its spell. A thread of dark light reached out from its hand towards Jonathan and sunk into his flesh. He was suddenly beset with a terrifying feeling of weakness, but he still completed his attack, pulping the monster's head against the ground. A wave of dark energy rushed out of its body and into the other undead, causing them to fall to the ground, lifeless husks once more. Essence surged out of the corpses and into Jonathan's body, propelling him upwards in level, more than he had been expecting. He gained 3 entire levels from that fight, and he smiled as the power filled his body, healing him fully. He looked down at the shriveled corpse in front of him, all that remained of the powerful being that had almost killed him. The undead had been quite powerful, and Jonathan had almost died there. If not for his sudden discovery of a new talent within himself, he would have died. To reward this, he was met with many notifications, all pertaining to his advancement in the field of runecrafting. The first one was a set of notifications that told him that he had advanced in his pathway skills. Runecrafting has reached Student 9. TrueSight has reached Student 7. Finding the ability to edit the runes within his skills had pushed him upwards rapidly, granting him great bonuses in both fields. He sensed that he was getting close to a breakthrough with both of the skills, and he was looking forward to what he would find in doing so. In addition, he had gained a new skill prompted by his on-the-fly altering of his impact skill. You have gained a new skill. Sense the Weave, Legendary. You may look into the depths of your skills and directly change the runes that are located there. Doing so will take a great toll on your body, increasing exponentially with every rune that you alter. Be sure that you do not push past your limits, as only death awaits there. While active, this skill can increase the output of your skills in a way that is relative to which rune you have empowered. To empower a rune, you must have knowledge of its concept and enough basic understanding to know its form. It was a great skill, and one that he would certainly be experimenting with over the coming days. He knew that this was the gateway to greater power that he had been waiting for with his unique situation, and he would have to leverage it to greater heights. The cost in pain and damage was annoying, and quite concerning too given how deadly it could be in battle, but it was worth it in the end. He had utterly transformed as a fighter while under the influence of that skill, and it was undeniably powerful. However, he would have to regulate its usage, similarly to Smite. There would come a day when both skills were too weak to even bother using, but for now, they were last resort options, only to be utilized when all else failed. Jonathan sighed and exited his interface, deciding to wait until later to check on his status screen. There were no large changes to it in any case, so there was nothing to bother looking at. Jonathan made his way out of the cathedral, keeping his eyes away from the resting bodies of the undead. It almost felt perverse to be standing in there with them now, after they had met their final ends. It was like he was trespassing on the resting place of an entire civilization, and, as far as he knew, he was. There clearly had been more to this place than met the eye, considering what the undead had told him. Jonathan decided to stay here a little while longer, both to practice his abilities in peace and to find out more about the legacy of this city. From what he could tell, they had not been under the thumb of Granath, which was surprising, given that the undead leader had spoken about the people of the Ash Heaps as being something other to itself, told Jonathan that there had once been 2 rival civilizations within this world. Of course, all that was left now was this city, but there were certainly secrets hidden within this place. A few hours later, Jonathan found himself standing in front of what looked to be an open burial pit that stretched down into the darkness of the earth. A spiraling passageway extended down into the darkness, and there was a faint presence lurking in the place, almost as if some being dwelled within there. That being was either severely weakened or long gone, but its trace remained. Jonathan summoned a ball of mana to his hand, in preparation for the pitch darkness, and took a wary step down onto the staircase. There was a resounding crack, and he leaped backwards just in time as the stone shattered into pieces, showering down towards the bottom of the pit. Something hissed down there, and Jonathan grimaced. There was certainly some monster down there, even if it was not the owner of the presence that Jonathan had felt. From what he had heard, the pit was about 100 feet deep. It was surrounded by a few of the ash-covered ruins that dotted this area, and seemed to be a part of their structure, given the way that they were placed around it. It clearly had been some sort of important feature within the city, given its prominence. Jonathan leaned over the edge, and then decided to go down into it. He lowered himself over the side with his hands, and then began to scale the side of the wall, heading down into the pit. The sides were smooth, but he was able to create handholds for himself with his mana, making small spherical depressions in the wall in order to hold himself up with. He could hold himself up quite easily at this point, meaning that he didn't have to make the holes with any sort of grace. Jonathan clambered down this way, and reached the bottom a minute later, leaving a trail of small holes lining the wall of the pit. He leaped off at the last stretch, and landed securely on the ground, which was a mix of loose ash and what looked to be powder bone. A rumbling growl came from behind him, and Jonathan whirled around to see an undead ash prowler hissing at him, its body rotting away and its bones exposed. The creature seemed to be quite weak, and it was more wary of him than aggressive. Perhaps an ash prowler had become stuck down here, and had been warped by some strange magic after its death, turning into an undead like the other creatures within this city. Jonathan snaked forwards and closed the gap almost instantly, pulverizing the monster with his right fist. As he had suspected, it was very weak. He stepped over the corpse of the beast and summoned a ball of mana to his hand, illuminating the passageway in front of himself. There were 3 hallways that extended outwards from this part of the pit, which seemed to be some sort of entrance. The middle hallway was the largest, but the other 2 seemed intriguing as well. Each of them had the same faint presence that Jonathan had felt from above, dwelling within them. He cautiously chose the middle path first, as he could simply come back if he needed to. Jonathan did not feel any fear in this place, which was a bit surprising to him, but he supposed that he had gone through much worse in his time in the infinite hells than a little bit of darkness and some undead. They just didn't hold the same fear in him anymore. Jonathan started down the hallway, noting that there was a slight slope to it. The walls were lined with what looked like places for coffins, and most of them were filled. These coffins were made out of metal, and were inscribed with strange glyphs. Perhaps they were created so as to not let any undead out of them. In any case, nothing awakened as Jonathan walked by the coffins, which told him that whoever had lived here had been aware of the undead curse that had been placed over this place. Jonathan swiveled his light around now and again, getting a better look at the coffins. There were words written on the bases of each of the coffins, which bore a name and some prosaic eulogy. Jonathan only spared these a few moments of notice, and did not stop walking as he went deeper and deeper into the pit. The further he went, the colder it became, until his breaths came out like clouds of frost in the air. The cold didn't bother him, but it was still interesting to find. It shouldn't have dropped that much in such a short time. The coffins were beginning to grow larger and more ornate too, and some of the ones here had gold inlays on them. Wherever had been buried here had clearly been someone of import. Jonathan decided to check one of the coffins out in greater detail, and he walked over to a nearby one, shining his light on it. He made out a name and an expression carved into the base of the coffin, and he read it out to himself. Alner Savern, lost, corrupted, but never forgotten. I wonder what it means by that. The last part of the inscription was a bit strange, but Jonathan assumed that it had something to do with the creation of undead within this place. Jonathan left the side of the coffin and kept on going down further and further into the pit. By this point, the chill was arctic, and the coffins were all made out of what looked to be pure gold. Jonathan had no idea what the metal was worth in this place, but he wondered if it would be a good idea to take some of it back with him. From what he had seen in movies and in books black on Earth, plundering the remains of the dead was a bad idea, especially in a world where they were perfectly willing to rise back up and kill you. Jonathan decided against it for now, and ignored the coffins from now on. Eventually, he came to the end of the tunnel, which led into a large cavern, filled with strange ruins and with a pedestal at its center. There were monsters patrolling the area, vast undead creatures that did not look like any living creature of the ash heaps that Jonathan had ever seen. There was a 20-foot drop down into the cavern, which was barely worth noticing to Jonathan at this point. He studied the pedestal at the center of the cavern, and found that it had a small book on it, which was surrounded by a red force field. It was that relic that the monsters seemed to be protecting, seeing as there was nothing else within the area of any note. Jonathan studied the room, trying to see if it would be possible for him to get to the book and abscond before the monsters got to him. He decided to scan the creatures first and paled at what he saw. Corpse giant boss. Level? He had never seen that marking before, which only meant one thing. These things were tier. Jonathan stood there for a moment, in abject awe and terror of the monsters in front of him. There were 3 of the creatures, each of which looked to be modeled after the skeletal structure of some quadrupedal beast. They were gigantic creatures, and they carried a weight that went beyond the physical variety. One of these monsters would be more than a match for Jonathan, let alone 3 of them. He sighed and prepared to leave, glad that he had not gotten the attention of the creatures. However, a sudden pulse came from the book in the center of the cavern, and Jonathan turned around, almost subconsciously. He could feel a beckoning call coming from the book, and he had to force himself to resist. It was as if there was something within that book that resonated with him on a deep, conceptual level, and he knew that he needed to get it. However, he wasn't suicidal, and he managed to calm himself down before he leaped down amid the monsters. The feeling diminished, but it was still there. He waited for it to dissipate completely, but it did not. It seemed that until he claimed the book, there would be some sort of lure on his psyche until he was able to get to it. Jonathan gritted his teeth, but he could sense no way out of this predicament. He tried to move further away from the book, going back up the passageway, but the itch quickly turned into a searing pain, and he capitulated, heading back towards the cavern. He was caught, body and soul, and the only way he could escape was to get to the book. Perhaps this was some sort of trap set by the creators of this place, but Jonathan doubted it. The book felt, for lack of a better word, right to him. It was as if he needed it in order to fully realize his potential. Jonathan had no other alternative but to get to it. He studied the movements of the monsters intently, noting that they seemed to be moving on predetermined tracks. They never got more than 500 feet away from the book, and never closer than 300 feet to the cavern wall. Their senses seemed to be dulled as well, as none of them had detected him yet. Jonathan edged over towards the side of the drop off to the cavern, and waited for some time, trying to get the timing down on the movements of the monsters. They were all on different paths, winding around the center in a way that no mortal being would have been able to keep up perfectly for so long. Jonathan noticed that there were a few more of the glyphs that he had seen on the coffins on the ground, tracing out the lines that the monsters were following. If he was able to disable those lines, then perhaps he would be free to claim the book in the center. The only problem was that he would only have one shot at this, and he knew that even if he managed to disable one of the monsters, the other ones would then be after his blood. Jonathan picked up a small chunk of rock off the ground and eyed up his target, trying to aim for a tiny spot in the center of the nearest line. His body locked into place as he did so, allowing him to make the throw without a single millimeter of movement. His enhanced senses and dexterity ensured that his rock went off perfectly, and his superior strength ensured that it went in a straight line, making it so that he did not have to account for any deviance. In addition, his enhanced intelligence allowed him to calculate the trajectory in real time. In short, he had become a pretty DMN good baseball player now. Jonathan watched as the stone rocketed through the air, straight on course for its target. There was a sharp retort like a gunshot, and the stone shattered. The glyph that it had struck flared with a bright light, and then exploded, sending up a small cloud of debris. The monster that had been tracing that line out stiffened, and then turned towards Jonathan, a bright light building within its empty jaws. Jonathan swore and ducked just as a beam of black energy shot out of its mouth, and burned through the roof behind him. There was a hole running all the way to the surface where it had hit, and Jonathan was glad that he had not been struck by that attack. However, the lack of noise from down in the cavern meant that the monster had been somewhat subdued by his idea. He looked down over the edge once more, noticing that the monster had run out of energy and was now simply looking up at him, trying to recover its power. He could already see the way that he would have to do this. The rings that the monsters were running along intersected one another, and they were able to cover all of the blind spots of the other two creatures. However, if he was able to disable the glyphs in the right spots and bait out an attack from the monsters all at one time, he would be able to enter the cavern and abscond with the book before he was blasted into atoms. Jonathan began to gather rocks, of which he was going to need a lot. If this was to work, he would need a lot of stones to account for his error. The first strike had been easy enough, but he would have to account for more variables on the later throws, especially the ones targeting the third ring, which was shielded from his view somewhat by the large monsters that were standing there. He was also quite a bit further away from that one, by about double the distance. Jonathan waited until he was sure of his safety, and then lobbed one of the rocks towards the second ring in the cavern. His aim was true, but one of the monsters sent off a beam of energy that knocked the strike out of the air, causing it to fall to the ground in a pile of dust. It seemed that they had been alerted to his attacks now, and this would not be as easy of a task as he had thought. As he realized what this meant, he ducked as a trio of beams shot through the space where his head had been, burrowing up into the ground. He had almost lost his head from that triple strike, but at least he knew that he had some time now before more of the attacks came his way. Jonathan took another rock up from his pile and threw it towards the second ring, trying to block off the section of the cavern facing him. His strike landed true, and the glyph exploded, locking the monster out of the area that it guarded. Jonathan pumped his fist and then threw another rock as the corpse giant rounded the corner of the ring, managing to separate another part of the ring from it. Now there was a tunnel that was about 50 feet wide going straight towards the center of the cavern that he could potentially run along. All that stood between him and the book was the final circle of the array laid out before him. Jonathan readied another rock, but he noticed that the monsters were almost ready to fire again, and he ducked down as they did so, watching as the powerful attacks shot up through the ceiling above him. They contained quite a bit of power, and Jonathan was glad that the monsters were not intelligent enough to use them properly. By his count, it took about 15 seconds for the creature to charge up their attacks fully, which meant that his avenue for success in removing the book was so small that it was almost non-existent. He would have to cross almost half a mile of distance to get the book, all while trying to make it out in time to avoid a blast that would end his life. No big deal. Jonathan sprang up and tossed the final rock, destroying a part of the third ring with it. As the corpse giant defending that part of the cavern charged around its ring, trying to get to the damaged part, he threw another one that blocked off the other half of the ring. Jonathan waited there for a few more seconds to bait out another beam attack, and as the lances of dark energy shot up above his head, he slipped over the side of the cavern wall and was off running towards the book. He unleashed all of his speed, taxing his muscles in the process. SDRKNG across the ground at over 500 miles per hour really taxed his body, but he was able to maintain it for long enough to make a difference. He was now moving so fast that he was akin to a superhero from any of those comics back on Earth, and he certainly had the strength to back it up as well. He was rapidly turning out to be some sort of Superman. By the time that he had reached the first ring, his stamina was a quarter gone, and he was forced to slow down a little. The corpse giant that was locked within the ring there snarled at him, and tried to get past the edge of the glyph barrier, but found that it was unable to. Jonathan ignored it, not wanting to waste even a second of valuable time, and crossed the second ring 2 seconds later. He calculated the time that he had left and realized that he needed to pick up the pace some more. Groaning in pain, Jonathan forced himself to go back at his top speed for a bit, reaching the final ring barely a second later. He streaked past its guardian and reached the pedestal a moment later, grabbing the book off of it that a sense of complete warmth enveloped him, as if the universe was happy with his actions. He almost stumbled, but then remembered where he was, and he circled around, running back towards the edge of the cavern. Jonathan moved like the devil was on his tail, and he reached the edge of the cavern in record time, blitzing past the defenders of the book. He was left with barely 3 seconds on the clock as he reached the wall, and he desperately started to haul himself up it by one hand, moving his fist into the solid rock to create handholds. He could have put the book into his storage device, but he sensed that something would happen if he did so, something bad. As a result, he kept it under his arm. By the time that he was halfway up, he was out of time, and he heard the monsters behind him preparing to fire. There was no way that he would be able to dodge a full-on attack from this range, and his only hope was in his touch of decay skill. As he heard the beams fire, time seemed to slow around him, and he sent an expanding dome of energy out from him, seeking out the attacks coming his way. He instantly knew that it was too weak to matter, and it would peter out long before reaching the beams. However, he had a trick up his sleeve, burning divinity at a drastic rate. Jonathan sent his awareness up and into his skill, searching for a specific rune. Finding the rune of beckoning glistening the center of his skill matrix, Jonathan pumped power into it, sending new life into his skill. The dome expanded outwards much faster than before, and it seemed to be drawn to the attacks coming its way. The fabric of the skill bunched up in the air and shielded Jonathan from harm, causing the black beams to ricochet up into the ceiling. Jonathan almost fell off the wall, his heart racing and his mind aflame, but he kept going, clambering over the edge of the cavern wall a moment later. He rolled forwards and then raced up the hallways, back towards the safety of the area with the coffins. He had achieved his goal, but he had almost died in the process. The book was still under his arm, and it was releasing a siren song of longing to him, telling him to open it and read the pages within. Jonathan acquiesced and opened the first page of the book. A tendril of red light shot out of the book and into his face, connecting him with the tome for a moment. Then it retracted, and the book fully opened, letting him see what was written on the page. If you're reading this book, that must mean that you passed its karmic background and are karmically aligned with our path. I do not know what year or eon that this book has been discovered in, but you're possibly the last person who follows our creed. We were once a large and proud sect, fighting for justice within the infinite hells. Back when Granath was not the monumental threat that he is now, and there was still hope within this circle, we fought for our freedom, to turn our circle of hell into a small slice of heaven instead. However, over the years, we dwindled in number, and Granath and his legions grew in power. I do not know of the fate of our brethren in the higher planes, but I assume that they too have faded to insignificance. You are the last hope of our people. Jonathan turned the page and began to read the book in earnest. I am Archdeacon Patrolanus of the Church of the Redeeming Light, and I consecrate this book in the name of justice and peace within these lands. The contained words are a story of the exploits, the rise and the fall of my faction over the years. After this was the first chunk of text, which Jonathan immediately realized was written for the purpose of powerful beings, as it was an incredibly small font. The words were like grains of dust, and only because of his enhanced senses could he read them. The penmanship that must have gone into this book was astounding, and Jonathan looked closer at the words, marveling at how perfect they were, even at such a small scale. There must be millions of words within this book, if not more, and Jonathan knew that he could not read it now. However, he wanted to find out why he had felt a sense of doom when he had tried to place it into the storage device. He flipped through the pages, and on the 345th page, he found a strange glyph engraved into the paper, one that glowed with a faint light. He tapped on it, and a pendant fell out of thin air in front of the book and into his hand. It looked like a 10-pointed star with a rising sun in the center of the design. Words appeared on the page a moment later. This pendant will mark you as a member of the church to any remaining members. Use it well. If you're ever in need, this pendant will prove useful, but only once. In addition, you may now store this book within any storage device, as the dimensional recursion used to store this pendant is now gone. Jonathan put the pendant on, and then stored the book away in his bag. He would have ample time to peruse the pages later on, and he suspected that it would take quite a while to do so. He was looking forward to the wealth of knowledge that it would provide. Before coming to his world, Jonathan had always been a clever individual, but he had never been interested in knowledge for knowledge's sake. However, now that the things that he was learning actually had some sort of meaning to his life, unlike the endless legions of equations that he had been forced to solve for his math class, he was hooked. Before he left, there were still 2 other tunnels to check out, however, and Jonathan jogged back to the front of the hallway and took a turn towards the right. The first tunnel was smaller than the one he had just come out of, and it had a strange musty odor to it, as if something had died in here long ago and had not been properly disposed of. It was the same smell that he had gotten off the undead back in the cathedral. This tunnel was arranged the same as the other one, with rows of coffins lining the walls, but these coffins had been breached by some unseen force, and the bottoms had broken open, revealing an emptiness inside. Whoever had been inside these vessels were long gone now, and Jonathan suspected that they were now undead, unless they had since expired. He kept on walking, finding that the tunnel narrowed the further he went. There was no cavern waiting at the end of it, only a blank stone wall with a few markings on it. They were the same glyphs that he had seen all throughout the complex, and he was beginning to wonder what exactly they meant. They were clearly something to do with a skill, and seemed to be hearkening after the power of his runes, but on a far less grand scale. If the runic language was like calculus, this was like a series of pictograms on some caveman's wall. He was the only person to have ever discovered the runes, but it was inevitable that someone somewhere else would have found a system of power similar to them. Jonathan moved over to the glyphs and peered at them, trying to figure out what their purpose was. He could see minor similarities between them and the runes that he knew, but the differences were minuscule and barely there at all. Besides, he already had access to the magic of the runes, and he did not need to find some sort of inferior system in order to progress further. Jonathan turned around, ready to leave, only to face a small army of undead. In the time that he'd spent admiring the wall, about 50 of the humanoid undead had snuck up on him, presumably from coffins. Jonathan had no idea where they had come from, seeing as the coffins had been empty, but he looked up and noticed that there was a large hole on the ceiling of the tunnel, which led off into blackness. That was where they had come from. Jonathan clenched his fists and prepared for a slaughter. He pushed off, bringing his right fist to his side in preparation for a punch. Purple light flared around his fist as he moved, and he sent the red power of his divinity-enhanced rune of hatred in to join it. He crossed the 20-odd feet in a fraction of a second, leaving a violent gust of wind in his wake. He was approaching sonic speeds now, which was quite impressive in his book. Jonathan transferred all of his momentum into his fist, stopping himself just before the barreled into the undead. It landed with a mighty thump on the torso of the closest undead, causing it to explode in a shower of desiccated flesh. The shockwave traveled into the nearby undead, so tightly packed were their numbers, and they were blasted apart as well, leaving Jonathan with a few less of the undead to deal with. The others chased and filed forwards, trying to get to him. However, without the leader that Jonathan had fought in the cathedral, their efforts were completely useless. Jonathan leaped backwards, avoiding their grasping hands, and began to weave together an ultra-condensed ball of mana in his hands. Propelling it to the top of his fist with his will, Jonathan drove his fist straight through a row of the undead, his hand breaking through the abdomens of 3 of the monstrosities. They fell backwards when he withdrew his hand and lay on the ground, inert. These undead seemed to be weaker than the ones that he had faced before, and he would have put their level at around level 50 or lower. Without the buffs and bonuses from the undead leader, these monsters were like chaff before Jonathan, who was probably on par with a non-enhanced level 80 or so now. He still had almost an eternity to go, and he reminded himself of the power of Granath before the hubris set in. He had been told that the monster was able to destroy a city in a matter of minutes, which, while he did not know the veracity of that statement, gave a ballpark estimate of what he was going to be up against. By the time that he was fighting Granath, he would have to be able to take out an entire village in a single attack, which seemed almost unfathomable to him. However, if he was able to develop his mana and void abilities further, then he might have a chance. Jonathan kept this guiding star in mind as he ripped through the encroaching undead, barely getting any usable essence from them. The creatures were mostly mindless, and they kept pressing themselves forwards, trying to get to Jonathan. He could have jumped over their heads from the very beginning, but this was a good exercise for his martial abilities. As he fought, he began to slowly lower the amount of strength that he was using, feeling the system enhancements withdrawing from his body. He was unsure of how exactly he was doing this, but he suspected that because of the fact that his strength came from an outside force, he would modulate it a bit better than his natural strength. In addition, it was perfectly possible to limit one's strength, even back on Earth. This was simply on a larger scale. Jonathan eventually dropped down to about half of his effective strength and speed, allowing him to fight on a more equal level with these monsters. His martial abilities only ranked up when he was using them to their fullest potential, which meant limiting his strength. It seemed to be counterintuitive, but one day, when he was facing off against a much stronger opponent, he would be thanking himself for doing this. Jonathan practiced his forms, running through the movements of Flowing Hurricane in his mind. It was a flashy name for a martial skill set, but it was very accurate. His body was the eye of the storm, and his fists and legs were the winds that surrounded it, tearing apart anything that they touched. As he began to visualize the path that he was following, he had a sudden vision of a man in pitch black armor, splitting worlds with a single punch, solely through the perfection of his skill. There was no strength used there, only the sheer power of the man's connection to his martial path. The vision disappeared within milliseconds, but the image was still seared into Jonathan's mind. As the image had disappeared, he had caught a glimpse of the man's face. It had been him. If he could one day use that level of power, then he would be so far beyond anything that he could even comprehend that he would barely be able to remember his humble origins. A planetary level of destruction was something that Jonathan had never witnessed before, seeing as such events were extremely rare back in his own universe. The only times that could ever happen were in events like supernovas or with black holes. For a single man to be able to do something like that was mind-boggling. The vision felt as if it had come from his martial technique specifically, as if it was trying to communicate with him. Jonathan shook his head to clear his mind and continued to tear through the undead, whittling down their numbers with his martial techniques. He was able to use his redirection and impact skills to their fullest now that his strikes did not just instantly destroy his enemies, and he was enjoying how they worked in sync to make his attacks transform from brutal to downright devastating. Jonathan tore limbs off and cratered skulls with his punches, and used his attacks to transition into more. His fighting style was good at both prolonged melee fighting and with duels, and he was exploring its depths to their fullest here and now. Eventually, the last undead was reduced to a pile of rotting meat, and Jonathan took a deep breath, breathing slightly from the exertion. He hadn't taken a single hit from the undead, which was quite surprising, given that he had been limiting his speed. His skills were increasing in leaps and bounds. A notification waited for him, and he eagerly opened it. You have reached student rank 3 with Flowing Hurricane. It was a welcome notification, and it meant that he was improving quite rapidly now. Unfortunately, there was no increase to his overarching martial arts skill, but it was to be expected given that it was of a higher tier to his Flowing Hurricane skill. Something that would lead to an increase in the lesser of the skills would not be enough to lead to an increase in the higher of the two. Jonathan wiped off his hands and continued on his way, exiting the tunnel a few minutes later. He turned around and ran towards the other tunnel, the one that he had not explored yet. Jonathan ran down it, noticing that it was basically the exact same thing as the other one, except without any sundered coffins. There was nothing of note in there, and Jonathan quickly left. He had explored every part of this area, and there was nothing useful here anymore. Jonathan reached the edge of the pit wall, and then started to clamber up it, using his fists as pickaxes to break through the rock and created handholds for himself. He reached the top a few minutes later, clambering out into the city above. He had discovered many interesting things by simply wandering around the place, and he was not ready to leave yet. Jonathan stretched and then took off, running towards the center of the city. He was happy with his discoveries, but he was eager to find more. He had as much time as he needed here, and he was going to use it to the fullest. Over the next few hours, Jonathan made his way across the city, searching for anything else that might give him clues into the provenance of the book that he had found. It seemed that the strange space-bending effect that had prevented him from leaving had disappeared after he had defeated the undead in the cathedral, and he eventually came to the edge of the city. After having been in it for a decent amount of time, it was a little bit strange to suddenly be facing an empty expanse of ash. Jonathan turned around at the border and started walking towards a point of interest on the nearby topography, which was a tower that had not been fully covered by the ash that had engulfed the rest of the city. The tower stood about 100 feet tall and extended up into the sky like a finger pointing accusingly at the heavens. It was made out of stone and was mostly ruined, with a jagged crack running up the sides. Jonathan had sensed something within it, however, and he decided to follow his hunch, as he had followed the one earlier that had led him to the book in the burial pit. He walked cautiously up to its base and studied the tower, noticing that it was ornately carved, despite being weathered by age. The carvings had been softened, but they were still visible, and they seemed to spell out the story of the city, with pictures of settlers milling around, building the ruins that lay around Jonathan. Of course, back then they had not been ruins, but rather proper buildings rising out of the ash. Then the pictures began to grow darker in nature, and the inhabitants began to die, killed off by the forces of Granath. Eventually, there was a final carving, which was near the top of the tower, and barely visible to Jonathan, even with his enhanced eyesight, which was of Granath, depicted as a multi-hundred-foot-long worm, devouring the last defenders of the city, and reducing it to rubble. Jonathan raised one eyebrow, and then walked over to the door of the tower, heading in. The door had long since disappeared, but the reception area was still intact, and the vague suggestions of where sofas and chairs had once been still were visible, in the form of a few marks here and there. Jonathan ignored them for the most part, however, and kept going, heading for the twisting staircase that led towards the top of the tower. It was crumbling in spots, but it seemed to be sturdy enough, and he didn't really have much to worry about in any case, even if he fell. Jonathan could survive such a fall without even a scratch on him. He took his first step onto the foreboding steps, and took another after he realized that they were completely safe. He picked up the pace and walked up the staircase, looking at the engravings on the walls as he did so. It seemed that the people that had lived here had been fond of recording information in the forms of pictures or glyphs, and there was no change in that trend here. The walls were covered with various scenes, all of a markedly peaceful nature. There were pictures of children playing in the middle of the city, one of a trading caravan coming into the city, and a large group of people waiting to buy from them. Like with the outside, however, the pictures slowly started to grow more sinister, and the staircase eventually ended with the same picture as had been on the top of the tower, of Granath devouring the citizens of the city. Jonathan shuddered and walked past it and onto the top of the tower. There was a faint wind blowing up here, an oddity in these parts, and Jonathan enjoyed the subtle breeze, taking off his helmet to feel it on his face. He looked out over the ash heaps, feeling a sense of discovery, almost as if he was some explorer in the olden times entering some ancient ruin. I met a traveler from an antique land, Jonathan began, remembering a poem that he had learned in high school about the folly of a king who had wished to leave his legacy upon the world. All that had remained of him thousands of years later had been a pair of weathered feet standing in the middle of the vast desert, showing that such mortal ambitions were pointless. Jonathan smiled, and then walked over to the edge of the tower, peering out at the city itself. The city was about 10 miles wide, and the buildings seemed to be uniformly distributed. He could not see anything of note among the buildings, save for the cathedral in the center. The rest of the city was made up of towers and uniformly constructed buildings, covered in piles of ash. It was a stark but also strangely appealing sight, as if he had been the first person to lay eyes on this place in millennia. As Jonathan stood there, savoring the view, he suddenly heard a faint noise coming from the distance, and he turned around, looking towards the far horizon. A small cloud of dust was rising up from the north, and it looked to be the product of a large army, heading across the ash. Jonathan instinctively knew that they were coming from him, and he quickly leaped off the tower, landing safely on the ash. He knew that this time, whoever was coming would be ready for him. Jonathan dashed across the city, leaving craters in his wake. He moved at his full speed, crossing the city in a few minutes, most of which was spent trying to navigate the place. He cleared the city a moment after, and was out into the open ash free and clear. Or so he thought. There was a buzzing hum, and then something landed on the sand in front of him, blasting him backwards. A massive ballista bolt, about 20 feet long, stood vibrating in the ash in front of him. It had come from the air. He looked up, and saw that there was what looked to be a flying ship hovering in the air about a mile above him. It looked like some wooden galleon from the 1700s back on Earth, but it was somehow flying. There was no explanation of the flight, and it simply looked to be a ship floating in midair. Massive ballistas and other projectile weaponry studded its form, and another one was loosed at Jonathan as he stared up at the ship. He took off, zigzagging to avoid the strikes. Jonathan was unable to avoid the sight of the galleon, however, and it followed him across the ash, firing off its projectiles at him as it went. The ballista bolts came perilously close to hitting him, and they moved so quickly that he could barely dodge them in time. A few minutes later, he saw a dark speck jump off the side of the ship and land on the ground a few hundred feet away. It was the shape of a person, and they were clearly quite high level given the powerful appearance of the armor that they wore. It was made out of some midnight black leather, and was so highly polished that it gleamed in the light. They also wore a black mask, and Jonathan could not tell anything about them. The armor seemed to shift and warp in Jonathan's vision, rendering him unsure of where the wearer actually was. More and more the black shapes dropped down from the ship, and Jonathan took off running. He could have stayed and tested his luck, but there was no reason to do so. He spared a glance behind himself, and saw that the figures were coming in hot pursuit, and they were moving quite quickly. One of them lobbed something at him, and he swerved to the right as it came in, dodging the attack. The object landed a few dozen feet away from him, and exploded, turning the ash to glass with its heat. Jonathan whistled, and kept swerving, now having to worry about both the attacks from the ship and from his pursuers. There was no shelter in sight, and Jonathan wasn't sure where he was going to go to escape from this situation. It wasn't looking good. His stamina bar was starting to drop, and it was edging closer to halfway full. Jonathan took a few deep breaths, and kept running, focusing on his movements. Behind him, his pursuers did not flag, running after him as if they were on a simple morning jog. They were clearly specialists in dexterity, given their speed and the armor that they were wearing. It looked as if he was being chased down by some sort of assassin group. Jonathan was starting to feel the exertion by now, and if it went on like this, he would have to add some points to dexterity. It was comforting to know that he had the option, though. Jonathan would have been able to fight his opponents if not for the ship hovering above, proving range support. One of those tree-like ballista bolts would seriously injure him. Jonathan began to slow down as he continued running, and the gap between him and his pursuers was slowly narrowing. At this rate, he was going to be caught. With a sigh, Jonathan placed 18 points into strength and dexterity, boosting both his speed and stamina significantly. With his multipliers, it was as if he had placed 30 points into each stat. His footsteps suddenly began to pick up, and he felt a new well of energy burgeon inside him, fueling his movements. Jonathan let out a whoop of delight and started to accelerate, leaving his assailants behind him. However, this was not to last. He was still in the middle of nowhere, with nowhere to run to and nowhere to hide. He was able to evade his pursuers for now, but such a feat would not last forever. He would eventually tire, and then would be caught. Jonathan gritted his teeth and moved faster, trying to force his body to use every last bit of his stamina that he could. It felt like he was trying to lift a mountain with his bare hands, but he was able to eke out a little bit more than he normally would have been able to. As it turned out, though, this was all for naught. A different sort of projectile slammed down into the ground in front of him. This time, not a ballista bolt. It was a glass orb filled with some sort of murky solution, and when it burst, it sent out a billowing cloud of noxious gas that went straight into Jonathan's pores, corrupting his body. Jonathan gasped in shock and pain as the poison began to spread through his system, and he slowed down, stumbling as he tried to move. Behind him, the black-clad figures were beginning to catch up again, and he turned around desperately, trying to muster a defense against them. However, he began to fall, and then darkness claimed him. Jonathan climbed back out of the dark abyss some time later, groaning as the mother of all headaches racked his body. He was lying on a smooth wooden floor, and he was wearing some sort of strange bracelet on his right hand that pulsed regularly with a gentle blue light. He tried to access his mana to light up the room around him, but nothing happened. The blue band pulsed brighter for a moment, and then went back to normal. It seemed that it was inhibiting his mana. Jonathan got to his feet and looked around the room, trying to figure out where he was. The gentle rocking sensation from the world around him told him that he was on the flying ship that had been chasing him down earlier. Jonathan shook his head in exasperation and tried to find a door. It looked as if he had been sealed in here somehow, and he was missing all of his armor, his weapons, and his storage device. Jonathan growled low in his throat as he examined his predicament. He had been utterly defeated. At least he was not dead. He could always escape late on, but if he had died, then it would be over. It seemed that Granath or whoever was in control here was eager to gloat over their victory over Jonathan. He felt along the walls, trying to find a seam, and then remembered that he was basically a budget Superman without the cape or the flight. He ped back his fist and punched the wall as hard as he could, shattering the wood. However, as he retracted his fist, the wood grew back in an instant, making it as if it had never been damaged in the first place. Jonathan stared at the suddenly pristine wall once more, and heard mocking laughter coming from the outside of his room. "You fool! You will never get out of there with your brute power alone. You're welcome to try, though." The voice of the man outside was nasally, arrogant, and high-pitched, which instantly made Jonathan dislike the man, not that he was particularly inclined to anyone on this ship in the first place. He could have easily unbound the spell if he had access to his mana, but he did not. Jonathan reached down to the band on his wrist and tried to pull it off, but he could feel the bracelet drawing on his mana pool, sking it out to reinforce itself. It was a clever piece of craftsmanship, and Jonathan could not help but be impressed by it. He sat down, out of ideas, and tried to connect to his mana. It was as if there was a solid, steel wall between him and his power, though, and he was completely unable to even get the smallest speck of light to appear in front of him. The bracelet was too powerful for even him to deal with. However, he had another trick up his sleeve, which was the power of the void. He had used it mostly to accentuate his mana, but he knew that it was something separate entirely, given by the mastery bar on his stat sheet. He was still at 1%, which meant that he still had a long journey in front of him. He could feel a tight core of purple energy deep within him, but it felt removed, not because of the bracelet, but simply because he had never tried to access it before. He could feel a profound connection to it, however, greater than any he had felt before. Jonathan closed his eyes and sent his awareness to the orb of purple light, trying to get it to respond to his will. As he grew closer and closer to it in his metaphysical sight, he noticed that it was only the tiniest fraction of a near infinite well of power. The amount that he could see was small enough, but the amount that he could feel in the corner of his mind was mind-bogglingly immense. It was as if he was looking at the house-sized top of a planet-sized iceberg. It was a majestic sight, at least with the context that he could feel in the back of his mind. If not for the thought of the massive well of power lurking behind his tiny front, it would have simply seemed like his mana or some other banal power. Instead, he could now feel more of the void within himself, and he reached out to it, beckoning for its embrace. The purple light started to flicker, and a tiny purple flame drifted towards him from off the orb, hovering over his hand. It had no heat to it, but it felt as if it had near infinite destructive potential. Jonathan returned to the outside world, and saw that a tiny flickering flame hovered above his palm, glowing with a surreal purple light. He smiled, and moved it towards the mana-inhibiting bracelet. As it made contact, the bracelet sizzled, and the flame went out. The bracelet looked almost unchanged, but Jonathan saw that a tiny portion of it had melted, but had since recooled. However, he had certainly made a dent in it. Jonathan smiled, and he knew that he now had a way out. Over the next few hours, he worked on improving his control over the void, and managed to increase his mastery to 2% by doing so. The flames became slightly larger, and the bracelet was beginning to warp under the strain. There was no heat to the fire, so it did not burn his hand, but the bracelet acted as if it was being slowly eaten away by something. Nobody came to bother him, either under orders not to disturb him, or because they were too afraid to come into an enclosed space with him. His assailants had known that they wouldn't have been able to defeat him in an honest battle, and they had resorted to using poison instead. At least, he flattered his own ego by thinking that was the reason. In any case, it hardly mattered. He was in this predicament one way or another, and it was his utmost imperative to escape it as quickly as he could. However, he had no idea what he was supposed to do. He was in a flying ship, and doubted that he would be able to simply waltz up to the top and jump over the edge. No, somebody would stop him before that. He would have to wait and bide his time until he had an opportunity to escape. Jonathan kept at it, gradually weakening his bracelet until it had been cut entirely through on one side, and the mana-dampening effects were mostly gone. However, he knew that he could not simply break free now. The ship was likely to have many powerful foes on it, foes that Jonathan would not be able to defeat without the aid of his armor and weapons. A good portion of his durability and combat prowess came from his armor and his gauntlets, and despite the fact that he was probably stronger than anyone on this ship, there were far more of them, and they might have more of that toxic gas that they had used on him before. He did not know what had been in that stuff, but it had been potent enough to knock him out in a matter of seconds. Perhaps that was a way of bypassing the system-mandated laws against Circle Lords fighting those who were far weaker than themselves, and that they could simply send high-leveled armaments to their lackeys for them to use in their stead. Nothing seemed to be entirely fair in this new world, and Jonathan was sure that was the reason behind it. Jonathan hid the torn part of the bracelet in his sleeve, making it appear that it was in the same shape as before. He had managed to render it impotent, and his greatest weapon in the coming hours would be ensuring that the enemy thought he was powerless. Well, he still possessed his strength, but as shown before, there were many ways of negating the effects of that with ease. He was sure that enough strength would have allowed him to overload the defenses, perhaps with the addition of all of his remaining stat points, but then he would be in uncertain territory, no better off than before. Jonathan waited for a bit, with nothing better to do with his time than explore his capacity for the void. The well of elemental energy within him was not going anywhere anytime soon, and it was always available for him to study. The power of the void was fascinating in its depth, and despite its one overarching quality, which was the destruction of everything not related to itself, it possessed incredible depth in the breadth of its concept. Sometime later, perhaps over a day, the ship began to descend, and Jonathan jerked back to full awareness. He had reached 3% mastery over his element, which was welcome. The descent was gradual, but it was certainly there, and Jonathan got to his feet. As soon as he did so, the same gas from before started to filter in through holes forming in the side of the room, poisoning Jonathan. As he collapsed to the floor, he made sure that his bracelet was hidden. Shadowy figures entered the room as he fell unconscious, picking him up and carrying him off somewhere unknown. However, Jonathan was already asleep by that point. A raucous cacophony of noise brought him back to his senses, and Jonathan jerked back to awareness, finding himself chained to a metal post in the middle of a sandy arena. He was surrounded by thousands of spectators, all peering eagerly down at him from on high. They sat on weathered stone stands that stretched up hundreds of feet into the air, with ample room for all the people present. An anxious hubbub rose up from their number, and Jonathan caught a few words here and there, none of which were very encouraging. Most of them were along the lines of evil and murderer. There was no doubt who they were talking about. Up above him, 9 figures sat on a raised dais, wearing what looked to be the regalia of judges. They were hooded, and he could not make out their features, but they all gave out an aura of refined power that caused Jonathan to inadvertently shiver. The bracelet was still on his wrist, but it was still thankfully inert, and he was able to access his mana at any time that he wanted to. Behind the arena, he could see the tops of hundreds of buildings, which meant that he was probably in the capital of the ash heaps. If he managed to escape from here, he would have an entire city to traverse. At least he would be able to get a look at his enemy's stronghold. We are gathered today to witness the trial and punishment of the rebel known as Jonathan Harlow. The central member of the hooded figures said, rising to her feet. Around her, the others rose also. He stands accused of many counts of crimes against the realms and against the will of our overseer, Lord Granath. For these crimes, the accused is only fit for one punishment: death. In 3 hours, the Lord himself will be here to pass judgment on this scum you see before you. Jonathan wasn't exactly sure how a courtroom worked, but he was pretty sure that this was not it. He was supposed to have some sort of lawyer to defend him, but he supposed that this was all for show anyway. The verdict would be the same no matter what. Death! Death! The crowd began to chant, their voices mingling into a harmonious note that would have been quite appealing if not for the context. The judge pointed her slender finger at Jonathan, and the sand around him collapsed, causing him to fall down into a dark hole, flailing wildly as he did so. The chains and the post detached from him, and he landed a few seconds later, grunting as he bent his knees reflexively. The fall had only been about 100 feet, and he hadn't even lost a single health point. He was standing in a pitch-black room, without a single speck of light with which to see. Above him, the gap of the arena floor closed up, extending down to about 2 feet above his head, and he was left standing there in utter blackness. After making sure that there was nobody around, he summoned a ball of mana to his hand, casting his surroundings in a soft purple glow. He was in a tiny room, barely 6 feet wide. There was no door, simply smooth stone, etched with words that glowed faintly with power. Jonathan ran his fingers along one of them, and felt a slight jolt as mana leaped towards his skin from the inscription. The words glowed a bright blue for a second, revealing what they were. They were of no language that Jonathan could understand, and seemed to have no meaning, seeing as his system interface normally translated everything that he saw. It was probably something like the glyphs that he had seen in the abandoned city, a means of channeling the power of mana to more sophisticated ends. In that vein, Jonathan now had access to his mana again, and he would be dead if he did not use it to its fullest to escape from this place. His normal skills were not going to cut it here. He would need to step up his game in terms of mana manipulation abilities. Jonathan summoned a bright ball of mana to his hands, and focused on trying to warp it into different shapes. Because of the way that his mana manipulation abilities worked and improved, he would need to do some experimentation first. The mana was still tinted with purple light, meaning that the power of the void was very much present in there. It seemed to be a little more potent than before, perhaps from his practice on the flying ship. Jonathan started off by testing the strength of the walls around him by moving the mana into the wall. It bubbled somewhat and melted around the ball, but it did not evaporate like most materials would. With enough time, he would eventually be able to escape, but that was time that he did not have. Instead, Jonathan withdrew his hands and focused on trying to improve the destructive capabilities of his mana orbs. Right now, they were about 6 inches wide and glowed like a bright fire. He would need to compress it further in order to gain more power out of it. Jonathan sent his will into the mana channels in his hand, tugging on the mana construct on his palm through them, and condensing it. He made sure that none of the mana escaped, and the ball slowly began to grow smaller and smaller until it was about half the size as before. He had done things like this before, but it had always been within a few seconds of an attack, and he had not been forced to hold it for long. Jonathan was starting to feel the strain as he focused on his mana ball, and it was trying to escape from his grip. Jonathan tightened his will down onto the orb, and continued, using every ounce of his willpower to crush it into the smallest shape that he could make it. Eventually, he managed to get it down to about an inch, where it was actually painful to hold in place. Jonathan grunted and sunk his fist into the wall. The ball of mana ate right through the stone like it was made out of butter. But the only problem was that the area of effect was much smaller than before. Jonathan used the orb like a plasma torch, basting the wall in its glow. Eventually, the strain became too much, and the orb exploded, blasting chunks out of the rock. Jonathan was sent off his feet and into the other wall. He sighed and pushed himself back to standing, knowing that his time was running out here. He only had a few hours to escape this place, before Granath himself came to judge him. He would need to get out of here before then. Jonathan stepped up the difficulty, drawing mana to both of his fists at once. His hands glowed with purple light as he condensed the orbs, managing to get them both down to around 2 inches. He moved over to the wall and started to tear into it with his mana, carving out a large hole in the side. He was able to keep this up for about a minute, and with his enhanced speed, he had managed to carve about 3 feet into the wall, with about 4 feet of width. He could get out through this if he needed to, but it would be a bit of a tight fit. He was not exactly a small man, not since coming to this world. Jonathan took a step backwards and surveyed his work. He had made progress, but he had no idea how much further there was to go. He would need to alter his technique from here on out. Jonathan focused on one palm and began to create an orb of mana there, but rather than condensing it, he tried to draw it out into a bar-like shape, extending it into a rectangle. The orb started to twist, and Jonathan strained to bend it to his will. However, mana seemed to have an ideal shape in mind, which was that of the sphere. He would be able to alter it, but it would be extremely difficult. He managed to turn it into a cube first, and then started to elongate it with his willpower, eventually turning it into a stocky rectangle that was about twice as long as it was wide. This way, he would be able to affect more surface area with his technique. Jonathan pressed the rectangle to the side of the hole, and found that it was able to cut through it with a degree of ease, about halfway in between the effects of his uncondensed sphere and the condensed one. It was more effective than both, in any case. Jonathan used it to carve around the circle of rock, and dug a smooth channel about a foot into the sides of the wall. He then withdrew his hand, and carved out a crude handle into the front of the rock face. Digging his right palm into the side of the wall back in the room, he started to pull. He pulled with all of his might, sending pain shooting through his body. His arm felt like it was being torn off, but he kept at it. Eventually, there was a resounding crack, and a chunk of rock broke free, causing him to stumble backward from the redirected force. The wall was cracked around the place where he had pulled, and the tunnel had been extended slightly. Jonathan kept at this for the next 30 minutes, managing to dig almost 10 feet into the wall, and as he did so, he finally broke through to the other side of the wall. There was another room over there, and it was occupied. Jonathan could hear someone breathing in exertion as they battered the wall in front of themselves with their fists. As Jonathan broke through, the noise stopped, and heard the whistle of air from a high-speed attack. Jonathan instantly moved backwards, just as a fist impacted the place where his hand had been. "Hey, we're not enemies. I'm a prisoner here, too," Jonathan said, trying to placate the stranger. "You two fight the despicable forces of Granath," the other person said in a deep voice. His inflection was odd, and he seemed to be quite articulate in his diction. "Yes. Were you put here because of that, too? My name is Jonathan. Jonathan Harlow. Well met, Jonathan. I am, or rather was, Prince Edgar of the Halconian Kingdom. That was back in the world of the living, however. Now I'm simply Edgar Lackland, a fallen noble. I could not rest while such a foul creature ruled this land, and I started a campaign against him. As fortune would have it, however, nobody joined me, and I was quietly caught. I'm due to be executed later this day." Despite his predicament, Edgar seemed to be resilient in the face of his fate, and his voice did not tremble. This was not some hothouse noble, but a warrior through and through. "The same is due for me. I'm trying to break out of here. Do you remember anything from when you were put here?" Jonathan asked Edgar. "I was wondering how you managed to break that wall. You're only around my level, yet you seem to be a bit stronger. How did you manage to break that accursed bracelet? Such things were unknown to me back in Telvaria. I used my elemental abilities. It took a while, though. I will be able to spring you loose, but I can't do it now. We need to focus on escaping." "Elemental abilities? That was one of the first things that I tried. How in the name of the light did you dash?" Edgar began, before Jonathan hushed him. "Not now. We are wasting time here." He said this both to save time, as he had stated, but mainly because he didn't want to tell the other man about his void abilities. He had a feeling that would be foolish indeed. "Very well. How do you plan to escape this place, though?" Edgar replied. "When I fell down here, most of the layers above us were made out of sand. It was kept in place by some magical field, but it should be easy enough to go through if we can reach it." "You mean to escape through the arena? That seems rash, even to me, a man of great bravery." Jonathan gave him a look, but he seemed to be speaking seriously. He shook his head, and then pointed at the ceiling. "If you hold me up there, I can start to carve out a hole." Edgar nodded, and he boosted Jonathan up on his hands, using them as foothold for Jonathan to stand on. Jonathan nodded at the man in thanks, and got to work, starting to carve into the rock above with his void, enhanced mana. He shaved off large chunks, using the vertical alignment of the rock to use gravity against it, causing chunks to fall down. A few of them hit Edgar, but the man didn't seem to mind. As Jonathan excavated enough space for him to place his entire upper body, he began to carve out handholds for himself and Edgar to use. He hoisted himself up by one hand, and kept working, using his prodigious strength to hold himself steady. Jonathan slowly worked his way up until he ran out of mana, about 10 feet up. Below him, Edgar had started to climb up too, and the man frowned when he saw that Jonathan had stopped. "What seems to be the matter, Jonathan?" he asked, in his curious manner of speaking. If anything, it reminded Jonathan of the way that some people at Renaissance fairs spoke, which he supposed made sense, seeing as Edgar had come from a medieval kingdom. "I need to wait for my mana to recharge." "This is quite tough going," Jonathan replied. "I'm sure that it is. You're carving through stone that even I was unable to do more than crack with my full strength. You must be some sort of prodigy in the realm of mana. I remember my brother. You remind me of him." Sensing that he might as well get to know his unexpected ally a bit better, Jonathan answered him. "Really? In what way?" "He was always proactive and did whatever it took to get what he wanted. He died some time ago, and I hope that his soul is enjoying its eternal rest in the heavens above." "Oh, I'm sorry," Jonathan replied, a little awkwardly. "Thank you for the kind words. However, that was long ago, and I'm sure that he would not want anything to do with me now, blasphemer that I am." Blasphemer, I was sent to the hells because of my stance on the matter of the gods' interference in the mortal realms. I would have thought that such powerful beings would be unconcerned about the words of a mere Tier 1 prince, but it seems that their pettiness runs as deep as their potency. Jonathan raised an eyebrow, but did not say anything. It seemed from his experience that many people within the hells had lost their faith in the time that they had spent in this realm, which made sense. It was pretty hard to believe in gods that had sent you to hell for some petty matter. Quite a few of the people here were not here for anything that was truly evil, simply because they had offended the gods in some way. If Jonathan even got out of here, the gods would be next on his list, not last because of this, but rather because they had killed him. Such a slight could not go unpunished. Not that it was really a slight, more of an unforgivable offense. The fact that he was still alive, at least in some capacity, was no excuse. Jonathan realized that Edgar was staring at him, as he had been looking off at the wall for almost half a minute without speaking. Jonathan, what plagues you now? Nothing, just some memories. It isn't anything important. The other man gave him a look, but then nodded and let Jonathan get back to work. Jonathan started to use his mana bar once more, and he continued climbing upwards, excavating the rock and stone above him. Some time later, his hand broke through a thin layer of rock, and he could feel sand above him. They had finally reached the top of the rocky layer. He started to widen the hole, and found that there was some invisible barrier keeping the sand in place. Jonathan frowned, and then sent a fireball of mana upwards, turning the sand to glass, which he then shattered. More sand fell down to fill the gap, and Jonathan shattered it in turn after turning it to glass. It only took up a little bit of mana, and he was no longer in danger of running out. Over the next few minutes, he turned the entire tube of sand above them into a smooth tube of glass, and he levered himself up into it, hitting the sides to create handholds. With a prodigious leap, Jonathan started to climb up the tube, and he reached the top moments later. Edgar was right behind him, and they popped out onto the arena floor within seconds of each other. There was nobody in the stands as of now, and Jonathan could not believe his luck. Perhaps they would be able to get away more easily than they had thought. Then a blaring alarm started to sound over the arena, and guards charged out of the entrances started to surround the two men. They were all quite powerful, around level 75, and Jonathan did not have the time to stay here and fight. Instead, he raced towards the nearby stands and started to climb up them, moving his hands into the stone. Edgar followed in close pursuit, and the two men narrowly evaded the guards, reaching the tops of the stands. Projectiles started to arc up after them, arrows, bolts of mana, and even a few explosives in one case. Jonathan dealt with the mana bolts and dodged the other attack. Edgar seemed to be unperturbed by this whole thing, and he kept pace with Jonathan as they headed towards the exits. The alarm was still going off, and the noise was quite loud, presumably extending out into the city as well. Unless they got out of here quickly, the entire city would come crashing down on them. They reached the top of the arena, using the stands like steps, and then leaped over the edge. Jonathan absent-mindedly hoped that Edgar was durable enough to survive the fall. They fell hundreds of feet to the ground far below, and as they fell, Jonathan got a good look at the city. It sprawled out in every direction, like some vast amoebic slime made out of bricks and dark stone. It was not an especially appealing city, but its size made it imposing in its own way, and Jonathan could not help but admire it. Flying ships circled overhead, sporadically placed, and the ground teemed with life. He only had a moment to admire all of this, however, before he landed. He landed a few seconds later, creating a crater in the ground. Edgar landed beside him, grunting a little bit, but otherwise unharmed. They started running as soon as they landed, and were down the road in a matter of seconds, drawing curious glances from the passersby. As they ran, guards spilled out of the entrances to the arena, and the alarm grew louder and louder, until it covered the entire city. A dark cloud rose up from the center of the city, coming from a massive obsidian tower, emblazoned with a 9-pointed circle that seemed to be made out of blood. The two men ducked into a nearby alleyway, and climbed up the sides of the buildings, trying to throw their pursuers. However, the noise of tramping footsteps echoed through the alleyway behind them, and Jonathan noticed a tiny thread of mana connecting Edgar's bracelet to something behind him. "She!" he exclaimed, drawing a look from Edgar. "What inspires such foul language, Jonathan? We have escaped, after all. They're tracking your bracelet. We need to get it off now," Jonathan said, summoning a concentrated ball of mana to his hand. Now that he had access to his mana again, this would go quite a bit quicker. "This might hurt, though." Hurt a lot, he warned Edgar. To his credit, the man simply nodded. Jonathan grabbed his hand with his own and then lowered the mana orb towards the bracelet, starting to cut into it. The bracelet began to melt under the concentrated mana, seeming to be only proof against mana coming from its wearer. Edgar gritted his teeth as the metal burned his hand, but he did not make a sound. A few seconds later, the bracelet had been cut off, and Jonathan tore it off, throwing it backwards. Edgar let out a gasp, and mana suddenly surged back into his form, visible to Jonathan. That feels much better. I can help out a bit more with our escape, Edgar said. Before Jonathan could ask the man what he meant, mana surged around Edgar's form, and a sudden wind picked up around his form, causing his movements to speed up. The wind extended over to Jonathan as well, and he felt his movements increase in speed. A notification appeared in front of him, and he read it as he ran. You have been affected by a skill from an ally. Gust of Haste. Your speed is increased by a considerable amount while under the effects of this skill, and you fall at half the normal rate. It was a very useful effect, and Jonathan would estimate that his speed had increased by about 15%. However, he still was not able to use it fully, as Edgar was slower than him at his top speed, even with the buff. It only meant that he was able to use more of his strength. The two men scrambled along the rooftops and leaped across the gaps between the houses, drawing the eyes of the nearby citizens. The black cloud that had come from the center of the city was spreading across the city now, and it seemed as if it was trying to find them. However, it seemed more aimless than before, as if its tracking effect had been supported by the bracelet. As they ran, Jonathan had an idea, but he wasn't sure whether his companion would appreciate it. Edgar, would you mind if I test something out? Jonathan asked. Depends on what it is, Edgar said, breathing slightly. Will it help us escape? If that is the case, then feel free to do so. You have proven to be a trustworthy ally so far. Jonathan gave the man a nod of thanks, and then scooped him up with his arms, placing him on his back. Edgar began to say something, but Jonathan picked up the pace, using his full speed. Buffed by the effects of the skill as he was, Jonathan tore across the city at hundreds of miles per hour, faster than he had been able to reach with Edgar running alongside him. He barely noticed his surroundings as he ran. So fast was he going. Edgar was completely silent, either too scared to speak or too impressed with Jonathan's speed. In any case, it hardly mattered. They had a city to escape. As they ran, the styles of the buildings changed somewhat every few minutes or so. As if the city had been divided into different sectors based on the cultural inclinations of its inhabitants, the only thing that stayed constant was the type of stone that the buildings were made out of, the same dark-hued rock that was so commonly used for building within the ash heaps. Right now, they were in a region of soaring towers and small, elegantly built structures that were populated with beings that looked somewhat like elves. It seemed as if this was the place that most of the people living in the ash heaps came to. Jonathan only had a few moments to look at the sights, however, as the scenery suddenly changed, and the buildings all began to transition underground, in what was presumably the beginning of the Dwarven district. There were no more rooftops for them to run on, and they were forced to run along the streets, now out in the open. As soon as they were out of the cover of the rooftops, however, hundreds of guards started to come streaming down the various streets of this district, heading their way. People started screaming all around them, and a milling stampede ensued, providing them with some cover. Jonathan could hear the guards screaming for the civilians to get out of the way, and in more than one case, physically forcing them to make way, but he kept this at the back of his mind. The more pressing concern was the cloud, which now seemed to have locked onto them, and was heading their way. It looked a bit different now that they were closer to it, and Jonathan saw that it was made entirely up of tiny eyes that seemed to be made out of ancient, coagulated blood, hence the dark color. It was a uniquely disturbing sight, and Jonathan could tell that the people who had made it were quite powerful indeed. Whoever dwelt within that dark tower was a being that was far more powerful than he was. The eyes drifted closer and closer, and Jonathan hunched over, trying to keep his profile as small as possible. He was without his armor and his weapons, so he was hopefully less recognizable, but he still was moving far faster than anyone else within this city, which was a giveaway all in itself. He was also carrying another man on his back, which was quite suspicious. A few minutes later, he had reached the edge of the subterranean district and finally was back into an area where there were houses. He could hear the muffled shouts of the guards, but as he rounded the corner, ducking into a darkened alleyway, he let out a sigh of relief. They were safe for now. He let Edgar off his back, and the man dropped to the ground, shaking slightly. That was not an experience that I am eager to ever repeat, Edgar said, shivering. What? You didn't like riding Jonathan Express? Jonathan said, smiling. What? What does that even mean? Is that some manner of lewd joke? Never mind. Forget that I said that, Jonathan replied, realizing that the joke would not have made sense to anyone from this universe. Anyway, we're in the free and clear now, but we still need to get our stuff back. I'm sure that they took your weapons and other possessions off you as well. You guessed right. My most valuable possessions are all languishing back, wherever the forces of Granath keep the items stolen from their prisoners. I do not know where that is, but we must find it before we leave this city. 15 minutes later, the two men were standing outside of a derelict-looking tavern, ready to go in. It was perfect for their needs, seeing as it was both out of the way and shielded from outside views by the virtue of the layers of grime that encrusted its windows. It was not a place that either man would have entered normally, but it was the right place for them to go now. Jonathan pushed the door open, wincing as it squeaked loudly, moving on rusty hinges. The interior of the tavern was no better off than the outside, and mildewed chairs sat haphazardly on a sticky wooden floor, covered in unidentifiable grime. Jonathan took an apprehensive step onto the floor and grimaced as his foot made a skiing noise as it came off. He ignored the discomfort, however, and kept moving, heading for the bar. There was a sullen specimen standing behind it, absently scrubbing at a tankard with a dirty cloth. All the woman seemed to be doing was spreading the dirt around on the glass, rather than actually removing it. Who the hell are you lot? She asked without looking up. Nobody comes to my tavern these days. Are you looking for something of me? Because I can assure you, I have nothing worth stealing. No, we merely need a place to lie low for a moment, Jonathan replied, traversing the discomforting floor with some difficulty. The entire thing was covered in a half-inch layer of unidentifiable gunk, and the bottoms of his shoes were starting to take on its attributes. The woman raised one eyebrow at them. Oh, try to avoid the missus then, for your little liaison with this toy boy here. Both of the men spluttered, and Edgar seemed outraged. Are you suggesting that the two of us are in some sort of untoward relationship? The man spluttered. I don't know. Are you? The woman replied, grinning wickedly. The alternative is that you are both running from the law, in which case I would be duty-bound to report you to the forces of the Lord. That is not the case, though, is it? Criminals cannot pay after all. We are not criminals, nor are we in any sort of relationship, Jonathan said hurriedly, trying to set the record straight. We both are merely in some trouble. From your wives? I bet. That hunk of meat there seems like has been quite a hot commodity over the last few years, the bartender said, liking her lips at Edgar, who, now that Sam was looking at him, was in fact an especially handsome specimen. The lecherous gaze caused the man to splutter, and Jonathan quickly grabbed him by the arm and tugged him over to a nearby table before a scene could ensue. The bartender kept eyeing up Edgar, but the man studiously ignored her. All right, what's the plan then? I have no idea of the layout of this city, Jonathan said, keeping his voice low. I was only here for a few days before I was captured, but I know enough. The center of the city is taken up by a few of the more important buildings in the city. The Palace of Granath, the citadel of his little circle of pet mages, and the repository, where the wealth of the realm is kept. I would guess that our possessions are housed within the repository. How heavily guarded is this repository? Jonathan asked, sending a wary glance over to the bartender, who was trying to pretend that she wasn't intently listening to them. I would guess that it has one of the greatest military presence within this world. In addition, it is right next to two of the most powerful forces of the ash heaps. Going there would be a risky trip indeed. Before Edgar could say another word, the door swung inwards violently, and a small group of guards stormed in. There were about 8 of them, and they all were heavily armed and armored. Jonathan and Edgar felt naked without their own weapons and armor in comparison. However, it didn't seem like they had been recognized, as the guards were facing the other way, and the men instead walked up to the woman at the bar. The leader pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to the woman. Have you seen these 2 men? The man asked, showing her the picture. As soon as the woman saw it, her eyes lit up, and she began to raise her hand to point at Jonathan and Edgar. Swearing, Jonathan rose from his seat rapidly and raced for the door, Edgar in close pursuit. One of the guards tried to block them, but Jonathan rammed his fist into the man's chest, sending him flying out the door. Cursing the bartender and their luck, Jonathan emerged into the street, only to see dozens of guards combing the road. The 2 men took off, SDR Kanji down the street as the door behind them burst open, revealing the platoon of guards. They ran after the two men, but the guards were too slow and they were left in the dust. However, there were more guards up ahead, and they fanned out to block the two fleeing men. Jonathan grunted in annoyance and forced his way through their ranks, clearing a path for Edgar in the back. The man slammed one palm into the ground as he ran, and a sudden gust of hurricane-force winds blasted the nearby guards backwards. Jonathan raced through the gap and cleared a path in his own way, with his fists and legs. Without his gauntlets, it felt strange for his fist to contact an enemy without anything in between it and his target. But it was almost the same, as his skin was as hard as iron now. He barely felt the impact as it was, and his strikes were more than strong enough to dent metal and drive his foes backwards. He was not able to kill any of them, a testament to their strength, but he was able to force them away from his path, which was all that really mattered in this case. From what he could tell, there was no way that the two of them could remain in the city, as it seemed that there was a picture of them being circulated, and that the citizens would be more than happy to give them up, given by the bartender's expression. There was most likely some sort of reward for their capture. Jonathan gritted his teeth as he tore his way through the guards, who were all coalescing on their spot, drawn by some unknown force. Soon, he would be unable to overpower them through sheer force. This isn't working. They're going to swarm us. He shouted at Edgar, fighting to make his voice heard over the noise of the fray. The sounds of fists on metal and the screams of the wounded were almost too loud to hear anything. However, it seemed that Edgar was able to hear enough, and the man nodded, starting to recharge his mana to strike again, blasting the tightly packed soldiers apart. Edgar leaped over the heads of the reeling fighters and landed next to Jonathan, sending out another blast of wind towards his nearby enemies. The men were torn off their feet, clearing a small area around them. There seemed to be no end to their ranks, and hundreds of them were streaming this way from all corners of the city, trying to bury them beneath their numbers. They would not be able to defeat them at this rate. I can get us out of here, but I will be useless for about half an hour later. It will take up all of my mana and quite a bit of my health as well. Is that understood? Do whatever you need to do. It's better than dying. Edgar nodded, and then began to draw and power form the air around him, creating a cloak of swirling wind around his form. The man gritted his teeth, and the cloak extended over to Jonathan, enveloping his form. A moment later, they were in the air, levitating on a cushion of air. They streaked off through the air, borne by solidified wind, and they were quickly dozens of feet above the heads of their enemies, and quickly leaving the area. However, something had changed on the horizon, and a blindingly bright red light was forming on the top of the tower near the center of the city. There was a moment of silence when all the color in the world seemed to be leached out from the world around them, and then a beam of pure power erupted from the tower, crossing the distance between it and them faster than Jonathan could blink. He desperately angled his body away from the strike, but he was still clipped by the beam, and the energy field around him failed, causing him to plummet to the ground. Edgar was also affected by the attack, and his flight suddenly stopped, and he fell with Jonathan. A burning pain tore at Jonathan's side, and he looked down to see that a good-sized chunk of his stomach was missing, cut away smoothly by the beam. A second sun blossomed into being a moment later, rising over the ash like the harbinger of the apocalypse. Far off in the distance, a mushroom cloud of superheated ash rose over the land, the result of the beam hitting something in the desert outside the city. Luckily, Jonathan had been too weak to trigger the effect of the beam, or else he would have died in an instant. The attack had possessed the same power as a nuclear bomb, and Jonathan shivered as he fell, terrified of what sort of being would have that sort of power. He flipped over in the air and crashed down in the back of a tavern behind a woodshed. He did not know where the wood had come from, but that was hardly the most pressing concern in his mind at the moment. His wound was bleeding heavily, and it refused to close over, despite his regeneration. At this rate, he would bleed to death. He quickly tore off a strip of his clothes and bound up the wound, stopping the bleeding for now. His regeneration would do the rest. Edgar landed heavily beside him, wincing as he landed awkwardly on his ankle. A few seconds later, a gust of blistering wind rushed over him, causing him to shield his eyes reflexively. The aftereffects of the beam were still in being, even now. It seemed that there would be no flying from now on. That attack had been completely overkill, and a weaker one would have been able to do the job just as well. They were still mid-tier ones in the city of a peak tier 2 being. Well, Jonathan was probably a bit stronger than that, but he was not anywhere near the peak yet. Anyone who had reached that level would have their own bonuses and titles to bolster their strength. In any case, if this was at all indicative of the later worlds, Jonathan would be in for a wild ride if he made it out of the ash heaps alive. Beside him, Edgar let out a deep breath, and Jonathan looked over at the man, who was shivering slightly. "What manner of power have we called down upon ourselves?" The man asked, his voice grim. "I don't know, but at least we're not dead. We need to get out of this place soon, though, or else they might track us down," Jonathan said, starting to move towards the exit. They were standing in what looked to be some sort of walled enclosure for holding various odds and ends from the tavern that stood in front of it. There was a small gate to the side, and Jonathan quickly opened it, revealing a side street that he walked into. There were no other people around, which was good for their purposes, and they quickly ducked out of the place and into the street. This could not go on like this with their faces being known to everyone in the town, and they needed to find some sort of disguise if they were to survive here. Jonathan needed to get his possessions back, not least the book that contained the legacy of the church that had once owned the derelict city out in the wastes. And to do so, they would need to survive long enough to get to it. They padded down the alleyway, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Neither of them possessed anything more than their most basic of clothing items, and as such, they had nothing to disguise themselves with. It was a disconcerting state of affairs, and Jonathan felt very vulnerable indeed, especially when he thought about the vast amount of energy that had been contained within that red beam. He could barely fathom the sort of spell that would have been able to make something like that. He made sure not to get lost in his thoughts, however, as he was wont to do, and he kept track of Edgar and his surroundings. They were in a human sector of the city now, and they were at least not out of place in terms of race. Jonathan needed to find someplace to get disguises for the two men, which would be quite hard, given that all of their money had been taken by the forces of Granath. As Jonathan walked, he focused on his mana, trying to train it a bit as he moved, wanting to get as much out of this time as he could while there were no monsters to fight. He had no idea how people in a city ever grew stronger, and maybe the simple answer was that they did not. In any case, they were still wasting time here. Jonathan emerged from the alleyway a few minutes later onto a bustling side street that seemed to be set up as some sort of market. There were hundreds of stalls along its length, and people shouting out their wares at the top of their lungs. All manner of goods were being sold, but most of them seemed like magical items of some kind or another, and Jonathan noticed a nearby shop that was selling portable heat gems for the purpose of cooking with. They looked like flat plates of red crystal that seemed to glow with an inner light. Jonathan had no idea whether they were real or not, but seeing the number of people flocking around that stall, he assumed that they were. In fact, this might be a good place for them to get disguises. Jonathan gave Edgar a look, and the man nodded, understanding what he was getting at immediately. Jonathan and Edgar slunk into the crowd and let it take them through the market, trying to get a glance at every stall as they passed. Jonathan subtly made it so that the crowd did not move him anywhere that he did not want to go, using his superior strength to remain rooted in place. He did it gently enough that nobody noticed, but it was still effective. Edgar did the same thing, and the two men slowly walked down the street, eyeing up the surrounding vendors. Most of them were useless to their current predicament, and they were all selling various household items that seemed to be made for utility rather than any sort of combat purpose. This was probably just as well, seeing as most of the people here were simply trying to live normal lives. There were no monsters here for them to fight. For someone who had been born into this world, perhaps such a life was all that they knew. Jonathan had been transported here against his will, and as such had been forced to progress through blood and sweat. Perhaps that was not the only way, though. However, he would not be changing his path anytime soon. As he walked, he eventually spotted a section of the market that was a lot less crowded than the other ones. There was a small black tent in the center of it with nobody standing around it, and he could feel a faint aura of power coming out from the tent. Curious, Jonathan moved through the crowd towards it, making sure not to get sidetracked by the people bustling around him. He was shot more than a few dirty looks from the passersby, but he ignored them, focusing on his target. The tent was made entirely out of black cloth, and it seemed to be darker than its color would suggest, hiding it from prying eyes. Jonathan broke free of the crowd a moment later and strode over to the tent, interested to see what was within. Edgar followed him a few paces behind, breaking out of the crowd a moment later. It was like there was an island of silence around the tent, and it was as if the sounds of the crowd were suddenly muffled. If Jonathan was skeptical about the importance of this place before, he was not anymore, and he quickly opened the tent flap and ducked inside. The interior of the tent was dark, but he could vaguely make out a figure sitting on a chair near the back, poring over a piece of parchment. The room was filled with boxes, and Jonathan had no idea what was within them. "Hello," he called out, trying to get the attention of the person sitting there. The hooded figure simply continued to read their parchment, ignoring Jonathan completely. He walked over and tapped them on the shoulder, finally causing them to look up. Jonathan instinctively recoiled. It was a human, but an extremely deformed one, missing a nose and indeed most of their face. Jonathan could not tell what gender the person was, nor anything about them really, such as the extent of their deformity. "What do you want?" they hissed, in a voice that was warped and raspy. "Why is your tent surrounded by a ring of emptiness? It's like some effect is keeping the passers-by away," Jonathan said. "Why would you want to deprive yourself of possible customers?" "The only customers that I want are those who are powerful enough to break through the warding," the shopkeeper said, grinning slightly, tugging on their many scars. "People like you. I can give you all manner of illicit goods, and any of them are yours, for the right price, of course." "And what is the right price?" Edgar interjected. "Oh, you'll know when you see it," the figure said, grinning uncomfortably through their distorted flesh. "Well, do you sell any sort of disguises? We are in trouble with someone, and we need to be able to hide ourselves from them," Jonathan said, trying to be as vague as possible. He did not know whether this person would refuse to serve them, or perhaps even report them, if they said that they were trying to evade the servants of Granath. "In trouble with the law, are you?" the figure said, grinning once more. "I know your kind. People who have still not realized that Granath is paramount in these lands and still try to fight him. Now, I won't begrudge you that, as business is business." Jonathan gritted his teeth, but remained outwardly stoic. If this person had come to that conclusion so easily, then they would have already reported them to the authorities or would have threatened to do so. However, it seemed like they were eager enough to sell to them instead. "Is there any reason why you aren't trying to threaten us with that knowledge?" Jonathan asked the vendor, trying to keep his voice calm. "Who's to say that I won't?" the shopkeeper said, beginning to laugh. Jonathan's eyes glittered with purple light, and his aura came out, pressing itself like a naked blade to the shopkeeper's throat. The person suddenly gurgled and froze, looking at Jonathan in a new light. "I'm not in the mood for games," Jonathan said, sending his power into his voice. As a result, it was far deeper and louder than normal. His aura withdrew a moment later, leaving the shopkeeper gasping. "What are you? That elemental power is like none I have ever seen before." Jonathan pet his head threateningly, and the shopkeeper raised their hands rapidly. All right. Not another word. However, I assure you that you want to know why I have not already betrayed you like the rest of the people in this city would. Why would you make such assumptions about the character of the citizens?" Edgar asked. "There are bound to be some good people out there, people who yearn for freedom." "Oh, yearn they certainly do. However, all of the people in this city are soul-bound to Granath, one of his many perversions of the magical arts. I only escaped because of my unique talents." "Talents such as?" Jonathan asked, trying to keep the surprise of his face. That bit of information about the soul binding sounded like something that would be suspicious not to know, far more suspicious than being on the wrong side of the law. "I have a rare hereditary class called Dark Merchant. It allows me to evade most forms of surveillance as long as my wares are sufficiently illicit. It comes with other bonuses as well, but you hardly need to know those now, do you?" Jonathan scanned the shopkeeper, but nothing happened. They were completely shielded from his sight. "You just tried to scam me, did you not? Well, I guess you just found out about another one of my talents. Now, if this FRPLY is over, then can we get down to business?" Jonathan and Edgar nodded, and the shopkeeper snapped their fingers, causing the various boxes around the room to suddenly open, revealing a wide array of various sinister-looking goods. The nearest box was filled with hundreds of bones of various sizes and provenances, some of which were an unearthly shade of black. These were clearly not the items that they were seeking, so Jonathan and Edgar moved on. The next box contained a dozen amulets, each of which veritably vibrated with dark potency. Jonathan reached out towards one of them, but he thought better of it after the object started to crackle with dark lightning. Jonathan scanned one of the amulets, interested in what would produce such a result. Cursed Amulet of Warding. Tier 1 magical item. This amulet was originally intended to be a powerful charm of warding, but its maker made an error in its creation, and it now wards against all threats, even its would-be wearer. This item is functionally useless, safe for use against thieves. Jonathan raised an eyebrow and kept going, as the item was entirely useless to him, and indeed everyone else. He didn't bother to check on the other amulets, as they all had the same magical signature as the original one. The next box seemed more promising, containing a large wand made out of dark metal. It had a foreboding aura, and Jonathan quickly scanned it. Basic wand of elemental focus. Tier 1 magical item. This wand contains small traces of the 12 basic elements within it, contained within a magically charged matrix of dark iron. Using it as a casting focus will increase the wielder's control of their element by a small amount. Jonathan was tempted by the item, but he then realized that it was not a weapon that would be useful for long, as it did not possess the ability to rank up, unlike his gauntlets and armor, which he would eventually reclaim. Besides, he was already stumped with what to pay the merchant with, and he didn't want to add to that bill. Jonathan kept moving, looking around for something that would work as a disguise. Eventually, Edgar found something on the other side of the tent, hailing Jonathan loudly. Jonathan turned around and followed his voice, heading towards the man. "Look at these," Edgar said. "These might be just what we're looking for." Joanchen looked into the box that Edgar was pointing at, seeing a few masks scattered around the bottom of the box. Jonathan quickly scanned the objects, smiling as he did so. Basic Mask of the Unseen. Tier 1 magical item. A mask made in the pattern of a famous rogue from the lower worlds of the Infinite Hells. It is able to disguise the wearer to a limited degree and conceal that presence to a greater degree. When wearing this mask, there is a constant mana price of 10 points per second, which, if not met, will be taken from stamina and then from health. While under the effect of the mask, you assume a different persona, but those who are perceptive enough can realize that something is wrong. That is where the other effect comes into play. The mask extends an aura of obfuscation around your person, causing others to forget your presence, even when you're standing in front of them. This feature can be supercharged by increasing the mana tithe. None of these effects work if you engage in combat with another, however. Jonathan grinned and dropped his skill, looking up at Edgar in glee. "This is exactly what we need," he said, prompting the merchant to come over to them. The merchant was rubbing their hands together in expectation of a good deal. "So, are you gentlemen interested in a pair of these masks?" The merchant asked. "We are. How much will this cost?" "I have to admit, I do not have any marks on me at the moment," Jonathan confessed. "That is perfectly all right. I don't deal in mundane currency in any case. I charge a mana. Each of those masks will be 2,500 mana, paid into this orb here." The shopkeeper pointed toward a glowing glass orb attached to their belt, and Jonathan frowned. 2,500 mana? How exactly would that work? You simply place one hand on the orb, and it will draw the mana out of you. However, there is a catch. If you do not possess enough mana, it will start to train your stamina and health until it gets the requisite 2,500 points of energy. I've seen quite a few people meet nasty ends at the hands of this device over the years. Jonathan nodded and quickly scanned the mana orb, not trusting the shopkeeper enough to simply heed their words blindly. Mana Transfer Orb. Tier 1 magical item. This orb can take mana out of one being and transfer it into its storage, allowing for it to be taken out at a later date by its owner. Using this, orb will take up the preset amount of mana, digging into health and stamina if the amount is not met. Jonathan could sense something hidden behind the status window, however, and he narrowed his eyes, forcing divinity into his scanning skill. The next time he read the description, it was very different. Cursed Mana Transfer Orb. Tier 1 magical item. This orb can take mana out of one being and transfer it into its storage, allowing for it to be taken out at a later date by its owner. Using this, orb will take up the preset amount of mana, digging into health and stamina if the amount is not met. However, this orb was intentionally cursed by a powerful mage, and now takes as much mana, health, and stamina as is within the body of its user, killing them. Jonathan gritted his teeth and looked up at the shopkeeper, who suddenly realized that something was wrong. However, it was too late. Jonathan summoned his mana to his right hand and concentrated it into a sword of light that glowed with a deep purple aura. He swiped his hand across the air, and a moment later, the shopkeeper's head came tumbling down, bouncing off the floor. A second later, their body fell too, and the object around them started to disappear. A few Leviathan marks clattered to the ground from the shopkeeper's pockets as the body disappeared, and Edgar quickly scooped them up. Jonathan hurriedly picked up two of the masks and raced over to the elemental wand, picking it up too before it could disappear. Luckily, the objects that he had claimed did not fade away. He handed over one of the masks to Edgar, and both men put them on just before the tent disappeared around them, revealing them to the gaze of the outside world. However, nobody paid them any heed, and Jonathan let out a sigh of relief. The masks were working as intended.